Hashtag C69 3-star martial arts. Samsung martial spirit. Elderly, his face stiffened, and then frowned. Ha ha ha, another aristocratic child. 3-star martial arts, dare to come to my Ling Tianzong. I really don't know how high the sky is. Humph. These disciples with letters of recommendation are all like this, disgrace my Ling Tianzong. The new disciple is number 1? It must be a fluke with the power of the family and strong martial arts. What is 100 new disciples? Compared to my Ling Tian sect's tens of thousands of talented disciples, it's only 1%. The crowd behind him continued to hear ridicule and discussion, pointing at Chu Yan's 3-star flame martial spirit. It is no wonder that under the requirement of at least 7-star martial arts for entry into the Ling Tian sect, these Ling Tian sect disciples, who are not peerless geniuses in one area, have been arrogant and domineering since childhood. Seeing such a weak 3-star martial arts, it is natural that their sense of superiority will explode. Okay, it's all gone. Elderly shouted in a deep voice, then frowned and looked at Chu Tian, saying, Your residence is in the courtyard of number 95270, you should follow this senior brother. The tall elderly waved his hand, and then gestured to a handsome young man beside him. At this moment, a nice female voice suddenly sounded. Elderly, I have been ordered by my teacher to lead this newly entered junior brother Chu Yan. Not far away, walking slowly, was the figure of a young girl. Wearing a blue-colored dress, it does not cause any dust. The bun and the slender hair on the temples set off the peerless face. The thin eyebrows should be gentle, but they are slightly wrinkled, appearing stubborn and rejecting people from thousands of miles away. In those indifferent eyes, there is not a little bit of turbulence, the graceful face, no emotion, the red lips are pink, but there is no smile, just coldly adorn the cold face on the top. That cold temperament is undoubtedly telling that strangers should not come near. Just when Chu Yan watched the girl Lianbu move and stupefied, he suddenly found that the disciples of Ling Tianzong who had dispersed had gathered again. What? Senior Sister Ho Yingfeng. What's the origin of this kid but Senior Sister Ho Yingfeng, the number 1 beauty in the outer sect, actually led him. Isn't Senior Sister Ho the 4 heroes from the outer sect with a 7-star superb martial spirit? What kind of martial spirit is it? Cut, I don't know. That is the Purple Sun martial spirit, a purple sun, and with the improvement of cultivation, up to 9 purple scorching sun martial spirits can be summoned. It is said that it is infinitely close to the existence of 8-star martial spirits. Oh my God, the 7-star unrivaled martial spirit. It can still be improved, and she is the number 1 beauty in the outer sect. TSK, my dream lover. Hundreds of sect disciples, except for a few, were almost all attracted by Ho Yingfeng's appearance. A powerful 4 heroes from outer sect, coupled with an unparalleled beauty girl, how could they not attract them? Taking advantage of the opportunity that everyone was watching Ho Yingfeng, Chu Yan swept across the crowd around him. Chu Yan's face became solemn as he saw it. Because after his observation, there are at least a dozen people here who have reached the Qi refinement realm. This Ling Tian sect is really a place where dragons and tigers are hidden. If you pull out more than 100 disciples, there are more than a dozen people who have reached the realm of Qi refining. In Luoyang Wanqing, they are all people who live on the side. At this moment, a cold voice suddenly sounded, Yo, Senior Sister Feng, it's rare that you don't practice today, but you come here to do such low-level work as leading a newcomer. Could it be that you fancy this garbage, with only 3-star martial arts? This voice was faintly infuriating. Although it was not loud, all the Ling Tian sect disciples within a radius of 100 zhang could hear it clearly and turned their heads to look. Chu Yan was scanning the crowd, and when he heard the voice, he frowned. Ho Yingfeng, who was still more than 10 steps away from Chu Yan, has stopped. In front of him stood a very handsome young man. This young man, dressed in white, made his body that was not strong enough to appear a little more heroic. However, there was an obvious evil spirit on his face, which made people look evil. However, all Ling Tianzong disciples, including Chu Yan, felt a majestic force in this young man in white. This force was evenly matched with Ho Yingfeng, both above the qi refining realm. Everyone knew that this young man had come with bad intentions. Although he was a little upset to see him blocking the first beauty in the outer door, they all watched coldly and secretly. At this moment, Ho Yingfeng frowned slightly, with disgust evident on her face. "Chen Xiao, get out of here. Go away." Chen Xiao smiled extremely sinisterly. "There are 10 days left, and it will be the day of the outer sect test. If you don't agree to my conditions, you will know the consequences." All the disciples around were stunned at the same time, listening to Chen Xiao's tone, as if they were threatening senior sister Feng. How could they be so arrogant and bold? Ho Yingfeng's face was cold and murderous aura rose from her body. She said coldly, "I won't agree to your filthy conditions. Say it one last time, get out." "Don't agree." Chen Xiao turned a blind eye to Ho Yingfeng's murderous aura. Instead, he glanced up and down her body, especially on her chest and thighs, showing unbridled greed. But a foreign daughter from a small family is just a little more beautiful. It's a blessing for this young master to see you. Chen Xiao said, his eyes swept across Ho Yingfeng's towering chest, and said with bright eyes, "What's the point of staying with the young master for one night? 300 qi refining pills. If it's not enough, I can add more." And, however, before he could finish speaking, an indifferent voice suddenly sounded. "Chen Xiao, isn't it? You actually portrayed despicable, shameless, and indecent so perfectly. Today, I am a good insight. The owner of this cold voice is Chu Yan." Chu Yan stood up without hesitation, even though he knew that this Chen Xiao was extremely powerful and seemed to have a strong background. But Chu Yan still stood up. From Chu Yan's point of view, this Ho Yingfeng was ordered by his teacher to give him the guidance of the sect, and the entire Ling Tian sect knew Chu Yan, only one person, that is Elder Yun. Since Ho Yingfeng is Elder Yun's disciple, being humiliated in public, I have no reason to stand idly by like others. Even though, Chu Yan clearly felt that this Chen Zhao's cultivation was definitely above his own. Chen Zhao's gloomy eyes glared at Chu Yan, his body was full of murderous aura. He squinted at Chu Yan, and said sternly, "A new disciple? To actually talk to this young master like this, boy, if you want to die, first ask me who I am." Ho Yingfeng was stunned and looked at Chu Yan with an incredible face. Although her face was still as cold as frost, there was a hint of warmth in her eyes. After being stunned, Ho Yingfeng just wanted to stop, but saw that Chu Yan had already stepped forward. "Who are you?" Chu Yan smiled lightly and said, "Is your master an elder? Or is your father among the elders? But, so what? There are many people like you in the Luoyang kingdom. You are disgusting people everywhere because of your identity. Except for the people behind you, you are not as good as garbage." Having said that, Chu Yan paused for a while, then swept to Chen Xiao, who was trembling with anger, and said a few words. "Simply put, it's a dog fighting against a person. #C70, the Golden Horn. Simply put, it's a dog fighting against a person." As soon as the words fell, Chen Xiao suddenly became furious, and the infuriating energy in his whole body revved up violently, and the faint green light in his eyes glared at Chu Yan like a wolf. Pressing the billowing anger, Chen Xiao didn't do it. He had been in the sect for many years, and of course he knew the 3 iron laws of the sect. Taking a deep breath, Chen Xiao smiled gloomily, and said mockingly, "A rubbish of 3-star martial arts, thinking that he has entered the Ling Tian sect and is arrogant. Tell you, soon, you will regret what you said today." The last 2 words, Chen Xiao gritted his teeth and said it again, with obvious threats. "Chu Yan is right, you really are a dog, or a mad dog, you will bite anyone you see." While Ho Yingfeng spoke, the aura from her body rushed out violently, completely suppressing Chen Xiao and sweeping the audience. This time, with obvious murderous intent. Okay, Ho Yingfeng, Chu Yan, you will regret the outer sect test 10 days later. After finishing speaking, Chen Xiao's cold eyes swept across the two of them, with an afterimage on his body, and he left floating. Humph. Ho Yingfeng snorted again, her whole body breathed in, she turned around and said softly to Chu Yan. Chu Yan. I am under the order of the clan teacher, Elder Yun, to be responsible for your sect reception, please come with me. After speaking, Ho Yingfeng turned around and left. Chu Yan was slightly startled, shook his head, and followed. After leaving the square, Ho Yingfeng and Chu Yan walked side by side, attracting many envious eyes along the way. This Chen Xiao is the son of an inner sect elder, and he is cruel. Chu Yan, you shouldn't offend him. Hearing this, Chu Yan smiled indifferently and said, Senior sister waiting, I am Chu Yan, but with my heart, this is also the reason why I pursue martial arts. Moreover, today's matter, even if he is the son of the suzerain, I, Chu Yan, will also follow. It's okay to scold. After speaking, Chu Yan rolled up with pride and was unmoved. This is Chu Yan's character, with the white tiger war god martial soul added to his body, how can he be fearful and fearful? Moreover, Elder Yun has a feeling for him. In front of the disciples of Ling Tian's sect, how can he stand on the sidelines when his female disciple is humiliated? Ho Yingfeng was slightly startled, and a strange color flashed in Chu Yan's eyes. However, at this moment, a mutation suddenly occurred. In front of the path, a powerful aura came surging forward, one after another sharp aura, like a stone piercing through the air, rushed towards Chu Yan and Ho Yingfeng. On the path, there were bursts of killing intent. In this killing intent, there is an obvious bloodthirsty aura. How can there be such a violent killing aura in this Ling Tian sect? The two were stunned, then looked up. I saw a muscular young man with black light bursts behind him. Under the full 7 gold stars, a black axe was suspended in the air, and the sharp killing aura was emitted from the axe. Shura axe. At first glance, a look of surprise appeared in Chu Yan's eyes. The Shura axe is one of the top 10 weapons, ranking among the top 10 fierce weapons. Such martial spirits are extremely powerful and incomparably sharp. It is said that during battles, they can also suck human blood to strengthen their spirit power. Another work that is no weaker than the 8-star martial spirit. There are so many geniuses in Ling Tianzong that Chu Yan was slightly surprised. Zhao Yang. Ho Yingfeng's face changed slightly, and she stared at the other party. One of the 4 outer sects. Ho Yingfeng's words were obviously heard by Chu Yan. At the same time, on the path, the past disciples of Ling Tianzong gathered around and cast a respectful look at Zhao Yang. This senior brother Zhao Yang, I heard that he has reached the peak of the 5th level of Qi refining realm. This Azura axe martial spirit is not common. It is said that blood must be seen every time it comes out. Why is it released in the sect today? It is said that within a year, senior brother Zhao Yang will break through to the 6th level of Qi refining realm. It's amazing, this martial spirit is definitely not weaker than an ordinary 8-star martial spirit. As soon as Zhao Yang appeared on the stage, he caused all the disciples to exclaim, showing his strength. Zhao Yang turned a blind eye to the disciples surrounding him. With thick eyebrows and big eyes, he looked straight at Ho Yingfeng and said in a deep voice. Junior sister Feng, I've heard its name for a long time. When I saw it today, she is really beautiful. It's good to go out for a walk. Don't practice all day, it's so boring. After striding forward, Zhao Yang took a deep breath and said with a charming smile on his face. It's really an honor to be listed as the 4 heroes of the outer sect with junior sister Feng. I don't know when you will be honored, and you should cultivate with me. Since Zhao Yang appeared, his eyes have been on Ho Yingfeng, as if he didn't see Chu Yan beside Ho Yingfeng at all. Although Chu Yan was a little stunned by Zhao Yang's appearance, the Azura Axe martial spirit behind him, which was used to deceive him, attracted Chu Yan's attention. Ho Yingfeng frowned slightly, thinking that it would be fine to practice in her own small courtyard, but when she went out today, why did she encounter these disgusting people in a row, and each one was better than the other? This Zhao Yang is ranked third among the 4 heroes from the outer sect, which is slightly stronger than her own strength. However, she does not have the slightest impression of Zhao Yang, who is as stout as a gorilla. Seeing Ho Yingfeng frowning slightly but not speaking, Zhao Yang slowly turned his eyes to Chu Yan. I just met Chen Xiao. He said that junior sister Feng has a trash next to her, and she hates it. It seems that this is the one. Chu Yan frowned, just as he was about to speak, his body stiffened, and he turned his head sharply to one side. At this moment, suddenly, the mutation protruded. All the people present, but their bodies tightened, as if they were weighed down by the air. This breath is much stronger than the breath that Zhao Yang released just now. Zhao Yang's face was full of smiles, but he became sluggish, and when he turned to look, his eyes were full of coldness. I saw a young man in yellow robes striding forward, but the martial spirit behind him was a golden throne, and it was this dragon chair that gave off the supreme majesty just now. The head of the 4 outer sects, Long Out Yin. It is said that his dragon chair martial spirit has the ability to improve his comprehension, which is of great benefit to cultivation. Yes, worthy of being the first of the 4 heroes of the outer sect, this momentum. The voices of chaotic discussions came out, and they were amazed. At this time, Chu Yan was also a little moved. It was only a moment of effort, and all kinds of geniuses emerged one after another, and the appearance of this Long Out Yin even made Chu Yan feel a sense of danger in his heart. However, in Chu Yan's body, blood is boiling, and the fighting spirit is rolling. Long Out Yin, I'm talking to junior sister Feng, what are you doing? Zhao Yang saw Long Out Yin appear more arrogant than him, his face suddenly darkened, and he said directly. Zhao Yang, stop talking nonsense to me, limit your 3 breaths, get out of here, otherwise. As soon as Long Out Yin opened his mouth, he was extremely domineering, which shocked Zhao Yang's body. The disciples who were watching on the side also had trembling eyes. They didn't expect this Long Out Yin to be so strong. Zhao Yang's face suddenly turned blue and purple. After a long time, he finally let out a long sigh and chuckled. Long Out Yin, I admit that your cultivation is stronger than mine, but I will challenge you after I break through the 6th level of the Chi-refining mirror. After speaking, Zhao Yang turned his head and glanced at Ho Yingfeng and Chu Yan, a cold light flashed in his eyes, and he turned to leave. Junior sister Feng, farewell. That Long Out Yin saw Zhao Yang leave, but he didn't say much, and bowed his hands to Ho Yingfeng, and left immediately. It seems that the beginning of this year's outer sect will be more intense. Seeing the 2 leave one after another, Ho Yingfeng murmured. Chu Yan heard the words and asked. Senior sister Feng, this outer sect test is. Chu Yan, you just entered the sect, just in time for the outer sect trial every 3 years. This trial is a test of the 3-year cultivation of all the outer sect disciples in the examination school. It is very intense. Formal. The saying is Golden Horn Competition. Golden Horn Competition. Chu Yan said stunned. That's right, this kind of big competition where the entire outer sect disciples participate once every 3 years, can't help but kill. Therefore, many disciples who have festivals will kill themselves in the big competition. You have to be careful. After Ho Yingfeng finished speaking, a worried look flashed on her face, and she continued. I'm about to take you to Lingling Hall. The new disciples have a chance to choose Lingbao. I hope you can find a good Lingbao. It will also increase your chances of survival. After speaking, Ho Yingfeng stepped forward. Lingbao. Chu Yan was stunned, a flash of light flashed in his eyes, and quickly followed. #C71bet. Not long after, they arrived at the entrance of Lingbao Palace. I saw a huge palace, shaped like a pagoda, rising from the ground, with a height of 8 stories. At the top of the palace, some spiritual powers of heaven and earth are slowly revolving around the tower dust, shooting out 9 color streamers from time to time, setting off this pagoda palace with incomparable spiritual light and aura. At this time, there was an old man with good eyes sitting at the gate of Lingbao Hall. In front of him, there was already a figure. Meng Hao. Chu Yan was slightly startled and blurted out. Hearing the words, the figure was shocked, and when he turned around, it looked like it was right in front of Chu Yan's eyes. Chu Yan. A complicated look flashed in Meng Hao's eyes, and his face became nervous. When Chu Yan saw it, he smiled lightly, and under Hoingfeng's gesture, he raised his foot and walked over. I have seen the elders, and I am a new disciple, Chu Yan. The old man looked at Chu Yan, smiled lightly, nodded, took out a jade talisman, and handed it to Chu Yan. This is your identity jade talisman. It is not only the certificate of your outer sect disciple's identity, but also the only basis for entering and leaving your own courtyard. It must not be lost. In the future, your contribution points in the sect will also be recorded here. After seeing Chu Yan put away the jade talisman, the old man stroked his beard, looked up at Meng Hao and Chu Yan, and said to the two of them at the same time. In my Lingtian sect, there is a chance to enter the Lingbao Palace. Although you don't need to contribute points this time, you will have to test your talent to determine the number of layers you can enter. Who will come first? The elder took out a piece of jade from his arms, put it in his hand, and smiled at the two of them. I'll come first. Since Meng Hao lost to Chu Yan last time, he has been unconvinced in his heart. Seeing this talent test, with his talent of 8-star martial arts, he can definitely overwhelm Chu Yan, and he can't wait. Well, not bad. Don't worry, I'll say a few more words. The elder looked at Meng Hao, with an obvious joy in his eyes. He was afraid that the first 8-star spirit of Ling Tianzong in recent decades would not understand, and explained carefully. Originally, personal talent matches the star level of martial arts, but there are also special points. For example, if they are both 7-star martial arts, there will be differences in talent due to the type of martial arts, personal temperament, and even martial arts and skills. Seeing Meng Hao and Chu Yan nodded slightly, the old man looked at Meng Hao and said. And there are some special martial spirits that even have a certain growth potential, or are of great help to understanding. Their talents will far exceed those of the same star martial arts, so in the future, if the two of you find that martial arts can improve your personal understanding and talent, or swallow the treasures of heaven and earth that can improve your comprehension talent, you can also come here to retest your talent, and strive for the opportunity to set foot on a higher level of Lingbao Hall. A higher level? Meng Hao and Chu Tian asked at the same time. Yes, my Lingbao Hall is divided into 8 floors, each floor corresponds to a first-level talent, and is divided into 9 colors, namely black, gray, white, cyan, blue, red, purple, silver, and gold, corresponding to the ones that can be entered. Every floor. Got it? The old man just looked at Meng Hao with a look of anticipation in his eyes. Just when Meng Hao stretched out his hand to test, a cold voice suddenly came. Humph. A rubbish with a 3-star martial arts also came to test and spy on my Lingtian sect's spiritual treasure. It's ridiculous. Hearing the sound, several people turned to look at the same time. The person who suddenly appeared was Jiuxiao, who had just left on the square, smiling at Chu Yan with a mocking expression on his face. You again? A cold light flashed in Chu Yan's eyes. For this Jiuxiao, Chu Tian has already moved to kill. Originally, there was no relationship between him and this Jiuxiao, but because of his filthy desires, this person has been following behind him, making things difficult for him in every possible way, sarcastically. Presumably if it wasn't for Ling Tianzong's sect rules, I'm afraid he would have directly start with Chu Yan. I did all this just to be in front of Ho Yingfeng, who was beside me. Elevate yourself. However, Chu Yan was not impulsive. After all, he did not fully understand this person. Qin Xiao, now I feel that you are not even as good as trash. Chu Yan said coldly. Qin Zhao's complexion changed, the breath on his body spread violently, a phantom shadow appeared on a mountain behind which was blazing with flames, and on it, 7 shining red stars appeared, causing the surrounding temperature to rise violently, and the heat wave rolled. Arrogant. Volcano. 7-star fire attribute mutated martial spirits. Chu Yan was slightly stunned. He didn't expect Qin Xiao to have such a powerful martial spirit. Chu Yan, aren't you very arrogant? Why don't we play a gamble once? Qin Xiao looked at Chu Yan's eyes, full of drama. Of course, I won't force you. After all, you're just a piece of trash. It's understandable to be afraid. Qin Zhao's words could be heard by several people present. It was obvious that it was a method of aggressiveness, deliberately attracting Chu Yan to take the bait. Flame Mountain martial spirit, because of the shape of the mountain, has the ability to move to the center of the mind, coupled with his earth element variability. Its talent is also the top of the same star martial spirit. Because of this, Qin Xiao had been waiting for Chu Yan in Lingbao Palace for a long time, just to lead him to bet against him. Seeing Chu Yan frowning, Qin Xiao became more arrogant and said, "What? Chu Yan, don't you dare? If you don't dare, you won't be allowed to appear next to junior sister Feng in the future. Get out of here immediately." Chu Yan looked at Qin Xiao, not angry, but smiled lightly. What if you lose? As soon as these words came out, the expressions of Ho Yingfeng and Meng Hao changed slightly. Even the elders guarding the hall had a stiff face. If anyone loses, on the day of the Golden Horn competition, they will learn to bark 3 times in public, and then shout "I'm trash" 3 times. As soon as these words came out, Qin Zhao's face sank sharply. This Chu Yan, a rubbish of 3-star martial arts, is that self-confidence? Seeing that Qin Xiao didn't speak, Chu Yan smiled coldly, imitating Qin Zhao's tone just now, and shouted. What, Qin Xiao, don't you dare? If you don't dare, get out of here. Qin Zhao's face was ashen, his face trembled slightly, but, in front of Ho Yingfeng and the elders of the temple, if he dared not even accept the challenge of a new disciple, then what kind of face would he have in Qin Xiao? Moreover, this challenge is still his own choice. Okay, I'll bet with you. Qin Zhao's aura surged violently. With the talent of his 7-star mutant martial arts, is he afraid of a Chu Yan who only has 3-star martial arts? The elder guarding the hall glanced at Chu Yan and Qin Xiao, and smiled slightly. Since you are going to try, I will do a notary. As soon as these words came out, the disciples of Ling Tianzong who passed by nearby were immediately attracted by a lot. However, none of the surrounding disciples thought that Chu Yan would win. This Chu Yan, who has just entered the sect, is so courageous. He actually gambled with senior brother Chen. I see, this Chu Yan is completely swollen and fat, but senior brother Chen saw through it. That's right, that is, brother Chen's 7-star mutant martial arts, Flame Mountain, originally had the characteristics of increasing talent. He has a 3-star martial arts spirit, and he is 108,000 miles away. How could he possibly win? Haha, Dobby learned to bark that day, and that was on the spot for tens of thousands of people. The surrounding discussion sounded to the ears of Chu Yan and Qin Xiao, the 2 parties involved. Qin Zhao's face immediately became arrogant, just like this competition, he was sure to win. Looking at Chu Yan, who was pointed at him, he still looked indifferent, and he was completely unmoved by the sounds around him. #C72 Get me off. The elder guarding the hall stretched out his hand and turned over, and a small jade appeared directly out of thin air. This palm-sized jade is light blue in its entirety, like the color of sea water, and there is a faint mist in it, which looks extremely magical. This jade is the blue sea tide spar. As long as you hold it with your hand, it will emit light of different colors according to your talent. As for the classification of colors, I have just said, black, gray, white, blue. There are 9 colors: blue, red, purple, silver, and gold. The elder glanced over and said, "Who comes first?" "Elder, since the 2 of them agreed to compete, I should come first." Meng Hao took a step forward and said to the elder. The elder looked at Meng Hao and nodded with a smile. He also had some expectations for the 8-star martial spirit that he had encountered in this sect for decades. Meng Hao took a deep breath, stepped forward, stretched out his palm, took the blue sea tide spar, and slowly clenched it. I saw that as Meng Hao's palm slowly tightened, the blue sea tide crystal suddenly shook, shooting out a faint red brilliance, which was gorgeous and extraordinary. Everyone's eyes lit up and they were amazed. Even the elders guarding the palace, with a happy expression on their faces, kept nodding their heads. Red talent, not bad, very good. Starting today, in the first year, you have the authority to enter the 6th floor of Lingbao Hall once, and hope to meet a spiritual treasure that matches your martial arts. Everyone around was shocked, and their faces were full of horror. In Lingbao Hall, every time you go to the 1st floor, the level of Lingbao will increase. When you reach the 6th floor, there is the existence of innate spiritual treasures. Thank you, Elder. Meng Hao arched his body slightly, turned and stood to one side, his face full of pride. His eyes swept over to Chu Yan and Qin Xiao, ready to see the results of the competition between the 2. Qin Zhao's face tightened, his breath burst out, and the flame mountain martial spirit behind him suddenly increased a bit, and the fire on the mountain peaked wildly. After striding out, Qin Xiao stretched out his hand to hold the blue sea tide spar, opened his mouth and laughed loudly. "Ha ha ha, just let you guys see my martial soul talent. Arrogant, arrogant." In an instant, the Beihai tide spar was firmly grasped by Qin Xiao, and a bright light burst out, first blue, and then a hint of red appeared in the blue. The blue gradually turned into half blue and half red, and the brilliance was bright. The surrounding disciples were all astonished. They didn't expect that Qin Zhao's talent was only half a step away from the 8-star martial spirit. "Senior brother Chen, it's really amazing, and the talent is terrifying." "Yeah, I heard that even the 4 heroes of the outer sect are only talented in blue. Brother Chen's martial spirit from the Flame Mountain is terrifying." No, it is said that the head of the 4 heroes of the outer sect, Long Outyan's dragon chair martial spirit is red. Anyway, this Chu Yan is sure to lose. The elder guarding the hall, when Qin Xiao was testing, his expression changed, and his eyes showed surprise, saying, "Flaming Mountain martial spirit, it really is a high comprehension martial spirit. Yes, it is very possible to grow into a red talent in the future." Very good. Just by looking at the elder's demeanor, you can see that this Qin Zhao's martial soul talent is absolutely powerful. Thank you, Elder. With a smile on his face, Qin Xiao saluted the elder, and glanced at Chu Yan. His eyes were full of abusive expressions. "Chu Yan, it's too late to admit defeat. As long as you kneel down and kowtow 10 times, I'll let you go." Following Qin Zhao's words, everyone's eyes turned to Chu Yan. All kinds of disdain, contempt, and gazes all around looked at Chu Yan at the same time, like ants. Everyone had a playful expression on their faces, waiting to see Chu Yan making a fool of himself. The elder of the palace guard looked at Chu Yan and shook his head slightly. In his opinion, martial spirit and talent match. This is the law of the martial spirit world. If it is the same star martial soul, there may be some variables due to the different martial soul attributes, but the difference is a full 4 stars, which is absolutely impossible. The mere half-blue half-red hybrid talent is also worthy of clamoring. Chu Yan strode out, and without hesitation, reached out and held the Beihai-tied crystal. You! Jiuxiao was furious. At this time, this Chu Yan was still so arrogant, and even the other disciples around were a little annoyed, thinking that Chu Yan was ignorant and talking nonsense. However, just as everyone was preparing to open the product to mock, a ray of purple light suddenly shot out from the Beihai-tied crystal in Chu Yan's hand. That purple brilliance, radiant, straight into the sky. Seeing this scene, everyone was blinded, and even the elders of the hall were shaking wildly. Purple light. This is the Samsung martial soul. Everyone was dumbfounded, their eyes were sluggish, and they kept shouting in their hearts, "This is not true, this is a dream. This is impossible." Everyone was dizzy for a while, and after a while, bursts of gasping sounded. However, at this moment, the mutation regenerated. I saw that Chu Yan's brows were wrinkled, and with a fierce breath, the purple light emitted by the blue sea-tide spar actually trembled violently. The color of the purple light began to be extremely bright, but it became lighter and lighter. In the end, with a sudden flash, it turned into a white light, and a gray streak mixed in, and finally settled on. Silver. The silver light is dazzling and dazzling. In the small square in front of the Lingbao Hall, countless silver lights go straight to the sky, as if a strange treasure was born, shining in the world. At this moment, be quiet. Quiet needles can be heard falling. Everyone stared, mouths wide open, and their minds went blank. A 3-star martial spirit, the talent tested is actually silver, which is 2 levels higher than the 8-star martial arts. At this moment, Jiuxiao's eyes bulged, his body was stiff, and he stood on the spot like a petrification. Silence. Despair. Only when Chu Yan released his hand, he put the blue sea-tide spar back on the table and made a soft sound. Finally, the elder of the palace guard stood up abruptly. The wrinkled face, trembling slightly, the turbid eyes, bright as stars, shoots ecstatic eyes. Silver. Silver talent. In Ling Tianzong, how many years has there been no silver talent? It's been so long that even the elder who is testing his talent can't remember. And now, right in front of him, a new disciple of 3-star martial arts has actually inspired the silver talent. Chu Yan. The voice of the elders of the palace trembled. Chu Yan wins this bet. Jiuxiao, on the day of the Golden Horn competition, in front of all the elders and disciples of the outer sect, you must fulfill the bet, otherwise, the rules will be dealt with. As soon as the elder's voice fell, everyone woke up at the same time. Qi Shushu's gaze towards Chu Yan suddenly changed, it was burning and awe-inspiring, just like looking up at the rising stars. Moreover, their faces began to heat slowly, and they were still laughing at others' trash just now, but in a blink of an eye, their talents were something they could only look up to. Chu Yan looked at Jiuxiao coldly, there was no trace of waves in his eyes, only indifference. Roll. He drank loudly, and didn't want to talk nonsense with him at all. With this sound, Jiuxiao's body shook violently, and then he woke up. His eyes suddenly burst into violent anger, and the resentment in his heart was like a huge wave, constantly impacting his reason, as if he would go crazy in the next breath. #C73 Talent Test. Jiuxiao, step back. The elder guarding the hall looked at Jiuxiao and said softly. Yes. No matter how crazy he is, facing the elders of the sect, and the elders who hold the important positions, he can only suppress his anger and turn around and leave angrily. Chu Yan, the Golden Horn competition, I will let you smash your corpse into 10,000 pieces. Roaring inwardly, Jiuxiao's figure has disappeared. The surrounding disciples, seeing Jiuxiao leaving, looked at Chu Yan again. Silver talent, how can this Chu Yan have such a terrible talent? Perhaps his martial soul is a very special martial soul. Yeah, even Meng Hao of 8-star martial arts is only a red talent. This Chu Yan will be in the future. It is said that among the tens of thousands of disciples of Ling Tianzong, there should be no talent in silver heaven. Fart, it's silver talent, it's purple talent, it doesn't seem to have any. Listening to the surrounding discussions, Chu Yan still looked indifferent. These people ridicule and disdain themselves when they are weak, and envy and compliment them when they are strong. What qualifications do they have to pay attention to? Ho Yingfeng stared at Chu Yan from beginning to end, and was shocked by Chu Yan, who was praised by her master. Originally, the master asked himself to guide him as a sect, and he was still a little reluctant, but now, he is extremely glad that he came to the right. She has a feeling that this boy will grow into a program and degree that will shock everyone in the future. That would be 1,000,000 times his height. Chu Yan and Meng Hao, follow me into the Lingbao Palace. Everyone else should be gone. The elder of the palace guard said solemnly. Immediately he waved to Chu Yan and Meng Hao, then turned and walked towards Lingbao Hall. Chu Yan raised his heels and entered Lingbao Hall. As soon as he stepped into Lingbao Hall, a sharp aura came towards him, causing Chu Yan to be slightly startled. Looking around, there are thousands of spiritual treasures floating in the air on the first floor of the Lingbao Hall. There are knives, spears, swords, axes, and armor. Meng Hao, with your red talent, you can choose any spiritual treasure below the 6th floor of Lingbao Hall, but you must remember that it must match your martial spirit or practice, and don't just blindly pursue the quality of spiritual treasures. The elder of the palace guard said it very seriously, looked at Meng Hao, and pointed carefully. Okay, let's go. Meng Hao was also very excited. After bowing his hands, he ran upstairs. This Lingbao Hall, the higher the level, the better the quality of the spirit treasures, and even above the 5 guides, there are spirit treasures that surpass the innate. However, what he needs is a kind of needle-like spiritual treasure, which just matches his martial spirit, and his own strength will definitely increase greatly. When Meng Hao disappeared, the elder guarding the hall turned to look at Chu Yan with a smile on his face. Elder, that's next. After Chu Yan's thunder sword was destroyed last time, he always wanted to find a good quality sword, so he asked impatiently. Chu Yan, come with me. Without answering Chu Yan's question, the palace keeper took Chu Yan out of Lingbao Palace to a small building at the back of the palace. After entering the small building, the elder looked at Chu Yan, smiled even more, stroked his beard, and said. Chu Yan, just now, did you not summon your martial spirit? As soon as the words fell, Chu Yan was stunned, looked at the elder, and a light flashed in his eyes. When testing the talent just now, Chu Yan deliberately didn't have a martial soul, just didn't want the talent to be too amazing, just wanted to win the Chen Shao. Who would have thought that even without summoning the spirit, his talent would also reach silver, and I thought that everyone would not pay attention. But he didn't expect to be seen by this elder. Elder, you. Chu Yan looked at the elders guarding the hall with some doubts. Chu Yan, don't be nervous. I just want to know what level your talent is. The elder chuckled lightly, with a strange color in his eyes, and after pondering, he continued. As long as you can urge this blue sea tide spar to emit golden light, I will call the shots. This time, you can choose any spiritual treasure in Lingbao Hall without any restrictions. What? No limit. Chu Yan was stunned, and his eyes suddenly lit up. Yes, with your silver talent, you can enter the 7th floor originally, but only the 8th floor is forbidden. After the elder finished speaking, he raised the corner of his mouth lightly. In the restricted area on the 8th floor, there are 3 true martial arts treasures. True martial spirit treasure. Chu Yan was finally moved, and after a little thought, he nodded. He stretched out his hand to take the blue sea tide spar handed over by the elder, and clenched it lightly. At first, a purple light rose, then turned into silver light. At this time, Chu Yan finally stimulated his true qi and released his flame martial soul. Flame martial spirit. The temperature in the small building rose immediately, and the elders of the temple can clearly feel that the temperature rise in the space caused by this 3-star martial spirit is obviously stronger than that of Qin Zhao's 7-star flame mountain martial arts. Crimson flame martial spirit. The elder frowned and thought seriously. Natural martial spirits, such as water, fire, electricity, wind, etc., are extremely similar in appearance, so it is extremely difficult to identify them. For a time, the elders who guarded the hall could not recognize what kind of flame Chu Yan was. At this moment, Chu Yan's whole body suddenly rose in momentum, and the flame martial spirit suddenly rose up, obviously increasing a bit. And the blue sea tide spar in Chu Yan's hand, the silver light that originally emitted, suddenly turned golden. The elder's eyes stared at the golden light that had just appeared. Under the urging of Chu Yan, the flame martial spirit behind him still maintained the momentum of skyrocketing. Seeing that it had risen nearly 2 meters high, Chu Yan suddenly felt the blue sea tide spar in his hand vibrate violently. The balanced mist, at this time, was violent like a thundercloud, surging frantically. The elders of the hall trembled all over, and his eyes widened. Snapped. Suddenly, a mutation occurs. The blue sea tide spar in Chu Yan's hand suddenly burst and turned into a pile of powder in Chu Yan's hand. In the small building, the golden light that was getting stronger and stronger suddenly disappeared without a trace. Chu Yan was shocked, holding a pile of powder in his hand, his face was full of astonishment. What is this? Broken. Chu Yan originally just wanted to gain the right to enter the restricted area on the 8th floor of Lingbao Hall, so he tried his best to destroy his martial soul, but he did not expect that the Beihai Tide crystal, which was used by the elders of the guard hall to test the talents of the disciples, was shattered. At this moment, the elder of the palace guard stared at the pile of powder in Chu Yan's mouth, his face twitching wildly. Seeing the elder's expression, Chu Yan suddenly felt guilty. This thing seems to be very expensive, will I make myself pay? Chu Yan. The elder guarding the hall took 3 deep breaths before slightly suppressing the undulating chest and said softly. The voice just fell, although the voice sounded extremely gentle, but Chu Yan still felt an icy chill coming from the elder of the temple. Go to any floor of Lingbao Hall and choose your spiritual treasure. #C74 Extraordinary Talent. The eyes of the elders of the palace guard burst into flames, the handprints flipped again, and suddenly a white light flashed towards Chu Yan's chest. When Chu Yan just reacted, he looked down and saw a strange print on his chest shining brightly. This spirit pattern will allow you to pass through this hall without hindrance before you leave Lingbao Hall. Immediately, the elder sat on the chair behind him and waved his hand with a dull expression. Chu Yan, go, let me be quiet. Chu Yan was stunned, then bowed his hands and saluted, withdrew from the same small building, and walked towards Lingbao Hall. Just after Chu Yan stepped into Lingbao Hall. Behind him, around the originally quiet building, a gust of wind suddenly blew, and then a burst of laughter came from the building. Ha ha ha, extraordinary talent, extraordinary talent. After Chu Yan entered Lingbao Hall, he went directly to the 6th floor. The first 5 floors have no meaning for Chu Yan, and starting from the 6th floor, there is an innate spiritual treasure, which is Chu Yan's goal. However, to Chu Yan's disappointment, although there are 2 innate spiritual treasures within the 6th floor, they are not suitable for him at all. One is a golden glove, suitable for water-type close-up spirits, and the other is a jade flute, suitable for wind-type mutant spirits. Shaking his head, Chu Tian stepped onto the 7th floor. The area of the 7th floor was much smaller than that of the 6th floor. Among the 10 spiritual treasures suspended in mid-air, there were 5 innate spiritual treasures, among which was a red long sword, which made Chu Yan's eyes bright. However, after a little perception, I found that this sword is a fire-type innate spiritual treasure, which requires a fire-type martial soul or a fire-type cultivation technique. Chu Yan's flame martial soul has been transformed into a red fire by Chu Yan. Moreover, Chu Yan's sword intent has been cultivated to the realm of Disheng, and he is taking a light and fast route. It really made Chu Yan frown. Standing at the entrance of the stairs leading to the 8th floor, Chu Yan took a deep breath and stepped up. However, just after stepping on the 8th floor, an old man in black appeared in front of Chu Yan. Without opening his eyes, he shouted in a deep voice. The 8th level restricted area, quickly retreat, or the rules will be dealt with. Chu Yan was stunned, and then cupped his hands. In Xia Chu Yan, permission has been granted. Limited to your 3 breaths, give me. The black-clothed old man opened his eyes abruptly, and just shouted loudly, but was shocked by the shining spiritual pattern on Chu Yan's chest. This is. With a big change in his face, he suddenly stood up, stood to one side, and gave way to the passage on the 8th floor. Elder, can I come in? Can. Seeing that the black-clothed elder gave way, Chu Yan bowed politely and stepped into the 8th floor of Lingbao Hall. The black-clothed elder looked at Chu Yan's background and finally breathed a sigh of relief, but his eyes were full of doubts. The outer disciples who are new to the sect actually have the soaring cloud spirit pattern, this. Just stepping into the 8th floor, Chu Yan was attracted by the 3 jade platforms in front of him. These 3 jade stones are half a person high, and 3 real martial arts treasures are placed on them. Chu Yan is shocked by the majestic aura. A book. A sword. A bow. On the first jade platform, the 3 words Ling Tianju were written on the book. Holding it in his hand, Chu Yan opened it and looked at it carefully. It was a book of exercises, and it was a complete set of exercises including martial arts, body techniques, and exercises. At the same time, this book was a real martial art treasure, which has improved the special ability of 20% comprehension. Profound rank, top-grade exercises. Hiss. Chu Yan took a breath of cold air. In the Wuhun world, this complete set of exercises, martial skills, and movement techniques is often much stronger than other individual exercises and martial arts, and it is also a complete set of high-grade Xian-level exercises, and its preciousness is infinitely close to Earth-level exercises. It can be said, this set of exercises is the strongest one that Chu Yan has ever seen. Most importantly, this spiritual treasure also has the special ability to enhance cultivation understanding. Chu Yan's eyes suddenly became hot, but after thinking for a while, Chu Yan still reluctantly put it down. After all, I have Rakshasa unlimited Jutsu. Although I don't know its rank, I feel that it is very suitable for me, so it is difficult for Chu Yan to decide. So, Chu Yan planned to look at the other 2. On the 3rd jade platform, there was a dark golden longbow. It was extremely heavy to start. Chu Yan was able to use enough true qi to pull most of it away. Next to the golden bow, there is a corresponding introduction. Liang Yashan Bao. The gold-based real martial art treasure contains a set of 8 gods' archery skills, which can be cultivated to the highest level. Broken soul. The more he looked at the introduction, the more shocked Chu Yan became. This Liang 8 gods bow could actually destroy the spirits of other warriors, which greatly reduced his combat effectiveness. If this is the time of battle, an arrow is shot, causing heavy damage to the opponent's martial arts, so that the martial arts cannot be summoned to fight, then the result. However, bows and arrows are of course not suitable for Chu Yan. Slowly putting down the introduction of the Liang 8 gods bow in his hand, Chu Yan frowned slightly and turned to the sword on the middle jade platform. The reason why I looked at it at the end was because the appearance of this sword was so ordinary. It can even be said to be shabby, making people wonder if it is placed here to make up for it. Because it is a wooden sword. On the jade platform, next to the wooden sword, the introduction was simply 2 lines of words. This sword was once matched by a kendo master. It contains the sword intent of the Great Perfection realm. Since the establishment of the sect for thousands of years, no one can understand it. The disciples of this sect should be careful. Sword name, Chu Yan. If it weren't for the dense and peculiar patterns on the sword body of the wooden sword, Chu Yan would suspect that the contents of these introductions were all deceptive. Holding it in his hand and hitting it twice with his hand, Chu Yan can be sure that this is a wooden sword, although he doesn't know what kind of wood it is. Looking at the wooden sword carefully, Chu Yan looked at the lines on the sword, and his consciousness became somewhat blurred. When Chu Yan made up his mind and probed his divine sense into the wooden sword, a vision appeared. Around his body, at this moment, the sword intent aura swept out, and in the entire 8th floor space of Lingbao Hall, there were bursts of sword sounds and sharp breaths flying around. It was Chu Yan's sword intent peerless realm that was inspired. However, the sluggish Chu Yan had no sense of what was happening around him, and his mind had completely sunk into the wooden sword. At the same time that Chu Yan's sword intent was unparalleled, the black-clothed elder who guarded the 8th floor was immediately attracted. A strange light flashed in his eyes, and he secretly said, "The cultivation of the Qi refining realm has actually mastered the Desheng realm of the unparalleled sword intent, and he has no idea about the unparalleled sword intent that he has released." It seems that this wooden sword made his comprehension of sword intent more profound. Could it be that someone can really understand this wooden sword that has been stored here for thousands of years? Afterwards, the black-clothed elder shook his head and laughed at his absurd thoughts. "You must know that the great completion realm of unparalleled sword intent and the great perfection realm of oneness of man and sword are so different from each other that they cannot be comprehended overnight. It can even be said that the sword intent realm and the sword intent great perfection realm are like the difference between heaven and earth. Even a kendo genius can master Jiani Wuxuan great perfection to the extreme. Taking advantage of the opportunity, it will take at least a month or 2 to comprehend a hint of great perfection. There may be a miracle with the soaring cloud spirit pattern." Thinking of this, the black-clothed elder glanced at the figure who was still holding the sword, and after standing there, he slowly closed his eyes and entered a state of cultivation. #C75 Fierce Sword. Time passed slowly, and 3 days passed in a flash. For the past 3 days, Chu Yan has still maintained that posture. The sword intent around him has become more and more sharp-edged, and the area has become larger and larger. Even with his breathing, the sword intent wind blade will rise and fall. However, it seems that the sword intent is still far from perfection. In the past 3 days, the black-clothed elders kept checking Chu Yan's status, and even the guardian elders came twice. After seeing Chu Yan's state, he was shocked and left without saying anything. Then, the next day, the entire Lingbao Hall was closed, and no disciples were allowed in. This situation shocked many people in the sect, but it was only closed for a few days, and it didn't have much impact, so it didn't matter. However, what everyone could not have imagined was that the closure of this Lingbao Hall was actually because of a new disciple. Just kidding, this is a disciple of golden talent. If something goes wrong, the consequences will make people cry. During these 3 days, Chu Yan's mind completely fell into the sword intent within the wooden sword. In the sea of knowledge, Chu Yan, standing with a sword, seemed to see a sword light shining on him in the void, but no matter how he comprehended, he could not catch the slightest bit of the sword light, let alone control it. But just when Chu Yan was in a trance, he stood behind the figure in the void, and a white figure slowly appeared. At the position of the figure's eyes, 2 golden rays of light shot straight out, completely covering Chu Yan. That's right, it is the 10-star full of martial arts, the god of war of beasts, the white tiger martial arts. In an instant, Chu Yan, who was covered with golden light, suddenly lit up in front of his eyes, and the sword light in the distance became more and more clear in front of his eyes. Ding! On the 8th floor of Lingbao Hall, the corner of the mouth that had been standing for 3 days finally moved. A look of joy appeared on his face. Draw sword. Jianling whistled softly, and under the thought, the speed of the sword reached its limit, and it was drawn forward, as if the waning moon was breaking through the sky. Bright sword. Stepping out with the right foot, a sword rushes like a rapid current, like a river like the sea, the sword light is dazzling, and the sword whistle pierces the ear. Sword ascension. The wooden sword shone dazzlingly, rose up, held the sword in hand, stirred the heaven and the earth, and accepted the situation. Chopping sword. With the power of slashing down with a single sword, there was no obstruction in the slightest. The figure shuttled, the wooden sword was like a dragon and the clouds, the sword energy was chaotic, the blood energy was like 9 days that did not fall, and the tyrannical power was like a huge wave. Explosive sword style. The sword is like a tidal wave, the blood energy returns, the sword energy turns into a red light, the sword whistle is earth-shattering, a sword pierces out, the spark bursts into the air, and a trace of anxiety permeates the air. 13 Swords of Thunder. Chu Yan, under the guidance of that nihilistic sword light, actually realized the 2 swords of the sword-cutting style and the sword-exploding style. Moreover, I captured a glimpse of the feeling of the great perfection of sword intent. The swordsman, sharp, the swordsman, sharp. With the sharpness of the sword and the sharpness of the sword master, who is in control. Standing holding a wooden sword, Chu Yan's eyes are like water, and there seems to be a sword light swiping in it, and a sea of clouds is rolling. When the sea of clouds gradually dissipated, the fog in Chu Yan's heart, that ray of divine light was like the light of a sword, shattering all the fog, and a trace of enlightenment poured into Chu Yan's heart like a stream. The sword has no edge. The edge of the sword wielder. Be the king. The king's sword, the one, the king. A bright sun broke out from the sea of clouds, shining brightly. The thought flashed, and Chu Yan stabbed out with a sword. Random, but with all your might. The wooden sword Haoyan burst out with an incomparably astonishing bright light, like a scorching sun tearing through the clouds, so dazzling that it was impossible to look directly at it, but it disappeared in an instant, blended into the shadows, escaped, and it was difficult to find the slightest trace. Clang! On the front floor wall. There is an extra straight sword mark, 2 meters long and 3 fingers deep. So strong. Chu Yan was stunned, looked at the 2 meters of sword marks, and gasped. You know, that sword just now, Chu Yan, did not stimulate any true qi at all, just a casual sword. The black-clothed elder who closed his eyes and practiced not far away, immediately woke up under the sword, his face changed greatly, and his eyes swept to Chu Yan. At this moment, a look of horror appeared on his face. What material is this Lingbao Hall made of? It was built by the unique, broken gold stone of Tianfeng Mountains. It is a stone that can cut metal, and its hardness can be imagined. Actually, let this young man, with a sword, cut out a sword mark more than 2 meters long. This. The black-clothed elder was stunned, and for a while, he was speechless. It's only been 3 days. In 3 days, a wooden sword has actually allowed this young man to reach the realm of using the power to control the sword. That is the initial state of the unity of man and sword. This boy. It was so terrifying. Before, when he saw the Tingyun pattern, he thought that Chu Yan had a strong background, but now, he has fully understood that Chu Yan is completely relying on himself, and he suddenly felt a little respect in his heart. Controlling the sword with the power, the man and the sword are one? Chu Yan showed a light smile on his face, feeling the strong sword intent on his body, and couldn't help but feel joy in his heart. Then I found the black-clothed elder, not far away, and bowed his hands. Thank you, elder. I've already chosen. Elder, what's the matter with you? Chu Yan was a little puzzled. Why did this elder look at him with dull eyes? Hearing Chu Yan's words, the black-clothed elder came back to his senses, took a deep breath, and said, "Okay, okay, okay. Mu Jianhaoyan is a perfect match for you. Go ahead." Chu Yan nodded and strode downstairs. Courtyard 95,270. This is Chu Yan's residence. It is a simple courtyard with a front and a back. There are 2 training grounds and 3 main rooms. Chu Yan randomly chose the one on the right. Walking into the room, it is not big, about 50 square meters. The bed, table, chair, and cabinet are simple, but all available. On the desk, there was a book. Chu Yan picked it up and watched it carefully. The first few pages of the booklet introduced the history of Ling Tianzong in detail. Ling Tianzong is a power that has been passed down for 3,000 years. It is the head of the Luoyang Kingdom sect. Even in the Red Leaf Empire, it can also be ranked in the top 10. All the elders, deacons, and 3 disciples in the sect, together, there are 50,000 people. The disciples within the sect are divided into outer sect disciples, inner sect disciples, and soul sect disciples according to their level of cultivation. The elders in the sect are also divided into 3, 6, and 9 ranks. Under the sect master, there are the 10 elders in charge of the palace, the elders of the palace, the elders of the inner sect, the elders of the outer sect, and the elders of the deacon. The Lingtian sect has strict rules, about 100. Chu Yan swept away and continued to look down, but it was the introduction of the 5 major halls in the sect. Further down, there are some introductions from Haotian continent, which made Chu Yan slightly startled. The Haotian continent is divided into southeast, northwest, 4 polar regions, and 99 empires, and only the Zhongtian continent in the middle of the continent has a special status and is a self-contained piece called the Zhongtian continent. The Luoyang Kingdom, the Red Leaf Empire just located in the extreme north, is one of the 100 kingdoms of the Red Leaf Empire. Putting down the book, Chu Yan was stunned, and his heart was up and down. Unexpectedly, this world is so big, even the Luoyang Kingdom, which I thought was a giant since I was a child, is only a remote place in the vast continent, and it controls the entire continent, like a point in the endless starry sky. #C76 Refining Demon Fire. Unexpectedly, this world is so big, even the Luoyang Kingdom, which I thought was a giant since I was a child, is only a remote place in the vast continent, and it controls the entire continent, like a point in the endless starry sky. Zhongtian continent. Seeing this name, Chu Yan couldn't help thinking of Yuer. Wonder how she is now. Seeing how her mother loved her so much, she should be doing just fine. With a helpless sigh, Chu Yan sat cross-legged and began to practice. 3 years. Time is running out. From the medicine tripod of the coffin, he took out 2 third-grade qi refining pills, and Chu Yan opened his mouth and took them. The majestic medicinal power was dissolved in Chu Yan's body, and after pouring through the limbs and bones, it merged into Dantian. The gray Rakshasa true qi burst out, floating around Chu Yan. Behind him, white light and red light appeared at the same time, and the white tiger spirit and flame spirit appeared at the same time. Chu Yan circulated his true qi, closed his eyes and concentrated, slowly refining the medicinal power. 3 hours later, Chu Yan opened his eyes, and the bright light shot through them. Qi Refining Realm Triple Peak. 2 third-grade qi refining pills overnight actually allowed Chu Yan to raise a small realm again, entering the peak of the 3rd-level qi refining realm, and he was only 1 step away from breaking through to the 4th-level qi refining realm. This kind of cultivation speed shocked Chu Yan. Sure enough, when you reach the qi refining realm, the speed of cultivation is much slower. The more you go on, the more effective the medicinal pills are. Chu Yan breathed out his energy, stood up, glanced at the 2 martial spirits behind him, and set his eyes on the flame martial spirit. It seems that it is still necessary to increase the star rating of the flame martial arts as soon as possible. In the room, Chu Yan pondered for a moment, then left the room and walked towards Lingxiu Palace. Chu Yan is going to exchange contribution points. There are many ways to obtain the contribution points of Ling Tianzong, and the manual has a very detailed introduction. All disciples may obtain contribution points by completing the tasks issued by the sect, or exchange contribution points for heaven and earth treasures, martial arts, and demon crystal materials. Of course, there is also the most commonly used method, which is to donate spirit stones to Zongmen, the high-level currency of Haotian continent, to exchange contribution points. Because all cultivation resources have a corresponding price. Last time, Chu Yan won 20,000 high-grade spirit stones in the battle with Zhexinglu in Luoyang Wanqing, which was a huge sum of money. Chu Yan is ready to exchange for fire seeds to upgrade the flame martial arts. Chu Yan's flame martial arts is only 3 stars, and Ling Tianzong, which has gathered in this day, is really low. When he arrived at Lingxiatang, he took out his identity jade talisman and 20,000 high-grade spirit stones, and exchanged a total of 200 contribution points. 1 contribution point requires 100 high-grade spirit stones. Chu Yan frowned slightly, and only after a little inquiries did he find out that the spirit stone was only effective for the body-tempering realm martial artist, and was far less valuable than the higher primordial stone. Afterwards, Chu Yan exchanged 200 contribution points for 2 5-star demon fires. The value of each liter of demon fire doubled several times, and each plant was actually equivalent to 10,000 spirit stones. Back in the small courtyard, Chu Yan sat cross-legged, and the flame martial spirit was released. Hiss! Just as he was about to open the crystal hood, the green 5-star demon fire rose into the sky, flying all over the house, and spewing sparks all over the sky. Chu Yan was shocked. He didn't expect that the 5-star demon fire would still run. He hurriedly activated the flame martial spirit, flashed out the fire body, and headed towards the flying flame. After the 5-star demon fire was swallowed by the flame martial soul, the flame martial soul's fire body exploded a little, and the color began to change slowly, from fiery red to dark red. However, the changes are subtle and hard to spot without careful observation. Seeing that the 4th red star above the flame martial arts flickered slightly, it returned to dim. Chu Yan frowned slightly. The second 5-star fire bell is released. After the flame martial spirit devoured the second fire seed again. Still no noticeable change. Similarly, the color of the fire body was a little darker, and the 4th star flashed, and there was no sign of going up. And it seems to give people a feeling of being far away from the rising star. At the same time, Chu Yan's body, a burst of breath, madly surging true qi, uncontrollably rushed out of Chu Yan's body, swept across the room violently. Qi refining stage 4 stage early stage. After Chu Yan's cultivation broke through to the peak of the 3rd level of Qi refining realm last night, and now, after the flame Wuhun devoured 2 kinds of 5-star demon fires, he has broken through from the peak of the 3rd level of Qi refining realm to the 4th level of Qi refining realm. A helpless expression appeared. Chu Yan shook his head with a wry smile. Although the cultivation base has broken through, the original wish for the breakthrough of the flame martial arts was in vain. It seems that this flame martial arts has risen to 4 stars, which is a little troublesome. Looking back at the flame martial spirit that was a few circles bigger, a cold light flashed in Chu Yan's eyes. It seems that I still have to find a way to burn the corpse and refine the soul. Later, Chu Yan put down his thoughts and began to practice Rakshasa promise. The second layer of Rakshasa's real body has the effect of quenching the body several times at the same level of warriors, and the physical strength is chasing the power of the 7th layer of Qi realm. But now, after breaking through to the 4th level of Qi refining realm, Chu Yan began to cultivate the 3rd level of Rakshasa's real body. In the room, Rakshasa's true energy surged, and the gray air flow filled the entire room. A dark red appeared in Chu Yan's eyes. Under the urging of the third layer of Rakshasa's real body, Chu Yan's complexion began to gradually darken. In Chu Yan's breath, Rakshasa's true chi tempered his body. Time is like a tide, the sun rises and sunsets, and a few days flow away in the practice. The day of the gold competition is here. The morning light was like fog, the sky was white, and the sun had just emerged from the side of the mountain. Chu Yan walked out of the room, wearing a black robe and carrying a wooden sword, looking far into the distance. Call. Taking a deep breath of the morning air, Chu Yan stretched out and walked slowly towards the courtyard. Standing with a sword in hand, Chu Yan concentrates his energy. For a moment, the light in his eyes flashed, and a sword stabbed out. The sword energy was vertical and horizontal, and the sword light was blazing. Call out. Bump. On a practice stone in the courtyard, a sword mark fell. Chu Yan didn't stop, his eyes narrowed slightly, and he wiped the wooden sword with one finger. Suddenly, a pattern on the wooden sword lit up. Bright sword. Call out. Boom. He stepped on his right foot, and the afterimage of the wooden sword in his hand flashed, like a thunderous flash, and slashed heavily on the practice stone. Under the loud bang, the 2-person-high practice stone was cut off in the middle, smashed to the ground, and splashed with dust. On the neat section of the practice stone broken in two, it can be clearly seen that the countless points of brilliance in the stone are like crystal grains in sand. That's right. This practice stone is a special product of the Tianfeng Mountains, the stone that breaks the gold. If there are disciples of Ling Tianzong here at this time, they will be surprised. Almost every disciple's small courtyard has a piece of this kind of breaking stone, which is used for daily practice. Ordinary disciples don't want to break it, even if they want to leave a little scar on it. It is absolutely impossible without a cultivation level above the 7th level of Qi refining realm. However, it was such a hard rock that was cut in two by Chu Yan's sword. Chu Yan exhaled and retracted the sword, held the wooden sword in his hand, and looked at the spiritual pattern on the wooden sword, his eyes flickering. #C77 Wooden Sword Upgrade. Last night, when Chu Yan was practicing the technique of controlling the temperature of the pill fire, he accidentally put the wooden sword into the coffin pill furnace. Immediately afterwards, a dazzling brilliance lit up from the wooden sword in the furnace, and a complex spiritual pattern appeared. That wooden sword was actually infused with spirit. In the martial arts world, there is a profession that is even rarer than an alchemist, that is an artifact refiner. Item refining is a special method. It is a means of forcibly injecting the power of heaven and earth into an item. It is the most peculiar method of heaven and creation. Although like alchemy, there is a chance of failure, but as long as it succeeds, the power of the infused item will be greatly increased, and if it fails, it will be directly reduced to waste. This kind of spiritual infusion technique is like the method of upgrading the item. If it can be infused 10 times, even an ordinary stone will undergo earth-shaking changes and become a divine object. Of course, it is impossible to infuse an ordinary stone. The more precious the spiritual treasure, the more terrifying it is after the infusion. But the further you go, the more difficult it is to instill the spirit, and the failure rate is extremely high. But according to rumors, the Tianyuan sword, the #1 spiritual treasure in the world, was infused 10 times. Now, Chu Yan can be sure that whether it is an upgraded medicinal pill or a wooden sword, it is all because of the coffin pill stove. The sect jade talisman on his body vibrated. Chu Yan picked up the jade talisman, infuriated, and a voice suddenly came from the jade talisman. All the outer disciples, hurry up to the Zongmen Square and prepare for the Golden Horn competition. Opening the courtyard door, Chu Yan walked out of the courtyard with a wooden sword on his back. As soon as he looked up, he saw a figure appearing outside the door, apparently waiting for a long time. It is Ho Yingfeng in a flowing dress. What? As soon as they met, Ho Yingfeng looked at Chu Yan, her face stunned, and she said suspiciously. Chu Yan, have you broken through? Chu Yan did not expect Ho Yingfeng to come and wait for him. He thought that he was afraid that he was unfamiliar, so he came to take the responsibility of the sect. His eyes softened, and he nodded lightly, saying, Yes, I just broke through to the 4th level of Qi refining realm. What? When I first met, I was in the late stage of Qi refining realm, and in just a few days, I broke through from the late stage of Qi refining realm to the 4th stage of Qi refining realm. Is this a monster? Call. Ho Yingfeng took a few deep breaths, restrained her shocked eyes, and said softly. Chu Yan, today is the test of the outer sect, the day of the Golden Horn competition. Let's go, I will tell you about the Golden Horn competition. Chu Yan nodded, and the fighting spirit rose in his eyes. On the Zonman path, the two walked side by side. The outer gate test was conducted in a Jedi in the Tianfeng Mountains, mainly to hunt down a monster called Golden Horned Beast. Ho Yingfeng introduced to Chu Yan while walking. Golden Horned Beast? Chu Yan was startled. Yes, but one thing, you have to be careful. This kind of Golden Horn competition in the outer sect test is not limited to killing the same sect. Ho Yingfeng said worriedly. Unlimited killing? Hey, murder or something, I like it the most. Chu Yan's eyes lit up. If this is the case, just use the burning corpse to refine the soul, to improve the flame martial arts. What a good opportunity. Along the way, Ho Yingfeng kept talking to Chu Yan about the Golden Horn competition. It didn't take long for the two to arrive in front of the main square of the sect. At this time, more than 1,000 people gathered in the square. All of them were excited, and it seemed that they were very confident in this trial. These outer disciples are very powerful. Chu Yan glanced across the crowd and muttered. Among these 1,000 people, at least 30% of them have cultivation bases higher than their own. Hey! Isn't it tens of thousands of outer disciples? How come there are only a few thousand? Chu Yan asked in a daze. Ho Yingfeng smiled lightly and explained. This kind of trial mission that does not limit killing, those with low cultivation base, or those who are not sure of getting the ranking, naturally choose to abstain. Chu Yan was stunned, frowned and asked. Can abstain? Yes, except for the new disciples. The outer disciples in previous years can choose to abstain from the generous reward. However, Chu Yan, as a new disciple, you cannot abstain. Ho Yingfeng explained. The new disciple, isn't it a disadvantage? Chu Yan asked suspiciously. Usually, because the new disciples are weak, the old disciples will not kill the new disciples, and... Ho Yingfeng smiled sweetly and then said. Moreover, in this Ling Tian sect, there are forces composed of young disciples. This Golden Horn competition is the opportunity for the major forces to collect outstanding new disciples. Therefore, the survival rate of new disciples participating in this Golden Horn competition is still very high. Yes, except for some offending people. Chu Yan frowned slightly, and immediately thought of Chen Xiao. Before the Golden Horn competition begins, he should fulfill the last bet. Look, that's Zhao Yang, the 4 heroes of the outer sect. Zhao Yang, who is at the 5th level of Qi refining realm, will definitely win the top spot this time. That's not necessarily true. I heard that even Long Outyan also participated in the Golden Horn competition this time, and he is the 6th heaven of Qi refining realm. Then this time the Golden Horn competition is very lively. At this time, the crowd was commotion, and the heads were shaking. Chu Yan turned his head to look, and 2 men in the distance came menacingly. This person is exactly Zhao Yang with the Azura Axe martial spirit. Beside him is his clan brother, Zhao Xing. Although he is not as majestic as Zhao Yang, he is also extremely burly. The 2 of them swept their eyes across the crowd, their faces full of arrogance, and the nearby outer disciples avoided them one after another. Zhao Yang looked at Ho Yingfeng, and the corners of his mouth twitched lightly, with a lewd look on his face, a smile, and then saw Chu Yan, and a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Seeing Zhao Yang's murderous look in his eyes, Chu Yan couldn't help sneering. The Qi refining realm 5th layer heaven did not threaten him in the slightest. After a while, Long Outyin, Qin Shao, and others arrived one after another. When Qin Shao saw Chu Yan, his originally gloomy face suddenly turned blue. When he turned his head, he saw a tall elder in the center of the square, not far away, looking at him with a straight face. Qin Zhao's face suddenly turned green and white for a while, and finally, he took a long breath, strode out, and walked in front of the crowd. Wow, I'm trash. Wow, I'm trash. Wang, I'm trash. As soon as his voice fell, the crowd burst into laughter, and they all pointed. What are you laughing at? Don't laugh. Shut up all of me. Do you need to clean up? In the crowd, more than a dozen people suddenly came out, shouting loudly at the disciples who were laughing. These people all had vicious faces, and the outer disciples seemed to be extremely jealous of them, and they all retreated. Qin Zhao's face became darker and darker, and the eyes that stared at Chu Yan were full of killing intent. He was a dignified 7-star mutant martial spirit, but he actually lost to a trash of 3-star martial arts, and he had to learn how to bark in public. This humiliation made his heart bleed. From that day on, Qin Shao began to prepare for today. For this, he even paid a lot of resources to invite the people behind him. And it's all for one thing. That is today's Golden Horn competition, when Chu Yan is to die. Otherwise, after today's incident of learning how to bark, what face would he still have to stand in Ling Tianzong? Under the suppression of dozens of people, the crowd gradually quieted down. Those people walked out of the crowd and all walked behind Qin Shao, glaring at Chu Yan. For a time, a dozen murderous auras shrouded Chu Yan. All of them are above the 3rd level of Qi refining, not bad. Chu Yan smiled lightly, not angry but happy, and the excitement in his heart rose. At this moment, suddenly, a few majestic breaths rolled in from the distant sky. The originally noisy Zongmen Square immediately quieted down. #C78 Big competition starts. All the disciples felt this kind of power, and their hearts tightened, as if the air was frozen. I saw that in mid-air, several elders came from the void, the breath was like a tidal wave, and it was turbulent. It was the elders in charge of the outer sect. As the first elder, he was not angry and arrogant. After falling down, his eyes swept across the audience, and finally his eyes fell on Long Tianao and Zhao Yang. Not bad, the cultivation base has improved a lot, waiting for the Golden Horn competition, you two have to work hard. The elders behind him all smiled and nodded, showing approval. The surrounding disciples looked at Long Outyin and Zhao Yang together with envy in their eyes. As the leader of the elders, he pressed his hands together, and said with a heavy air. Remember, new disciples, I am the chief elder of the outer sect, you can call me Elder Jean. As soon as the words fell, the hundreds of disciples in the corner of the square bowed their hands in salute at the same time. See Elder Jean. After nodding, Elder Jean continued, let me tell you the rules of this Golden Horn competition. As in previous years, the Golden Horn competition is still taking place in the Jedi and the Golden Horn Valley. I will open the Zongmen teleportation array later, and send all the participating disciples there, randomly scattered, and a month later, a beam of light will rise from a fixed location. That's the teleportation point back to the sect. Now let's talk about a few rules. First, the Golden Horn competition, you can't help but kill. Second, each disciple, judge the ranking based on the number of hunted golden horned beasts and monster crystals. The golden horned beasts below 5 stars of the yellow rank have 3 points, the golden horned beasts below the Xian rank have 10 points, and the golden horned beasts of the 5 stars and above of the Xian rank have 20 points. Minute. Thirdly, in this golden horn competition, only the top 3 will be rewarded. As soon as Elder Jean finished speaking, all the disciples in Zongmen Square were breathing heavily. Thinking about it carefully, these rules together completely guide the disciples to kill each other. Killing people to steal demon crystals is bound to be more cruel than killing demon beasts. Chu Yan narrowed his eyes, and immediately understood the meaning. A sect, its disciples, can only truly grow up after being baptized by blood. And these outer sect disciples, after fighting each other, not only eliminated the weak, but also allowed the elite disciples to stand out. Chu Yan thought in his heart, his eyes swept around, and a strong killing intent could not help but rise from his body. Elder Jean swept the audience again, saying, "The first place will be rewarded with a 1-month time limit for entering Sky Valley, the second place will be rewarded with 3 7th-grade medicinal pills, and the third place will be awarded 30 chi refining pills." Hiss. As soon as Elder Jean finished speaking, there was a burst of gasping in the square. In the blink of an eye, all the disciples' faces turned red, their breathing was heavy, and bloodshots began to rise in their eyes. Among these disciples, Bufan came from a large family and had rich cultivation resources since childhood. But even so, at this moment, the shock on their faces was no less than that of others. Not to mention 30 chi refining pills, it is absolutely possible for a chi refining realm martial artist to improve to a realm in a very short time, and there are 3 7th-grade pills, which are things that cannot be bought by spirit stones. Possibly 2 levels in a row. The most terrifying thing is the 1-month cultivation time limit in Sky Valley, which is not just as simple as improving cultivation. It is said that in the Sky Valley, there is a rich and extremely rich spiritual energy of heaven and earth. These spiritual energy of heaven and earth are mixed with special powers, which can make people enter the realization state of harmony between man and nature in a short time. There is a certain chance to realize the realm of great achievement, or even the realm of perfection. Moreover, even the legendary realm of subtlety has appeared in the 1,000-year history of Ling Tianzong. 1 month of harmony between man and nature, even a stupid disciple will surely gain a great deal. For a moment, the atmosphere in the Zongmen Square suddenly changed, and murderous aura poured out from every disciple and gathered together. Formed a monstrous murderous intent. The bloodshot disciples, in front of huge interests, began to awaken the madness and killing hidden in their blood. There was a hint of doubt on Chu Yan's face. He originally got a place to practice in Ferris Valley during the entrance examination. Later, after reading the manual, it was determined that a place was 3 days. Compared with this 1 month, a full 10-fold difference. However, he is not quite sure about the cultivation effect of Ferris Valley. Ho Yingfeng saw Chu Yan's doubts, and after whispering in his ear, Chu Yan's face immediately burst into ecstasy. Among these rewards, those medicinal pills can be ignored for Chu Yan, but the 1-month cultivation in Sky Valley made Chu Yan very excited. At present, what does Chu Yan lack the most? Of course it is the great perfection of sword intent. Amazing, Ling Tianzong really didn't let me down. A trial competition for the outer sect disciples was actually rewarded so generously. If it was the inner sect, or the dragon sect. Thinking of this, Chu Yan became more and more excited, his hands clenched tightly, and his eyes were full of determination. Seeing the excited expressions of all the disciples, the chief elder of the outer sect, the elder Jean nodded secretly and shouted, "All quiet." With a majestic and infuriating cry, he stopped drinking, like a thunderous sound. All the disciples were shocked, and the enthusiasm in their eyes slowly subsided. "Okay, start teleporting now." Elder Jean strode out, waved his hand, and the aura on his body skyrocketed. Several elders behind him took action one after another, just like him, waving a lot of infuriating energy. For a time, several golden beams of light rose into the sky in the square, which was surprising. After the golden beams of light rose, they began to twist and roll slowly, and while they became thicker, they gradually stabilized. After a few elders flipped through their handprints and released a few lines of infuriating energy, they closed their hands at the same time. The teleportation formation has already been arranged. Participate in the Golden Horn competition and enter the teleportation formation immediately. Elder Jean shouted in a deep voice. As soon as the words fell, more than 1,000 figures rushed out, swept towards the beams of light, and the figures fell into and disappeared on the spot. Chu Yan, the golden horned beasts are petite and distributed within a range of hundreds of kilometers. You must pay attention to finding them. After Ho Yingfeng finished speaking, she also walked towards the teleportation formation. Look for. Chu Yan was stunned, then his eyes lit up, strode out, and disappeared into the teleportation array. Behind him, a dozen cold eyes looked at Chu Yan's background, his face gloomy. More than 1,000 disciples, like moths to a flame, all disappeared into the beam of light in the blink of an eye. A golden light flashed in front of his eyes, suddenly bright. Chu Yan walked out of the teleportation formation and looked up. In front of him was a dense virgin forest, with forests of ancient trees, and the canopy above his head was sprouting, obscuring the sun and the sky. In the forest, the roars of the beasts fluctuated continuously, and a faint bloody and wild breath wafted in the air. I swept around and saw no one. It seemed that all the disciples were scattered. Hundreds of kilometers away, more than 1,000 people are separated. It is really not an ordinary sparse. One thing is certain, it belongs to the vicinity of the Tianfeng Mountains near the central area. In the distance, surrounded by high mountains on all sides, above the mountain peaks, the spiritual power of the faint formation technique fluctuated. It seems that this Golden Horn Valley has been encircled by Ling Tianzong with a secret technique. #C79 Golden Horn. Raising his hand into his mouth, a screeching whistle sounded from Chu Yan's mouth. The whistling with true energy echoes through the forest like a golden travertine, spreading farther and farther. Chu Yan wrinkled and concentrated, paying attention to the movements around him. After a while, a lightning-like white figure shot out, and the speed was so fast that it only left a string of white shadows in Chu Yan's field of vision. Violet Sky Bear. The corners of Chu Yan's mouth twitched slightly, looking at the swept figure. He couldn't help but startled. After a few months, this violet sky bear has grown a lot, and now it stands upright and is already the height of one person, and the white hair on its body gradually takes on a faint purple color. Xian level 5 star. Seeing the Ziluo Tianxiong circling excitedly around him, Chu Yan was amazed. Although this Ziluo Tianxiong is a spirit beast, it has almost the same level of classification as a monster. The 5-star fantasy is equivalent to the existence of a chi-refining realm 9th level martial artist. Moreover, this little guy feeds on the treasures of heaven and earth, and uses demon crystals as snacks. What kind of terrifying level of spiritual power will be in his body? Little guy, you have stayed in the Tianfeng Mountains for so long, help me find the golden horned beast. Chu Yan patted the little white bear on the head, and chuckled when he saw that it was enjoying it. Ooh. Hearing Chu Yan's words, the little white bear's eyes first flashed a look of doubt, and then he stood up, patting his chest with his palms, and wailing. Let's go. Chu Yan smiled. As soon as the little white bear turned around, he rushed towards the depths of the jungle. Chu Yan took a deep breath and swept his body to follow. In the Tianfeng Mountains, there is a little white bear who is good at finding monsters to lead the way and find golden horned beasts. I believe it is not difficult. Boom. Bafang punching technique, one punch slams out, the rolling fist explodes the empty place, and slams straight out. A flaming tiger was smashed into flesh and blood by the violent fist, and splashed. The little white bear jumped up excitedly, smashed the tiger's head with one palm, took out a demon crystal, and threw it into his mouth. Little white bear will naturally not let go of this mysterious 1-star monster crystal. Watching the little white bear swallow the demon crystal, Chu Yan helplessly scolded with a smile. You foodie, I asked you to find a golden horn beast, but you asked me to help you hunt down demon crystals. When the little white bear heard it, he grinned, and pointed to the front with his thick bare paw. Chu Yan looked up, and suddenly, several fiery red figures swooped in, with a whistling wind. And also. Chu Yan frowned. He didn't expect that in this Golden Horn Valley, monsters would appear in groups. Just killed a flaming tiger, and then jumped out a few more. There are too many monsters. Boom. 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 Raising fists continuously blasted, one of the 8 smashes smashed the 8 directions, and the powerful fists brought out 8 sound explosions, not only the 6 flaming tigers that jumped out, but also the dozen or so trees nearby. Into pieces. Beads of blood and minced meat were scattered all over the sky, accompanied by the flying sawdust. The mysterious 1-star monster that is equivalent to the 2nd level of Qi refining realm is really too weak. Chu Yan shook his head, his eyes swept across, staring at the little white bear. The fierceness in his eyes suddenly startled the little white bear. With a twist of his big butt, the little white bear quickly swept away the demon crystal and led Chu Yan to set off again. To Chu Yan's surprise, in this Golden Horn Valley near the Tianfeng Mountains, there are not only a large number of monsters, but also a lot of high-level monsters. After rushing for 2 hours, Chu Yan followed the little white bear for more than 10 miles, and the monsters he encountered became stronger and stronger. Ow! A 3-eyed orangutan, 3 meters high, with limbs as thick as trees and fists like iron pots, suddenly jumped out and punched the little white bear rushing in front. The strength of this 3-eyed golden steel orangutan has reached the 4-star Xian level, which is equivalent to a martial artist at the 8th level of Qi refining. Ow! The little white bear roared and turned to avoid the fist that was bigger than his head. In the middle of the lower body of the golden orangutan. Ow! Under the pain, the golden orangutan clutched his lower body and stepped back again and again. After fainting a few steps, he finally fell to the ground. At this moment, the little white bear swooped up and rode on the golden orangutan. The 2 bare paws waved like the wind, and madly slapped the golden orangutan under the buttocks. The fur fluttered and the blood splattered. In the blink of an eye, a 3-eyed golden steel orangutan with a 4-star mysterious level was turned into a pile of rotten meat by the little white bear. Holding a body of minced flesh and blood, the little white bear shook the fat on his body and threw a huge demon crystal into his mouth with a proud face. Looking at Chu Yan's bare face, he was full of desperation. Chu Yan smiled lightly, and just wanted to open his mouth, when suddenly, a violent beast roar came from not far away. Condensing his true Qi, Chu Yan listened intently. With his cultivation base, he could not escape even a 10-li radius. Vaguely, Chu Yan clearly heard the sound of fighting between warriors and monsters. Someone. Chu Yan pondered for a while, waved at the little white bear, and flew away towards the source of the sound. Not long after, a waterfall appeared in front of Chu Yan. The sound of fighting came from here. Breathing out, Chu Yan took the little white bear and hid behind a rock, and looked towards the waterfall. I saw 3 new disciples of Ling Tianzong fighting a snake-shaped monster under the waterfall. The whole body of the monster was silver and white, except for a small golden horn on its forehead, which shone with a faint light, obviously containing highly poisonous. Golden beast. Chu Yan's eyes were like electricity, and his eyes suddenly burst into light. At this time, the 3 new disciples who only had the 1st level of Qi refining were trying their best to besiege the golden-horned beast with the thickness of the arm. I saw that the golden-horned beast twisted and moved at an extremely fast speed. Every time it sprang out, it brought out a string of silver afterimages, and flashed towards the 3 Ling Tianzong disciples. The golden horn on its forehead was like a sharp blade. A disciple flashed in a panic, just wiped his white robe, and pulled out a piece of cloth. Hiss. Fortunately, the disciple who was attacked by the golden horned beast was not weak, but from the crack in his white robe pierced by the golden horn, a light corrosive smoke came out, bringing out a foul smell. Ah, such a strong poison! The disciple quickly took off his white robe and threw it on the ground, his face turning pale. The other two disciples, seeing this, also looked terrified and stepped back. This golden horned beast is a Xian level 2 star, which is equivalent to the strength of the 4th level Qi refining realm. Although all three of them are the 1st level Qi refining realm, they are still not opponents when they join forces. In addition, the speed of this golden horn beast is astonishing, and the situation of the three disciples is not optimistic. The golden horned beast also saw that the strength of the three was not good. The snake body shrank and popped out violently. It turned into a silver lightning and attacked again. The golden horned beast flashing with colorful light was astonishingly fast, and the golden color on its forehead brought out a colorful afterimage. At this moment, suddenly, a mutation occurred. Bump! A violent fist slammed straight in, hitting the golden horned beast in the middle of the air, flying it upside down and falling to the ground. Someone! Surprised, the three disciples turned their heads to look. I saw a figure in black robes turned from behind the big rock, not far to the right. #C80 Burning Corpse and Refining Qi. It was Chu Yan who shot the golden horned beast when the three were in crisis. Chu Yan. The three of them were shocked, and said in unison. A strange color flashed in their eyes, but they returned to normal immediately, and said with their hands up. Thank you, Senior Brother Chu, for helping us. Chu Yan's face was indifferent, he waved his hand, and replied softly. Senior brothers from the same sect, don't be polite, the three of you can go. After speaking, Chu Yan leaned forward and shot out, leaping towards the golden horned beast that was rolling and twisting, and under the surge of true energy, he raised his fist and swung it out again. Bump! 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 3 consecutive punches hit the golden horned beast, causing it to be seriously injured. Under the pain, it bounced up violently, the golden horn on its forehead was slightly lowered, and it shot wildly towards Chu Yan. Chu Yan was calm, and when he saw the golden horned beast attacking, he didn't make a move, but dodged. A body of true Qi condenses around the body, and it is contained but not released. At this moment, 3 attacks suddenly came from behind him. It was precisely when Chu Yan dodged and avoided the golden horned beast Qin Jun, the timing was extremely precise. Humph! Courting death! Clang! A sword light flashed, and 2 heads, with terrifying expressions, were thrown into the air. With this sword, Chu Yan had been gaining momentum for a long time. When they just appeared, the strange colors in the eyes of the 3 people were completely seen by Chu Yan. Therefore, the few punches that attacked the golden horned beast were not even 10% effective, just to lure the 3 of them to take action. Unexpectedly, after the 3 of them were rescued by themselves, they really attacked from behind when the golden horned beast attacked them. Of course, Chu Yan would not let go of such a person. What? The undead disciple turned pale in shock, looked at Chu Yan in disbelief, and said in horror. Aren't you at the 3rd level of Qi refining? Why is your sword so fast? It was the first time he had seen such a sword when he killed 2 warriors from the 1st level of Qi refining realm with one sword. Slowly approaching with a sword, Chu Yan's eyes were like ice, staring at the disciple. Say, why did you attack me? When the disciple saw Chu Yan approaching like a killing god, his whole body trembled, his face full of horror, he stepped back again, and said with a trembling voice. Yes, it's Qin Shao. He told everyone to get 10 golden horned beast crystals in exchange for your life. After he finished speaking, before Chu Yan could react, his whole body gushed out his true energy, and he was about to escape. Call out. The sword light swept across, the head was thrown, and the blood splattered. Even if he runs the whole body's true energy, it is impossible to quickly surpass Chu Yan's sword energy, and he will be killed by a sword in an instant. When the disciple's head was thrown into the air, he felt extremely remorse and lost his life for the sake of a few golden horned beast crystals. Thinking that they had just joined the Lingyun sect, it was a great plan, and when they soared into the sky, they fell into nothingness forever. When you die, there is nothing left. So weak and want to take my life. Chu Yan shook his head. The 3 Qi refining realm first layer heaven were like killing chickens and dogs. Finally, your corpse still has some value. Chu Yan's true energy surged, and the flame martial spirit rose into the air behind him. With a wave of his hand, the flame martial soul instantly materialized and rushed to the 3 corpses on the ground. Burn the corpse and refine the gas. Chu Yan sat cross-legged and guided the true qi of the corpse's blood and essence, refined by the flame spirit, to return to his dantian. The strengths of these 3 people are all at the first level of qi refining realm, and Chu Yan absorbs all the true qi transformed from the whole body's qi and blood. Unfortunately, the strength is too weak, and there is no breakthrough. After a while, Chu Yan opened his eyes, shook his head helplessly, and stood up. The 3 corpses on the ground had been burned to ashes, and the breeze was blowing and scattered. Swish! The little white bear flashed to Chu Yan's side, holding the golden-horned beast's demon crystal in the bear's paw. Knowing that this was what Chu Yan was looking for, the little guy didn't swallow it directly. At this time, treasures are generally given to Chu Yan. Chu Yan chuckled, took the demon crystal, and touched the little guy's head. Chen Xiao. You are courting death. Raising his head, Chu Yan's eyes flashed with cold light, and his whole body was full of murderous aura. This Chen Xiao actually offered a reward for his own life. Moreover, it seems that all the sect disciples who participated in the Golden Horn competition have been notified. That is to say, from now on, every person who appears may take a shot at him because of the reward of those 10 golden-horned beast crystals. Humph. Chen Xiao, I hope you can bear my anger. After murmuring, Chu Yan lifted his foot and walked towards the depths of the forest. 3 days passed, and 1 person and 1 bear hurried through the forest. With the beast crystal of the first golden-horned beast, the little white bear was much more efficient in finding the golden-horned beast, and it was almost an accurate one. Now, Chu Yan already has 10 golden-horned beast crystals, 3 of which are above the Xian level. However, what makes Chu Yan regretful is that in the past 3 days, he has not encountered a single person who attacked him. 3 days ago, after smelting 3 disciples of the first level of Qi refining realm, although there was no breakthrough in his cultivation, Chu Yan could feel that as long as he burned another Qi refining realm powerhouse, he would definitely be able to break through. In the early stage of the 4th stage of Qi realm, it has reached the middle stage of the 4th stage of Qi refining realm. After Chu Yan stepped into the 3rd level of Qi refining realm, Chu Yan felt that the speed of cultivation was getting slower and slower. Every time he rose to a small realm, he needed a lot of spiritual power from heaven and earth. But they are not as fast as burning corpses and refining qi. Just like medicinal pills, after taking 2 qi refining pills last time, the true qi transformed by the medicinal power was mixed, and it was only after 3 days of continuous practice that the medicinal power was fully integrated, which greatly affected the training speed. However, burning corpse to refine qi is different. The corpse's qi and blood refined by flame martial arts are all pure true qi, which can be merged into dantian in an instant. It does not take time to digest at all. Having said that, after these 3 days, the medicinal power in the body has been fully integrated, and Chu Yan is preparing to take the qi refining pill again. After all, the speed of the medicinal pill is still a lot faster than the normal cultivation using the exercises. He found a cave, made the little white bear guard the entrance of the cave, and Chu Yan entered the cave and sat down cross-legged. He took out 3 third-grade qi refining pills, opened his mouth, and swallowed them directly. The medicinal power rapidly dissolved in the body, turning into majestic true qi, rushing to the limbs and bones. Chu Yan circulated true qi, guiding these medicinal powers to blend with his own true qi, and slowly penetrated into dantian. When the last wisp of true qi from the medicinal power flowed into his dantian, the vortex of true qi shook violently. True qi breaks through the limit and breaks through the bottleneck of cultivation. Boom! In this second, Chu Yan's dantian expanded rapidly, his true qi surged, and at the same time, it became more condensed. A breath rushed out of the body and burst out from Chu Yan. Qi Refining Realm 4th Stage Early Stage. Qi Refining Realm 4th Stage Middle Stage. Breaking a small bottle of energy, the cultivation base directly broke through the next small realm, and jumped to the middle stage of the 4th level of Qi Refining Realm. After a while, Chu Yan exhaled, stood up, opened his eyes, and burst out. Yes, 3 third-grade Qi refining pills have risen to 2 small realms in a row. Chu Yan's face was bright and his spirits were lifted. Immediately, he stepped out of the cave and took the little white bear to start searching for the golden-horned beast again. There are still 27 days left for the golden horn competition. Chu Yan cannot waste time. Chu Yan is determined to win the first place in the golden horn competition. Chu Yan's body was full of killing intent, and his eyes were full of fighting intent. At this moment, Rakshasa's real body appeared involuntarily, dyeing Chu Yan's eyes blood red. Then, like a ghost, he disappeared into the deep forest. #C81 Day 1. The forest is as deep as the sea, the mountains are steep and the peaks are dangerous, and Chu Yan's consciousness is fully open, hunting down monsters and golden-horned beasts all the way, looking for traces of other people. The purpose of Chu Yan looking for other disciples is not only to find the enemy, but also to find the golden-horned beast crystal in their hands. In order to win the first place in this competition, the speed of hunting the golden-horned beast alone is definitely not enough. The best way is of course to grab it. Moreover, judging from the rules of this competition, the original intention of the elders of the outer sect of Ling Tianzong was to let the disciples participating in the competition fight each other. And this is exactly what Chu Yan wants to do. In addition, there was another person that Chu Yan had to kill during this competition. That is, Qin Xiao. In the evening of the 5th day, Chu Yan finally found the trace of a person by a small lake. There are 2 waves of people fighting each other. There are more than 30 people on both sides. All of them have released their martial arts. But the 2 of them led Chu Yan by surprise. One is Zhao Yang, and the other is Ho Feng. Both of them are cultivations of Qi Refining Realm 5th level heaven, and their martial arts are also 7-star martial arts. However, what Chu Yan could not imagine is that Ho Guan, the martial spirit, turned out to be a white mandala flower. Among the dozens of people behind the 2, it was obvious that Zhao Yang's side was much stronger. At least half of them had reached the Qi Refining Realm, while behind Ho Feng, only a few people were at the Qi Cultivation Realm, and more were quenching. Physical condition. Chu Yan restrained his breath to the extreme, and carefully hid in the canopy of a towering ancient tree, cautiously observing the confrontation situation not far away. Junior Sister Ho, I'm running out of patience. Today, I'll give you 2 choices: either agree to my request, or die. Zhao Yang had a grinning smile just now, and the moment the word death was uttered, his face immediately turned sinister. Ho Feng's face was sinking like water, and her brows were lightly frowned. Although her strength also had the 5th level of Qi refining, it was only in the middle stage, while Zhao Yang had already reached the peak of the 5th level of Qi refining. There are many experts in the Qi refining realm behind him, and they really started to move, and the results can be imagined. Zhao Yang, don't forget, my master is Elder Yun. Ho Feng bit the words Elder Yun very hard, and said in a deep voice. Hearing this, Zhao Yang was slightly startled, then a light smile appeared on his face, and he said, "Humph. I knew that you would use that old man as a shield, but let me tell you the truth, after this golden horn competition, I will be able to enter the inner door. At that time even the old man Yun can be patient with me." "What? Ha ha ha." After Zhao Yang finished speaking, he burst into laughter, and the people behind him also burst into laughter, unbridled. Hearing Zhao Yang's words, Ho Yingfeng's face changed greatly. "I have always heard that Zhao Yang's cultivation is at the peak of the 5th stage of Qi refining realm, but in the past 2 years, he has never seen him make a move. Could it be? No. Impossible. In 2 years, how could you possibly rise to the 3rd rank and reach the 8th level of Qi refining mirror?" Ho Yingfeng shouted suddenly, looking at Zhao Yang in disbelief. Zhao Yang did not answer Ho Yingfeng, but looked behind her and shouted in a deep voice. Those of you who don't want to die, give you a chance and roll over to me immediately, otherwise, After Zhao Yang finished speaking, the aura on his body suddenly surged out, and the thick true qi swept through like a gust of wind under the impetus of the martial soul. Qi refining realm 7th layer, late stage. Including Ho Yingfeng, everyone on her side was shocked, and their faces were horrified. After a while, behind Ho Yingfeng, more than a dozen disciples stood up in unison, lowered their heads, and quickly ran behind Zhao Yang. Under Zhao Yang's powerful strength, although these disciples have admiration for Ho Yingfeng and choose to stand behind her, but now it is a life-or-death decision, and of course life is important. The other dozen or so disciples who did not move also had complicated faces. Cloudy and sunny. "You." Zhao Yang raised his hand and pointed, his eyes gloomily swept over the dozen or so disciples, killing intent poured out, and he shouted loudly. "Come over now, or die." The whistling sound wrapped in true qi, like a sudden thunder, made the whole body of the dozen people tremble, and their complexions changed greatly. A teenager walked out and bowed to Ho Yingfeng. "I'm sorry, Senior Sister Ho, I'm incompetent, I can't help you." After he finished speaking, his figure swept and flashed into the crowd on the opposite side. Following his actions, the remaining dozen people also spread out their bodies and swept towards Zhao Yang's side. Up to now, Ho Yingfeng was completely empty, and there was no one else. Seeing Ho Yingfeng's stunned expression, Zhao Yang smiled contemptuously and shook his head. "Junior Sister Ho, it's really sad that you are still known as the 4 heroes of the outer sect, but you don't even know the strength of the other 3. Let me tell you, apart from you, Long Out Yan and Sun Jia have all reached the 7th level of Qi refining realm. After this competition, the 3 of us will be promoted to the inner door, only you." Hee hee. Ho Yingfeng was extremely shocked. The news made her unable to react. Her lips were slightly open and she trembled slightly. Chu Yan hid in the tree, and when he heard Zhao Yang's words, he also showed doubts. Normally, after reaching the 5th level of Qi refining realm, the difficulty of cultivation will become more and more difficult, but according to what Zhao Yang said, it is very likely that these 3 people have risen to the 2nd level in the past 2 years, breaking through to the 7th level of Qi refining realm God. Breaking through 2 realms in 2 years is really a bit weird, because in ordinary practice, it takes at least 3 years to break through from the 5th to the 8th stage of the Qi refining realm, even if it is a genius. "It's impossible, you're lying to me." Ho Yingfeng shouted with a face full of surprise, her face flushed. "Junior Sister Ho, you should understand that now, I don't need to lie to you anymore." Zhao Yang sneered, his eyes swept back and forth over Ho Yingfeng's body, his exquisite and graceful figure made his eyes begin to heat up. "Today, as long as you promise me, you can too." "What? Me too?" Ho Yingfeng said in shock. "That's right, Senior Long Men, Huang Yutian, his heaven has started to include members among the outer disciples, and I, Long Out Yan and Sun Jia have all joined heaven. So, he. As long as the junior sister promises me, once we do a good thing, I will definitely recommend you to join heaven. Join heaven. Ho Yingfeng's charming face was stunned, and then she was suddenly stunned. Chu Yan was not far away, and when he heard Zhao Yang's words, he was also slightly stunned. Heaven? Why don't you go to heaven? Chu Yan secretly said in his heart, and laughed dumbly. However, within the Lingtian sect, Chu Yan also knew something about this faction called Heaven, which was similar to the student union organization of the previous life, in the new disciple handbook. In the Lingtian sect, tens of thousands of talented disciples gathered, and when there were more people, it was inevitable that some forces would emerge. Among these disciples, Heaven was the most powerful, and even received the approval of the Lingtian sect. All the disciples of the sect are proud of joining Heaven, but unfortunately, Heaven only recruited members from Longmen and Inner Sect, so the number of people was not too large. The Heavenly Hall Master was the first genius disciple of Lingtian sect, Huang Yutian. #C82 Save Senior Sister. The Heavenly Hall Master was the first genius disciple of Lingtian sect, Huang Yutian. This person, who has been in Lingtian sect for nearly 20 years, is the first person to do his part, regardless of talent or cultivation, and has made countless disciples of the same sect in awe. It is said that Huang Yutian's martial spirit is extremely special, but it is the only one in 10,000 that can grow, and has a very strong auxiliary role in cultivation. At the age of 25, he broke through the Qi refining realm and reached the innate realm. In the last Dragon Gate competition, he was even more powerful, winning 10 people in a row and easily winning the first place. So far, in the past 3 years, he has become an invincible existence among the disciples of Ling Tianzong. Heaven, as a force created by Huang Yutian, has a supreme position in Lingtian sect. All disciples who join have great benefits, so it has a huge attraction for every disciple in the sect. Zhao Yang, stop dreaming, I will never promise you. Heaven, I will join with my own strength, I don't need to rely on anyone. Ho Yingfeng's words were extremely firm, and she looked at Zhao Yang with disgust on her face. When Chu Yan heard Ho Yingfeng's words, her eyes lit up and she nodded secretly in her heart. Unexpectedly, this senior sister Feng not only has a beautiful appearance, but also has such a good temperament, which made Chu Yan feel astonished. Ho Yingfeng, I've been asking for kind words over and over again, but I didn't expect you to be so clueless. Zhao Yang was furious, with a strong killing intent in his eyes, and said, join heaven with strength? Humph. After today, do you think you will still have cultivation? Ho Yingfeng was shocked and shouted anxiously, Zhao Yang, what do you want to do? What? I want you to know the consequences of disobedience to me, which is death. Of course, before death. He. Zhao Yang's face showed a smile, and he waved. You give it to me, abolish her cultivation, but don't kill her. Zhao Yang shouted behind him, and walked out of dozens of people. With his martial spirit fully activated, he rushed towards Ho Yingfeng from all directions without hesitation. Various martial skills and weapons formed a sky full of palm wind, fist strength, sword light, and knife light. With a bang, she turned to Ho Yingfeng. Among the more than 30 people, at least 20 people have reached the Qi refinement realm, and at the same time, the power is extremely amazing. Under the shock, Ho Yingfeng hurriedly unfolded her body and quickly dodged. However, in the face of various attacks that fell like raindrops, no matter how fast his movement was, he would eventually suffer 1 or 2 blows. In this battle, if there is no accident, Ho Yingfeng's fall is only a matter of time. Chu Yan shook his head and was ready to take action. Since he had met him, it was impossible not to help her. He reached out and patted the little white bear, and pointed at Zhao Yang. Unexpectedly, Xiaobai could shake his head like a rattle, obviously unwilling to fight this human. He took out 3 third-grade Qi refining pills from his arms and swayed them in front of the little white bear. The faint medicinal fragrance made the little guy's eyes bright. Pointing to Xiao Yang again, and pointing to the 3 medicinal pills in his hand, Chu Yan asked little white bear to decide. The little guy hesitated for a moment, frowned, and finally nodded, opened his mouth to swallow 3 medicinal pills, and the little white bear accelerated and rushed out. Swish! Ziluo Tianxiong flashed past like a white meteor, and when it was 100 paces away from Xiao Yang, it stopped, stood up, screamed twice, and immediately ran away. Hey, spirit beast! Xiao Yang was shocked when he found out that it was a mysterious beast, and he was overjoyed. He waved his hand and led the remaining dozens of people to chase after the passing little white bear, without hesitation. In the martial soul continent, spirit beasts are precious, and any martial artist would like to capture one as a combat partner, but the number of spirit beasts is rare, and secondly, they are extremely intelligent, and they are very different from monsters with wild beasts. Therefore, extremely difficult to capture. Xiao Yang was shocked when he saw the appearance of the spirit beast, but of course he would not let it go, and immediately chased after him. In his opinion, there are more than 30 people here to deal with Ho Yingfeng. Absolutely enough. When Xiao Yang disappeared into the deep forest with more than 30 people, a black figure jumped down from the tree and rushed towards the battle situation by the lake. Bafang is broken. With a punch, the surging punch was like a gust of wind passing through the border. After 8 consecutive explosions, the 3 Qi refining disciples were hit, sprayed with blood mist, and fell to the ground. Chu Yan. The rest of the disciples turned around abruptly, saw a black robe rushing towards him, and recognized Chu Yan at a glance. Damn, to sneak attack from behind, how despicable. Isn't he the new disciple who was offered a reward by senior brother Chen Xiao? He actually came to die? Just right, let's go together and solve him. The disciples talked a lot. After discussing and making a decision, they immediately divided half of the crowd besieging Ho Yingfeng and attacked Chu Yan. Humph! Courting death. Chu Yan sped up and slammed his fists out again and again, and Bafang Po's fist strength suddenly rolled out like bursts of mad clouds, and the sound of rumbling was incessant. Boom! 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 In a short distance of 100 steps, 5 disciples of the 9 heavens of Tempering Realm were directly smashed into pieces, and the blood rained in the sky. Give me death! Chu Yan didn't stop at all, dodged, went around to the side of the crowd, and threw a few more punches. The first fist blasted, never stopped, flashed 100 paces away, and shot again. After a few times, the chaotic disciples finally reacted. This Chu Yan is extremely powerful. However, at this time, there were only a dozen people standing in front of Chu Yan, and everyone was terrified and their eyes widened. More than a dozen people looked at Chu Yan, who was dressed in gray hair, and couldn't believe it. Chu Yan, don't come here. The first disciple, Zhao Qing, saw Chu Yan approaching slowly, and he stepped back in fright, sweat dripping all over his forehead. A bunch of trash. Chu Yan swept towards these dozen people with contempt, his face indifferent. You, despicable, sneak attack from behind. Zhao Qing said indignantly. Mean. Chu Yan sneered and said. If you 30 people besiege a girl, is it fair and fair? If I beat up 30 of you alone, you still call me despicable? Looking up at Zhao Qing, he looked like an idiot. Zhao Qing's face was green for a while, then white for a while, then he was furious, shouted, and slapped Chu Yan with a palm. Zhao Qing's cultivation level has reached the 3rd level of Qi refining realm, which is the highest among the dozen or so people alive. When he shoots it with one palm, the palm wind whips up a whirring wind, which is extremely powerful. Chu Yan stood with cold eyes, not moving at the palm wind that was about to hit him. Zhao Qing's face was full of joy, and his eyes were full of cruelty, as if he had seen Chu Yan die under his palm. At this moment, Zhao Qing's face froze fiercely, and when he looked up, he found that his palm had been grabbed by the other party, and he couldn't go any further. Chu Yan squeezed the opponent's palm and sneered, "Is this your full strength?" Chu Yan's smile fell in Zhao Qing's eyes, but it was as if he had seen a ghost. "Go to hell." A cold light flashed in Zhao Qing's eyes, and he violently urged his true qi and the black bear martial spirit behind him. His whole body shook, and he was about to break free from Chu Yan's hand. However, Zhao Qing found that under his full strength, he still couldn't break free from Chu Yan's restraint. Soon, Zhao Qing's face flushed, and beads of sweat rolled down his face. "If you want to kill, you must have the consciousness of being killed." Chu Yan sneered. "Now, die." #C83 kill all. Chu Yan's arm was hard, and he pulled back violently, and punched out, hitting Zhao Qing's chest in the middle. Thump. A fleshy hole with a big head appeared in Zhao Qing's chest, staring at him with frightened eyes. Zhao Qing slowly fell to the ground. The remaining 10 people were extremely shocked. They could never have imagined that Zhao Qing, who was in the 3rd level of Qi refining realm, had no power to fight back in front of Chu Yan, and was so easily killed by Chu Yan. "Let's go together. As long as senior brother Zhao returns, he will die." When the other people heard the words, they took action one after another. Everyone was in a hurry, and they all displayed their strongest attacks. Immediately, all kinds of attacks rushed towards Chu Yan like a long embankment releasing floodwater, like galloping water. "Chu Yan, be careful." Ho Yingfeng screamed and reminded Chu Yan that she had suffered serious injuries just now under the siege of these people. Knowing that these people had joined forces, 10 disciples of the 1st and 2nd levels of Qi refining had joined forces to strike. Its power is by no means lower than that of the Qi refining realm 5th layer heavenly martial artist. "Humph. Just 2 or 3 of these kittens can't hurt me." Chu Yan smiled lightly. Ho Yingfeng was stunned when she heard the words, "There are 2 or 3 kittens." This is a group of strong Qi refining realm, and when Chu Yan's mouth is in, they become so weak. Murderous aura rose, his eyes gradually turned blood red, his body's complexion was slightly darkened, and the cold murderous aura was around his body, condensing like a substance. "This is the Rakshasa's true body of Rakshasa Wujiju. Break it all for me." Chu Yan shouted loudly, his true anger erupted like a frenzy, his might soared into the sky, and he threw 10 punches in a row. Boom! 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 The joint strikes of dozens of people collided with Chu Yan's Bafang Pa, and there was a loud noise, and the wind swept through, and the sky was flying. Only the first 2 punches smashed the joint attack of more than 10 disciples, and the remaining 8 punches roared through the blasting air waves, and rushed towards the more than 10 disciples on the opposite side. What? More than a dozen people were shocked. This Chu Yan was so powerful that even a joint strike of more than 10 people could break it. Isn't this Chu Yan at the 3rd level of Qi refining? Seeing a few punches rushing towards them, the dozen or so disciples, with shocking thoughts in their minds, quickly turned around and tried to flee. Unfortunately, the speed of Quan Jin obviously exceeded their expectations. What? What? In the blink of an eye, 7 or 8 screams rang out. Some disciples had just rushed forward. Now, they wanted to escape, but it was too late to react. On the spot, Chu Yan's Bafang Bang Bang collapsed in his chest, and blood spurted wildly. Among them, the disciple at the front was just hit in the head, and the white brain was mixed with black tainted blood, and it burst open like a watermelon. These 8 disciples wiped off the flesh and blood along with their brains on their faces. Their faces were full of horror, and their legs trembled involuntarily. However, it is not over. The few who survived turned around abruptly to look. In the dust mist that had just exploded, a black figure was gradually emerging. it was Chu Yan who was walking. Those eyes, pierced through the smoke like dust, and the blood-colored flame-like eyes. Escape. Such as several disciples who fell into the ice cellar, they only felt cold all over their bodies, and an aura of death was approaching. So, several people turned around at the same time, shouted, and ran away. Humph! Did I let you go? At this time, Chu Yan suddenly snorted coldly, stepped out, and dodged to block the way of several people. When several disciples saw that their way was blocked, their faces turned ashen, and they trembled in horror. Chu Yan, what do you want to do? If you kill us, Senior Brother Zhao will not let you go. Chu Yan sneered, but said lightly. Zhao Yang? Don't worry, you will see him soon. Hearing this, the faces of several people froze at the same time, and they only felt a chill under their feet rushing towards their foreheads. Under the surging of true qi, he wanted to escape. Escape. Thoughts flashed in several people's minds at the same time, stepping on the wind under their feet, and sprang out at the same time. A cold light burst through Chu Yan's eyes. He raised his fist and smashed a few fists at the Xiong figure. Boom! 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 The fist was as strong as the wind, and the 8 figures only ran a few steps before they were knocked to the ground, twitched a few times, and then their life was cut off. Chu Yan, your cultivation? Ho Yingfeng clutched her chest, swayed to Chu Yan's side, and asked, in surprise. Middle stage of Qi refining realm 4th stage. Chu Yan's breath restrained and replied with a light smile. Middle stage of the 4th level of Qi refining realm. You just killed nearly 20 Qi refining realm powerhouses. How is this possible? Ho Yingfeng looked at Chu Yan like a monster, and couldn't believe it. Chu Yan smiled lightly, shook his head, and said. Senior Sister Feng, your injury. Before Chu Yan appeared, Ho Yingfeng faced the siege of 30 people. Although she saved her life, she also suffered serious injuries. At this time, the corners of her lips were bloodshot and her face was pale. Recover. I plan to withdraw from the Golden Horn competition. I will go to the Elder registration point later and register and withdraw. Ho Qingfeng, looking lost, replied softly. Then Senior Sister, hurry up, then Zhao Yang will come back at any time. Chu Yan said. Well, okay, Chu Yan, be careful too. Ho Yingfeng nodded, took out a map from her arms, handed it to Chu Yan, and said. Chu Yan, this is the map of the Golden Horn Valley. There is some information on it that may be useful to you. Seeing that Chu Yan took it, Ho Yingfeng's infuriating qi was running, she had already fled away, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Map. Chu Yan looked at Ho Yingfeng's leaving figure, and looked down at the map in his hand. This map is really a topographic map of the Golden Horn Valley, marking several key locations, including the territory of the 5-star Golden Horn Beast, and there are several locations of heaven and earth treasures. Yes, with this map, it is much more convenient. Chu Yan nodded, took the map into his arms, raised his eyes, and glanced around. Now, collect these bodies first. The reason why Chu Yan was so eager to let Ho Yingfeng leave was to collect these corpses, and after they were ready to collect them, find a safe place to burn the corpses and refine their energy. While waving these corpses into the Rakshasa space, Chu Yan picked up their disciple, Jade Talisman. The disciple identity Jade Talisman issued by Ling Tianzong has a small storage space. Although the area is only a few square meters, it is extremely convenient. It is precisely because of this that all Ling Tian sect disciples store important items in them for easy portability. But now, it's all cheaper for Chu Yan. After all the corpses and jade talismans were put away, Chu Yan turned into an afterimage and rushed towards the forest. The direction he was walking was exactly the route that Little White Bear took Zhao Yang to not long ago. The purpose of Chu Yan's pursuit is to kill this Zhao Yang so as to avoid future troubles. After a while, Chu Yan caught up with the large group of figures flickering in the forest. These people frantically chased after a white figure, and the one rushing in front was the excited Zhao Yang. #C84 Inventory the Harvest. The little white bear didn't run too far, just led them in the forest, in a big circle. With its speed, it is not easy for warriors below the innate realm to catch up with it, especially in this mountain from it. Even Chu Yan might not be able to catch up with the little white bear. Looking at the figures of nearly 30 people swiftly moving in front of him, Chu Yan's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Chu Yan is not a murderous person, on the contrary, he never kills innocent people. However, the principle he believes in is that people do not offend me, I do not offend others, and if anyone offends, I will kill them. Anyone who kills himself must be struck by thunder. And those kind people, Chu Yan will help. Just like when Ho Yingfeng was rescued just now, even in the face of dozens of people, she resolutely helped her out of trouble. Of course, Chu Yan would not let go of so many materials for burning gas and refining gas. Now, his cultivation base has reached the middle stage of Qi refining realm 4th layer. If everyone here is refined, I believe that there will be a big breakthrough. Chu Yan followed these people, his eyes aimed at the last few people like electricity, his body speeded up sharply, and he rushed up. Call out. Without hesitation, he shot, the sword Qi flashed, and the head was thrown flying. The last few disciples in the tempering realm were beheaded by Chu Yan with one sword without even making a sound. Putting away their disciple Yufuan corpse, Chu Yan did not stop at all and continued to assassinate all the way. Call out. Call out. Call out. A silent sword light flashed in the dark in the forest, and several disciples of the first level of Qi refining realm were beheaded by a sword, and their bodies fell down. Chu Yan's sword, after touching a trace of great perfection last time, is now approaching an unimaginable level. Chu Yan, who holds the clear sky wooden sword, is absolutely invincible under the 8th heaven of Qi refining realm. In less than half an hour, all the disciples behind Zhao Yang had been beheaded by Chu Yan. Now, in the forest, there are only 3 figures, Zhao Yang, who is chasing behind Little White Bear, and Chu Yan, who is following behind Zhao Yang. Chu Yan let out a scream, telling Little White Bear to stop. Now, it's time to kill Zhao Yang. Suddenly hearing the screaming sound, Zhao Yang immediately stopped and turned his head to look vigilantly. With just one glance, the hairs on Zhao Yang's whole body exploded, a dangerous feeling rose from his heart, and his whole body gushed out his true energy, and he slapped it with a palm without hesitation. Call out. Boom. A sword light pierced through his palm, leaving a blood-red trace on his neck. Immediately afterwards, Zhao Yang's pupils shrank, and his eyes softened weakly. The moment before he completely fell into darkness, he saw a black-robed boy walking from behind a tree not far away. Chu Yan. After spitting out the name, the blood on Zhao Yang's neck finally spurted out, and he fell on his back like a pillar. The little white bear ran over angrily, kicked Zhao Yang's body with both feet, and raised his head to face Chu Yan, who was approaching, screaming. That obviously meant that Zhao Yang was chasing him for a long time, and he was so angry. Chu Yan smiled, touched the little bear's head, took out another Qi refining pill, and threw it at it, which finally made him happy. This time, the little guy made a great contribution. If it hadn't attracted half of the disciples, it might have been a little troublesome to deal with 60 people at the same time with Chu Yan's strength. Putting away Zhao Yang's jade talisman and corpse, Chu Yan took the little white bear to find a safe place to prepare for refining. After half an hour, Chu Yan came to a very hidden cave. This cave, the entrance of which was hidden in a clump of grass, was only 1 meter wide. If it wasn't for the little white bear, Chu Yan would have never found it. Entering the cave, after walking for more than 300 steps, there is a water pool with a radius of 30 meters. The water is clear and clear. The little white bear let out a cheer, jumped into the water, and actually caught a few fatty fish from the bottom of the water and started eating. Chu Yan smiled lightly, gestured with the little white bear twice, and after letting him watch the entrance of the hole, he sat down with his legs crossed. From the Rakshasa space, a small pile, about 60 jade talismans, were poured out, all of which belonged to the disciples who had just beheaded. Pick up a piece, hold it in your hand, and use your palm slightly. Bah! Under the force of the jade talisman, it exploded, and at the same time, several items fell from the void. A bottle of elixir, and a book. 2 second-grade chi refining pills, plus a mysterious low-grade martial skill. Chu Yan was stunned, picked up the jade bottle to get 2 chi refining pills, and then looked at the body technique called Luing movement technique. It is a pity that after Chu Yan practiced the Rakshasa Wu Jiju, he found that his speed and agility were by no means lower than those of ordinary Xuanjia martial arts. Therefore, he has never been alone. Practice martial arts. Moreover, his real body of Rakshasa will improve with the continuous improvement of Rakshasa Wu Jiju. Therefore, Chu Yan still can't see the movement of this fantasy low grade. Putting the medicinal pills and the martial arts skills aside, Chu Yan picked up the next jade talisman. Bah! After the crisp sound, in the void, a blood-colored spear and 2 jade-like items fell. This is the innate spirit treasure. Chu Yan looked at the fluctuation of spiritual power on the blood-colored spear, and couldn't help but startled. Thinking about it, it must be the innate spiritual treasure that this disciple selected in the Lingbao Hall of Ling Tianzong, and it is stored in his jade talisman. In Lingbao Hall, there are mostly acquired spiritual treasures, and there are less than 108 spiritual treasures. This blood-colored spear, which reaches the innate spiritual treasure level, is a good weapon. Putting the bloody spear aside, Chu Yan looked at the 2 jade stones. This is the primeval stone. The 2 jade stones in his hand are the primordial stones that are more famous than the spirit stones. The whole body is jade white with a hint of red, and the heaven and earth spirit power inside is much more than the top-grade spirit stones. This kind of primeval stone is mostly used to train chi-refining realm warriors. Of course, it can also be used as a trading currency. 1 piece is equivalent to 1,000 pieces of high-grade spirit stones. Afterwards, Chu Yan crushed all the more than 60 jade talismans one after another, and all kinds of items were piled up on the ground. There are hundreds of chi refining pills. There are more than a dozen exercises, 3 of which are Shan level. There are more than 20 spiritual treasures, including 5 innate spiritual treasures. There are more than 30 primeval stones, plus some messy and worthless things. However, what excites Chu Yan the most is that in Zhao Yang's jade talisman, 3 strains, the blood-eye fruit, were found. This blood-colored fruit has a pattern that looks like a human pupil, hence the name blood-eye fruit. The blood-eye fruit can greatly improve people's consciousness and perception, and it is a very rare treasure. The most important thing is that alchemists who have extremely high requirements on the perception of consciousness need this kind of blood-eye fruit the most. Precisely because this medicinal pill is a treasure of heaven and earth that alchemists need, it is extremely expensive in the market. I thought that Zhao Yang was going to sell the 3 blood-eye fruit, so he did not take it directly. It's a pity that Chu Yan doesn't have the pill recipe for this blood god pill, so he can't refine it immediately, he can only collect the 3 blood-eye fruit first. Chu Yan threw the pile of second-grade chi refining pills directly to Little White Bear. This kind of ordinary chi refining pill, even Chu Yan's 3rd-grade chi refining pill has no half effect, so Chu Yan doesn't need it at all. Those martial arts, and spiritual treasures, except for the 5 innate spiritual treasures, Chu Yan, after preparing to return to the sect, all exchanged for contribution points in exchange for the resources he needed. Then, the most important things began. #C85 Shadow Soul Sun Jia With a wave of his hand, 63-legged corpses were released from the Rakshasa space, forming a hill in front of Chu Yan. These more than 60 corpses are under the absolute time and space of the Rakshasa dimension, and there is no continuous loss of blood and energy. Immediately, blood bleeds in the cave, and the smell is foul. Chu Yan frowned, immediately sat cross-legged, stimulated his true qi, and released his flame martial spirit. The moment the flame martial soul flies into the air, under the urging of Chu Yan, it covers the pile of corpses like a sea of fire. In an instant, a mountain of corpses and a sea of fire appeared, and a large amount of pure infuriating energy rushed towards Chu Yan, frantically, like a continuous and turbulent river flood. A huge amount of pure infuriating energy poured into Chu Yan's body like a wave, which surprised him. He didn't expect that the true energy from refining 60 corpses at the same time would be so majestic, like a monster abusing him in his body. Chu Yan didn't dare to be careless, concentrated his energy, carefully guided these infuriating energy, slowly merged, and after the body turned, it merged into his dantian. Around the body, the thick Rakshasa infuriating energy completely filled the entire cave, attracted by Chu Yan's body, and wrapped around him constantly. The true qi in the dantian finally reached its limit and burst out suddenly. Qi refining realm 4th stage, late stage. Qi refining realm 4th layer peak. Qi refining realm 5th layer early stage. Qi refining realm 5th layer peak. Feeling the Rakshasa infuriating energy in his dantian, which had grown by 3 levels, Chu Yan was overjoyed and slowly opened his eyes. At this moment, suddenly, a vision suddenly appeared. The flame martial spirit behind him violently detonated and rose, and the original body size soared tenfold. In an instant, there was a sea of fire in the cave. Chu Yan stood in the middle, burning his body with 10,000 flames, as if possessed by a god, with extraordinary might. In just a few breaths, the sea of fire in the entire cave was violently withdrawn, and all of them were returned to the flame martial spirit behind Chu Yan. At the same time, a large red light suddenly appeared, and every 4 red stars on the top of the flame martial arts suddenly flashed. 4-star martial spirit. Seeing the flame martial spirit rising from 3 stars to 4 stars, Chu Yan was instantly overjoyed, and his heart was filled with excitement. The flame martial soul has been awakened for so long, and today it finally became a star. After taking a deep breath and slowly calming down, Chu Yan stretched out his hand, and a purple flame appeared in Chu Yan's eyes. This pill fire seems to have also risen to the stars. Chu Yan was stunned, looking at the pill fire, which was obviously much darker, and was a little stunned. Okay, it seems that this flame martial arts is absolutely extraordinary. Pill fire is the sacrifice of the alchemist's own martial soul, which is transformed by the fusion of fire. For thousands of years, the star of the fire is only related to the star of the fusion fire. I have never heard that the fire of the alchemist can rise to the star of. But Chu Yan's can. Chu Yan knew very well that all of this was related to the flame martial spirit behind him. One's own flame martial soul is by no means a simple natural martial soul. Not to mention that it can devour fire seeds in turn when sacrificing fire seeds, but to say that this ability to enhance the fire of the pill is enough to explain its extraordinariness. Concentrating his true qi, Chu Yan felt the surging power after the breakthrough. His eyes swept to the inner wall of the cave beside him, and he threw a punch. Bump! A fist hit the hard rock, and a large crack spread quickly like a spider web. Immediately afterwards, large stones fell one after another, and a deep pit the size of a grinding wheel appeared on the stone wall. Yes, after the breakthrough, the current physical strength has reached 30,000 kilograms, which is equivalent to the peak powerhouse of Qi refining realm. Without using any infuriating energy or Rakshasa infuriating energy, the punches that only rely on the strength of the flesh can have such power, Chu Yan nodded involuntarily and said with satisfaction. After putting everything away, Chu Yan came out of the cave and disappeared into the mountains and forests without hesitation. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, more than 20 days have passed. During this time, Chu Tian encountered another wave of disciples who were chasing and killing him. Several disciples from the third level of Qi refining realm became the materials for him to burn corpses and refine Qi. However, in recent days, Chu Yan often felt that there was someone behind him. But every time he turned around to investigate, he couldn't see anyone, which made Chu Yan nervous and always on alert. Boom! A golden horned beast was bombed and killed on the spot. This golden horned beast with 3 stars of profound level is astonishingly fast. If it weren't for the little white bear blocking it in front, it would not be easy to kill it. Chu Yan closed his fists and stood up. The little white bear took out a piece of demon crystal from the golden horned beast's head, ran to Chu Yan, and handed it over. This is the 50 golden horned beast monster crystal that Chu Yan harvested, and it is also the one with the highest star rating. Just as he was about to reach out to pick it up, suddenly, a sense of danger rushed from his heart, and the hair on his body exploded instantly. Swish! Just as he stood firm, a knife light flashed where he had just stood, and a figure slowly appeared. This knife is fast, accurate, and ruthless, and it is stabbed from the void. Ordinary people can't react at all, and they will die tragically under the knife. Chu Yan frowned and looked at the figure that appeared. 10 steps away, stood a young man. This man was dressed in black, lean as a monkey, holding a shining dagger and looking at Chu Yan coldly. Sun Jie? Chu Yan raised his brows and asked. The outer sect disciple should be. The cultivation base can reach the 7th level of Qi refining realm, and Chu Yan has never seen it, so there is only such a person, so Chu Yan guessed that this person must be called Outer Sect 4 Heroes ranked 3rd Sun Jie. You are very good. Facing Chu Yan's question, the young man smiled faintly and said. Yes, I am Sun Jie, and I have been with you for 3 days. Chu Yan was stunned for a moment, and then looked back with obvious killing intent and doubts in his eyes. It turned out that the aura that Chu Yan was feeling these days turned out to be this Sun Jie, but what made Chu Yan puzzled was what method he used to avoid his own detection over and over again. Moreover, his ability has already caused a slight threat to Chu Yan, and Chu Yan has already had a murderous intention in his heart. You want to kill me? Sun Jie felt Chu Yan's killing intent, and his face as thin as a skull was slightly startled. Chu Yan looked at Sun Jie with ice-like eyes, but did not speak. Don't be excited, the reason why I can't be discovered by you is because of my martial spirit. Sun Jie said, my martial arts is a shadow, which can merge into the darkness, not to mention you, even if it is some innate powerhouse, may not be found. Chu Yan looked behind Sun Jie, and there was indeed a dark shadow floating. Shadow martial spirit. Chu Yan said stunned. Not bad. However, it can only be used once for the same person. Just like you have already memorized the fluctuations of my martial arts. If you want to sneak attack on you in the future, I am afraid there will be no chance. Sun Jie put away his martial soul and dagger, shrugged, and showed Chu Yan that he was not hostile. Speak your purpose. Chu Yan said solemnly. Looking for your cooperation. Sun Jie chuckled lightly. #C86 Monster Lair. Cooperation? Chu Yan asked. Chu Yan didn't trust this Sun Jie who suddenly jumped out and stabbed him from the back, so he couldn't help frowning slightly. Qin Shao and Long Outyin discovered the Golden Horn Beast's lair in a cave in the Golden Horn Valley. There are a large number of Xian-level Golden Horned Beasts in it, and they are not weak. Coupled with Qin Shao and Long Outyin, I can't deal with them alone. Therefore, I want to join forces with you and fight with them for these Golden Horned Beasts. Otherwise, the golden-horned beasts in this cave alone will allow them to occupy the first and second place in this competition. After telling the whole situation, Sun Jiao looked at Chu Yan and waited for his answer. Golden-horned beast's nest? Chu Yan frowned slightly and asked doubtfully, why don't you cooperate with the two of them? Wouldn't the odds be better? Chu Yan, you should have heard of heaven. Sun Jia didn't answer directly, but changed the subject. Chen Xiao, Zhao Yang, and Long Outyen have all been included in heaven. After this golden horn competition, they will join heaven. Therefore, it is impossible for them to accept me as an outsider. So, you didn't join heaven? Chu Yan asked. No. Although heaven has invited me, I am used to it by myself, and I will not join any organization. Sun Jia's answer was very straightforward and his eyes were bright, which made Chu Yan believe a little. At this point, Chu Yan felt that this Sun Jia had a bit of an imagination with himself, and that Chu Yan would definitely not join this heavenly force. Okay, I'll join forces with you. Chu Yan nodded and said to Sun Jia. Since this golden horn nest is related to the result of this golden horn competition, of course Chu Yan will not let it go. Afterwards, the two rushed all the way, and after about half a day, the two came to a tall cliff. This cliff is almost vertical to the ground, and the cliffs with a height of several hundred meters rise from the ground. It is extremely dangerous. On the mountain body closest to the ground, there is a huge hole, 10 meters high and 5 meters wide. It is obviously what Sun Jia said. Golden Horn Cave. However, there are nearly 20 disciples of Ling Tianzong guarding the cave, all of whom are above the qi refining realm. How many people did Chen Xiao and Long Outyen bring in? Chu Yan, hid in a forest not far from the cave, looked at these people carefully, and asked Sun Jia. They only brought 20 people in, but they were all disciples who surpassed the third level of qi refining. Sun Jia took out his dagger, looked at Chu Yan, and added. The disciples who discovered this cave have already been beheaded by them. I was also nearby at the time, and I sneaked into this cave. The terrain inside is extremely complicated. After walking about 100 meters, I found dozens of golden-horned beasts. Because he was afraid of disturbing Long Outyen and Chen Xiao, he withdrew, and almost a day has passed by now. In that case, I'm going as soon as possible. Chu Yan nodded, walked directly out of the woods, and walked towards the entrance of the cave. Sun Jia was startled, then followed. Who? As soon as Chu Yan and Sun Jia approached the entrance of the cave, they were discovered by the scattered disciples, who all gathered over, and one of them shouted sharply. When they saw the appearance of the two, everyone was stunned, and their eyes flickered constantly. They didn't expect to mention that the people who came were Sun Jia, one of the so-called 4 heroes from the outer sect, and Chu Yan, who had been offered a reward. Roll. Chu Yan's eyes swept across, and his voice was cold. Chu Yan, senior brother Chen Xiao and senior brother Long Outyen have blocked this place. Those who are sensible, hurry up and leave, otherwise. The disciple in the lead strode out, blocking directly in front of Chu Yan and threatening. Otherwise, what? Chu Yan's eyes were like knives, looking at the disciple, murderous intent emerged from his body. Chu Yan. We have more than 20 people here, if it wasn't for senior brother Sun Jia's face. Kill you now. Glancing at his companions behind him, the tall disciple looked at Sun Jia behind Chu Yan and said disdainfully. Death to me. Chu Wei's eyes flashed with killing intent, and suddenly he punched out. Boom. The tall disciple was bombarded by him, his body exploded in 2 sections from the middle, his sausages were thrown out, and his internal organs were smeared on the ground. Everyone froze, their faces full of shock. I didn't expect Chu Yan to be so violent, and they didn't agree with each other, so they killed him directly. Chu Yan stepped on the ground meat organs and walked towards the cave. After letting go of his consciousness, Chu Yan paid attention to the reactions of the other disciples. As long as anyone dared to stop him, Chu Yan would directly attack and kill all the disciples here. Sun Jiao looked at Feng Yan in shock, his pupils shrunk. He didn't expect that Chu Yan would kill a disciple of the third level of Qi refining realm with just one punch. This level of strength is definitely not inferior to any one of the four elites in the outer sect. Immediately, after following Chu Yan, he entered the cave. This cave is very irregular. Yan Ran is a large underground karst cave. Stalactites of various sizes are distributed in staggered rows. The terrain is extremely complex. Along the widest tunnel, the two walked cautiously and walked about 1,000 steps, and the space in the cave began to open up, but they found no trace of anyone or the golden horned beast. Chu Yan didn't expect that the topography of this cave was so complicated, and there was a trace of regret that he should not let the white bear away before coming. Sun Jia, there are many forks in this cave. It is better for us to act separately. If there is no gain, we will meet here in 2 hours. Chu Yan looked at the two big forks in front of him and said to Sun Jia. Sun Jia nodded, then his body surging with true energy, a black shadow emerged from behind him, and Sun Jia's body slowly began to blur. After a few breaths, Sun Jia disappeared in front of Chu Yan out of thin air. Chu Yan only felt a shadow walking towards a fork hole. This shadow martial soul is really amazing. Different from the last time, after Sun Jia unfolded his martial spirit and merged into the darkness, Chu Yan's consciousness could clearly sense his position. Sure enough, as Sun Jia said, his shadow spirit can only have one effect on the same person. In this way, his threat to Chu Yan is greatly reduced. Towards another fork hole, Chu Yan carefully searched away. This underground cave is dark and deep, and the terrain is intricate. It is completely deep and can't see 5 fingers. Chu Yan can only expand his consciousness with all his strength, and the speed of progress is not fast. After walking for a long time, Chu Yan became a little puzzled. According to Sun Jia, since this is the lair of golden horned beasts, why did he walk nearly 5,000 steps and not find a single golden horned beast? Even if they were killed by Qin Shao and Long Outyen who entered the cave ahead of time, they would at least leave some blood or traces of battle. With increased vigilance in his heart, Chu Yan moved forward more cautiously, but not long after, he found that there was light in the corner ahead. Not far along the light, just after the corner, an exit appeared in front of you. Chu Yan stood at the entrance of this cave and looked out. In front of him was a hidden valley. The area was not large, about 10 square kilometers. The entire valley was full of trees and lush vegetation. It was surrounded by a continuous mountain range. World is completely isolated. It turns out that this is the golden horn beast, the real lair. Looking around, in the large forest in front of me, silver figures flashed from time to time, and they couldn't help smiling. It seemed that they had found the right place. Unfolding, Chu Yan turned into an afterimage and rushed straight into the large forest in the small valley. It didn't take long for Chu Yan to hide behind a big tree, looking towards a lake in the distance. I saw 3 young men by the lake in front of them, releasing their martial spirits, constantly fighting with more than a dozen giant platinum-horned beasts. Among these 3, there is one person, wearing a yellow robe, powerful and powerful. Every time he attacks, he can severely injure a golden horned beast, and Chu Yan's attention is immediately drawn. I saw this person, behind him a golden dragon chair martial spirit, which released a majestic aura. This person is the head of the 4 outer sect masters, Long Outyen. #C87 Dual Long Outyen. This person is the head of the 4 outer sect masters, Long Outyen. Although Chu Yan had only seen this Long Outyen once, he left a deep impression on Chu Yan. At this time, Long Outyen led the 2 of them to keep fighting, and there were fewer and fewer golden horned beasts around. In less than 100 breaths, more than a dozen Xian-level golden-horned beasts were all beheaded one by one, and one of them was killed. A 4-star mysterious golden-horned beast. Looking at the corpses of golden-horned beasts on the ground, a hint of joy appeared on the faces of Long Outyen and the others. A disciple next to Long Outyen flattered, "Congratulations, senior brother, for killing these golden-horned beasts. The first name of this golden horn competition is none other than senior brother Long." There was a hint of pride on Long Outyen's face, and he glanced at the two of them approvingly, and said, "You two have contributed greatly to obtaining so many golden horn beast crystals. Heaven, there must be benefits for both of you." The two disciples liked it very much and thanked them again and again. At this moment, suddenly, a vision suddenly appeared. "Call out! Call out!" The two disciples were excitedly collecting the golden horn beast crystal, and two sword lights suddenly flashed in the void, slicing across the necks of the two disciples. "What? What?" Two screams sounded, blood mist sprayed, and two corpses fell to the ground. "Sun Jia!" Long Outyen turned around, looked at Sun Jia, who was showing his figure in the dark, and said angrily, "How dare you?" Sun Jia sneered and said, "Long Outyen, you can't win this year's competition." As he spoke, Sun Jia was so murderous that he shot away, and the shadow martial spirit behind him was like a black cloud covering the sun. Sun Jia seemed to hate Long Outyen very much. As soon as he appeared, it was the strongest killing move. He held a dagger and directly took Long Outyen's head. This sudden scene made Long Outyen slightly startled. "Sun Jia, be presumptuous." A trace of disdain flashed in Long Outyen's eyes. He snorted coldly, his body was full of murderous aura. He took out his long sword and swung it towards Sun Jia. Bump! A knife and a sword collided directly, bursting the sword energy of the sky. Long Outyen is the top-ranked existence among the 4 heroes of the outer sect, and his cultivation base is stronger than that of Sun Jia, and his swordsmanship and martial arts seem to be extremely extraordinary. With one move, Sun Jia's strongest ultimate move was easily resolved by Long Outyen. At this moment, two figures suddenly appeared in the woods not far away, rushed behind Long Outyen, and glared at Sun Jia. But it was Long Outyen's helper who arrived and formed a siege to Sun Jia. "Sun Jia, since you dare to attack me, I will let you die today." Long Outyen glanced at the two newly arrived disciples left and right, and waved without hesitation. "Come on together, kill this annoying guy here." When the two disciples heard this, a smirk appeared on their faces, their aura soared, and together with Long Outyen, they rushed towards Sun Jia. Chu Yan was hiding behind the big tree. Seeing this scene, he shook his head, walked out of the tree, and said lightly, "It's not good for the 3 of you to deal with Sun Jia alone. How about if you don't count me as the only one?" Immediately, the movements of Long Outyen and the 3 of them stagnate, and their expressions changed. "This Sun Jia actually has a helper?" Long Outyen turned around slowly, a dignified expression on his face. If it was only Sun Jia, Long Outyen would have the confidence to join forces with the 3 and kill him on the spot, but if Sun Jia had been prepared and found other talented disciples to help, it would be hard to say. Such as Zhao Yang. Long Outyen has never found his whereabouts, and he is always a little uneasy in his heart. However, when the 3 of Long Outyen turned around and saw the appearance of the person coming, their expressions became dull. "This, isn't Chu Yan?" The helper Sun Jia was looking for, was this Chu Yan? Long Outyen looked up to the sky and laughed loudly, "Ha ha ha, Sun Jia, I thought you would join forces with Zhao Yang, but I didn't expect you to find this waste. I just happened to be looking for him everywhere." While speaking, Long Outyen's face became extremely cold. Long Outyen, when he joined heaven, received an order. In this golden horn competition, killing a man named Chu Yan can get a lot of benefits. Now that Chu Yan appeared in front of him, how could he let it go? Not only Long Outyen, but even the other two disciples were surging with killing intent when they saw Chu Yan appear. They understand that as long as they kill Chu Yan, they will not only gain benefits, but also make Jiuxiao look at him, which is a great thing. When Sun Jie saw Chu Yan appearing, he was instantly refreshed, looked at Long Outyen, and smiled. Long Outyen, it's time to fight. Go to war. Long Outyen sneered, his face full of disdain. Sun Jie, you and Chu Yan, this trash, will die faster. Today, neither of you will survive. The other two slowly walked towards Chu Yan, but they also laughed at them, ignoring Sun Jie and Chu Yan at all. At this moment, Chu Yan, who has not spoken, opened his mouth and said, Long Outyen, right? The head of the four outer sects? As soon as the words fell, the arrogance on Long Outyen's face became more arrogant, his chin was raised, and he looked down at Chu Yandao. It's good to know, now, kneel down, kowtow, and I'll leave you with a whole body. Chu Yan smiled lightly and said, since that's the case, I challenge you. Immediately afterwards, Chu Yan's expression was extremely indifferent, and the momentum of the whole person changed completely, and the rising momentum swept past. At this time, Chu Yan had murderous intent in his heart. This Long Outyen, Chu Yan had a good impression of him when they met last time, but now, when they first met, he not only humiliated him, but also wanted to kill himself. Therefore, Chu Yan didn't want to talk nonsense with him anymore and challenged him directly. Long Outyen and the two disciples, including Sun Jie, froze when they heard Chu Yan's words. Chu Yan challenges Long Outyen. Everyone knows that Long Outyen is the top martial spirit of the 7 stars, and his cultivation has reached the 7th level of Qi refining realm. And Chu Yan, who is only a 3-star martial spirit, with a 3rd level cultivation of Qi refining realm, actually asked Long Outyen to challenge him. Isn't this too long? Long Outyen seemed to have heard the funniest joke in the world, and his eyes were full of disdain and contempt. Interesting, a waste of 3-star martial arts dares to challenge me. Since you want to die early, of course I will fulfill you. After speaking, Long Outyen took a big step, his aura was loud and his murderous aura scattered, making people tremble with fear. Seeing Long Outyen's aura, Sun Jie's face changed greatly, he turned his head and said, Chu Yan, don't mess around, you are not Long Outyen's opponent, we should join forces to deal with him. Sun Jie, don't say more, just watch. Chu Yan said with a calm expression. As soon as these words came out, Sun Jie was suddenly dumbfounded. At this time, Chu Yan was so daring. He clearly planned it, but as a result, this Chu Yan's arrogance was destroyed. Thinking of this, Sun Jie's face suddenly sank, and he said, since you want to die, I don't care. After speaking, Sun Jie stood to one side, put his hands on his chest, leaned against a big tree, and watched this scene with a sneer. At the same time, Long Outyen shouted, Chu Yan, I will make you pay the price for your arrogance today. After finishing speaking, Long Outyen's body, the breath of the peak of Qi refining realm's 7th layer, suddenly surged. Not only that, but a shining spar-shaped long sword flashed in his hand. At this moment, Long Outyen's aura reached its peak. #C88 Violent Sword. Staring at Chu Yan fiercely, he raised his footsteps and stepped towards Chu Yan, as if he wanted to suppress Chu Yan with his aura. This Chu Yan is completely courting death. With the cultivation of senior brother Long Outyen, even a powerhouse in the 8th level Qi refining realm can fight. Chu Yan, a waste of a 3-star martial spirit, I see 3 moves. You must die inside. 3 moves? I said 1 move at most, or even half a move, and that trash will be blasted into ashes. At this time, the 2 disciples behind Long Outyen all sneered, looking at Chu Yan and discussing with disdain. Hearing this, Chu Yan sneered, but did not speak. Even Zhao Yang was killed with a single sword. This Long Outyen, under his own hands, means 1 or 2 more moves. As soon as the voice fell, Long Outyen had already shot the whole person. The body was violent, and the wind was blowing, and the speed was astonishingly fast under the whistling. Jianchong Jiuxiao swordsmanship. Under Long Outyen's shouting, 9 sword chi burst out around his body, and they united in front of him, twisted into a terrifying thick sword chi, and slashed towards Chu Yan, who was 100 steps away. This sword made Sun Jia and the 2 disciples startled at the same time, with expressions of shock on their faces. In their opinion, Long Outyen's sword is enough to kill the powerhouses under the 5th level of Qi refining realm. 9 Knights sword art? Not so good. Chu Yan's face was indifferent. For him, who had touched a trace of sword intent in the great perfection realm, this flashy swordsmanship was really not comparable to his own 13 Thunder Sword. When Long Outyen heard the words, he was instantly furious, and the sword chi in his hand became more and more fierce. However, just when his sword chi was about to fall, Chu Yan moved. The figure brought out an afterimage, and in a flash, it was 100 steps. Chu Yan easily avoided the thick sword energy. Long Outyen, who was shot down, was a little stunned, and then said, "Chu Yan, if you are going to challenge me, draw your sword. Don't hide." Chu Yan smiled slightly, still indifferently pulling out the clear sky sword behind him, holding the sword in his hand. Wooden sword. Long Outyen was stunned, the corners of his eyes twitched. He really could not have imagined that this Chu Yan was really not an ordinary lifeless person, and he actually used a wooden sword to fight against him. This is no longer arrogant, and he is completely ignoring himself. Ha ha ha, Mu Jian, Chu Yan, as a disciple of Ling Tian sect, if you have gotten this far, there is no one left. That's right, senior brother Long Outyen is holding an innate spiritual treasure. Your wooden sword will turn into ashes when you touch it. When the 2 disciples saw the wooden sword in Chu Yan's hand, they laughed and laughed constantly. Sun Jia saw this scene, and after staying for a while, he was instantly dumbfounded. Chu Yan, you. After you said your words, you were so angry that you couldn't speak. Originally, he saw that Chu Yan escaped Long Outyen's domineering sword, and thought that Chu Yan had some confidence. He didn't expect that, in a blink of an eye, he actually pulled out a wooden sword to fight Long Outyen. This is simply arrogant and domineering to the extreme. Could it be that this Chu Yan just can't understand that with his strength, isn't it inevitable that he will die against Long Outyen? Could it be that this Chu Yan just can't understand that for Long Outyen, a master of kendo, doesn't this mean that he will die? Long Outyen laughed and said ecstatically, "Okay, Chu Yan, you are brave, today I will show you my strength." Long Outyen, who was blushing a little after he missed the shot just now, decided to go all out this time. I saw that Long Outyen's crystal sword was held high, the sword energy was scattered, the cold air was threatening, the figure twisted, and a fierce sword stabbed towards Chu Yan. The sword sweeps the world. In Long Outyen's swordsmanship, circles of golden sword chi swayed like ripples, and spread out, and an invisible momentum swept out under the golden sword light. Out, turned into a golden lightning, shot towards Chu Yan. Sun Jia and the 2 disciples suddenly changed their faces. Especially Sun Jia, his eyes widened, his face full of disbelief. How is it possible? Long Outyen actually refined the 9 Knights sword technique to the highest level, this ultimate move. In shock, Sun Jia suddenly woke up, opened his mouth and shouted. Chu Yan, run away. When Long Outyen heard Sun Jia's shout, he laughed wildly. Escape? My sword sweeps the world, first suppresses it with momentum, and then kills it with one sword. He can't even move now. Now he should understand how big the gap is between me. With an arrogant face, Long Outyen, who was extremely proud, looked at Chu Yan, who was standing not far away, as if he was looking at a dead person. The 2 disciples behind him also looked happy, and raised their hands to salute Long Outyen. When they were about to congratulate, they froze. Because Chu Yan moved. There was no real chi surging, but there was a cyclone flying around Chu Yan, and countless sword sounds echoed in the air. The wooden sword in his hand began to tremble slightly, and every tremor would cause a loud and bright sword whistle in the air, and the cyclone of the sword on his side would definitely rise a bit. The thought flashed, and Chu Yan stabbed out with a sword. Random, but with all the power. The wooden sword Haoyan burst out with an incomparably astonishing bright light, like a scorching sun tearing through the clouds, so dazzling that it was impossible to look directly at it, but it disappeared in an instant, blended into the shadows, escaped, and it was difficult to find the slightest trace. Clang! A sword light disappeared in an instant, and it slashed heavily on the crystal sword that was shot out. Ding! When the two swords collided, the crystal sword was directly hit and threw upside down, swirled and flew back upside down, and was picked up by Long Outyin with a sluggish face. This is the unity of the human and the sword, the great perfection of sword intent. How? The smile on Long Outyin's face solidified, and he screamed in horror, but before he finished speaking, the innate spiritual treasure in his hand, the crystal sword, made a crisp sound, and cracks continued to appear on the sword. After that, the crystal sword of Xiantian Lingbao shattered into countless pieces in his hand, and fell to the ground one after another, and even the hilt in his hand finally turned into dust. When the wind blows, swells like dust. Quiet. Absolutely quiet. Deathly silence. Long Outyin was stupid, Sun Jia was stunned, and the two disciples were blinded. How can that be? Chu Yan actually took this sword. Moreover, the smashing of Long Outyin's innate spirit treasure / only used a wooden sword. The four of them stared at the cow-like eyes at the same time, looked at Chu Yan, and looked at this young man with a light face, as if he had seen a ghost. Then, the young man, with the corners of his mouth raised slightly, said softly, "It's me." Immediately, step out with your right foot, raise your hand, and swing your sword. Call out. The sword light was like a rainbow, and like a cloud-piercing golden sun, with a red light from the tip of the sword, it pierced straight out. Blast sword style. That swipe of sword light like the golden sun brought out a straight line of sword shadows, slashing at Long Outyin, who was standing still. Ah! Dragon fist. Break it for me. In Long Outyin's heart, endless fear immediately rose, and the martial spirit behind him skyrocketed, and it was already motivated to the extreme. Boom! Boom! Two explosions sounded immediately. The first sound was the sound when the red sword light penetrated the fist, and the second sound was that the red sword light stabbed Long Outyin's body and exploded instantly. It blew Long Outyin's body into a loud sound of flesh and blood. Under this sword, Long Outyin was smashed to pieces. Sun Jia and the two disciples looked at this scene with pale faces, as if they were in a dream. Their thoughts and eyes were still stuck in the scene when the red sword flashed just now. This shocking sword kept flashing in their minds, causing their hearts to tremble and their souls to tremble. #C89 Chen Zhao's background. After a full 10 breaths, Sun Jia finally woke up and turned around, slowly turning his head to look at Chu Yan, and stammered. Chu Yan, you actually mastered the great perfection of the unity of man and sword. You killed the dragon, Long Outyin, just one sword. Hearing Sun Jia's words, the two disciples also woke up with a start. They looked at Chu Yan with no trace of disdain or ridicule, only deep horror and fear. The great perfection of the unity of man and sword. Among Lingtian's sect, it is said that even the disciples of Long Men have not mastered the highest realm of swordsmanship. In an instant, their own potential and the potential of the sword are merged into one. This artistic conception beyond the scope of martial arts is not at all comparable to ordinary martial arts. Then, this Chu Yan actually mastered the supreme realm of sword intent. Escape. The two disciples looked at each other, their martial spirits rose, and without hesitation, they began to develop their strongest cultivation, urging their movement techniques, and fled towards the woods not far away. Call out! Call out! Just after they had escaped 10 paces away, 2 sword lights flashed past behind them. The 2 heads threw their heads up and fell to the ground. Gulialo rolled out of the way, and their bodies fell. Humph! I want to escape. This icy voice came from Chu Yan, who had sheathed his sword. Walking around, breaking Long Out Yan's corpse into several pieces and 2 disciples' corpses, weapons, and jade talismans were collected into the Rakshasa, and Chu Yan returned to Sun Jia. Chu Yan, brother. Sun Jia still stared at Chu Yan with a shocked expression, and after holding it for a long time, he even changed the name of Chu Yan to senior brother. Chu Yan smiled lightly and said, "Let's go, it's time to find the rest," and Chen Xiao. Immediately, the figure unfolded and turned into an afterimage, rushing towards the distant woods. Sun Jia watched Chu Yan's figure leave, shook his head violently, and finally regained a sense of calm, frowned slightly, and quickly followed. Next, the 2 quickly shuttled through the woods. After about the time of Sans Huxiang, Chu Yan stopped, and the sound of fighting was coming from his ears. Afterwards, he jumped all over, landed firmly on a big tree, and looked forward. I saw that, not far away, above a huge lake, there was a boundless mist. In this mist, thousands of silver figures flashed by from time to time, accompanied by golden threads, which was extremely strange. And by the lake, dozens of figures are fighting a huge snake-shaped golden-horned beast. Among them, there is a figure that Chu Yan is very familiar with. It is Chen Xiao who leads these disciples. That huge golden-horned beast has a body that is as thick as 2 people hugging each other, and its body length reaches a full 10 meters. In between, a disciple of Ling Tianzong was beaten upside down and flew out and fell far away. This is the golden-horned beast of the mysterious 7 stars. Chu Yan was shocked. Up to now, he has also killed dozens of golden-horned beasts. The strongest one was only 3 stars at the Xian level, but this one has reached the Earth level strength, which really surprised Chu Yan. That's right, this is comparable to the strength of a 4th level powerhouse in the innate realm, but this golden-horned beast king doesn't seem to be very strong in battle. Sun Jia, who appeared beside Chu Yan, also frowned and observed the situation on the field, and said softly. Just as the 2 were sneaking in to observe and discuss, the battle by the lake suddenly changed. Under the siege of more than a dozen people, the golden-horned beast finally couldn't hold on anymore and fell into a pool of blood. A dozen people cheered for a while, and after a while, they cut open the body of the golden-horned beast and took out a few snake eggs. It turned out that this mysterious 7-star golden-horned beast was just in the production period, and was killed by Chen Xiao taking advantage of the opportunity that his strength had not recovered. Just when several disciples flattered and handed the snake eggs to Chen Xiao's face suddenly sank. Look at the hiding place of Chu Yan and Sun Jia. Since you're here, come out. Chen Xiao shouted in the direction of Chu Yan and Sun Jia. Sun Jia and Chu Yan were startled at the same time, and immediately, they both jumped off the tree and walked towards Chen Xiao. Sun Jia. Chu Yan. After seeing the 2 figures clearly, Chen Xiao's expression changed greatly, and a cold gaze stared straight at Chu Yan. Chu Yan, you actually accepted to die. Chu Yan smiled slightly, stopped, and replied plainly. No, it should be said to send you to die. As soon as these words came out, everyone except Sun Jia next to Chu Yan laughed out loud, looking at Chu Yan with contempt in their eyes. Chu Yan, are you scared and stupid, seeing senior brother Chen Xiao, you are still so arrogant? That's right, don't think that you have found Sun Jia to be your backer, so you dare to be presumptuous in front of senior brother Chen Xiao. Yes, the dozen of us here, even if he has Sun Jia as his backing, will die today. In the discussion of the disciples, the murderous and proud look on Chen Zhao's face became more and more intense. Chu Yan, immediately kneel on the ground, kowtow 100 times, and swear that I will be your master. I can also consider saving your life. Otherwise, I will let you know what life is better than death today. Kowtow. You are the master. Chu Yan said, coldly. More than a dozen disciples, upon hearing Qin Zhao's words, all looked at Chu Yan with playful expressions on their faces. Qin Zhao, what happened last time was a fair bet, but you actually offered a reward to kill me. Chu Yan's tone was deep and he shouted coldly. Humph. Chu Yan, it's because of you that I am swept away in front of all the disciples and elders of Ling Tian sect. Do you still want to live? Dreaming. Today is your day of death. After Qin Zhao finished speaking, the cultivation base of the 5th layer of Qi refining realm rose up and scattered violently. Sun Jia shook his head, glanced at Chu Yan, who was full of murderous expressions, and consciously stepped aside, looking at Qin Zhao with extremely complicated eyes. Chu Yan, Qin Zhao is the son of the inner door elder, Yu. Sun Jia hesitated for a moment, but still reminded him. This Qin Zhao is the son of an inner sect elder. Although his cultivation is not high, he has a deep background. If Chu Yan kills him, the consequences. As soon as Sun Jia's words fell, the dozen or so disciples were all excited. They were also so flattering to Qin Zhao because of Qin Zhao's background. Now, this Chu Yan actually doesn't give Qin Zhao face, and his strength is still so poor. It's all about courting death. Maybe Qin Zhao will be smashed to pieces later. After all, Chu Yan has a 3-star martial arts spirit, while Qin Zhao is a 7-star mutant martial arts spirit. Is there any need to say the difference in strength? Chu Yan, since you are courting death, then I will fulfill you. Qin Zhao put his palms together, and the scorching infuriating energy rose up from him. A burning flame mountain appeared behind him, shot out with one palm, extremely heavy, and there were bursts of heat waves, which were astonishingly powerful. This palm made everyone's expressions change. The cultivation of these disciples is all about the 3rd to 4th level of Qi refining realm. If it was them, this palm would definitely not be able to resist. Chu Yan's expression was the same as usual. He took a long breath, the same flame martial spirit rose behind him, and he raised his fist and smashed it out. Boom! The fists and palms collided, and the violent wind was raging like a tide, rushing in all directions, bringing bursts of flying sand and rocks. Ding ding dang. After one move, Chu Yan stood tall and his face did not change, but Qin Zhao, on the other hand, took 7 or 8 steps back before he stood firm, his face full of shock. You are not the 3rd level cultivation of Qi refining realm, how can you be so strong? #C90, the power of Hao Yin. Not only Qin Zhao, but the other disciples all looked at Chu Yan in disbelief. Unexpectedly, he took this move and forced Qin Zhao back. I'm sorry, I just broke through. Chu Yan shrugged and replied casually. Huh? Breakthrough? Qin Zhao's face was shocked, and then his face gradually recovered. So I underestimated you, but even if you break through, so what? The gap between you and me is like a genius and a waste. Today, you must die. After finishing speaking, Qin Zhao's aura soared again, and when he turned his hand, he transformed into a meteor-heavy hammer in his hand. LL. This is the top 10 innate spiritual treasures of Ling Tianzong, House Han Hammer. This innate spiritual treasure is actually in the hands of senior brother Qin Zhao. Back then, it was a famous weapon for inner disciples. Haha, with this spiritual treasure, with just one move, Chu Yan will be smashed into meat sauce. It turned out that there were still a dozen or so disciples with different colors. Qin Zhao stared at Chu Yan, his breath kept rising, and finally, a hammer smashed out, a golden meteor hammer with dazzling rays of light, like a mountain smashing, and suddenly the wind was violent, and the power was overwhelming. All the disciples were immediately stunned by this move. Unexpectedly, this Ling Tian sect's top 10 innate spiritual treasures had such a powerful power. The key is that this thick mountain hammer is matched with the flame mountain martial spirit, and it definitely has the effect of multiplying its power. Facing such a terrifying move, Chu Yan smiled. Holding the sword in his hand, a whirlwind of sword intent swept through, and the air echoed with the sound of the sword piercing through the sky, and the sharp, keen, and fierce sword intent rose into the sky. The sword-cutting style of the unparalleled realm of sword intent. With the power of slashing down with a single sword, there was no obstruction in the slightest. The figure shuttled, the wooden sword was like a dragon and the clouds, the sword energy was chaotic, the blood energy was like 9 days that did not fall, and the tyrannical power was like a huge wave. At the same time, a dazzling spiritual pattern lit up on the Haoyan wooden sword that Chu Yan was holding. I saw that Chu Yan's figure brought out a sword shadow. First, the sword smashed Chen Zhao's thick mountain hammer. Then, the figure rushed into the group of disciples behind him, and the violent sea-tide-like sword energy really broke out. Under the horrified eyes of all the disciples, they released their martial spirits, some turned and fled, and some raised their weapons and slashed at Chu Yan, but it was too late. With Chu Yan as the center, the sword chi of the unparalleled sword-intense sword-cutting style rushed in all directions, and countless sword lights flashed. For a time, blood splattered and corpses were thrown flying in the crowd. What? 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 Amidst the continuous screams, Chu Yan took his sword and stood up. Looking back, Qin Zhao's head had already fallen to the ground. On the face of the head, the eyes were as big as copper bells, and there was an expression of endless fear and shock. Sword. Sword intent is great. The few disciples who were lucky enough to survive were trembling all over and breathing quickly, but they couldn't stand up and sat on the ground. One sword killed Qin Zhao with a thick mountain hammer. The sword chi has the remaining momentum, and it has also killed dozens of onlookers in a row. Chu Yan's martial spirit, why did the golden light flash just now, could it be? Several disciples were pale and stared at Chu Yan as if they had seen a ghost. Sun Jia, who was on the side, was also speechless in shock. Looking at the black-robed boy, his whole body was emitting cold air, and his heart was beating violently. Fortunately, I chose to cooperate with him. In this blink of an eye, I killed 2 of the most dazzling people in the Ling Tian sect's outer sect. Such talent and strength, future achievements. At this moment, the disciples looked at Chu Yan's slowly approaching figure, and the hair all over their bodies exploded. One by one, they bounced off the ground, their infuriating rage surged, and they fled. Unfortunately, in front of Chu Yan's sword, this kind of behavior is meaningless. Call out. Call out. Call out. A few sword lights flashed, and the 6 disciples who fled in all directions fell directly and could never get up again. This Haoyan wooden sword, after adding spirit patterns, really didn't let me down. Chu Yan looked at the wooden sword in his hand. Above the sword body, the spiritual pattern had gradually dimmed, and it had changed back to the ordinary pattern, and there was nothing extraordinary about it. After retracting the sword and sheathing it, Chu Yan began to collect all the jade talismans and corpses. After they were all collected into the Rakshasa space, he took out Qin Zhao's jade talisman and squeezed it hard. Bump. The jade talisman was all shattered, and a pile of golden horned beast crystals fell out of the void, as well as several jade bottles and a book of exercises. After putting away the jade bottle and the exercises, Chu Yan looked at the pile of at least 300 golden horned beast crystals, turned his head and said to Sun Jia. These golden horned beast crystals are half of us. Hearing Chu Yan's words, Sun Jia immediately woke up from the shock, his eyes twitched wildly, and he waved his hands again and again. No. No. These disciples were all beheaded by you. I didn't do anything, I can't take. Chu Yan smiled lightly, waved his hand, divided the demon crystal in half, and handed it directly to Sun Jia, saying, "Since it's cooperation, you have to keep your word, it's yours." Seeing that Sun Jia was about to refuse again, Chu Yan raised his hand to stop the other party, and then said, "There are still 3 days before the Golden Horn competition ends. I plan to go to the place to practice, so I will go directly to the teleportation point, so." Sun Jia was slightly stunned when he saw Chu Yan's eyes, then he understood and nodded. "Okay, watching you use the sword twice in a row has inspired me a lot. I'm also going to find a place to learn about it, and we'll part ways." Hearing this, Chu Yan nodded to Sun Jia with a light smile and walked on the road. "Take care of yourself." After saying that, he walked towards the front, and the figure quickly disappeared into the woods. Sun Jia stared, watching the black-robed boy walk away like a gust of wind, then turned his head and glanced at the bloodstain not far away. The gleam in his eyes kept flickering. After a long time, Sun Jia let out a long breath and sighed softly. "I'm not as good as him. Over time, this person will shock the entire Lingtian zone." After speaking, Sun Jia put away the pile of golden-horned beast crystals in front of him, his figure faded, and gradually disappeared into the darkness. In a kind of cave, Chu Yan sat cross-legged with a little white bear beside him. Looking at all the spoils in front of him, Chu Yan's face was full of smiles. In front of him, a whole row of jade talismans was laid out, and there were more than 20. Although the number of these jade talismans is not as large as last time, the original owners of these jade talismans have the strength above the 3rd level of Qi refining realm. Therefore, the things in the jade talismans should not be bad. Picking up a jade talisman, Chu Yan crushed it, and the contents inside burst out, making Chu Yan's eyes bright. In this jade talisman, there are more than a dozen golden horn beast crystals, 3 primordial stones, a pile of spirit stones, and 2 exercises. "Ha ha." Chu Yan smiled lightly, picked up a jade talisman again, crushed it, and looked forward to it. #C91 Big Harvest. Whispering. As the jade talisman shattered, a pile of items were scattered all over the place. Chu Yan's eyes suddenly lit up, and he saw that in the pile of objects, there were more than 20 golden horn beast crystals, 1,000 spirit stones, a dozen primordial stones, 3 martial arts books, and 5 spirit grasses. Among these 5 spiritual grasses, several are of high quality and abundant spiritual power. "Ha ha." Chu Yan was overjoyed. He didn't expect these disciples to be so rich, all of them were rich. After that, Chu Yan hurriedly smashed all the jade talismans, and after all the belongings were counted, Chu Yan gasped. Among the more than 20 jade talismans, there are nearly 80 golden horn beast crystals, tens of thousands of spirit stones, hundreds of primordial stones, a dozen spirit treasures, more than 10 spirit grasses, more than a dozen kung fu and martial arts books, and qi refining. Dan 100 pieces. The original owners of these jade talismans were all geniuses from aristocratic families, and they were all from wealthy families. Especially Chen Zhao's jade talisman, a person's property accounts for a small part, and his status and family background must be extremely noble. He threw a few spirit grasses and qi refining pills to the little white bear, and the other things were collected in the Rakshasa space. Chu Yan was going to return to the sect. Seeing the little white bear happily rush to the side to swallow the qi refining pill and the spirit grass, Chu Yan chuckled lightly and waved his hands to release the more than 20 corpses he had collected. Burn the corpse and refine the gas. This is the fastest cultivation method for Chu Yan at present. It is hundreds of times faster than ordinary cultivation methods, and several times faster than spitting and taking medicinal pills. Moreover, Chu Yan's 3 cultivation methods are carried out together. This kind of cultivation speed is faster than ordinary people are more than 1,000 times stronger. Chu Yan sat cross-legged, concentrated his energy, slowly released the flame martial spirit, and 4 gold stars shone. Infuriated, the flame Wuhun covered those corpses and instantly ignited. The majestic true qi converges on Chu Yan's body like a river returning to the sea, and at the same time continuously tempers Chu Yan's body. As the corpse quickly burned to ashes, the 5th red star above the flame martial soul flashed a red light, but it dimmed again. In the sea of qi, the true qi continued to expand, and finally hit the bottleneck of the cultivation base again, making a shocking sound. At the beginning of the 6th stage of qi refining realm. Mid-stage qi refining realm 6th layer. The 6th stage of qi refining realm. Qi refining stage 7th stage middle stage. After merging a large amount of infuriating energy from burning corpses and refining qi, Chu Yan's cultivation improved by leaps and bounds. Haha, this feels so cool. Chu Yan laughed, exhaled, and stood up. He clenched his fists with both hands, feeling the strong power in his body, and his blood boiled involuntarily, as if a single fist smashed down a hill. Unfortunately, after burning so many corpses, it seems that the flame martial arts is more and more difficult to upgrade. Chu Yan glanced at the flame martial soul in the air, and summoned the pill fire at will, and found that the color was a few darker, with a hint of purple. Seeing the change in Danhua, Chu Yan couldn't help but smile, and turned his gaze to the thick mountain hammer on the side. Tom. With a wave of his hand, the coffin furnace appeared in the air and landed on the ground, making a loud noise. After pondering for a while, Chu Yan opened the furnace cover, put the thick mountain hammer in, and then sat down cross-legged. Since the last time Chu Yan inadvertently injected the Haoyan wooden sword into spirit, and in the battle with Long Haoyan and Qiao, with the spirit-infused Zhenwu Lingba-level wooden sword, he first smashed Long Haoyan's innate spirit treasure, and then killed Qiao with one sword. This shocked Chu Yan to the power of the infusion, so Chu Yan planned to try to infuse the clear sky sword for the 2nd time. However, before that, it's better to try it out, so the thick mountain hammer is a good test subject. With a flick of his hand, a dark red pill fire appeared. Chu Yan stimulated his true energy, and waved his hand to throw the pill fire into the coffin pill furnace. Boom! The Dan fire entered the furnace, and the fire burst into flames. Feeling the connection between the true qi in the body and the coffin furnace, Chu Yan immediately activated the true qi and injected spiritual power into the furnace. Noisy. Noisy. Nourishing. Feeling the rush of true qi, Chu Yan hurriedly entered his body and guarded his dantian. The last time he injected spirits into the Haoyan sword, Chu Yan almost let the coffin furnace be pumped to dry, so this time, Chu Yan was well prepared and fully controlled the operation of infuriating qi. As the true qi was transformed into spiritual power and merged into the pill furnace, the spiritual pattern on the coffin cauldron finally lit up. On the side of the medicine cauldron of the coffin, the complex lines shone with dazzling silver light, covering the entire pill furnace. Chu Yan could feel that the thick mountain hammer in the pill furnace was slowly changing, so he was adding careful control. The temperature of the fire and the infuriating energy in the body. Time flies, and in a blink of an eye, the night has passed. At this time, Chu Yan's face was pale, his brows were wrinkled, and the beads of sweat on his forehead rolled down. Over the course of the night, Chu Yan's infuriating energy was once again close to the point where the oil was exhausted, but Chu Yan was still insisting. Boom! Finally, with a loud noise from the coffin furnace, the infusion finally ended. Chu Yan let out a long breath, opened his eyes were shining, and he looked into the furnace. At this time, the thick mountain hammer, above the hammer head, a spiritual pattern is like a silver thread entwined, the galaxy is turning, and it is bright and complex. Injection succeeded. Feeling the aura of Ho Shanqi's complete change, Chu Yan's pale face finally revealed a smile. After calming down for a while, Chu Yan took out a qi refining pill, swallowed it, and sat cross-legged to restore his true energy. After 100 breaths, the medicinal power was exhausted, and Chu Yan's true qi recovered by 30%. After repeating this, 1 day later, after swallowing 3 qi-refining pills, Chu Yan's true qi was fully recovered, so he threw in the thick mountain hammer without hesitation and started the second infusion. 1 night went by. Boom! In the cave, the Dan furnace made a loud noise, and the furnace cover flew over. Chu Yan's face was pale, but he immediately stared into the furnace. However, there was only a pile of black slag at the bottom of the furnace. The second infusion of the thick mountain hammer failed, and it was directly turned into ashes and disappeared without a trace. Chu Yan's face stiffened, and he couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. Looking at the black lacquer on the bottom of the furnace, Chu Yan did not expect that the second infusion would be so difficult. Putting away the coffin furnace, Chu Yan calmed down a little and began to recover his true energy. Since the infusion failed, Chu Yan doesn't care. At present, his flame martial arts level is still low, only 4 stars. Therefore, Danhua's star rating should not be high. In the future, with the upgrade of flame martial arts, Dan Mars, the level has been improved, and it is believed that the success rate of spirit injection will be greatly improved. Concentrating his mind, swallowing the medicinal pill, Chu Yan's true qi slowly recovered. A day has passed. Today is the end of the Golden Horn competition. Walking out of the cave, Chu Yan raised his eyes and saw that there were 3 huge golden pillars rising into the sky above the surrounding mountains. It was Ling Tianzong's teleportation formation that opened. Chu Yan raised his brows, his eyes flickered, and muttered. Looks like it's time to go back. After speaking, Chu Yan called out the little white bear, and after a while to comfort him, he let it go back to the Tianfeng Mountains. This time the Golden Horn competition, grabbing a lot of property, and then exchanging a few monster fires, it should not be a problem. At that time, if you can raise the flame martial arts star level again, not only your own cultivation speed, but also the technique of alchemy and infusion will be of great benefit. Just thinking about it, suddenly, a thunderous shout exploded in the sky, making Chu Yan's face startled. The Golden Horn competition is over. All Ling Tian sect disciples immediately enter the teleportation formation and return to the sect. The sound was like rolling thunder, echoing throughout Tianfeng Mountain. It was Elder Jin's voice. Immediately, Chu Yan unfolded his body and moved towards the teleportation formation on the top of the mountain. At the same time, hundreds of silhouettes flickered in the entire Golden Horn Valley area of the huge Tianfeng Mountains, all of which were teleporting towards the nearest mountain top. #C92 Live to see people, die to see corpses. Ling Tianzong, Zongmen Square. At this time, a large number of figures gathered together, staring at the 3 teleportation formations in the middle of the square. Not only the 10 outer sect elders and deacon elders, but almost all the outer sect disciples were present, and even some inner sect disciples and elders came to watch the ceremony. Among the waiting outer disciples, some gave up the Golden Horn competition, and some, like Ho Yingfeng, were injured in the middle and quit the competition. Everyone, in this Golden Horn competition, who do you think will come out on top? An elder in the shape of a middle-aged and strong man smiled and looked at the other elders beside him and said lightly. In the opinion of this old man, Long Outyin is the strongest among the 4 heroes of the outer sect, and there should be no problem in winning the first title. That's not necessarily true. Don't underestimate Chen Xiao. Although his cultivation base is slightly weaker, his flame mountain martial spirit is a 7-star mutant martial spirit. He has been cultivated by the inner sect Elder Chen for many years. Don't underestimate it. Hee. Elder Li and Elder Wang are both reasonable, but the old man is optimistic about that Sun Jia. It is said that his cultivation is already on par with Long Outyin, maybe. Ha ha ha. Yes, I think Zhao Yang has a good chance of winning. His martial spirit is a fighting martial spirit with extremely strong attack power. It's not bad. When the other elders heard the discussions of the elders here, they nodded, showing approval. Swish. 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 On the Xuanhuan Square, the teleportation formation opened for half an hour, and many disciples returned. Some people showed excitement on their faces, some people had deep expressions, and some people had blood on their bodies. It can be seen that the gap between the golden horns is huge. With the return of the disciples who participated in the trial, the Xuanhuan Square gradually became lively. On the other side, in the Golden Horn Valley, Chu Yan swept through the forest and rushed towards the nearest teleportation formation. However, just as he rushed out of the woods and approached the mountain, a figure suddenly rushed out of the woods and entered Chu Yan's field of vision. Chu Yan's figure paused, stopped, and looked towards the figure. When he saw it clearly, his brows were lightly wrinkled. Meng Hao. That's right, it was Meng Hao, who competed with Chu Yan for the first place in the sect entrance examination, the first genius disciple of the 8-star martial arts in Lingtian sect for decades. At this time, Meng Hao also discovered Chu Yan. His eyes were facing each other, and his expression was complicated. After a long time, Meng Hao, separated by a distance of several hundred steps, bowed his hand towards Chu Yan, then unfolded his body again, and swept towards the teleportation formation on the top of the mountain. Seeing Meng Hao salute, Chu Yan was a little surprised at first, then, with a hearty smile, he returned the salute. This Meng Hao's strength seems to have a breakthrough. Chu Yan nodded, chuckled lightly, and walked towards the teleportation formation. As soon as he reached the teleportation formation on the top of the mountain, Chu Yan saw the 3 outer sect deacon elders waiting. Coming out of the teleportation array, there are crowds of people in front of them. Dozens of elders are sitting on the high platform, looking forward to the teleportation array from time to time. Chu Yan's appearance did not cause any waves, but only a few suspicious glances were cast in several directions of the crowd. Walking on foot, Chu Yan stood with the disciples who had returned earlier and waited quietly. As time passed, disciples kept walking out of the teleportation formation, and finally, there was no movement. 2 o'clock, count the number of people. Elder Jean shouted in a deep voice, and the originally noisy square immediately became quiet. A deacon holding a jade talisman, his face ashen, stepped forward, and responded loudly to the report. Reporting to Elder Jean, this Golden Horn competition, a total of 1,300 disciples from the outer sect participated, and there were 900 disciples from the Hui sect, which was 400 fewer. And this young deacon elder, with a strange expression, hesitated to speak. 400 less. Elder Jean was startled, then recovered quickly, and continued. 20% more than in previous years, but it's okay, eh? And what? Seeing Elder Jin's bright eyes, the young deacon elder hurriedly replied. Among the 4 heroes of the outer sect, Long Outyan and Zhao Yang have not returned, and Qin Shao has not returned either. What? Elder Jin's face changed greatly, he suddenly stood up, and stared at the other party in disbelief. Not only Elder Jean, but also dozens of other elders, and even all the disciples, all had expressions of shock and doubts on their faces. Elder Sun, Elder Wang, the 2 of you quickly go to the Golden Horn Valley to look for the remains of the 3 of you. You want to see people in life, and when you die, you want to see corpses. Elder Jean hesitated for a moment, then spoke to the 2 elders beside him. Hearing the words, the 2 elders walked out of the crowd, handed over the orders, and disappeared into the teleportation formation. Okay, the outer disciples who participated in the Golden Horn competition this time, come forward and clean up the number of Golden Horn beast crystals. Elder Jin's eyes swept in all directions, not angry and arrogant, and his voice was rolling. As soon as the words fell, the disciples around Chu Yan stepped forward one after another and showed the golden-horned beast crystals they had obtained one by one. Most of the golden-horned beast crystals captured by the disciples were within 20 pieces, and only a few people had reached more than 50 pieces. Therefore, the counting process was extremely fast. All the disciples lined up to come forward. For those with a small number, the deacon elders just glanced at them and waved them down. For those with a large number, a special count was arranged. Not long after, including Chu Yan, all the disciples who participated in the trial were counted. An elder, holding a scroll of animal skin in his hand, had a gloomy expression on his face, and his eyes kept swiping on Chu Yan. After hesitating for a moment, he gritted his teeth, stepped out, walked in front of Elder Jean, cupped his hands, and was about to speak, but behind him, two figures flashed out. It was the two elders who went to the Golden Horn Valley to find Long Outyen, Zhao Yang and Qiao to return. However, the faces of the two were ashen, and the two ran down every corner of the Golden Horn Valley. However, apart from finding a few bloodstains, there was nothing to gain. Reporting to Elder Jean, the two of us searched the entire valley and searched for 67 caves, but found nothing. Hearing this, Elder Jean and the other elders were stunned, and all the disciples were shocked. Can't find it? Could it be? Elder Jin's heart was shocked, he raised his head, his eyes were like lightning, and he swept over more than 1,000 disciples who participated in the trial. Could it be that Long Outyen, Zhao Yang and Qiao were all killed? No. Impossible. Just as this thought flashed through his mind, he frowned, shook his head gently, and directly denied it. Elder Jean kept thinking about it. It's not just him, everyone in the square is almost the same as him. For a time, tens of thousands of people in the entire square shook their heads at the same time. However, among these tens of thousands of people, there are two people with completely different expressions from the others. At this time, they are facing each other and chuckling. That's right, these two are Chu Yan and Sun Jia. When Chu Yan killed Long Outyen and Qiao, Sun Jia was present, and he also saw Chu Yan's behavior of collecting the corpses. According to Sun Jia's guess, the purpose of Chu Yan's actions was, of course, to prevent the sect from knowing that Long Outyen and Qiao were killed, so they collected the bodies and dealt with them separately. Sun Jia's idea was only half right. For Chu Yan, he dared to kill people, and naturally he was not afraid that others would find out. However, the purpose of collecting the corpses was for something else. #C93 Reward in hand. Chu Yan and Sun Jia looked at each other for a moment, and Sun Jia's thoughts were already clear in their hearts. He concluded that Sun Jia would never say anything about it, and for Chu Yan, whether Sun Jia said it or not had no effect on him, so he didn't care at all. As time passed, Jin Chongkai and everyone had already guessed the result, but they didn't want to believe it. Long Outyen and Zhao Yang, as the four heroes of the outer sect, among the more than 1,000 disciples who participated in the Golden Horn competition this time, they were the first and second strongest beings. Who has the strength to kill the two of them? Sun Jia or Ho Yingfeng? Elder Jin's face was ashen, his eyes swept back and forth between Sun Jia and Ho Yingfeng. After a while, he finally sighed and withdrew his gaze. Under his spiritual investigation, he did not think that these two people had the ability to kill these three people. Therefore, this matter can only be put on hold for the time being and will be investigated later. Although Long Outyen, Zhao Yang, and Qiao are all genius disciples of the outer sect, but for the entire Lingtian Zongtian, they are only outer sect disciples, and will not have much influence. You two, leave. Elder Jin waved and asked Elder Wang and Elder Sun to step back. Immediately, he turned to look at the elder deacon who counted the golden horn beast crystals and said, "Tell me, what is the result of the count?" Reporting to Elder Jin, according to the results of the inventory, this time the golden horn competition, the one who hunted the most demon crystals is. When the deacon elder said this, he suddenly stopped, with a hint of hesitation on his face. Say, are those 3 disciples? Jin Chang raised his brows and shouted in a deep voice. Yes, Chu Yan, Sun Jia and Lan Hai. Chu Yan. Who is it? When Elder Jin heard the words, his face froze, and he asked, subconsciously. Sun Jia is one of the 4 heroes of the outer sect. It is only natural that he can win the ranking, and Lan Hai is a peerless genius disciple with an 8-star martial arts among the new disciples. It is also reasonable to obtain the ranking. But, who is this Chu Yan? Reporting to Elder Jin, this Chu Yan is the first place in this new disciple's entrance examination. Lan Hai is the second place. Hiss. As soon as the elder deacon finished speaking, Elder Jin took a deep breath. Who Lan Hai is, that is the genius disciple of the 8-star martial arts that Ling Tianzong has encountered once in decades. The talent and strength are so strong that all the elders of Ling Tianzong do not know, no one knows. It turned out that Lan Hai was not the first place in the new disciple's entrance examination, but he actually lost to this Chu Yan. Until now, all the talents have woken up from Lan Hai's 8-star martial arts talent, and suddenly looked back and pondered, only to find that someone has defeated Lan Hai. Everyone, report the number of golden horn beast crystals obtained by the 3. In Elder Jin's eyes, the light was shining, and he shouted hurriedly. Hearing this, the elder deacon stood on the rostrum, turned to face tens of thousands of outer disciples, and shouted loudly. Lan Hai, a new disciple of the outer sect, got 60 demon crystals. Outer disciple Sun Jia got 130 demon crystals. Chu Yan, the new disciple of the outer sect, got 380 demon crystals. As soon as the announcement from the elder deacon fell, the whole venue exploded. What? That Chu Yan is number 1? What are you kidding? He's a waste with only 3-star spirits and won the first place. Sun Jia is one of the 4 heroes of the outer sect. He actually only has less than half of Chu Yan. How is this possible? Then Chu Yan, there must be something wrong. He must have used cheating. All kinds of discussion spread in an instant, and in the crowd, everyone pointed and pointed, all kinds of doubts about Chu Yan's achievements. Ho Yingfeng stood beside Chu Yan, and when she heard the announced results, she suddenly turned to look at Chu Yan. That gorgeous face. With flickering big eyes, he almost stared at Chu Yan's face. Senior Sister Feng, you. Chu Yan smelled the scent of a virgin body, and suddenly, his face turned slightly red. He took 2 steps back, and said embarrassedly. You actually took the first place. Ho Yingfeng was not aware of Chu Yan's embarrassment at all, but instead leaned over to Chu Yan's side, still staring at Chu Yan with a shocked expression. Senior Sister Feng, it's just number 1, it's nothing special. What? Ho Yingfeng jumped up immediately after hearing the words, her eyes darkened, her feet swayed for a while, and she almost fell into Chu Yan's arms. It's nothing special. You. Ho Yingfeng, who was suffocated for a while, panted violently. The giant weapon in her chest kept rising and falling. After taking a few deep breaths, she finally calmed down a little, and then said. You know, here and there? This is Ling Tianzong. The tens of thousands of disciples standing behind you are not geniuses in the Luoyang kingdom, but even so, they are nothing compared to you. Thank you Senior Sister Feng for your compliment. Chu Yan smiled softly and replied with a flat face. Seeing Chu Yan's bland reaction, Ho Yingfeng's face froze for a moment, and then it quickly turned red, like a small volcano that deliberately erupted. Now, I'm announcing that the first place in the Golden Horn competition is also the disciple who has been crowned the chief disciple of the outer sect. That is. At this time, Elder Jin looked solemn and majestic. When he paused, his eyes swept across the audience, and he said solemnly. Chu Yan. Boom. A heavy drink wrapped in deep infuriating anger resounded in the Zongmen square like thunder, echoed for a long time, and knocked heavily on the hearts of every disciple, making them tremble, as if in a daze. Chu Yan. This name, for the first time, sounded in the hearts of everyone in Lingtian sect. The place was silent. Adding up the second and third place is only half of Chu Yan's number. Not long ago, the disciple of Lingtian sect was shocked by the trash spirit of 3 stars. Today, he once again shocked the entire Lingtian sect with another identity. Second place, Sun Jia. Third place, Lan Hai. The rewards for the 3 people are as follows. The first place will be rewarded with a 1-month time limit for entering Sky Valley, the second place will be rewarded with 3 7th grade medicinal pills, and the third place will be awarded 30 Qi refining pills. 3 disciples, holding the Jade Talisman, come up to receive the reward. After Elder Jin finished speaking, Chu Yan, Sun Jia and Lan Hai came to power and received their own rewards. Chu Yan, Lan Hai, as new disciples, the 2 of you have performed very well this time. You must practice hard. It is not impossible for you to enter the Dragon Gate in the future. When Elder Jin spoke to the 3 of them, his eyes kept staring at Chu Yan. This time, not only Elder Jin, but all the outer sect elders praised this black-robed Chu Yan. After the 3 received the reward and stepped down, the Golden Horn competition officially ended, and everyone gradually dispersed. Looking at the red jade talisman in his hand, there are 2 golden characters, Ma Tian, written on it. Chu Yan smiled lightly and turned to leave. #C940 Mountain Snow. The night is dark and windy, the moon is bright and the stars are rare. Chu Yan sat in the room and piled up all the gains from this trial. In the 1-month Golden Horn competition, Chu Yan gained a lot, and he also obtained the 1-month trial time limit of Ferris Valley, a large number of golden horned beasts, and countless other trophies. Chu Yan is going to exchange at Lingxiatang tomorrow, so he is going to clean up everything now. In front of him, there are 400 golden horn beast crystals, tens of thousands of spirit stones, 150 primeval stones, more than 30 pieces of spiritual treasures, more than 10 plants of spirit grass, and more than 20 books of martial arts and martial arts. The golden horn beast crystal is useless, all are converted into contribution points. The primeval stones are kept, and the spiritual stones take up too much space, so they are all exchanged. Among the martial arts and martial arts, there are only 5 copies of the Xian level, which can be kept, and the most are of the yellow level, and all of them can be exchanged. Chu Yan doesn't need any martial arts, but he has only the 13 Thunder Sword and Bafang Pa. After he is ready to exchange, he will go to Linghun Hall to see if there are any suitable advanced martial arts. Of the more than 30 pieces of innate spiritual treasures, Chu Yan left 3 long swords of the highest quality innate spiritual treasures, which were used for spiritual training. More than a dozen spirit grasses, naturally kept first, maybe they can be used for refining medicine later. After cleaning up, Chu Yan sat cross-legged and began to practice the Rakshasa promise. On the second day, Ling Xiutong. This dark golden hall, with only 1 floor, is located in the vicinity of Ling Tianzong, closest to the head hall, covering an area of dozens of acres. The 2 entrance and exit gates are the size of city gates, showing extraordinary style. Ling Tianzong, among the 5 halls, this Lingxiu Hall is quite lively. Ordinary disciples, in order to save enough contribution points to exchange for a required exercise or item, often travel back and forth between the Tianfeng Mountains and Lingxiatang, and exchange the monster crystals or spirit grasses they get from hunting. Chu Yan strode in, and took out all the demon crystals, spirit stones, spirit treasures, and exercises that were counted last night and exchanged them. This time, compared to the last time I came to exchange, I had to wait half an hour longer because of the counting and calculation. In the end, Chu Yan exchanged a total of more than 13,000 contribution points. Looking at the contribution points in the Jade Talisman, Chu Yan was also slightly startled, and then his face showed ecstasy. This murder and treasure hunt, it seems that we need to do more in the future. Elder, I will exchange some demon fire. Walking to another room, Chu Yan said to the elder deacon who was in charge of the exchange. Demon fire. The elder deacon glanced at Chu Yan and said softly, how many stars do you want? How many? Chu Yan pondered for a while and asked. Excuse me, what is the highest star rating of the demon fire in my Lingsho Hall? How many? Last time, after the 2 5-star demon fires of Chu Yan were swallowed by the flame spirit, they did not get a star, so Chu Wei wanted to exchange for a higher star this time. Hee, new disciple, right? The deacon elder looked at Chu Yan, smiled slightly, and then said. Let me tell you about Lingsho Hall, so that you can exchange it later. All the treasures and rare items hidden in the Lingsho Hall of the Lingtian sect are not all obtained by the disciples and elders of the sect, but in cooperation with the major chambers of commerce in the Luoyang Kingdom, and even the Hongya Empire Chamber of Commerce, so it can be said that there are many on the market. The things that Ling Tianzong has, and the things that are not available on the market, Ling Tianzong may not have them. So that's the case. Chu Yan said stunned. How many contribution points do the 6-star demon fire and 7-star demon fire need? 6-star demon fire has 1,000 contribution points, 7-star is 10,000. The deacon elder laughed. What? So expensive? Chu Yan couldn't help being surprised. The 5-star demon fire exchanged last time only had 100 contribution points, but the 6-star and 7-star ones were directly increased by 10 times. Expensive? Hee, you have to know that in order to cultivate disciples of the sect, all items in my Lingtian sect are 80% of the market price. The elder deacon explained to Chu Yan very patiently. Don't worry, you can see that the other disciples are slowly accumulating contribution points. Don't worry. Cultivation resources are precious and rare things. When you accumulate enough contribution points, it's not too late to exchange them. After thinking about it, Chu Yan said, I want 10 5-star demon fires and 1 6-star demon fire. The 5-star demon fire was swallowed up by Chu Yan, so I changed more, but the 6-star demon fire was going to try one first. 10 5-star plants, 1 6-star plant? 2,000 contribution points. You have so many contribution points? The deacon elder was stunned and frowned slightly. 2,000 contribution points, not to mention new disciples, even inner disciples, is not a small number. Chu Yan smiled lightly, took out his jade talisman, and handed it over. The deacon elder, holding the jade talisman, injected his true energy, his face changed greatly, and he glared at Chu Yan, saying, Chu Yan. So you are Chu Yan. The deacon elders who guard the temple usually rarely leave the temple during the duty period. Although they didn't go to the outer gate competition this time, they still heard about the names of the disciples who won the top 3. When I saw Chu Yan's jade talisman, I couldn't help being slightly surprised. After nodding, the deacon elder took 11 crystal hoods and handed them over to Chu Yan, and then deducted 2,000 contribution points from the jade talisman. After Chu Yan took back the jade talisman, he put away the crystal cover that contained the demon fire. After thinking about it, Chu Yan spent another 300 points to exchange the pill recipe of the Shinshua Dan and 3 copies of the required spirit grass. Afterwards, he left Lingsho Hall and headed towards Linghan Hall. All Lingtian sect's exercises and martial arts are collected in this Linghan Hall, which is the most desired place for all disciples of Lingtian sect. However, every cultivation technique and martial skill here is of great value. After spending half a day, Chu Yan looked at all the first 3 floors in the Lingling Hall. After careful comparison, Chu Yan was a little sluggish. Linghan Hall is divided into 5 floors, of which Xian level exercises and martial arts are all recorded under the 3rd floor, and the fourth floor is the legendary earth-level exercises and martial arts. Even inner disciples are rarely allowed to enter. On the fifth floor, no one knew what powerful exercises and martial skills were put on. Chu Yan was standing on the third floor of Linghun Hall, which recorded high-grade Xian-level exercises and martial arts. But there are nearly 1,000 martial arts books here, and I haven't found any one that surpasses my own 13 Thunder Swords. Thunder 13 Swords was originally listed as a yellow-level martial arts because of the simplicity of the sword style, but since Chu Yan reached the unparalleled level of sword intent, the power of Thunder 13 Swords has increased by 100 times. The simpler the sword, the more powerful it is. However, in this soul cultivation hall, Chu Yan was not without discovery. For example, the book Thousands of Mountains Treading Snow in his hand is a secret skill. Secret skill. One of the martial arts is very different from ordinary martial arts. Most of them are strange and mysterious, similar to the existence of stunts. Ordinary martial arts, without too many restrictions, are suitable for most martial artists to practice, while secret skills are different. They usually have some special conditions, which limit the cultivation crowd, and the difficulty of cultivation is several times stronger than that of ordinary martial arts. However, the power is beyond the reach of ordinary martial arts. Also, the price, daunting. 9,000 contribution points. #C95 Metamorphosis. This secret technique of its own requires 9,000 contribution points, and it requires practitioners to bring their own basic movement techniques and basic body quenching techniques. The price of such a practice method in Linghun Hall is also above 8,000. Therefore, anyone who wants to practice the secret movement skills of this book Thousands of Mountains and Snow needs at least 18,000 contribution points. Hiss. Chu Yan couldn't help gasping for air. He didn't expect that the cost of cultivating secret skills would be so great. In Ling Tianzong, tens of thousands of contribution points, I believe that Long Men disciples may not be able to come up with them. However, Chu Yan's Rakshasa Promise technique is a self-contained body technique and body quenching technique. After hesitating for a moment, Chu Yan still exchanged this secret skill. Regardless of money or contribution points, these are all to improve strength. Since this 1,000 mountains treading snow can improve his strength, Chu Yan will never let it go. After the exchange, Chu Yan returned to his small courtyard. Sitting on the bed, he took out 1,000 mountains in the snow and opened it to study. Thousands of mountains and snow. It is a secret technique that superimposes the basic movement technique, and it is divided into 4 levels: double mountains, 10 mountains, 100 mountains, and 1,000 mountains. Chu Yan condensed and sat cross-legged, his mind sank into the sea of knowledge, and began to practice according to the first floor of Qianshan treading snow. Going into the mountains alone, looking for the snow in the wind, looking at the mountains outside the mountains, and disappearing in the snow. Controlling the movement of infuriating energy, Rakshasa's real body is freely possessed, his eyes are dark red, his skin is darkened, and the silent gray air flow is scattered. In an instant, Chu Yan's figure, who was sitting cross-legged on the bed, became blurred, with bursts of illusory ghosts, like ghosts in the viewer's eyes. After another hour, with the spread of Rakshasa's true chi, not only Chu Yan's body, but also the bed on which he was sitting cross-legged began to become blurred. After a long time, Chu Yan opened his eyes flashed, and he stood up. After leaving the room and entering the courtyard, Chu Yan stood quietly in the wind. Raising his hand gently, he felt a wisp of gentleness in the wind, and then, the infuriating energy around him changed and became violent in an instant. The wind that I felt in my hand also became fierce, with a trace of formlessness. Into the mountains alone, the wind blows. Call. Suddenly, Chu Yan's body turned into an afterimage and flew across the courtyard. Call. 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 I saw that in the entire small courtyard, the speed of the afterimage was getting faster and faster, and as the speed increased, the afterimage became longer and longer, like a virtual snake, tossing and turning in the small courtyard. After a long time, the afterimage reached its limit and evolved into a continuous flickering figure. The previous figure was still standing still, and the next figure appeared 100 steps away. For a time, in the small courtyard, silhouettes flickered, and at first glance, it seemed like a dozen people appeared in the small courtyard. With the development of the third layer of Chu Yan's Rakshasa infuriating chi, the secret technique of stepping on the snow in the mountains has reached its peak. A gust of wind suddenly blew through the courtyard, and a dozen figures quickly merged, eventually turning into two figures standing still on the spot. Mountains outside the mountains, the snow is lost. Good, not bad. Putting his hands behind each other, Chu Yan looked sideways and glanced at the figure a few steps away that was exactly the same as himself, like the moon reflected in the water. The flowers were inverted in front of the mirror, and he couldn't help but smile. The first realm of stepping on the snow in 1,000 mountains, the double mountain realm has become. In the small courtyard, the tree was quiet and the wind was calm. Chu Yan took the secret skill, raised his eyes and glanced at the white fish belly in the sky, and was about to return to the room, but a voice sounded outside the small courtyard. Is junior brother Chu Yan here? On the order of Elder Jean, I have to come to guide you. Hearing this, Chu Yan was slightly startled, and then opened the courtyard door, but it was a young man in white, looking at Chu Yan with a smile on his face. Who are you? Chu Yan asked. Xuanhuan, who entered the school a few years earlier than junior brother Chu, was ordered by Elder Jean to escort you to Ferris Valley. Chu Yan was stunned for a moment, then remembered that he had not received his 2 Ferris Valley rewards yet. Hand-in-hand salute. Thank you, senior brother. Immediately, he left the small courtyard and headed towards the back mountain of Ling Tianzong with Xuanhuan. This is a valley with a small area, but it is covered by a large number of spiritual clouds. Walking in the valley, it seems to have a feeling of being in a thick fog. Junior brother Chu, this Sky Valley is the most important cultivation place for my Ling Tian sect. Therefore, the sect has set up a lot of forbidden seals here. Junior brother must not move around at will. Xuanhuan looked at Chu Yan and reminded with a serious face. Chu Yan nodded, and was about to ask, but his eyes lit up, and 3 groups of golden lights floated in the air, like 3 rounds of golden sun. Chu Yan fixed his eyes, and found that it was the 3 big characters Matian Valley, and couldn't help but be slightly surprised. These 3 big characters, without any support, are actually floating in the air, like a stroke of God, which is amazing. After passing under the 3 golden characters of the Sky Valley, you officially entered the Sky Valley. The flame martial spirit in Chu Yan's body moved violently, and in just an instant, it returned to normal. Lightly frowned, Chu Yan continued to follow Xuanhuan into the Ferris Valley. In the spiritual fog, what appeared in front of Chu Yan was a large green bamboo forest, which almost occupied the entire area of the Sky Valley. Among the lush green bamboo forests, 3 bamboo huts were located. Xuanhuan led Chu Yan all the way to one of the open bamboo huts. This bamboo house is not big, about 100 square meters. Inside, there are bamboo beds, bamboo chairs, bamboo tables, and nothing else. Junior brother Chu, you can practice here with peace of mind. Your time limit in the Sky Valley is 33 days. When you leave, your red jade talisman certificate will be deducted from the time limit. Will be blocked by the prohibition seal. Xuanhuan explained to Chu Yan. Junior brother Chu, this is my first time here, so I will guide you this time. You can come here at any time as long as you have time. However, after entering this bamboo house, you must not leave this bamboo house unless you leave the valley. Remember? Seeing Chu Yan nodding, Xuanhuan smiled lightly, bowed his hands in salute, and turned to leave. Entering the bamboo house, the bamboo door closes by itself. Chu Yan walked to the bamboo bed, sat down with his legs crossed, and started to run the azure Wu Jiju. Suddenly, the spiritual energy in the entire bamboo house soared. Then, the white tiger spirit and flame spirit in Chu Yan rose up at the same time. The middle tiger roared. "Hey! What's the situation?" Chu Yan was slightly startled. The white tiger martial spirit and the flame martial spirit are unexpectedly uncontrolled and leave the body on their own. This rarely happens unless. At the same time, a large amount of spiritual power continued to pour in on the walls made of bamboo on the four sides of the bamboo house, and the clouds began to roll in the space of the bamboo house. For a time in the bamboo house, the concentration of heaven and earth aura reached an astonishing level. However, what surprised Chu Yan even more was that the influx of heaven and earth spirit energy was very different from the heaven and earth spirit energy gathered in the previous practice. When cultivating in the past, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was soft and natural, gathered around and slowly entangled, but now the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the bamboo house is constantly blending and surging in the air, which is extremely strange. This kind of vision did not last long, and the spiritual power of the heaven and earth that was constantly merging in the air finally calmed down. Chu Yan raised his eyes and looked up, and was immediately stunned. I saw, in mid-air, 3 spiritual bamboos with finished characters floating in the air, exuding a faint green on. The 3 green bamboos are more than 1 meter high, and the bamboo leaves are shaken gently, emitting green stars all over the sky, and fluttering in the bamboo house. This is the spiritual transformation vision. It's really amazing. #C96, what kind of bamboo is this? Chu Yan was astonished, looking at the Ling bamboo transformed by spiritual power in mid-air. The light flashed in his eyes. The transformation of spiritual power requires not only the rich spiritual power of heaven and earth, but also some specific conditions, such as the gathering of spirits, the treasures of heaven and earth, or rare spiritual treasures. Chu Yan calmed down, closed his eyes, and let the green stars scattered by the bamboos fall towards him. For a while, the bamboo house fell into silence. As soon as Chu Yan's mind entered the sea of consciousness, he felt that the sea of consciousness was filled with light, and a few rays of spiritual light were floating in the sea of consciousness. Sure enough, it can improve the perception ability, Chu Yan secretly said. Immediately, divine consciousness carefully leaned towards the few rays of spiritual light in the sea of consciousness, and with a slight touch, it fell deeply into it. In an instant, a cyclone of sword intent appeared on Chu Yan's side, and Chu Yan's sword intent was constantly improving. Time flies, and 3 days have passed in the blink of an eye. Chu Yan, whose mind was completely immersed in sword intent perception, took a breath and slowly opened his eyes. Yes, the great perfection of sword intent is so mysterious and profound. This realization has really benefited a lot. Chu Yan got up, the breath of his body restrained, and he pulled out the wooden sword behind him, but it was slowly waving in the bamboo house. True sword, sharp edge. True sword, tenacious and unyielding. True sword, fearless. The real sword is invincible. True sword, kill. With each sword, a light sentence is made, the voice is gradually high-pitched and bright, the eyes are brighter and brighter, and the eyes are sharp. Sharp, tough, fearless, kill. The sword intent, which was restrained to the extreme, burst out in an instant, and the whole person seemed to be transformed into a sharp sword. The wooden sword was swung out without any momentum. After a long time, Chu Yan put his sword into the sheath, with a faint smile on his face. But then, Chu Yan's face froze, and he was sluggish on the spot. In the sea of knowledge, the flame martial arts disappeared. Frowning his brows tightly, his divine sense came out, and he instantly got in touch with the missing flame spirit. To Chu Yan's surprise, the flame martial spirit had already rushed out of the bamboo house and reached the depths of the bamboo sea outside the house, flying rapidly through the forest. In the emerald green bamboo sea, countless green dots of starlight flickered, and the flame martial spirit passed by, absorbing all these green dots and starlights, but did not stop, and ran wildly all the way, as if something in front of it was attracting it. Soon, the flame martial spirit reached the center of the bamboo sea and plunged into the soil without hesitation. Dozens of meters below the ground, all are green crystals, not ordinary soil at all. The flame martial arts passed through these green crystals, all the way down, 100 meters, 200 meters, 300 meters. The thickness of these green crystal layers is extremely deep, and the flame martial spirit has drilled 500 meters, but it is still a green light, and there is no end in sight. At this time, Chu Yan stayed in the room, sensing the situation around the flame spirit, and was stunned. These green crystals have the same spiritual properties as the spiritualized bamboo condensed in the room just now. However, one is close to liquid and the other is solid, and the quality is very different. At 800 meters, the flame martial soul finally penetrated the green crystal layer and entered a green world. There is still a sea of bamboo, but the first bamboo is composed of green crystals, and the first bamboo leaves are like green gems. A large sea of bamboo is hundreds of feet high, much higher than the towering ancient trees. There are countless green star points on each green crystal bamboo, a fairy and picturesque. In the middle of this bamboo sea, there is a green lake, all of which are liquid heaven and earth spiritual energy, and the spiritual energy is like a tide, floating on the lake. This is the underground world of Ferris Valley. In the middle of the lake, there is a tiny black soil, and a small green bamboo grows. The green bamboo, which is only 1 meter high, has more than a dozen bamboo branches in clusters. As the aura on the lake surface blows, the bamboo leaves shake gently, and a few drops of green spiritual liquid on the young bamboo leaves are dripping into the lake. Chu Yan was taken aback. Could it be that the Reiki shape of this sky valley was produced by this cluster of young bamboos? What kind of bamboo is this? The flame Wuhun suspended in the air suddenly exhaled a strange sound, the fire body trembled, and rushed towards the young bamboo in the center of the lake, constantly entangling. The young bamboo suddenly glowed green and swayed gently. As the cluster of young bamboos swayed, the whole green lake was filled with a great wind, and the lake was surging. Refined clean. The lake waves formed by these lakes are extremely rich in spiritual power. After the flame martial arts refined several waves, not only did the fire body grow a few circles, but even Chu Yan, who was thousands of meters away, felt the infuriating growth in his body. Looking at the way that the young bamboo in the center of the lake dripped into the lake, I don't know how many years the lake water has been condensed into. In addition, the natural spiritual power environment of this underground world, I am afraid that it will take at least 1,000 years to form. After refining more than a dozen waves, the flame body of the flame martial arts has fully doubled in size, the color has become darker and darker, and a trace of purple has appeared in the flame body. Those few purple lines of fire appeared extremely extraordinary in the body of the flame martial arts. The flame martial spirit continued to linger around the young bamboo in the center of the lake. After a while, the entire body of fire finally wrapped the young bamboo and devoured it completely. However, to Chu Yan's great surprise, after the young bamboo was encased in the flame martial arts, it was not burned to ashes. After the flame martial arts succeeded, he quickly returned to the bamboo house where Chu Yan was from the underground world. The young bamboo floated on top of Chu Yan's head, and all of a sudden, turbulent green spiritual energy rolled down from the young bamboo and rushed into Chu Yan's body. Chu Yan's body shook suddenly, as if he fell into a lake, his internal organs became crystal clear, and the majestic breaths made Chu Yan feel that his soul was about to come out of his body. Shocked, Chu Yan hurriedly ran the Rakshasa Wuji Ju, slowly merging all the green spiritual energy pouring into his body. But these green spiritual powers are very different from the ordinary spiritual powers of heaven and earth. In Chu Yan's body, only part of it is integrated into the infuriating energy, while the rest penetrates into every inch of flesh and blood in Chu Yan's body and blends into one. A trace of black blood oozes out of Chu Yan's body, which is very similar to when he swallowed the small good fruit. The difference is that this time there is more black blood. Soon, the blood on Chu Yan's body turned into a black gelatinous substance. From a distance, Chu Yan looks like he is wearing a black armor. #C97, the strength of the inner disciple. After more than an hour, Chu Yan continued to run the Rakshasa Wu Ji-ju, blending all the green aura into the Rakshasa true Qi. Bah! Just when Chu Yan was using his Rakshasa true Qi with all his strength, the young bamboo in the flame martial soul above his head suddenly made a crisp sound. The cluster of young bamboos was only 6 delicate bamboo skills, and with the sound of a crisp sound, one of them suddenly broke away from the bamboo body, was quickly burned by the flame martial arts, and quickly disappeared. Immediately, the flame martial soul ignited violently, and the flame body became thick again, and the few strands of purple flames in the flame rapidly expanded, turning the entire body of fire into purple. At the same time, the 5th red star above the flame Wuhuan's head made a brilliant light, dyeing the room into a red world. 5-star flame martial spirit. As the flame martial soul devoured a bamboo branch, the young bamboo in the flame martial soul also stopped pouring green spiritual power to Chu Yan, making Chu Yan feel different and opened his eyes. Chu Yan was stunned and shocked when he saw the change in the flame spirit. Flaming martial spirit, still eat bamboo? The sudden change made Chu Yan a little stunned. This flame martial soul can devour fire seeds and corpses, but how can it still eat bamboo? Moreover, with just one bamboo branch, 1 star was raised directly, and it was directly raised to 5 stars. Just as Chu Yan exhaled and drew back his breath, he put his inner qi into his dantian, and when he stood up, the junqi in his dantian swelled violently, directly breaking through the bottleneck of cultivation. Qi refining stage 7th stage middle stage. Qi refining stage 7th stage late stage. Qi refining stage 7 peaks. In an instant, he made continuous breakthroughs, jumped 3 small realms directly, and rose to the peak of the 7th level of Qi refining realm. After the flame martial soul devoured a bamboo branch, it returned to Chu Yan's body in a flash. In the sea of knowledge, there was actually a bamboo in the flame martial soul fire body. What's the matter? Chu Yan was a little stunned, feeling the flame martial spirit in his body. He really couldn't understand it. However, Chu Yan became more and more sure that this flame spirit was definitely not simple, and might even be stronger than the white tiger spirit. Touching the hard shell on the surface of his body, Chu Yan's body trembled, and the black powder fell to the ground under the surge of true qi. After that, Chu Yan pushed open the door of the bamboo house and left Ferris Valley. At this time has passed, exactly 3 days. Walking on the road of Ling Tianzong, Chu Yan strode forward, but attracted the attention of many disciples. In the past 3 days, due to the quenching effect of green spiritual power on Chu Yan's body, Chu Yan's current physical strength and defense have been greatly improved, and the Rakshasa infuriating qi that has been integrated with green spiritual power is now more effective on physical quenching than it was much stronger before. In addition, in the past 3 days, Chu Yan has not only grown taller, but his skin, temperament, and appearance have all undergone great changes. He has become more youthful and heroic, and his skin has a faint glow. On the way back, Chu Yan thought secretly. This trip to Ferris Valley seems to have taken away the foundation of Ferris Valley. Although there is a large green spiritual power lake, there will be no abnormality in a short period of time, but it has been a long time. Just as Chu Yan was contemplating, a group of disciples in front came towards him and blocked his way. 7 or 8 disciples stopped in front of Chu Yan. These disciples are not young, most of them are in their 30s, with deep breaths, arrogant faces, and their cultivation bases are above the 8th heaven of Qi refining. Chu Yan frowned, raised his eyes, and glanced at the disciples who were blocking the way. You are Chu Yan? Among the few people, a fat man walked out and asked loudly. Yes. What's the matter with you? Chu Yan frowned lightly, his face indifferent, but he did not expect that this fat man's cultivation level actually reached the innate realm. You answer me honestly. How did Jiuxiao die? The fat man glared at Chu Yan and asked directly. Several other disciples also glared at Chu Yan with a bad look on their faces. Chu Yan was startled, then shook his head and said, Why should I answer you? After speaking, Chu Yan stepped out, ready to leave. Fatty was stunned, but he didn't expect Chu Yan to be annoyed since he didn't give him face at all. Stop. Fatty flashed to Chu Yan and shouted angrily, Don't you know who I am? How dare you ignore me? You do not know. Chu Yan shook his head. Not long after he arrived at Ling Tianzong, he had never seen this handsome guy. Humph. Don't think that you won the first place in the Golden Horn competition, it's nothing special. Tell you, Ling Tianzong has more people than you, and you can't afford to offend more. So, you better be obedient, that way you can live longer. The fat on Fatty's angry face was shaking, and he kept roaring at Chu Yan. I don't understand what you're saying, but you'd better stay away from me, your mouth, it stinks. Chu Yan frowned and said indifferently. What? You, court death. Fatty was furious, and threw a punch directly, with a strong punch and whistling, smashing at Chu Yan. A trace of killing intent flashed in Chu Yan's eyes, and the oncoming punch was a full-strength blow from the fat man in the Xiantian realm. He didn't keep any hands, and it was obvious that he wanted to kill Chu Yan on the spot. Chu Yan infuriated, raising his fist and blasting out. Boom! The fists collided, Chu Yan's body took 7 or 8 steps back, but the fat man was still, not even half a step back. Very strong. Innate realm powerhouses are indeed powerful. In Chu Yan's heart, the fighting spirit was rising, and the blood was rolling. He was about to unfold the real body of the Rakshasa. When he shot again, there was a heavy shout in his ear. Anyone who fights privately in the sect will abolish their cultivation and be expelled from the sect. This voice echoed far away in the air, but it was only heard, but no one was seen. When the fat man heard the words, his expression changed, and he quickly cupped his hands. Disciple knows his mistake, please forgive me, elder. Immediately, with a wave of his hand, he took the disciples behind him and prepared to leave. When his eyes swept over Chu Yan, he shouted disdainfully. No matter how arrogant you are in the outer sect, in front of my inner sect disciple, you are like an ant, and you are not a fart. Remember, my name is Chinzhong. After speaking, the fat man waved his hand and turned to leave. Chu Yan looked at Fatty's figure, his eyes flashed again, and after a long time, he turned around and returned to the small courtyard. Chu Yan returned to the small courtyard, frowning slightly. Just now, if it wasn't for the fact that his body had just been tempered by Lingzhu, Chinzhong's punch would probably have been injured. It seems that there are a lot of strong people in Lingtian's sect, and their strength is low, so they can only be bullied. Start ascension. Chu Yan retracted his mind, sat cross-legged, and took out 11 demon fires in exchange for contribution points from his arms. The flame martial arts unfolded, and the purple flame instantly enveloped the entire room. Chu Yan urged the flame martial soul and began to devour it. Call. 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 The 5-star demon fires were devoured one by one. The 5-star demon fire was continuously swallowed up, and the 6th red star of the flame martial arts only flashed a few times before returning to dim. There were 10 5-star demon fires and thousands of resources in exchange for contribution points, but the effect made Chu Yan a little disappointed. So, picking up the last 6-star demon fire, Chu Yan gently opened the crystal cover. The color of the 6-star demon fire is dark red, which is much stronger than the heat of the 5-star demon fire, and the fire body is obviously larger. Call. The moment the crystal hood was picked up, the flame martial soul swooped on it and devoured it. Swish. 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 The 6th red star of the flame martial arts flashed 3 times in a row, and a burst of light burst out, extremely dazzling. Although it didn't raise the flame martial soul by 1 more star, it was not bad for the 6-star demon fire to be able to make the flame martial soul react like this. Chu Yan exhaled and closed his breath, stood up, and looked at the flame martial arts in the air with bright eyes. The 6-star demon fire, which is worth 1,000 contribution points, seems to be more suitable for flame martial arts than the 5-star demon fire at this stage. Thinking of the price of the 6-star demon fire, Chu Yan smiled helplessly. #C98 Blood God Pill. This is only at the level of demon fire. With the growth of flame martial arts, karmic fire or even real fire may be needed to devour it, then. Shaking his head, Chu Yan put away the flame martial spirit, and took out the 3 blood-eyed fruits obtained in the Golden Horn competition. Refining the Blood God Pill. Chu Yan carefully studied the pill recipe for the Blood Divine Pill, picking up the required spirit grass from time to time to examine it. This Blood God Pill is a 3rd-grade medicinal pill, and it is the top of the 3rd-grade medicinal pills. Even the 3rd-grade alchemist has a very low success rate. Chu Yan prepared a total of 3 required spirit herbs. After all, there were only 3 blood-eye fruit. He took the coffin pill furnace out of the Rakshasa space and placed it in front of him. He also placed the blood-eye fruit and other spirit herbs in place. After a careful inspection, he took a long breath. Slowly closing his eyes, he reviewed the ingredients and temperature recorded on the Blood God Pill in his mind, then opened his eyes and rubbed his hands together. Call. With a flip of the palm, a purple pill fire appeared in the palm. With a wave of hands, the purple pill fire fell into the coffin pill furnace, and there was a soft sound of bang, and under the purple light, the purple pill fire has risen in the coffin pill furnace. As soon as Xie Yan entered the pill stove, it burned violently, and the temperature was extremely unstable. Chu Yan hurriedly found out his consciousness and established a connection with pill fire. After a few breaths, under the control of Chu Yan's consciousness, the purple fire in the furnace was gradually controlled. It's time to start. Looking at the calm purple fire in the furnace, Chu Yan took out a green spirit grass, and with a touch of infuriating energy in his hand, the spirit grass immediately turned into powder. A gleam of light flashed in Chu Yan's eyes, and he quickly threw the medicinal powder into the furnace. Immediately afterwards, Chu Yan's hands were flying, constantly rubbing various spirit grasses into powder and throwing them into the furnace. Then, picking up the last blood-eye fruit, Chu Yan glanced at the 3 golden threads on the fruit, exhaled lightly, flicked his fingers, and accurately shot it into the pill furnace. In the refining of the Blood God Pill, only the blood-eye fruit is different from other spirit herbs and cannot be made into powder. This process is relatively long, and the control of the furnace temperature can be said to be extremely harsh. If you are not careful, the blood-eye fruit will be destroyed. Chu Yan's brows were furrowed, his spiritual consciousness was at the extreme, and he fully controlled the temperature change of the furnace. Inside the pill furnace, the purple fire was roaring, and the whole furnace was filled with purple light. Under the constant burning, the blood-eye fruit began to overflow with red liquid, covering the entire blood-eye fruit, and then it was burned into a red mist. In the pill furnace, the purple fire and the red mist continued to merge, and even above the coffin pill furnace, red mist began to emerge. Chu Yan's eyes widened, and most of his consciousness was placed on the blood-eye fruit in the furnace. The true qi in the body continuously poured into the pill furnace, and the red liquid on the surface of the blood-eye fruit became more and more. Finally, the blood-eye fruit could not withstand the continuous burning of the purple flames, and began to crack. After a few breaths, with a light and crisp sound, the surface of the blood-eye fruit was continuously scattered with powder. The paste liquid appeared in the pill stove while floating. Chu Yan's eyes lit up, and immediately, he violently pushed his true qi into the pill furnace and began the most violent calcination. As the purple fire continued to burn, several different colors of spirit grass powder began to gradually merge. The paste of the blood-eye fruit melted with these powders, and the prototype of a medicinal pill gradually took shape in the pill furnace. The shape of this medicine pill is uneven, and the shape is not regular. The color on the surface is also red and green. It looks like a strange object with tentacles, not as smooth as the finished medicine pill. And shiny. Looking at the wrinkled elixir in the furnace, Chu Yan finally breathed a sigh of relief. By now, the whole process of alchemy is 90% completed, and the final step is to form elixir. This last step is the result of Dan. It took a full half an hour. Chu Yan carefully controlled the purple fire to wrap the young pill, and kept burning its surface. When the shape was almost complete, Chu Yan suddenly released the purple fire that had been suppressed. Suddenly, the purple flame was surging like a tide. In an instant, the temperature in the furnace increased violently. As soon as it was released, Xihua was quickly suppressed by Chu Yan to a low point again. At the same time, with Zihua's release, a round and jade-white medicinal pill appeared dazzlingly. Looking at this jade-white elixir, Chu Yan couldn't help but smile on his face, but when he was about to reach out to open the furnace, a sudden change occurred. At this moment, the infuriating qi in Chu Yan's body rushed to the coffin furnace frantically, like a flood from a long embankment. In an instant, above the coffin's pill furnace, the original complex lines on the four walls of the pill furnace were brightly bright, and shimmers of silver light were emitted. After the silver light appeared, it rushed into the furnace in an instant, and wrapped the jade-white elixir that had just formed. Immediately, the purple fire in the furnace was extinguished, and a dazzling silver light group appeared. Boom! The lid of the furnace was flipped, and the coffin furnace opened on its own, and a sapphire-like drug appeared in the furnace. 4-grade medicinal pills. Chu Yan looked into the furnace, and it was indeed blue, which meant that the original third-rank blood god pill had been promoted. Medicine pills are divided into 9 grades, which are distinguished by color. From the lowest grade black medicine pills up, they are black, gray, white, cyan, blue, red, purple, silver, and gold, totaling 9 colors and 9 grades. Originally, the 3rd grade medicinal pill should be white, but at this time, this divine blood pill is blue. 4th grade blood god pill. Haha. Chu Yan laughed loudly, waved his hand to hold the blue medicine pill in his hand, and laughed wildly. He took a sip of the medicinal herb's fragrance, and his face was filled with intoxication, and a sense of clarity suddenly flashed in his mind. Carefully put away the divine blood pill, Chu Yan sat down with his legs crossed, took out 3 qi refining pills, and began to restore his true qi. After half an hour, Chu Yan slowly opened his eyes. At this time, his infuriating energy had returned to its peak state. Looking at the coffin furnace in front of him, he took a deep breath and reached out to the spirit grass placed beside him. Refine the blood god pill and start again. With the first successful experience, the refining of the next 2 blood god pills went very smoothly. Except for the 3rd pill, Chu Yan was a little careless and almost burned the blood-eye fruit. The whole process was almost like flowing water. It was generally smooth, which greatly satisfied Chu Yan. You must know that this divine blood pill is a top-level existence in the 3rd grade medicinal pills. Even a 3rd grade alchemist may not be able to achieve a 30% success rate, but this time, Chu Yan has a 100% success rate. Of course he is satisfied. 3 hours later, although Chu Yan at this time had an obvious tired look on his face, he was more excited and surprised. In his hands, in each of the 3 jade bottles, there is a divine blood pill, all of which are like sapphire jade, with a bright and round surface. These 3 medicinal pills are the divine blood pills that can improve a warrior's sense of consciousness. Chu Yan sat down cross-legged and concentrated for a moment, then opened one of the jade bottles and swallowed the next one. The Shinshuadan entered the abdomen, and a cool force suddenly erupted, directly rushing into Chu Yan's mind. #C99 Divine Insight. The next moment, Chu Yan's eyes burst into light, bright as stars, and his whole soul trembled. In the sea of knowledge, the sky is shaking, and a torrent is like a meteor breaking the world, and it is constantly conflicting in the world of the sea of knowledge. Boom! 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 Chu Yan's entire sea of consciousness world, under the collision of meteors breaking through the sky, shattered like crystals, constantly cracking. Chu Yan's face burst with blue veins, his eyes were blood red, and the pain was aroused from the depths of his soul. This kind of pain made Chu Yan almost fainted, but he supported him desperately, clenching his steel teeth tightly, and beads of sweat constantly fell from his face, and his whole body couldn't stop shaking. The entire sea of consciousness world in his mind trembled wildly, as if the entire sea of consciousness was about to collapse. Chu Yan endured a huge pain, as if a breath of time lasted as long as a year, and the tremor of the sea of soul consciousness made his consciousness begin to blur. The only thing he can do is to condense all the consciousness into the sea of consciousness. In one corner, 5 martial spirits are guarded. Time passed quickly, I don't know how long. Chu Yan felt that the pain was slowly reducing, and his consciousness was gradually recovering. This is. After visiting the quiet world of the sea of consciousness for a while, Chu Yan was suddenly shocked. Is this your own sea of knowledge? The consciousness that was huddled in the corner was instantly released, and rushed to the world of consciousness that was more than doubled in size. The vast world of consciousness sea has undergone earth-shaking changes. The biggest difference is that the originally dark sky has now become a sea of golden clouds, shrouded in large golden mists, shining brightly. Surprised by Chu Yan, his divine sense came out, and through the layer of golden mist, he rushed out of his body and spread out around his body. The rippling consciousness, like an invisible and colorless spider web, centered on Chu Yan's body, quickly rushed towards all directions. After rushing out of the courtyard, it instantly expanded for nearly 100 miles. Whether it was the sky, the ground, or the underground, it was all clear at a glance. Even in the small courtyard of the dozen or so disciples nearby, the sound of everyone's cultivation breathing could be clearly heard. Moreover, the consciousness is still spreading, and there is no meaning to stop. The sound of the leaves shaking, the sound of the ants walking on the ground, including the 100 meters underground, the squirming of the worms can be heard clearly. This blood-eye pill is really amazing. Chu Yan felt the great change in consciousness and was overjoyed. After a while, the consciousness expanded to a range of 300 miles and finally stopped. 300 miles. You must know that if the consciousness of an ordinary Qi refining realm martial artist can detect 50 miles, that is already a genius. At this time, Chu Yan's consciousness range has actually reached 300 miles, a level that even the innate realm cannot reach. After getting used to it a little, Chu Yan withdrew his consciousness, and his eyes were full of joy. Under the realm of true martial arts, divine consciousness is invincible. Divine consciousness plays an extremely important role in a martial artist. Whether it is the control of infuriating energy, the use of exercises, martial arts, and the speed of cultivation, they are all very important. The most important thing is to fight. People with strong spiritual sense can often know the enemy's actions like the back of their hands, and even prejudgment in advance. For example, when you punch, you just exerted your muscle strength and didn't even lift the punch, but the opponent already knew it. Your actions, under such circumstances, when fighting, are of course invincible. After practicing cross-legged for a while, Chu Yan walked out of the room, came to the courtyard, and began to practice martial arts. The 8 directions are broken, and the punches are like the wind. Thunder moves in all directions. 13 swords of thunder, the sword is like a meteor, and it is as fast as thunder. Thousands of mountains and snow. One flash of 1,000 steps, and another flash of shadows. After the consciousness is raised, the power of various martial arts is raised by 10%. In the next half-month, Chu Yan practiced the Rakshasa Wuji Jutsu at night, tempered his body, and went to the Tianfeng Mountains during the day to find the little white bear, hunted monsters together, and improved his martial arts, whether it was swordsmanship, boxing, or secret skills. There is a lot of progress. In the past half-month, although the cultivation base is still stuck at the peak of Qi refining realm's 7th layer, there is no breakthrough. But Chu Yan practiced the secret skill, stepping on snow on thousands of mountains, to the realm of 10 mountains. Under the urging of his figure, he could flash 10 identical figures at an unimaginable speed. Chu Yan's current cultivation is stuck at the peak of Qi refining realm 7th layer. According to Ling Tianzong sect rules, once he breaks through to Qi refining realm 8th layer, he can be promoted to inner disciple. In this regard, Chu Yan is not in a hurry. The outer sect also has the advantages of the outer sect. It is relatively free, and there are a large number of sect missions to take. After practicing for half a month, Chu Yan planned to do some sect missions and go out to practice. After leaving the small courtyard, I walked all the way, and when I passed by the outer gate martial arts field, I heard bursts of noise. Congratulations to senior brother Meng, he broke through after only 1 month of entry. What a genius! Senior brother Meng Hao, at such an age, he has broken through to the 5th level of Qi refining realm. He is definitely the first genius of my Ling Tian sect. That's right, in 2 or 3 years, I will be able to break through the Qi refining realm and go directly to the innate realm. Chu Yan looked sideways, and found that Meng Hao was surrounded by a group of disciples, all flattering and flattering. Shaking his head lightly, he was about to leave when he heard a sudden shout from the martial arts field. Meng Hao, I, Li Yue, challenge you. See you at the stage of life and death. Li Yu's tall figure strode to the martial arts arena, glaring at Meng Hao. Li Yue, you are not my opponent, why bother? Meng Hao looked at Li Yue, but was unmoved. Upon hearing this, Li Yu frowned, and without hesitation, she directly drew a knife and attacked Meng Hao. The Zoman martial arts arena is the only place other than Ling Jiuetong's life and death arena where Zoman disciples can compete. However, it is stipulated that no harm to life is allowed, otherwise, the punishment will be extremely severe. Meng Hao's expression changed a little when he saw Li Yu's savage sword and savage attack, and he raised his palm to greet him. With only a pair of flesh fists, Meng Hao easily neutralized Li Yu's attacks one by one. Li Yue, I have stepped into the 5th level of Qi refining realm, and you are still in the 4th level of Qi refining realm. This gap is huge. Meng Hao smiled lightly and said proudly. Li Yu stopped attacking with a look of loss. It seems that your cultivation has really broken through. That is, Li Yue, don't you look at who senior brother Meng Hao is. That is the only 8-star martial spirit of Ling Tianzong for decades. That's right, I think, among our new batch of disciples, within a few years, only senior brother Meng Hao will have the opportunity to be promoted to the inner door. Hey! That's not Chu Yan. The dozen or so disciples who were watching were discussing, but someone noticed Chu Yan in the distance and made a light noise. Following everyone's gaze, Meng Hao and Li Yu turned their heads to look at Chu Yan at the same time, their eyes flashing. Chu Yan. I heard that Chu Yan won the first place in the last outer door competition. Yeah, even Sun Jia, one of the 4 outer sects, is only second, and I don't know what his cultivation level is now. Humph. It's just a 3-star martial spirit, it's impossible to surpass senior brother Meng Hao. The last competition was just good luck. Following the discussions among the disciples around him, Meng Hao raised his brows and walked towards Chu Yan. #C100 Kill Mission. Chu Yan, I want to challenge you. Chu Yan looked at Meng Hao in front of him with a rebellious expression on his face. Meng Hao, you are not my opponent. Meng Hao was stunned, and his face suddenly showed a look of resentment, and said arrogantly. I have broken through to the 5th level of Qi refining realm. I should tell you this, don't you dare? Don't dare. Chu Yan looked indifferent, and shook his head with a light smile. Immediately, the breath on the body surged, and the cultivation base of the 7th level of Qi refining realm surged out, and a gust of wind swept across the entire exercise field. What? Qi refining realm 7th layer peak cultivation realm. How is this possible? Chu Yan's cultivation has reached such a level, which is too fast. He seems to have entered the sect on the same day as senior brother Meng Hao. At that time, he was only at the 4th level of Qi realm. It's only been more than a month, and it has actually broken through 3 major realms in a row. This. In the entire martial arts field, at the moment when Chu Yan exposed his breath, they all looked sideways, with expressions of horror on their faces. Most of these disciples were new disciples from the outer sect, and many of them were still in the body-tempering realm. Meng Hao, a 5th level Qi refining realm, had already surprised them. However, Meng Hao's martial spirit is an 8-star martial spirit, which is still within everyone's understanding. But Chu Yan was a 3-star martial spirit, an ordinary fire-type natural flame martial arts. His cultivation speed actually surpassed that of Meng Hao, and surpassed the genius of 8-star martial arts. He's a monster. Liu looked at Chu Yan, her heart was trembling. During the first entrance examination, he was directly defeated by Meng Hao, and he did not fight against Chu Yan. He originally thought that Meng Hao was fighting with himself because of the battle. He lost to Chu Yan after spending too much. Chu Yan's first place is just a matter of luck. But today, Chu Yan's Qi refining realm 7th level peak cultivation level suddenly shattered his original arrogance. This gap is too big. From the 4th level of Qi refining realm to the 7th level of Qi refining realm, there are 3 full realms. With his talent, it will take at least 2 years to break through, but the black-robed boy only took more than a month. Just put all the genius underfoot. 3 realms a month. How to chase this? Meng Hao, who had just been flattered by the disciples, was even more stunned, and his eyes were full of shock. 10 days ago, if it wasn't for the cultivation resources given to him by his master, plus the rewards he received during the outer sect grand competition, he would never have broken through, but even with such rich cultivation resources, in front of this Chu Yan, but still scum. Young man, work hard. Chu Yan waved, chuckled, turned and walked towards Ling Xiutong. Behind him, the entire martial arts field fell into a kind of silence, only the light wind blew, and the rustling of the fallen leaves echoed. Chu Yan strolled and entered the main hall of Lingxiu Hall. Here, Ling Tianzong used to issue various tasks to the disciples of the entire sect, not only those within the sect, but also those outside the sect. Inside the main hall of Lingxiu Hall, there were crowds of people, and there was a lot of noise and excitement. Among them, the vast majority of the outer sect disciples ordered, and the ones who dared to come here to take the task are mostly above the Qi refining realm. In the center of the main hall, there are 3 crystal curtains, constructed of spiritual stones. On top of this crystal curtain, countless flashing words are flipped, forming tasks of different lengths for all disciples to choose. This spar giant screen is 10 feet high and more than 20 feet wide. Not to mention how many spirit stones were spent, only the fact that it can display the text shows its rarity and value. Looking at the crowded scene of people coming and going, Chu Yan stood far away from the crowd and glanced at the tasks above the crystal screen. Investigate the reasons for the disappearance of the 3 outer disciples. It is worth 15 contribution points. Hunting a spider-like Earth-level monster and obtaining a spider silk capsule is worth 50 contribution points. Beheading the 3 tigers of the Montenegro and the 3 heroes of the Li family is worth 30 contribution points. Chu Yan carefully looked at these tasks one by one and gained some understanding. Basically, the more difficult the task, the higher the value. Moreover, some of these tasks are very cost-effective, and some are extremely embarrassing. For example, the task of hunting Earth-level monsters is only worth 50 contribution points. Some are not worth it. However, Chu Yan was not in a hurry, and slowly checked each task. If he was interested, he would use the identity jade to lead him over and study it carefully. As far as Chu Yan's current situation is concerned, he is more inclined to take on missions such as killing people, and it is the kind of mission that the stronger the opponent, the better the mission. This kind of task is conducive to the improvement of his cultivation. At this moment, Chu Yan's eyes lit up when he saw one of the tasks. Killing the whole family of Jinshui Zhenjiang people, within a 3-month period, is worth 100 contribution points. This Jinshui town is adjacent to Longmen town, where Chu Yan's family is located, only 100 miles apart, which immediately attracted Chu Yan's attention. Lifting his pointer to Yufu, he led the task to him. Chu Yan carefully read the contents. Jinshui Zhenjiang clan leader, Jiang Hai, Chi-refining 9th level cultivation base, Taishang elder, Jiang Feng, Xiantian real level 1st level cultivation base, and the remaining elders are all Chi-refining realm 8 level cultivation base, and there are 5 warriors in the clan. Hundreds of people are above the body-quenching realm. According to investigation, the Jiang family in Jinshui Zhen is a meticulous organization that the Yundan kingdom has installed in my Luoyang kingdom. It is deeply hidden. It is entrusted by the Luoyang kingdom. Any disciple of Lingtian sect who performs this task must keep a secret and not publicize it. No wonder the strength is so powerful, it turns out to be an enemy force. Chu Yan was secretly shocked. When he was selling medicine with his father, he had also been to Jinshui town, a town even bigger than Longmen town. Thinking of taking over this person's task, he can drop by the way home, and Chu Yan took over this task without hesitation. The Luoyang kingdom and the Yundan kingdom are hostile to each other. They have fought for many years and have deep grievances. They are both bloody debts. If the forces in the Luoyang kingdom that the Yundan kingdom installed are not destroyed in time, I don't know how many soldiers will die. Hey! Isn't this Chu Yan? How dare you take this mission? I heard that his martial soul is only 3-star. Isn't it courting death to take on this kind of task with an opponent in the innate realm? Is it a bit arrogant and overconfident after winning the first place in the outer sect competition? Humph. Even the inner disciples dare not take this task. He is a new disciple of the sect, and he has a 3-star martial spirit. He really doesn't know whether to live or die. The surrounding disciples, seeing the golden light flashing on the crystal screen, were pointing at the jade talisman in Chu Yan's hand, and they couldn't help but discuss. Chu Yan turned a deaf ear to these discussions, and just continued to check other tasks on the crystal screen. Since he decided to lead the sect to practice, one task is to be done, and several tasks are also to be done. Chu Yan never minds doing more of murder. After watching for a full hour, Chu Yan selected a total of 3 tasks from thousands of tasks. These 3 tasks are all near Longmen town, and they are very suitable for Chu Yan's plan to go home. However, these 3 tasks are extremely difficult, which makes many nearby disciples point at Chu Yan. Chu Yan held the jade talisman, and after registering at the deacon elder of Lingshou Hall, he strode away. As long as Yufu has completed the task registration, he can leave the sect. Otherwise, it is a violation of the sect rules and the consequences are serious. Leaving Lingxiu Hall, Chu Yan walked directly outside the sect. #C101 Lingtian. Not long after walking, when they approached Zomen Square, they met Ho Yingfeng head-on. Ho Yingfeng, who was dressed in colorful clothes, had an anxious look on her face. When she saw Chu Yan coming, she immediately smiled and walked over. Junior brother Chu Yan, on the orders of the tutor. Hey! Has your cultivation level improved again? As soon as Ho Yingfeng said a few words, she noticed the difference in Chu Yan's breath, and in shock, she turned to ask. I just had a breakthrough, is it Elder Yun looking for me? Chu Yan shrugged indifferently and replied casually. Breakthrough again? Have you reached the 6th level of qi refining? Ho Yingfeng's delicate face was full of shock, staring at Chu Yan as if she had seen a monster. Chu Yan just chuckled, but did not answer. After a long time, Ho Yingfeng finally reacted and hurriedly continued. Yes, it's the teacher, the Elder Yun, who has invited me. After finishing speaking, he turned around and took Chu Yan away, but that direction was the area where the inner door was located. Not long after Chu Yan followed Ho Yingfeng, they arrived at a small building. This 3-story building was where Elder Yun lived. Entering it, in the large hall, the two figures sat high on it, and when they saw Chu Yan coming in, they both smiled. One of them is the Elder Yun who recommended Chu Yan to enter the Lingtian sect, and the other is no stranger to the elder of the palace guarding the Lingbao Palace. I have seen Elder Yun, and this elder. Chu Yan stepped forward and bowed his hands in salute, neither humble nor arrogant. Chu Yan, you don't need to be too polite. Your surname is Mu, you can call. Hey! Your cultivation has improved again? Elder Mu, next to Elder Yun, was introducing himself to Chu Yan with a smile on his face, but his face suddenly stiffened, staring at Chu Yan, and said in shock. Reporting to the elders, half a month ago, there was a breakthrough in the cultivation base. Chu Yan replied. Elder Yun and Elder Mu were shocked at the same time, looked at each other, and their eyes flashed. Not bad, sure enough, this golden talent is different. Ha ha ha. Elder Mu laughed, but he raised his hand and pointed to the seat beside him, signaling Chu Yan to sit down. After Chu Yan was seated, he raised his eyes to look at the two elders, with a puzzled look on his face. Seeing this, Elder Yun smiled lightly, stroked his beard, and said slowly. Chu Yan, I came to see you today because I wanted to ask you, when you joined the sect, you were rewarded by a master of your choice. Why, you have been in the sect for more than a month, but you didn't apprentice. Do you have any doubts? Chu Yan was stunned, but did not expect that the two elders were looking for him for this matter. Originally, according to Chu Yan's plan, this reward quota was not intended to be used. After pondering for a moment, Chu Yan replied softly, this disciple does not intend to be a teacher. Hearing this, Elder Yun and Elder Mu looked at each other and nodded at the same time, and then Elder Mu said. My Lingtian sect, there is a senior who is a powerful person who is not born in the world. He is the teacher. I want to take you as a named disciple on behalf of my teacher. What do you think? When Chu Yan heard this, his face stiffened and he was stunned. The unparalleled powerhouse. It is actually the master of the elders of the temple, and this person's strength must be extremely amazing. Chu Yan was secretly shocked. Behind some powerful sects, there were often some hidden powerhouses who were not easily exposed, but their strength was extremely strong, just like Chu Yan's original guardian of the Golden Summit of the Extreme Heaven sect. Upper Elder. Seeing Chu Yan thinking in secret, Elder Mu smiled and said, Master is a master of kendo. The clear sky sword in your hand is exactly the sword that Master used to match. Hearing this, Chu Yan moved slightly, pondered for a moment, stood up and saluted. Reporting to the two elders, I have just accepted a few sect missions. When I return from the mission, I will come to see you. Of course, Elder Mu and Elder Yun knew what Chu Yan was thinking. This kid made it clear that he didn't want to talk about the true God. The two elders didn't care either. After chatting with Chu Yan for a while, Chu Yan got up and said goodbye. After leaving Elder Yan's residence, Chu Yan went out of Lingshanzong's mountain gate. To the Tianfeng Mountains, bring the little white bear, all the way towards Luoyang City. Ling Tianzong is not far from the Luoyang King City, and there are a large number of carriages in the government run and outside the city, traveling to and from all parts of the kingdom, as well as to other countries. Chu Yan took the little white bear and packed a large carriage that originally had 10 people, and went straight to the destination, which would be much faster. The carriage is pulled by 8 strong horses, and the body is extremely stable. From the time he got in the car, the little white bear was lying on the window of the carriage, looking out curiously. On the road, he encountered other warriors with spirit beasts passing by, and the little white bear would scream twice. Chu Yan looked into the distance through the car window, thinking that after completing the task of Jinshui town, he would be able to see his father and brother, and couldn't help being a little excited. Thinking that when he left home, he had only cultivated in the body-tempering realm, but now he is at the peak of Qi refining realm's 7th layer. With such strength, walking in Luoyang King City is already considered a martial arts powerhouse. The road that the carriage traveled was the official road opened by Luoyang King City. Although it also passed through some forest areas, and in the deep mountains on both sides of the road, there were bursts of beast roars from time to time, but almost no monsters would attack the carriage on the road. This kind of behavior of monsters attacking carriages on the road will lead to a strong siege of the Wangqing army. After a long time, these monsters also know that this road is a restricted area. The carriage was very fast on the flat road. After walking for 5 days, it finally arrived at the inn in Linjiang City. Chu Yan went into the city for a walk, found a good restaurant, ate dinner, and rested for the night. Linjiang City is a small town thousands of miles away from the king city of Luoyang. Because of its remote location, Luoyang City is much smaller than Chu Yan's hometown, and its population is less than 1 million. Among the 800 cities under the rule of Luoyang King City, it is the least popular town. At this time it was just dawn, and there were few people on the road in the city. A black-robed boy walked with a white bear, spirit beast. This person is Chu Yan and Zilua Tianxiong. This town called Linjiang City was Chu Yan's first stop. Among the 3 missions that Chu Yan received in Ling Tianzong, there was one mission here, which was to kill a man named Xia He, a bone-scraping knife. While walking, Chu Yan recalled the relevant information of the mission in his mind. The one who issued this mission in Ling Tianzong is a big family with the surname of Yan in this city. Let's take a look at Yun Yan's family first. According to the address on the information, Chu Yan found a mansion. This is not a small matter, but the 4 doors are closed during the day, and no one can be seen. Anyone there? Chu Yan frowned slightly, stepped forward and tapped the vermilion copper door, and asked loudly. Squeak. Not long after, the red door opened, and a pretty maid opened the door and looked at Chu Yan with a wary expression. Who are you? Seeing the maid's expression, Chu Yan couldn't help but stunned, and quickly said. Under Chu Yan, disciples of Ling Tianzong, please meet your patriarch. Hearing this, the maid was stunned for a moment, then suddenly showed a look of surprise, and then asked. Ling Tianzong disciple. Do you have proof? Chu Yan was stunned. Unexpectedly, this beautiful little girl was so cautious. In desperation, Chu Yan could only take out the sect identity jade and hand it over. Under the urge of true qi, the jade talisman in Chu Yan's hand immediately flashed 2 big silver characters Ling Tian. #C103 Whoever takes your head. In Luoyang King City, in addition to Ling Tianzong, there are also powerful sects known as the Bingshui Double Pavilion. It is the Xuanhuan Pavilion that only accepts female disciples, and the Xuanhuan Pavilion that focuses on fire attribute exercises and martial arts. The strength of the sect is extremely strong, not much weaker than Ling Tianzong. Call out. Just as Chu Yan watched, the woman in red with the sword snorted and slashed at a rockery next to her. Boom! The thick rockery with the height of the two men exploded under this sword, and the rocks were thrown into the air, and the gravel flew in all directions. Xiantian realm. Chu Yan's eyes were like electricity, and he saw the strength of the woman in red in an instant. Young Master Chu, this woman should be a disciple of Xuanhuan Pavilion. Like you, she took on the task of killing Xia He. That's great. With Xiantian cultivation, she will definitely be able to avenge my Yan family. Lu Rushuang's face was suddenly filled with joy and color, and she gasped for breath. Under the excitement, Bo Lan's chest heaved violently. At this moment, Yayuan was covered with rubble, but the lean man was unmoved. A pair of triangular eyes, with lustful eyes, swept back and forth over the four women, making bursts of lewd laughter. Little lady, you're so angry, do you want my lord to vent your anger? You, a thief, courting death. The woman in red was instantly furious, her jade face swelled red, her spiritual eyes were on fire, she shouted loudly, and stabbed Xia He with a long sword in her hand. Huang Ruier is a young girl of 28 years old. She has never heard of any personnel, so when she hears such foul language, she is full of anger. This sword stabbed out, infuriating like a tide, in an instant. Countless sword shadows flashed in the entire courtyard, like 10,000 pear blossoms blooming, dazzling. Xia He's face froze suddenly, his face full of shock. He never expected that this red-clothed woman was so powerful. This Xia He was originally a disciple of a powerful sect in a neighboring country. Because he raped a female disciple of the same sect, he fled all the way to this Linjiang city, and temporarily escaped, live here. Originally thought that killing all the men of the Yan family, with a little threat, they would be able to make the women of the Yan family obedient and serve them well. Unexpectedly, they secretly offered a reward and found a powerful sect to take action. Knowing that this place is not easy to stay for a long time, Xia He originally planned to destroy the Yan family in the past 2 days and escaped again, but he did not want to be blocked today. Therefore, when he was surrounded by the 4 female disciples of Xuanhuan Pavilion, Xia He planned to rape and then kill, and then flee all the way, leaving this place, thinking that Xuanhuan Pavilion is strong, and he will not be able to find it in a short time. Own. In front of him, the sword that looked like a pear blossom stabbed towards him. Xia He didn't dare to be careless. In an instant, the sword light flashed, and 3 black and white sword light with rolling thunder, attacked the sky with sword energy. Boom! 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 The sword chi is like the sea. The sword light is like thunder. The 2 groups of energy collided fiercely, making an earth-shattering continuous explosion. The sword shadows all over the sky shattered under the violent impact of the 3 groups of sword lights. I didn't see it, you still have 2 chances. However, in front of me Huang Ruier today, you will die. Even though the sword move was broken, the red-clothed woman still had a moving expression and said arrogantly, "Hey, if you want to kill me, the little girls are still a little tender." The bone-scraping knife Xia He laughed proudly, his right palm stood up, blood lingered on his palm, and he suddenly slapped Huang Ruier. Huang Ruier was furious, and immediately turned his left hand into a palm, and slapped Huiyun with a backhand palm. Boom! The powerful shock wave swept all directions, and the gravel on the ground shattered again, turning into smaller stones and flying. After the sound, Huang Ruier's body was blown upside down and fell heavily. Next moment, the bone-scraping knife followed closely, and before the other 3 female disciples asked for help, they continued to shoot out. Breakout! A mass of black, true chi volleyed into a huge palm print. Press against Huang Ruier, after the black infuriating, touches Huang Ruier. She only felt that the real chi and blood in her body suddenly slowed down, as if they were about to freeze, and her expression suddenly became sluggish. At the critical moment, Huang Ruier gritted his silver teeth, and the red infuriating chi gushed out from his body. Flaming palm. Huang Ruier threw away the long sword, and a shadow of the palm appeared behind him. This shadow of the palm was Huang Ruier's original martial soul, the flame palm martial soul. This mutant martial spirit that uses human organs as its martial soul is usually a natal martial spirit, with its natal soul skills, and its formidable power is amazing. At this time, Huang Ruier was in a hurry, and he had already used his own life-saving trick, the soul skill of his life, without hesitation. Huang Ruier's two palms urged a red blood palm, and suddenly slapped the black palm print issued by Xia He. The red palm strength collided with the black palm print, and the air distorted violently. Then, a strong red light erupted, and it was about to break through the black palm strength, but I didn't expect that the black palm print would continue to corrode the red palm print, becoming more and more solid. Stand up. On the contrary, the red palm strength became weaker and weaker, and seemed to be absorbed by the black palm strength a little bit, just like the winter snow that meets the setting sun and melts little by little. In the blink of an eye, 30% was fused, and the remaining 70% couldn't stand the powerful black palm. Puff. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood, and Huang Ruier flew out again in disbelief. Haha, girls, you are mine. The bone-scraping knife, Xia He, would have given up such a great opportunity. With a vigorous leap, he wanted to catch up again, but he didn't think that the three female disciples of Xueyue Pavilion behind him attacked in rage at the same time, and the three long swords brought out three sword energies pierced Xia He's body directly. Humph. Overcome. In midair, Xia He twisted his body abruptly. Taking advantage of the turning, he shot three black palms in succession behind him. Boom. 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 After three loud bangs, the three women also opened their mouths and vomited blood mist, flew out backwards, and fell heavily to the ground. Seeing this scene, Huang Ruier's face turned pale, and her handsome face froze. She only felt the real daring in her body, but in just a moment, she actually fell into a state of solidification. The original chi that was rushing like a river is now like being blocked by countless mud, and it is extremely difficult to even move. The other three Xueyue Pavilion female disciples who had just been shot down by Xia He 3 times in a row were struggling to get up from the ground at this time, and their faces were equally shocked because they felt exactly the same as Huang Ruier. My infuriating. Why can't it work? Huang Ruier's face was pale, looking at Xia He's wicked smile approaching, a hint of despair flashed in her eyes. Originally, she thought that with her strength in the 3rd level of the Xiantian realm, it was enough to deal with the Xia He of the 2nd level of the Xiantian realm. Ha ha ha, girls, you are unlucky when you meet me, Xia He. But. Xia He walked to Huang Ruier, leaned down, stretched out his hand and touched Huang Ruier's pretty face. His eyes were full of. However, wait, I will make you and your junior sisters want to die. Seeing Xia He's face, Huang Ruier's phoenix eyes slowly dimmed, knowing that today will be doomed, and only one death can protect his innocence. At the same time, on the small building in the distance, Lu Rushuang frowned when she saw this scene, her face pale. She did not expect that in the blink of an eye, all 4 female disciples of Xueyue Pavilion were defeated by this Xia He, and there was also a female powerhouse of the 3rd level of the Xiantian realm. Suddenly, she felt that the strength of this Xia He was unrivaled. To the point of swish. Just as Lu Rushuang was thinking to himself, he only felt the shadows of the people around him flickering. A black figure jumped down from the small building, and slid toward the opposite Yayuan like a rock spreading his wings. What a bone scraper, it's really daring. A thunderous shout, accompanied by the sound of robes screeching in the wind, suddenly exploded in the air. The bone scraper Xia He's hand stretched out to Huang Ruiyer's chest stiffened, turned his head to look, his face was gloomy, and said, "Who? The one who takes your head?" Chu Yan fell from the air, flicked his robe, and said lightly, #C102 Shuiyue Pavilion full of female disciples. When the pretty maid saw it, her expression suddenly relaxed, she was overjoyed, and she saluted Chu Yan lightly. "Master, please come with me, my mistress has been looking forward to it for a long time." After Chu Yan entered the gate, the maid closed the gate and took Chu Yan into the Nuoda Manor. In this manor, there are pleasant scenery, rockery and flowing water, green flowers, a beautiful scene, showing the pavilions and pavilions of large families. The maid casually summoned another maid, and after whispering a few words, the maid trotted all the way to report. Chu Yan followed behind the maid, detoured around the manor for a long time, and came to a hall. 7 or 8 figures in front of the hall were standing pretty and waiting. Chu Yan looked at it, but his expression froze, and he was greatly surprised. For nothing else, just because the 7 or 8 people waiting here are all women and not a single man, which makes Chu Yan somewhat surprised. Next, Lu Rushuang, I have seen the sun. The first was a woman in her 30s, dressed in colorful clothes and beaded. Seeing Chu Yan approaching, she led 7 or 8 women and saluted lightly. "You're the Yan family, the person in charge?" Chu Yan asked with a puzzled look. Originally intended to speak of the head of the family, but seeing the identity of the other party as a woman, she could only change her words. "Exactly, please come in and talk." This graceful and splendid woman hurried out of the way and extended her hand. Chu Yan entered the hall, took the guest seat, and looked at the faces of the 7 or 8 people around him, all with sad expressions on their faces. Although all of them had a long and beautiful appearance, they were full of sadness, and the doubts in their hearts deepened. Dare to ask the sun's cultivation? Compared with the other women, Lu Rushuang was a little more stable than the superiors. Seeing the puzzled expression on Chu Yan's face, she asked directly. "Qi Refining Realm 7th Heaven Cultivation Realm." Chu Yan replied. "This?" When Lu Rushuang heard the words, her face showed disappointment. The 7 or 8 women beside her also frowned and sighed softly. There was even a young woman who wept softly. The task of killing Xia He, the bone-scraping knife, was handed out by you. Where is he now? Chu Yan was very upset by these women, frowned, and asked directly. However, as soon as Chu Yan finished speaking, Lu Rushuang sighed softly and said, "Young master, I advise you to give up. Your cultivation base is not the opponent of that wicked man." Hearing this, Chu Yan couldn't help frowning even tighter, looking at Lu Rushuang with a bit of obvious anger in his eyes. "This matter, don't bother you, since I took over this task, I naturally have the confidence to kill him." When Lu Rushuang heard this, a strange color couldn't help but rise on her face, and her bright eyes flashed, but she was a little hesitant. In the end, she still opened her mouth and said, "Young Master Chu, do you know that this great villain of Shaha is the strength of the innate realm?" Chu Yan nodded and replied, "Of course I do, so what? I kill him like a chicken and a dog." When Lu Rushuang heard Chu Yan's words, her whole body was shocked. She stood up suddenly, knelt in front of Chu Yan, and said forcefully, "I beg your son to decide for the 135 men who were killed in my Yan family." Chu Yan lifted up the women of the Yan family who were kneeling on the ground, and asked, with a frown, "No need, what happened to the Yan family?" Lu Rushuang's face was slightly red, and after a moment of hesitation, she slowly opened her mouth and said, "That bone-scraping knife, Xia He, is an evil spirit in color. 2 months ago, he came to Linjiang City from nowhere and stared at my Yan family. From that day on, he would sneak into the Yan family to insult the female relatives every night. The head of the Yan family led the men of the clan to fight fiercely with him, but he was defeated and killed. As Lu Rushuang said, several women around her started to cry. Later, that Xia changed his roots and became even more powerful, beheading all the men of the Yan family in a few days. He kidnapped weak women like me as his plaything, bullied every night. I waited. When Lu Rushuang said this, she was also in tears, her face was wet and broken, and she burst into tears. I have also invited strong men to kill him many times, but there are no less than 10 people in front and back, and none of them are his opponents. Therefore, I scattered my family wealth and invited the powerful sect of Luoyang King City to take action. When Chu Yan heard this, he couldn't help but be startled. This bone-scraping knife was actually doing such a bad thing. For the sake of his own selfish desires, he slaughtered all the men and turned all the women into dolls. This man is really a hungry ghost in his lust. With the status of a strong person, it is really against the law of heaven to take action against ordinary people's families. However, according to Lu Rushuang, the strength of this Xia he should not be weak, and he actually killed more than 10 warriors successively. Where is this Xia now? Chu Yan asked. Reporting to the sun, then Xia knew that I had invited the sect to take action, and hid in a courtyard of my Yan family outside the city a few days ago. Lu Rushuang quickly replied. However, that Xia He's strength is the second level of the innate realm. Chu Yan smiled lightly, waved his hand and said, "It's only the second level of the innate realm, don't worry, find someone to lead the way with me." Lu Rushuang was overjoyed when she heard the words, and hurriedly led the crowd to show Chu Yan the way. Seeing that all the women were following, Chu Yan couldn't help but startled, and said, "Don't have to go." Lu Rushuang's brows and eyes trembled, and she hurriedly took the girls to kneel on the ground. Suddenly, the skirt swayed gently, like 100 flowers in full bloom, all over the ground. "Young Master Chu, I have a great feud with this Xia He, and I want to see him execute him with our own eyes, to vent the hatred in my heart. I hope that the young master will be fulfilled." Chu Yan shook his head helplessly and helped everyone up. "That being the case, you can just follow. When I make a move, stand farther away." When the girls heard the words, their faces turned pale, and they looked at Chu Yan with gratitude. An hour later, Chu Yan followed the Yan family woman to a beautiful place outside Linjiang City. This other courtyard is built near the lake, hidden among the green mountains and clear waters, but it is extremely elegant. Humph! This bone-scraping knife Xia he knows how to enjoy. Chu Yan stood outside the gate of the other courtyard by the lake and said softly. Just when Chu Yan was about to push the door and enter, his expression tightened, his consciousness unfolded and swept toward the courtyard. In an elegant garden in the other courtyard, there were bursts of angry roars, and there were faint fluctuations of true energy and killing intent, which made Chu Yan slightly startled. Turning his head and asking to Lu Rushuang, "Did you invite other people to deal with Xia He?" Lu Rushuang was stunned, and quickly replied, "We have all placed bounties on the 3 major sects in Luoyang King City." Hearing this, Chu Yan nodded and pushed the door in. Passing through the other courtyard, Chu Yan took the women to a small building near Naya Yuan. Looking down, thousands of steps away, within the elegant garden, 4 slender figures surrounded a thin man, holding swords against each other. "Xia, when you see me, Xuanhuan Pavilion, you will capture me before you can." The woman who spoke was dressed in a red dress, with a white snowflake embroidered on her chest. Her face was delicate and slim, and her spiritual eyes were covered with stars and moons. They were extremely agile. I saw her holding the sword with one hand and pointing at the lean man, and a string of white bells on the jade wrist made pleasant sounds from time to time. These 4 slender women are the female disciples of the Xuanhuan Pavilion in the Luoyang King City. #C103 Whoever takes your head. In Luoyang King City, in addition to Ling Tianzong, there are also powerful sects known as Ice and Fire Double Pavilions. It is the Xuanhuan Pavilion that only accepts female disciples and the Xuanhuan Pavilion that focuses on fire attribute exercises and martial arts. The strength of the sect is extremely strong. Strong, not weaker than Ling Tianzong. Call out. Just as Chu Yan watched, the woman in red with the sword snorted and slashed at a rockery next to her. Boom! The thick rockery with the height of the two men exploded under this sword, and the rocks were thrown into the air, and the gravel flew in all directions. Xiantian realm. Chu Yan's eyes were like electricity, and he saw the strength of the woman in red in an instant. Young Master Chu, this woman should be a disciple of Xuanhuan Pavilion. Like you, she took on the task of killing Xia He. That's great. With Xiantian cultivation, she will definitely be able to avenge my Yan family. Lu Rushuang's face was suddenly filled with joy and color, and she gasped for breath. Under the excitement, Bo Lan's chest heaved violently. At this moment, Yayuan was covered with rubble, but the lean man was unmoved. A pair of triangular eyes, with lustful eyes, swept back and forth over the four women, making bursts of lewd laughter. Little lady, you're so angry, do you want my lord to vent your anger? You, a thief, courting death. The woman in red was instantly furious, her jade face swelled red, her spiritual eyes were on fire, she shouted loudly, and stabbed Xia He with a long sword in her hand. Huang Ruier is a young girl of 28 years old. She has never heard of any personnel, so when she hears such foul language, she is full of anger. This sword stabbed out, infuriating like a tide. In an instant, countless sword shadows flashed in the entire courtyard, like 10,000 pear blossoms blooming, dazzling. Xia He's face froze suddenly, his face full of shock. He never expected that this red-clothed woman was so powerful. This Xia He was originally a disciple of a powerful sect in a neighboring country. Because he raped a female disciple of the same sect, he fled all the way to this Linjiang city, and temporarily escaped, live here. Originally thought that killing all the men of the Yan family, with a little threat, they would be able to make the women of the Yan family obedient and serve them well. Unexpectedly, they secretly offered a reward and found a powerful sect to take action. Knowing that this place is not easy to stay for a long time, Xia He originally planned to destroy the Yan family in the past 2 days and escaped again, but he did not want to be blocked today. Therefore, when he was surrounded by the 4 female disciples of Xuanhuan Pavilion, Xia He planned to rape and then kill, and then flee all the way, leaving this place, thinking that Xuanhuan Pavilion is strong, and he will not be able to find it in a short time. Own. In front of him, the sword that looked like a pear blossom stabbed towards him. Xia He didn't dare to be careless. In an instant, the sword light flashed, and 3 black and white sword light with rolling thunder, attacked the sky with sword energy. Boom! 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 The sword chi is like the sea. The sword light is like thunder. The 2 groups of energy collided fiercely, making an earth-shattering continuous explosion. The sword shadows all over the sky shattered under the violent impact of the 3 groups of sword lights. I didn't see it, you still have 2 chances. However, in front of me Huang Ruier today, you will die. Even though the sword move was broken, the red-clothed woman still had a moving expression and said arrogantly, "Hey, if you want to kill me, the little girls are still a little tender." The bone-scraping knife Xia He laughed proudly, his right palm stood up, blood lingered on his palm, and he suddenly slapped Huang Ruier. Huang Ruier was furious, and immediately turned his left hand into a palm, and slapped Huiyun with a backhand palm. Boom! The powerful shock wave swept all directions, and the gravel on the ground shattered again, turning into smaller stones and flying. After the sound, Huang Ruier's body was blown upside down and fell heavily. Next moment, the bone-scraping knife followed closely, and before the other 3 female disciples asked for help, they continued to shoot out. Breakout. A mass of black, true chi volleyed into a huge palm print. Press against Huang Ruier. After the black infuriating touches Huang Ruier. She only felt that the real chi and blood in her body suddenly slowed down, as if they were about to freeze, and her expression suddenly became sluggish. At the critical moment, Huang Ruier gritted his silver teeth, and the red infuriating chi gushed out from his body. Flaming palm. Huang Ruier threw away the long sword, and a shadow of the palm appeared behind him. This shadow of the palm was Huang Ruier's original martial soul, the flame palm martial soul. This mutant martial spirit that uses human organs as its martial soul is usually a natal martial spirit, with its natal soul skills, and its formidable power is amazing. At this time, Huang Ruier was in a hurry, and he had already used his own life-saving trick, the soul skill of his life, without hesitation. Huang Ruier's 2 palms urged a red blood palm, and suddenly slapped the black palm print issued by Xia He. The red palm strength collided with the black palm print, and the air distorted violently. Then, a strong red light erupted, and it was about to break through the black palm strength, but I didn't expect that the black palm print would continue to corrode the red palm print, becoming more and more solid. Stand up. On the contrary, the red palm strength became weaker and weaker, and seemed to be absorbed by the black palm strength a little bit, just like the winter snow that meets the setting sun and melts little by little. In the blink of an eye, 30% was fused, and the remaining 70% couldn't stand the powerful black palm. Puff. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood, and Huang Ruier flew out again in disbelief. Haha, girls, you are mine. The bone-scraping knife, Xia He, would have given up such a great opportunity. With a vigorous leap, he wanted to catch up again, but he didn't think that the 3 female disciples of Xueyue Pavilion behind him attacked in rage at the same time, and the 3 long swords brought out 3 sword energies pierced Xia He's body directly. Humph. Overcome. In midair, Xia He twisted his body abruptly. Taking advantage of the turning, he shot 3 black palms in succession behind him. Boom. 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 After 3 loud bangs, the 3 women also opened their mouths and vomited blood mist, flew out backwards, and fell heavily to the ground. Seeing this scene, Huang Ruier's face turned pale, and her handsome face froze. She only felt the real daring in her body, but in just a moment, she actually fell into a state of solidification. The original chi that was rushing like a river is now like being blocked by countless mud, and it is extremely difficult to even move. The other 3 Xueyue Pavilion female disciples who had just been shot down by Xia He 3 times in a row were struggling to get up from the ground at this time, and their faces were equally shocked because they felt exactly the same as Huang Ruier. My infuriating. Why can't it work? Huang Ruier's face was pale, looking at Xia He's wicked smile approaching, a hint of despair flashed in her eyes. Originally, she thought that with her strength in the 3rd level of the Xiantian realm, it was enough to deal with the Xia He of the 2nd level of the Xiantian realm. Ha ha ha, girls, you are unlucky when you meet me, Xia He. But. Xia He walked to Huang Ruier, leaned down, stretched out his hand and touched Huang Ruier's pretty face. His eyes were full of. However, wait, I will make you and your junior sisters want to die. Seeing Xia He's face, Huang Ruier's phoenix eyes slowly dimmed, knowing that today will be doomed, and only one death can protect his innocence. At the same time, on the small building in the distance, Lu Rushuang also frowned when she saw this scene, her face pale. She did not expect that in the blink of an eye, all 4 female disciples of Xueyue Pavilion were defeated by this Xia He, and there was also a female powerhouse of the 3rd level of the Xiantian realm. Suddenly, she felt that the strength of this Xia He was unrivaled. To the point of swish. Just as Lu Rushuang was thinking to himself, he only felt the shadows of the people around him flickering. A black figure jumped down from the small building, and slid toward the opposite Yuan like a rock spreading his wings. What a bone scraper, it's really daring. A thunderous shout, accompanied by the sound of robes screeching in the wind, suddenly exploded in the air. The bone scraper Xia He's hand stretched out to Huang Ruiyer's chest stiffened, turned his head to look, his face was gloomy, and said. Who? The one who takes your head. Chu Yan fell from the air, flicked his robe, and said lightly. #C104 The sword refers to the innate. Bone-scraping knife Xia He looked at Chu Yan and saw that he was wearing a black robe and carrying a long sword. Boy, you are just an ant in the chi-refining realm, and you still want to kill me, you are really courting death. However, since you disturbed my uncle's interest in playing with women, you have to die today. The bone-scraping knife Xia He just finished speaking, he swung the big saber in his hand, and a blade slashed towards Chu Yan. As soon as the knife was cut out, Xia He immediately retracted the knife and turned around, grabbing Huang Ruier with a lewd smile. In his opinion, one knife is enough to deal with a chi-refining ant. Just now, he faced the siege of Huang Ruier and other 4 Shuiyue Pavilion disciples and easily won the victory. Now, dealing with a kid in the chi-refining realm, even a knife feels a waste. Be careful. When Huang Ruier saw the sword light slashing straight at Chu Yan, she was in a hurry. Because of Chu Yan's appearance, a glimmer of hope rose in her heart, but it seemed to be shattered in an instant, so she couldn't help but reminded loudly. But so. Chu Yan looked at Huang Ruier and smiled lightly. Immediately, his eyes suddenly lit up, like 2 rising stars, he drew his sword and swung out, and a sharp sword energy burst out of the air. The sword chi was domineering like thunder, instantly breaking the oncoming sword light, and continued to slash at Xia He, who was facing back to him without the slightest hindrance. Laugh. The back of the bone-scraping knife Xia He was splattered with flesh and blood, and a qilong wound was cut. What? Xia He screamed, his figure flashed violently, and only after swept away 100 paces did he stare at Chu Yan with a shocked expression. You're not in the chi-refining realm? How is this possible? Xia He took out the jade bottle, poured out a white medicinal pill and swallowed it. At the same time, he looked at Chu Yan's face, hideous like a ghost. He originally felt that Chu Yan's true chi was not strong, and at the age of 15 or 16, he concluded that his cultivation was in the chi-refining realm, but he never imagined that the knife he made with his Xiantian cultivation realm would actually he was blocked by him, and he also hurt himself. All of this, if he was a young man in the chi-refining realm, it would be impossible for him to do it. It was as if a baby blocked the full-strength punch of an adult strong man and smashed it in the strong man's face. How is this possible? Xia He's shock and anger made his breath stronger and stronger, the muscles on his face were twisted, the blue veins burst out, and he stared at Chu Yan suspiciously. You guessed it right, my cultivation is the 7th level of chi-refining realm. Holding the clear sky sword, Chu Yan looked at Xia He with cold eyes and replied lightly. What? Chi-refining realm 7th layer. Hearing this, Xia He and Huang Ruier were stunned almost at the same time, and roared in unison. Immediately, a trace of redness began to appear on Huang Ruiyer's pale face. Looking at Chu Yan's tall and straight figure, there was a hint of hope in his eyes. She didn't expect that this black-robed boy would be so strong, and only the first move would hurt Xia He. Just now, the 4 people on her side were besieging Xia He at the same time, and they couldn't hurt him. This boy is very strong. Huang Ruier was taken aback by the intuition that suddenly jumped out of her heart. With a pair of beautiful big eyes, she kept looking at that heroic young man with a cold expression between his brows. Chu Yan held the clear sky sword and faced Xia He. Although the opponent was easily injured with just one strike, Chu Yan looked at Xia He's reaction with a serious look on his face at this time. He knew very well in his heart that Xia He was a strong man in the innate realm after all, and the reason why he could easily succeed with that sword just now was due to his own strength, and on the other hand, it had a great relationship with Xia He's contempt for him. Therefore, it is not easy to think about it so easily. After all, this Xia He is a strong person in the second level of the Xiantian realm, and there is a world of difference from the Qi-refining realm martial artist. Thinking of this, Chu Yan did not intend to give his opponent another chance to breathe. Suddenly, his eyes flashed. He raised his sword and pointed, and shouted in a deep voice. "Today is your day of death." After Chu Yan snorted coldly, a cyclone composed of sword chi emerged from his side, and the sword intent peerless state suddenly appeared, and the wooden sword in his hand shone brilliantly. Chopping sword. The power of a sword slashing down has never been hindered in the slightest. The body is shuttled, the wooden sword is like a dragon and the clouds, the sword energy is chaotic, the blood energy is poured down like the water of 9 days, and the tyrannical power is like a huge wave. The sword energy rushed in front of him, Xia He's expression froze, and then he shouted with a livid face. "Humph! The ignorant boy! Courting death!" The bone-scraping knife Xia He's eyes were split open, and his anger was soaring to the sky. The momentum on his body was like an explosion after being suppressed to the extreme. Yin-yang bipolar knife. The big sword was split out, and the black and white sword glow appeared again. After the two sword beams rushed out, they were constantly intertwined and merged, like a two-dragon drama. This knife was a knife in which Xia He broke out of all his cultivation, and he completely lost the contempt he had towards Chu Yan at first. Boom! The sword light and the sword chi collided fiercely in the air, exploding countless small energy, and the gust of wind swept the audience immediately, carrying the flying sand and stones on the ground, and the sky was full of dust, but the two groups of energy quickly dissipated in the air. This move was actually a draw. Chu Yan was slightly startled. He didn't expect that his sword-slashing style would not break the opponent's sword light. This kind of situation is really rare. Obviously, the cultivation of the innate realm is not simple. Rakshasa's real body. Chu Yan let out a low drink, and the grey infuriating energy around his body immediately poured out. Suddenly, his eyes were blood-like, and a faint grey air flowed on his skin. Vision. Under the flickering figure, an afterimage emerged. With the long sword in his hand, Chu Yan swept towards the opposite Xia He without hesitation. The bone-scraping knife Xia He was stunned by the result of the tie just now. In the confrontation between the sword light and the sword energy just now, he clearly felt that this black-robed boy's cultivation was really at the 7th level of Qi refining realm. Heaven, he is 5 realms away from himself. Ping. Tai. Xia He couldn't move his mind, his eyes were dull. But just as Chu Yan flashed out, the piercing murderous aura that hit him made Xia He instantly wake up. He immediately jumped up, the big saber in his hand danced wildly, and the black and white sword lights crossed vertically and horizontally, moving towards the remnant. Shadow strangled away. Swish! 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 At this moment, Xia He brought his cultivation to the 2nd level of the Xiantian realm to the extreme. Hundreds of sword beams brought gusts of wind, covering Chu Yan's surroundings, sealing all his angles. Sword raising. At the same time, the wooden sword in Chu Yan's hand shone with dazzling light, and he rose up, holding the sword in his hand, stirring the world and taking full advantage of the situation. Dao Dao Jian Qi pierced out, like a dragon swimming in the wind, rolling in all directions, colliding violently with those sword lights. Boom! 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 In the constant roar, the sword light around Chu Yan was completely shattered. #C105 Rakshasas Devour. Chu Yan's sword has reached the realm of great achievement, and it has already touched a trace of sword intent, which is far from comparable to Xia He's swordsmanship and martial arts. The bone-scraping knife Xia he fell to the ground, his face pale for a while. He just desperately stimulated his true energy, which made the injury worse. Now he feels a little restless. However, Xia he still shot with all his strength. To Chu Yan. 2 instruments 4 elephants knife. A 2-meter-long infuriating sword light shot up into the sky and slashed down heavily, splitting Chu Yan's sword chi gust into 2. After the sword light broke through Chu Yan's sword-raising sword chi gust, it continued to slash at Chu Yan. However, it was already weak and had no threat at all, and was easily flashed by Chu Yan. At this moment, the sword light disappeared, the strong wind of the sword chi stopped, and the two stood up to face each other again. Boy, you are courting death. The bone scraper Xia he stared at Chu Yan, the corners of his eyes twitched as he spoke, but it was the back injury that caused him endless pain. At this time, he felt that the longer he continued to fight like this, the more disadvantageous it would be to him, so he secretly made up his mind and was ready to go all out to kill this black-robed boy. Bone-scraping knife, your knife skills are good. Chu Yan still had an indifferent look on his face, backhanded the sword, and said softly. But, you're still going to die. Clang. When Xia he heard the words, his face was startled, then he threw the knife aside, fell to the ground with a sound, and laughed loudly on his back. Ha ha ha, boy, your arrogance ends here, Lord let you see my true strength. The laughter landed, Xia he burst out, black energy lingered on his palms, and he suddenly slapped towards Chu Yan. Breaking gas palm. A huge black palm print slapped towards Chu Yan in the air, the sky was full of black energy, and the power was amazing. Chu Yan's face tightened a little. This black palm print was just the palm technique used to deal with Huang Ruier and other 4 Shuiyue Pavilion disciples, which was extremely strange and powerful. The clear sky sword was slowly raised in his hand, and just when Chu Yan felt the infuriating energy in his body begin to stagnate, suddenly, a vision suddenly appeared. Call. As Xiaohe's chi-breaking palm covered Chu Yan, the grey Rakshasa's true chi lingering around Chu Yan's body suddenly soared and rolled straight towards the black palm print in midair. The grey Rakshasa, true chi, went up against the air, making a whistling sound that stirred the wind and clouds. In this whistling sound, the Rakshasa true chi swallowed the black palm print like a mad whale sucking water, and devoured it instantly. What? What kind of practice is this? Xia he turned pale in shock, his body shook, and he took 3 steps back in fright, his face as pale as paper. His own broken chi palm was actually swallowed by the true chi of the black-robed youth? And the boy didn't even move his fingers. True chi can swallow palm prints. This is really unheard of, unseen and unseen. Hiss. The next moment, Xia he glared at the black-robed boy in disbelief with his bull-eyed eyes, but his whole body trembled again, and he suddenly gasped. I saw the black-robe figure not far away, an invisible sword energy rose up from his body, the robe was hunting, and the endless sharp energy permeated. In the next breath, he moved. The thought flashed, and Chu Yan stabbed out with a sword. Random. But to the fullest. The wooden sword Haoyan burst out with an incomparably astonishing bright light, like a scorching sun tearing through the clouds, so dazzling that it was impossible to look directly at it, but it disappeared in an instant, blended into the shadows, escaped, and it was difficult to find the slightest trace. A sword chi just disappeared into the space, but immediately flashed out, emitting a dazzling sword light, and then disappeared again. The sword intent was pointing at Xia he, 100 steps away. What? Sword intent great perfection realm. Xia he suddenly felt an extremely terrifying force rolling over. It seems to have integrated the power of heaven and earth, completely locking himself up, unable to move even an inch. At this moment, Xia he's face was ashen, the hair on his body exploded, and in his horrified eyes, only that flickering sword light was left, getting closer and closer. Chi. The sword light instantly smashed through Xia he's body, protecting infuriating energy, passed through his body, and disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. At this time in the entire Yuan, the atmosphere was calm, and everything became quiet. Whether it was Xia He, or Huang Ruier on the ground and her 3 classmates, they all looked at the scene in front of them with a dull expression. Only Chu Yan slowly retracted the sword into the sheath. Puff! Puff! Finally, the sound of blood spurting broke the brief calm in the courtyard. Hundreds of blood mists sprayed out from Xia He's body at the same time. Immediately, his body was neatly divided into several pieces, fell to the ground, and above the rolling head, in a pair of horrified eyes, that dazzling sword light was permanently blocked. Freeze! Bone-scraping knife, Xia He, dead. Above the small building in the distance, Lu Rushuang and a group of women from the Yan family were dumbfounded, their red lips trembling slightly. Before, when Chu Yan jumped down, they made them think that Chu Yan was just a youthful spirit and died in vain. But now, with only a wooden sword, Chu Yan killed Xia He, the powerhouse of the second layer of the Xiantian realm, on the spot. At the same time, Huang Ruier was lying on the ground not far away, her beautiful big eyes completely absent, her eyelids swaying slightly. This is the sword intent. Huang Ruier has been practicing swordsmanship since childhood and has been taught by famous swordsmen. Of course, he knows that swordsmanship is divided into small success, great success, perfection, and subtlety. However, after practicing swords for 10 years, he has not even reached the realm of small accomplishment in swordsmanship. At this time, when he saw Chu Yan's sword intent, he didn't know it at all. Or some kind of powerful sword technique? Glancing at the black-robed boy not far away, Huang Ruier really felt that the other party was slowly restraining the cultivation level of Qi refining realm's 7th layer, so she slightly frowned and had a little doubt about her judgment just now. How could a young man in the Qi refining realm have the sword intent above the great achievement? In the courtyard, Chu Yan's face was cold, but his heart was a little excited. The sword just now was a sword that he made with all his strength after he realized a hint of sword intent. With this sword, Xia He, the bone-scraping knife of the second layer of the Xiantian realm, was beheaded. This battle is of great benefit to the improvement of his swordsmanship. It is hundreds of times stronger than practicing against the sword test stone. Lifting his foot to walk to Xia He's broken corpse, Chu Yan stared at Xia He, which was divided into several pieces, and said softly, "The color is a bone-scraping steel knife, and it hurts people as well." Immediately, with a wave of his hand, he took Xia He's body into the Rakshasa space. At this time, at the entrance of Yuan, Lu Rushuang led a few women to walk quickly, ran to Chu Yan with excitement, and knelt down on the ground. "Let the sun be more generous." Lu Rushuang and the others were in the small building when they saw Chu Yan beheading Xia He. After being shocked, they all trembled with excitement, and hurried to thank him. "It doesn't have to be. Get up." With a wave of Chu Yan's hands, he lifted Lu Rushuang and the woman behind her. "Xia He is dead, my mission is complete, farewell." Chu Yan said indifferently, then turned around and floated away. "Wait, who are you?" Behind, Huang Ruier saw that Chu Yan turned and left, suddenly woke up, and hurriedly shouted, "Ling Tianzong, Chu Yan." As the black-robed figure disappeared outside the gate of the small courtyard, a voice resounded above the small courtyard, resounding faintly like a morning bell and a twilight drum. "Chu Yan." Huang Ruier's red lips parted lightly and muttered, and then she showed a charming smile. "Chu Yan? I think we will meet again." #C10621 Decision. 10 miles away from Linjiang City. Behind the shadow, followed by a white bear with light purple hair, one person and one bear walking between the mountain roads. After turning over the mountain, they arrived at Chu Yan's next destination. Jinshui Town, Jiang Family. At this time, the night was falling, and the moon and stars were dark. Beside the large bonfire, Chu Yan and Little White Bear had just finished a barbecue, and Little White Bear happily ran into the forest to look for monsters and hunt for monster crystals. Chu Yan sat cross-legged on the ground, holding the jade talisman of the bone-scraping knife Xie La Jiao in his hand. The innate realm powerhouse, there is always something good. After murmuring, Chu Yan squeezed hard with one hand, the jade talisman collapsed, and several objects rolled down in the void. A few primeval stones, 2 secret books, a few bottles of medicinal herbs, gone. So poor? Chu Yan looked at a few things on the ground and couldn't help but be disappointed. Putting away a few primeval stones, Chu Yan picked up the bottles of medicinal herbs. 1 bottle of rejuvenation pill, the lowest level healing pill, and 2 bottles were not pills at all. They were actually spring medicines that men and women took when they had sex. Chu Yan's brows wrinkled slightly, and with a direct urge to infuriate, he turned the 2 bottles of spring into powder. Then, he picked up the 2 cheats and slowly checked them. A copy of 2 instruments and 4 elephants is a mid-level Xian-level martial skill, and there is a copy of Tai Yi Ju, which is actually a rare secret skill. It is said that before the heaven and the earth were divided, the vitality was mixed into one, that is, the One. Tai Yi divides the sun and the moon, and the sun and the moon give birth to the stars. With the secret method of true Qi, all the phenomena in the world are divided. Those who have reached the 5th level of the Qi refining realm can practice this decision and divide the source of their true Qi into 1 part 2, 2 parts 4, 4 parts 8, 8th 10,000. Chu Yan's eyes lit up instantly. He didn't expect that this Tai Yi Ju secret technique was actually a peculiar secret technique that taught people to divide the infuriating vortex in the Dantian into 2. In the martial soul world, the cultivation of a warrior depends entirely on the strength of infuriating energy in the body, and with the continuous improvement of cultivation, the infuriating vortex will gradually become larger and firmer. Therefore, the stronger the warrior, the greater the infuriating vortex in the body. Are not the same. In other words, the shape of the infuriating vortex determines the strength of a warrior. Of course, including Chu Yan, ordinary warriors only have 1 infuriating vortex, which is a basic common sense that everyone knows. But this Tai Yi Ju teaches the warriors to divide the infuriating vortex into 2. If it can be done, then, wouldn't it mean that there are 2 warriors with 2 infuriating vortexes, which means the strength is doubled? Hiss. Thinking of this, Chu Yan couldn't help taking a breath. This is too powerful. While Chu Yan was shocked, his face showed ecstasy. However, when looking down, Chu Yan has some new understanding. First, to practice this Tai Yi Ju secret skill, first make sure that the boy starts to practice, otherwise he will not be able to get started. Second, this set of secret skills also comes with a set martial arts, combined with it, are called Tai Yi Yuan Qi Palm. This palm technique is divided into 3 layers. The first layer can affect the operation of the opponent's infuriating energy. When the second layer is reached, the opponent's infuriating energy can be completely melted and decomposed, making the opponent useless. If you reach the 3rd level, you can even introduce the opponent's infuriating energy into yourself. During the battle, the infuriating energy is endless, while the opponent's infuriating qi is madly vented. In this case, the result is self-evident. Therefore, this Tai Yi Yuan Qi Palm is a palm technique, rather it is another secret technique. It seems that this Xia, he should have cultivated this Tai Yi Yuan Qi Palm to block the opponent's true qi from running. Not bad, not bad. Chu Yan's eyes were filled with brilliance, and he was overjoyed. Not long after, the little white bear came back happily with a few demon crystals and handed them to Chu Yan like a treasure, but was rejected by Chu Yan with a chuckle. This kind of demon crystal is not very useful to him now, but for this little guy, it is an important resource for improving his cultivation. Seeing that Chu Yan didn't want it, little white bear hummed twice, then swallowed it all. Seeing the little guy enjoying himself, Chu Yan chuckled and shook his head. Chu Yan didn't know what level of cultivation this little guy had now. According to what Little White Bear said to Chu Yan, its strength is currently around 3-star Xian level, which is equivalent to the cultivation level of a human warrior at the 6th level of Qi refining. Putting everything away, Chu Yan took the Little White Bear, turned down the mountain, and headed for the town at the foot of the mountain. Jinshui town belongs to Linjiang City, and the distance between the two is not too far. At this time, Chu Yan stayed in the largest inn in the town and did not go straight to his goal. Anyway, Jinshui Zhenjiang's family is there, and they can't run away. Therefore, Chu Yan plans to try to practice the Tai I Ju first. If he succeeds, his strength will double again. In the room, Chu Yan carefully studied the secret technique, and repeated some key points in his mind. After a while, he was calm, sat cross-legged, and began to practice Tai I Ju. In the dantian, Chu Yan gathered all the true qi together, repeatedly compressed and solidified. As time went by, in the dantian, all the overflowing true qi around the vortex of true qi was gathered together and slowly condensed into the shape of a long sword. Immediately, Chu Yan probed his divine sense into the infuriating vortex and controlled its center point offset. The original true heart vortex, viewed from top to bottom, looks like a circle, and the center of the circle is the center point of the cyclone. But now, with the control of Chu Yan's consciousness, the center point of the cyclone has gradually deviated from the center of the circle, and the rotation of the cyclone has become irregular, like an elliptical wheel spinning. This irregular rotation caused Chu Yan's air to tremble slightly, which was obviously not normal. At this moment, Chu Yan, who was sitting cross-legged, frowned, and his face was solemn. After hesitating for a while, he finally made up his mind, gritted his teeth fiercely, and the consciousness in his mind rushed towards the infuriating qi hanging in the sea of qi. A condensed long sword. Cut. Under the control of Chu Yan's consciousness, the infuriating sword suddenly slashed towards the elliptical cyclone below. Boom. One sword and 2 paragraphs. Under the heavy slashing of the true qi transformation sword, the elliptical cyclone was divided into 2 without any suspense, and turned into 2 irregular cyclones of the same size. The broken cyclone suddenly became violent, and a large amount of true qi surged suddenly, impacting the fragile qi sea wall. This extremely dangerous behavior is completely indistinguishable from self-destruction for a martial artist. The next moment, due to the irregular rotation of the 2 cyclones, the 2 cyclones flew in the sea of qi and rushed up and hit the wall of the sea of qi. Chu Yan's eyes widened, his blue veins burst out, his mouth was full of steel teeth, and the beads of sweat rolled down like raindrops. According to the records of Tai I Ju, he must persist until the moment when the sea of qi is broken. Using the secret method of Tai I Ju to regenerate the wall of the sea of qi will not only make the sea of qi larger, but also stronger. In this way, it is possible to allow the reborn qi sea to hold the power of the 2 cyclones. Soon, Chu Yan's consciousness finally captured the moment. When the sea of qi swelled to its limit, and the next breath, it would explode like a blown balloon, and a mysterious force suddenly gushed out of the body, blowing the entire body. It is the sea of air of cracks that is firmly suppressed. Boom. 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 The 2 forces are at war, and neither of them will take a step back, just like 2 armies at war. Time passed, Chu Yan's eyes were bloodshot, his hands were clenched, and his whole body was tense, but there was a hint of joy in his eyes. That's right, his qi sea wall finally couldn't hold on anymore, so he chose to withdraw, and the mysterious force that confronted it was transformed and instantly merged with the qi sea wall, more than doubling the original thickness of the qi sea wall. At the same time, in the center of the sea of air, the 2 cyclones gradually subsided and began to adjust and adapt to their new shapes. At this point, Chu Yan knew that the most dangerous moment had finally passed. Boom. In the next second, the huge infuriating pressure echoed in a symphony, and the majestic momentum surged out of Chu Yan's body like 10,000 beasts, shattering all the items in the room, and it was scattered. For a long time, Chu Yan was completely familiar with the control of the two cyclones. Breathing out, I slowly opened my eyes, full of surprises in my eyes. Done. The realm of Tai Yi Hua Sun and Moon of Tai Yi Ju has been achieved. #C1071 kill one person. The two cyclones in Chu Yan's body, at this time, are exactly the same as ordinary cyclones except that they are slightly smaller. After a short recovery, the two cyclones can be filled with true energy, and at that time, the strength of the two can be released. This Tai Yi Hua Sun and Moon is so dangerous. If you cultivate the Sun and Moon playing stars of the second-level realm, then... Chu Yan smiled bitterly and shook his head helplessly. The experience just now made Chu Yan discover a key point. That is, the cultivation of this Tai Yi Ju has a great relationship with the strength of the physical body. If you want to withstand more cyclones, you must have a strong enough physical body. Now Chu Yan, Rakshasa Wujiju's Rakshasa real body has cultivated to the 3rd floor, and it will be time to attack the 4th floor. There is a huge difference between the 4th layer of the Rakshasa real body and the first 3 layers. The first 3 layers of this Rakshasa real body are mainly to temper the physique, but when it reaches the 4th layer, it is to change the physique. Instant change. Let the infinite potential of the body be instantly released, and a qualitative change will occur. This kind of Rakshasa body not only has a surge in strength and defense, but even has a strength comparable to that of a spirit treasure. Taking out the chi-refining pill, while recovering the true chi in the two cyclones, Chu Yan simultaneously cultivated the 4th layer realm of Raksasa's real body, the Rakshasa body. The flame martial spirit behind him was released, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth poured down and slowly merged into Chu Yan's body. A large piece of gray infuriating energy lingered around Chu Yan's body. In the gray air current, there was a faint sound of ghost howl and demon roar. On Chu Yan's skin, a faint gray brilliance circulated. The next day, Chu Yan settled the rent and paid for the damage, and walked out of the inn. In order to complete the task in Linjiang City as soon as possible, Chu Yan can go home one day earlier and return to Longmen Town, the place where he grew up. The Jiang family was not in Linjiang City. Going westward along the river, after a full tens of miles, on the surface of the river, there is an island that is not small in size, standing in the middle of the river. The secret organization of the Yundan Kingdom, the headquarters of the Jiang family, is located here. The Jiang family can be said to be careless. This island in the river can be attacked and defended. In the danger, they flee along the river with big boats. Even if tens of thousands of people come to attack, they may not be able to hit them hard. Chu Yan, infuriated, jumped over the river, and walked on the water. Now, compared with a few days ago, his strength has undergone earth-shaking changes. A small Jiang family, the highest strength martial artist, is the first-level Xiantian realm, and he can't pose any threat to himself at all. Not long after, Chu Yan walked along the river and finally walked onto the beach of the island. Looking into the distance, there were dense forests all over the island, and a large group of buildings were hidden among them. Roughly counted, there were no less than 100 houses. A row of tall walls encloses these buildings, and a huge arch becomes the only entrance and exit. Stop. Who? Just as Chu Yan took 2 steps, 2 people jumped out of the grove behind the river beach, armed with swords, and pointed at Chu Yan with vigilance and shouted. Ling Tianzong, Chu Yan. Chu Yan's consciousness had already discovered the existence of these 2 people, including a dark whistle that hadn't jumped out on a tree not far away. Huh? Ling Tianzong? The 2 guards in leather armor were stunned at the same time, looking at Chu Yan with complicated eyes. This is the Jiang family's territory, please retreat quickly, otherwise. A guard looked at Chu Yan, hesitated for a moment, and shouted in a deep voice. The name of Ling Tianzong is known to everyone in the entire Luoyang royal city. As the guards of the Jiang family, these two also have the cultivation of the tempering realm. They can barely be regarded as warriors. Of course, they know the existence of the behemoth Ling Tianzong. However, why did the disciples of Ling Tianzong come to the Jiang family? This made them not know how to deal with it for a while, and the black-robed youth opposite. He was talking about it, but he didn't show his intention at all. Therefore, the two of them only hoped that the young man had gone to the wrong place, or that he was just curious and came to the island to take a look. I heard that you are the Jiang family, the dark room of the Yundan kingdom? Chu Yan raised his brows and asked directly. What? You. Hearing Chu Yan's words, the expressions of the two guards changed greatly, their bodies shook violently, and they looked at Chu Yan with a hint of murderous intent. Chu Yan was also 100% sure about the authenticity of the mission information. You, don't talk nonsense, we don't know what Yundan kingdom is. The guard blushed and winked at the other guard beside him. The guard nodded, turned and ran away, obviously preparing to report the letter. Call out. A dazzling sword light appeared, and under the laser of the sword light, the heads of the two guards dropped and fell instantly. Chu Yan's face was indifferent, he glanced at it, even confiscated the corpse, and walked directly towards the gate. After walking a few steps, a horn sounded in the grove, the sound was distant, and at the same time, figures kept jumping from the trees that Chu Yan passed by, slashing at Chu Yan with their knives. Call out! Call out! Call out! Holding the clear sky sword, Chu Yan's sword shot like electricity. Those figures were beheaded in midair, before they even landed. After they landed, a large amount of blood was scattered. Boom! In front of the gate of the fence, Chu Yan punched out, and Bafangpo was wrapped in a thick infuriating energy, blasting the too-high gate into the sky. In this turbulent wind, Chu Yan stepped into the gate. Swish! 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 In the small building and compound in front of him, silhouettes kept flashing. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of people surrounded Chu Yan, all of them holding swords and staring at Chu Yan with murderous expressions. Boy, who are you, the Jiang family in Linjiang City, you dare to be presumptuous. This kid is courting death, cut him. Let's go together, kill him, and report back to the patriarch. Go on, kill. A group of Jiang family guards wearing leather armor and holding steel knives swung their big swords with cold light and rushed towards Chu Yan. Die! Chu Yan shouted loudly, and the clear sky sword in his hand instantly unfolded, and the sword energy swept across the crowd. Call out! Call out! Call out! With each sword chi, several human bodies were smashed into pieces, and the flesh and blood were scattered all over the sky. In just 10 breaths, hundreds of guards were not spared, and they were dismembered under Chu Yan's sword energy. These guards are almost all of the body-quenching realm cultivation base, and there is no enemy of unity. In the distance, a large number of guards who were running over saw what happened here, and they stood on the spot in fright. Strong, too strong. Hundreds of people in the distance, no one dared to rush over again, all of them were dumbfounded, their faces were pale, and their whole bodies were like a sieve. Quick, go and inform the owner. For a moment, watching Chu Yan approaching with his sword, his eyes were like ice, one of the leaders woke up instantly and stammered. Brother, follow me and kill him. Kill. Kill. Under the leadership of the leader, these hundreds of people launched a charge against Chu Yan, and all of them rushed towards Chu Yan like wild beasts. Chu Yan's eyes flashed, and he stepped forward. Sword dance, blood spatter. Kill a person in one step, walk on blood, never show mercy. After 100 breaths, Chu Yan, whose eyes were red, stood with his sword in hand. Hundreds of corpses lay around him, blood splattered 10 feet. Swish! Swish! In the distance, several figures rushed over and landed in front of Chu Yan. You have the guts to kill my Jiang family. Hashtag C108 Fire Xuanzong. The head of the person swept his eyes and saw the hell-like scene. He was instantly furious, the long knife in his hand pointed directly at Chu Yan, and he shouted loudly. Humph! The Jiang family? It's the Jiang family of the Yundan kingdom. Chu Yan hummed softly, looked at the man disdainfully, and said coldly. This man is about 40 years old, with a square face and broad nose, thick eyebrows and big eyes, and a shallow knife scar on the left side of his face. This person is the head of the Jiang family, Jiang Hai. You, who are you? Hearing Chu Yan's words, Jiang Hai frowned, his pupils shrank sharply, and a fierce murderous aura erupted from his body. Ling Tianzong, Chu Yan. Chu Yan's eyes swept toward the Jiang Hai, and there was no trace of temperature in the cold. In addition, from today onwards, there will be no Jiang family in Luoyang Kingdom. As soon as the words fell, Jiang Hai and the people behind him were shocked, and then there were ridicules. Boy, you are so loud, I see your breath, you should only have Qi refining realm cultivation, right? A gleam of light flashed in Jiang Hai's eyes, and there was an obvious temptation in his tone. Hearing this, Chu Yan smiled faintly and said softly, yes, Qi refining realm 7th layer. Ha ha ha, a kid in the Qi refining realm is really courting death. Beside Jiang Hai, an old man with half-white hair and beard laughed and said. Patriarch, don't bother you, let this elder solve him. Jiang Hai smiled lightly, and his expression was obviously much more relaxed than before. Hearing the elder's words, he nodded slightly and said. Okay, we're just waiting to see Elder, His Majesty. Haha, no problem, at most 10 moves, I will kill this son. Elder, he laughed and looked confident. He turned around and walked towards Chu Yan. Elder, he is at the peak of the Qi refining realm 8th layer. In the Jiang family, apart from the Supreme Elder and the Patriarch Jiang Hai, he is regarded as the most powerful person. Therefore, a young man in the Qi refining realm 7th layer is completely ignored by him. In the eye. Elder, who walked 10 steps in front of Chu Yan, holding a long golden saber in his hand, and the breath of his body slowly rose. Behind him, a phantom of a golden-armored crocodile appeared, which was his spirit. Look at the knife. With the appearance of the martial spirit, Elder He's breath rose to the top, and his true energy rushed to the golden sword, jumped up, swung the long sword, and slashed towards Chu Yan. On top of the golden long knife, golden infuriating qi is wrapped around, and it looks majestic and gorgeous. A cold smile appeared on Elder Hu's face. In his eyes, the standing boy was no different from a dead person. However, in the next breath, the smile on his face solidified, and horror flashed in his eyes. Sword light. A sword light that was as fast as lightning, like a flash movie, suddenly flashed before his eyes, and it was fleeting. Afterwards, Elder He, who was in midair, started to share from the waist, and the internal organs and intestines in the stomach flowed out and fell to the ground, scattering all over the floor. What? The scream sounded, and Elder He's upper body, who fell to the ground, twitched a few times, before gradually dying. What? One move. One move killed Elder He. What was that white light just now? Did he use his sword? Quick, too quick. Everyone's faces were full of fear, their faces were pale, and some people even took 2 steps back involuntarily, staring at Chu Yan, their pupils trembling violently. Qi refining realm 7th level heaven kills Qi refining realm 8th level heaven with one sword. How is this possible? Jiang Hai was also shocked at this time, but there was still a trace of clarity in his eyes, so when he turned his eyes, he waved and ordered. Everyone come together and strangle this person. Swish. 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 A dozen people, armed with various weapons, rushed towards Chu Yan while roaring under Jiang Hai's order. Jiang Hai pulled out a thick-backed knife from behind. With a loud shout, he slashed at Chu Yan with a slash of his true qi. Breaking the waves. The white sword light suddenly appeared, turning into a stream of light, bringing out the sound of rolling thunder, like a broken bamboo. Death to me. Chu Yan held Haoyan, and two cyclones in his body were running wildly, surrounded by sword energy cyclones, and the sword energy that shot up into the sky slashed at every figure rushing in. That figure roared like a god, shaking the sky. Sword raising. The rolling sword chi storm swept out, and the strong wind, composed of large sword shadows, suddenly swept through, drowning more than a dozen people at the same time. What? 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 The screams were repeated, the blood flashed, and the blood mist sprayed from the sword chi gust, instantly dyeing the gust of wind red. Chu Yan's face was cold and he stood with his sword in hand, watching the sword energy in front of him dissipate. In front of him, more than a dozen corpses were lying on their sides, and various wounds were on these bodies, bringing out pieces of rolled red flesh, sizzling with blood. Puff. Jiang Hai fell sideways, his body was still twisting, the left half of his body had disappeared, and his internal organs were squirming, showing a hint of heat. Receive. Chu Yan gave a low voice, raised his hand and waved, and put the corpses of these chi-refining powerhouses into the Rakshasa space. Looking up at the building, Chu Yan's eyes flashed with light, and immediately, his body shot out and swept away with his sword. In less than an hour, on the entire island, except for Chu Yan, there was no one who could stand. Not only did he kill people, but Chu Yan also searched some warehouses, secret rooms, and other places, and all the things he found were put into the Rakshasa space. After that, he left the island and stepped on the river. Linjiang City, Jiuxiao Building. Chu Yan stood outside the door, looked up at the gilded plaque, and frowned slightly. This time, there were a total of 3 sect missions, and they were all completed in the past 2 years. This third mission was the mission released by the star-picking building. Originally, Chu Yan did not intend to take on this task when he saw the 3 words Zixinglu. However, because this mission was an escort mission, to escort something from the Xingxing building in Linjiang City to the Xingxing building in Luonan City, just in line with Chu Yan's plan to go home. Therefore, Chu Yan took over this task casually, and it was considered to be on the way. In addition, the reward from Zixinglu was also generous. Zixinglu, this commercial force spread all over the Luoyang kingdom, its business houses are distributed in almost every town of Luoyang Wangqing. At this time, the Linjiang City Jiuxiao building in front of Chu Yan was 5 stories high, and it was the tallest building in Linjiang City. From this, we could see the strength of this Xingxing building. According to the mission information, the escort mission released by Zixinglu this time is to escort an alchemist to Luonan City. This alchemist has the ability to refine second-grade medicinal pills, and has a pivotal position in the Luoyang kingdom. Therefore, Zixinglu did not hesitate to spend a lot of money to issue tasks in the 3 major sects, and invite the elite disciples of the 3 major sects to come. Ensure the safety of this alchemist. On the one hand, Zixinglu's move was due to the strength of the disciples of the 3 major sects, and at the same time, it also took into account the prestige of the 3 major sects. If there are gangsters who don't open their eyes to intercept on the road, as long as the names of the 3 major sects are reported, these gangsters may be scared to shit. Therefore, for Zixinglu, there is absolutely no problem with this escort mission. At this time, in the hall of a small courtyard in the star-picking building. On the main seat is sitting a beautiful woman in her 30s. This woman has a charming appearance and a noble temperament. She shows 1,000 amorous feelings in her gestures. This woman is Qing Yanran, the head of Linhai City at the Starjiling building. #C109 Alchemy Master. Next to her sat 3 young men, elegant and handsome, with pure breath. Welcome to the 2 of you to help me Xinglu. On behalf of Xinglu, I am grateful. Qing Yanran smiled softly, her voice was soft, and when she got up, her figure was charming and soft as if she was boneless, which made the 3 of them brighten up. Haha, Miss Qing is very polite. Since I, Wang Meng, are here, I will make sure that this trip is safe. A handsome young man with an arrogant face patted his chest and said. Yes, on this trip, I, Su Chang and brother Wang, are here to keep the road safe. The other person also got up, looked at Qing Yanran and said. These 2 are the 2 disciples of the Xuanhuan, and the other one here is the guard of the warriors of the star-picking building. The 2 disciples of Xuanhuan were both in the first layer of the Xiantian realm, and they were extremely powerful. In particular, the young man named Wang Meng, with a heavy sword on his back, was clearly a master of kendo. Miss Qing, Xinglu actually invited Yi Kuan alchemist this time. I believe that after going to Luonan City, the entire medicine business in Luonan City will fall into the hands of your Xinglu. It's a big deal. Su Chang looked at Qing Yanran and flattered. There, Master Yi Kuan only agreed to cooperate with me after seeing me at Xinglu. Therefore, this trip must satisfy Master Yi, which is also my sincerity in Xinglu. Qing Yanran smiled lightly, her bright eyes sparkled, and said softly. Since that's the case, why don't we invite Master Yi, and we'll leave immediately? Wang Meng said. This. The 2 of you will wait for a while. This time, I have released a mission in Lingtian sect, and it has been accepted. According to the time, in these 2 days, the disciples of Lingtian sect will arrive. Qing Yanran chuckled and explained. Lingtianzong? Wang Meng and Su Chang were startled at the same time and muttered. Yes, the 2 of you also know that Lingtianzong is very powerful, and it is one of the most powerful sects in Luoyang Royal City. Its disciples are all geniuses and strong, so please be calm and wait for a while. When Qing Yanran and the 2 explained the Lingtianzong, her eyes brightened with a hint of admiration. Wang Meng and Su Chang furrowed their brows secretly when they heard the words, but both of them could see that Qing Yanran was determined and would definitely not set off until the disciples of Lingtian sect. Regarding Qing Yanran's admiration for the disciples of Lingtianzong, Wang Meng's face showed a look of resentment, and his face suddenly became gloomy. Because Lingtianzong is the only sect in the Luoyang kingdom that is qualified to participate in the Battle of the Emperor's List, the major forces in Luoyang Royal City all recognize Lingtianzong as the largest sect in the Luoyang kingdom. In this way, Xueyue Pavilion, because they are all female disciples, sees this battle of fame and fortune a little lightly, but this Xuanzong has always been jealous of this. Now, when I heard Qing Yanran praise this disciple of Lingtianzong in front of the 2 of them, Xuanzong, there was no smile at all. Miss Qing, from the following point of view, Lingtianzong is also famous, and it is hard to say whether its sect disciples have strength. Look at my brother Wang Meng, 27 years old this year, and his strength has reached the innate realm. With such a talent, then Lingtianzong, not necessarily. Su Chang shook the golden paper fan in his hand and said. Yes, my Xuanzong will definitely grab the Red Leaf Empire's Battle of the Emperor qualification next year, so that people in the entire Luoyang kingdom know who is the real #1 sect. As Wang Meng spoke, the aura on his body was violent, and a powerful aura swept the spot. The imposing manner of the Xiantian realm was extremely powerful. As soon as Wang Meng's breath came out, Qing Yanran and the guard of the star-sitting building were both startled. The arrogance on the man's face grew stronger and stronger. Humph. Just a disciple of Lingtianzong. To actually ask me to wait for him is really defiant. The more Wang Meng thought about it, the more angry he became. That's right, it doesn't matter if I see him or not. With my Xuanhuan here, there is absolutely no need to wait for him. Su Chang also had a gloomy expression as he looked at Qing Yanran and said. This? Qing Yanran didn't expect that a sentence would actually arouse the anger of the two disciples of Xuanhuan, and her face immediately flushed, and she didn't know how to answer. At this moment, an indifferent voice sounded, and a figure in a black robe appeared outside the courtyard gate. You don't have to wait for a long time, I'm here. Since Chu Yan swallowed the 4th grade blood god pill last time, the range of his consciousness has reached a full 300 miles. Therefore, before he entered the star-picking tower, the conversations of several people here, and the tone and demeanor of each person, he took it all in. What he didn't expect was that, for an ordinary escort task, this star-picking tower actually invited the two major sects of Luoyang King City to complete it together. Chu Yan, who is used to being alone, doesn't like too many people. After all, he is not free by himself. However, since he took up this task, of course Chu Yan would not give up at will. Ling Tianzong, Chu Yan, please wait for a long time. Chu Yan nodded at Qing Yanran with an indifferent face, turning a blind eye to the two cold eyes on his side. Okay, since young Master Chu is here, then everyone is ready, let's go. Qing Yanran stood up, bowed to the three of them, and said. The three young masters wait a moment, I'll go and invite Master Yi, and then prepare the carriage and horses. Then, Qing Yanran moved the lotus step lightly and left the hall. Chu Yan flicked his robe, found a seat, casually, and sat down. Wang Meng swept his eyes to Chu Yan, seeing that Chu Yan turned a blind eye to him, his face became even colder. Humph. Everyone says that the disciples of Ling Tianzong are so good. I don't think that's the case. As expected, they are under the reputation, but they are actually difficult to match. Chu Yan closed his mind and listened to these words, frowned slightly, slowly opened his eyes, and looked at Wang Meng. His eyes were like electricity. Do you want to compete with me? Hearing this, Wang Meng's face froze, then he stood up abruptly, glaring at Chu Yandao. Okay, I'm just trying to learn. Chu Yan raised his brows and said indifferently. Aren't you afraid of death? I, Wang Meng, have fought against people no less than 1,000 times, and I have never been defeated. It's up to you. If I guess right, at your age, I'm afraid you won't even be able to reach the innate realm. Wang Meng laughed and looked at Chu Yan with a mocking expression. Yes, my cultivation is only at the 7th level of Qi refining realm. Chu Yan sneered and said lightly. Sure enough, a waste in the Qi refining realm is also worthy of fighting against me. Hearing Chu Yan's words, Wang Meng's face was full of disdain, and he continued. Ling Tianzong, as expected, they are all rubbish. They have a false name. Today is not for the sake of Xixinglu, I will kill you on the spot. Hearing this, Chu Yan narrowed his eyes and looked at Wang Meng, a trace of killing intent flashed in his eyes. The two young masters are all honored guests of my Xixinglu, please calm your anger, calm your anger. The guard of the star-picking tower saw that both Wang Meng and Chu Yan were murderous, and their expressions changed greatly. They quickly stood up, and said with a smile on both sides. Seeing the guards of the star-picking tower stand up to persuade, Chu Yan pondered for a while, then closed his eyes and ignored it. Not long after, Qing Yanran politely led an old man in his 50s and respectfully invited him into the hall. #C110 attacked. Not long after, Qing Yanran politely led an old man in his 50s and respectfully invited him into the hall. Master Yi, these three are the disciples of Ling Tianzong and Xuanhuan that I invited from Xixinglu. They will not put Master Yi in any danger. Qing Yanran smiled and introduced Wang Meng, Su Chang, and Chu Yan to the old man beside him, with a look of awe all on his face. This old man was as scrawny as firewood, a head taller than ordinary people, with a gray beard hanging on his chest. Following Qing Yanran's introduction, His face was arrogant, with an aloof look. He just nodded slightly. It's a courtesy. After Chu Yan and the three stood up and saluted, he reached into his arms, took out 3 jade bottles, and said, "There are 10 qi refining pills in each of these 3 jade bottles, so let's give them to 3. When Wang Mang and Su Chong heard the words, their faces suddenly became happy. They quickly reached out to take it, and they thanked them with a smile on their faces. The 2 of them are both Xiantian realm cultivation bases. Although qi refining pills have little effect on the 2 of them, they can be exchanged for Xiantian pills suitable for them to improve their cultivation bases. You must know that 10 qi refining pills can be exchanged for 1 Xiantian pill, which is worth dozens of primeval stones. For the 2 who have entered the Xiantian realm not long ago, it is extremely precious." Seeing Yi Kuan's expression like a reward, Chu Yan frowned and didn't even move his feet. Qing Yanran was only frightened by Chu Yan. She took it from Yi Kuan's hand very wisely, stuffed it into Chu Yan's hand, and said softly, "Everyone is really blessed. Master Yi is a famous alchemist in my Luoyang royal city. The success rate of his refining second-grade medicinal pills has reached 60%, and the quality of medicinal pills is even more excellent." 60%. When Chu Yan heard the words, his body was shocked, and he couldn't help but remember that, except for the first time when he made pills, he had failed a few times, and it seemed that he had never lost pills in the future. "Is 60% high?" Chu Yan asked subconsciously. Since Chu Yan made alchemy, he has been groping alone. From the end, he especially learned about the alchemist profession. "I just heard that the higher the alchemy rank, the higher the success rate of alchemy. Of course, it is also related to alchemy medicine, corresponding to the order. For example, if a second-grade alchemist with a 60% success rate refines a first-grade pill, the success rate will be greatly increased, but if a third-grade pill is refined, there is almost no 10% success rate. This is also the criterion for judging the rank of an alchemist. As long as the success rate of pills of that rank exceeds 30%, it can be judged as an alchemist of the corresponding rank." "Ha ha ha, it's really a piece of shit, you don't even know about it." Wang Mang couldn't help laughing when he heard Chu Yan's words, and said sarcastically, "The second-grade alchemy masters in Luoyang Royal City have a success rate of more than 50%, only Master Yi and Master Moni." Hearing Wang Meng's words, Yi Kuan's face became even more arrogant, and he glanced at Chu Yan as if he were looking at a countryman. "Miss Cheng, don't invite people who don't understand anything like this in the future." After Yi Kuan finished speaking, he turned around and walked out. It seemed that staying with Chu Yan for another minute would reduce his identity. At the same time, several other people glanced at Chu Yan with complicated eyes, and they all hurriedly followed Yi Kuan out. At this time, Chu Yan took out the third-grade qi refining pill that he had refined from his arms, and then poured out a qi refining pill that Yi Kuan had just sent, and carefully observed it in front of him. After a while, when Chu Yan walked out of the courtyard, with a faint smile on his face, he slowly followed the convoy in front of him. From Linjiang City to Luonan City, it is about 300 miles, not too far, but not too close. Zhexinglu provided Chu Yan and other 3 sect disciples with a carriage, plus Yi Kuan's and Qing Yanran's. The entire convoy consisted of 5 large carriages. Horses guard the columns around. This kind of carriage is said to be built by the exclusive craftsmen of Zhexinglu. Not only has the defense ability of steel, but also balanced and comfortable. The price is very expensive. At this time, Chu Yan was sitting cross-legged in the carriage and had entered a state of cultivation. In the past few days, Chu Yan has been consolidating the foundation of his cultivation base and condensing his true qi. Since the last time when the vortex of true qi was divided into 2, Chu Yan's strength has doubled. However, a new problem has arisen. It was also placed in front of Chu Yan. That is the breakthrough in cultivation. and it is also 50% more difficult than before, such as the corpse of the bone-scraping knife Xia He in the Chu Yan Rakshasa space. Originally, according to Chu Yan's estimation, 2 corpses of the innate realm powerhouses would allow him to break through the peak of the 7th level Qi refining realm and directly enter the 8th level realm of the Qi refining realm. However, after the infuriating vortex was divided into 2, Chu Yan clearly felt that in order to break through from the Qi refining realm's 7th heaven to the 8th heaven, at least 3 corpses of innate realm powerhouses were needed. Therefore, Chu Yan is not in a hurry. In the past few days, he has been repeatedly consolidating his cultivation to lay a solid foundation for breakthrough. Starting from Linjiang City, going all the way to the south, after walking on the road for a day, the carriage began to turn into some mountain roads among the mountains, and the road began to become rugged. However, Chu Yan and the others, who stayed in the refining level carriage, did not feel any jolt, except that they felt a little slower. Whenever it was time to rest, Qing Yanran, Wang Meng, and Su Chong always surrounded Yi Kuan with flattering faces. An alchemist, as a noble profession in the world of martial arts, holds important cultivation resources, and is naturally the object of any martial artist's friendship. And Yi Kuan naturally discovered Chu Yan's attitude, and completely ignored it, which made Yi Kuan, who was praised by thousands of people and admired by thousands of people, very unhappy. Therefore, from time to time in front of Chu Yan, Yi Kuan took out a jade bottle containing qi refining pills from his arms and presented them to Wang Meng around him. When he turned to look at Chu Yan, his face was full of contempt and arrogant. In this regard, Chu Yan just smiled lightly. To be honest, after comparing the 2nd grade qi refining pill refined by Yi Kuan and the qi refining pill refined by himself, Chu Yan found that his white color with a hint of gray the 2nd grade qi refining pill was not even 1/5 of the efficacy of his 3rd grade qi refining pill. Moreover, swallowing it will also produce a large amount of spiritual impurities. Relying on one's own infuriating energy to remove these impurities will take twice as much time. Although for ordinary warriors, it is several times faster than the cultivation of the exercises. But for Chu Yan, it is not an exaggeration to say that it is poison. Therefore, in the past 3 days, only Qing Yanran occasionally chatted with Chu Yan, and none of the others took the initiative to talk to Chu Yan. In this regard, Chu Yan was rather happy. On the 5th day, the convoy was about to leave the Tianji Mountains and approach Luonan City. At this time it was in the afternoon, and Chu Yan had just entered the state of cultivation, when he suddenly frowned and opened his eyes. The cry of the little white bear came from a distance. Chu Yan's consciousness dissipated in an instant, and he went to the depths of the dense forest on the left side of the convoy. In just 3 breaths, Chu Yan found many people 80 miles away. These people, with a restrained breath, dressed in black, scurried in the direction of the Chu Yan convoy, barely making a sound. Obviously they were well-trained and powerful men. #C111, get started. After a while, dozens of men in black suddenly appeared on the road in front of the convoy. These men in black covered their heads from head to toe, holding sharp steel knives, with only a pair of gloomy eyes sticking out of their bodies, and a trace of murderous aura surged through the crowd in black. The convoy had stopped, and more than a dozen guards from Xixinglu rushed to the front of the convoy, facing the men in black. Qing Yanran had a shocked expression on her face, and when she saw Wang Meng and Su Chong appear, she calmed down a little and shouted with her red lips lightly lifted. "Who are you?" "This is the team of Xixinglu." As soon as Qing Yanran finished speaking, Wang Meng came out more and more and shouted in a deep voice. "The younger generation from there, dare to block the way, do you know who I am?" Dozens of men in black did not respond, and dozens of eyes were still staring at the opposite side. Chu Yan followed the eyes of these men in black, and clearly found that the eyes of these men in black were all looking at Yi Kuan, who was surrounded by the guards, and their eyes were all cold and without a trace of fluctuation. From the breath of these people, the strength is above the qi refining realm, and they are definitely not ordinary mountain bandits. At the same time, a man in black raised his knife and pointed, and shouted in a low voice. "Behead all except the man in the middle." Immediately, apart from the two men in black, the other men in black raised their weapons and rushed forward. "Humph! Courting death!" Wang Mang shouted loudly, pulled out the thick and heavy sword behind him, and rushed out, turning back and shouting at the same time. "You protect Master Yi, these people are handed over to me and junior brother Su." Xuchang swung the fan in his hand, and a burst of energy poured out, slashing straight at the black-clothed crowd on the opposite side. His figure flashed, followed behind Wang Mang, and rushed over. Soon, Wang Mang and Xuchang fought against the men in black. Sword light, knife light, and Qi Jin flew in all directions, and the sound of gas explosions continued. The strength of these men in black was really not weak. They were divided into two waves, and they surrounded Wang Mang and Xuchang respectively, and kept rushing to kill. Although men in black were injured by the two from time to time, it was obvious that the attack and defense were orderly and not chaotic. Not long after the battle started, Wang Mang and Xuchang's expressions changed drastically. Although these men in black were not strong, they were all around the 7th level of Qi refining realm, but their martial skills were extremely special. When people join forces, their strength is multiplied. Standing beside Chu Yan also showed a look of surprise, but at the same time, his eyes were always watching the three leaders of men in black who had been cold-eyed in the distance. After swallowing the blood god pill to increase his consciousness, Chu Yan practiced Tai Ju, and now his ability to perceive others' cultivation has been greatly improved. In the case that the three men in black did not have their true qi, Chu Yan roughly judged that the strength of these three was in the innate realm, especially the man in black with triangular eyes in the middle was stronger than the two beside him. A bit. Chu Yan saw that Wang Mang and Xuchang were besieged, and her already nervous expression became even more solemn. She did not expect that with the strengths of Wang Mang and Xuchang, who were innate realm powerhouses, a wave of bandits who came out at random would be able to tie them, and, more importantly, those three were obviously the leaders of the men in black. Who, not yet shot. Amber, what about this? Qing Yanran's face had turned pale, and she anxiously asked the captain of the guards at Zexinglu beside her. Miss, if the situation is not good, I will take my brothers to resist, you and Master Yi will go first. It was the middle-aged man in his 40s who started to persuade Chu Yan and Wang Mang in the hall of Zhangxinglu. At this time, he said to Qing Yanran with a heavy expression. The guards behind him were all blushing. The strength of these people was around the 5th level of Qi refining realm, and they were not the opponents of these men in black at all. But, Amber, what are you going to do? Qing Yanran's eyes trembled when she heard Amber's words, and she said in shock. Miss. As long as I can protect you comprehensively, even if I die, Wang Yan is worth it. As Wang Yan spoke, the aura on his body suddenly soared, and his eyes looked at the battle circle not far away, all of them gleaming, implying his will to die. Hearing this, Qing Yanran's delicate body trembled, and there were faint tears in her bright eyes. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded in the ears of the two of them. With me, you'll be fine. Qing Yanran and Amber were startled, and turned their heads to follow the voice at the same time, but they saw Chu Yan in a black robe with an indifferent expression on his face. What? At this time, the battle not far away changed the situation. The leader of the man in black saw the stalemate in the battle, his eyes flashed, and with a light wave of his hand, two burly men in black jumped out, separated from left and right, and rushed towards Wang Mang and Xuchang respectively. With only 5 strokes left, Wang Mang and Xuchang were hit with one punch, and flew out backwards. Wang Mang got up from the ground, wiped the blood stains from the corner of his mouth, glared at the man in black who had just shot him, and roared angrily. Who is your excellency? In this Luoyang royal city, the person who can hurt me, Wang Meng, must not be an ordinary person. The man in black didn't answer. He pulled out a long red knife from behind, a trace of blood flashed in his eyes, his figure burst out, and he rushed towards Wang Meng. Split wave sword. Seeing the man in black rushing towards him, Wang Meng's eyes widened, the big sword in his hand danced like a fly, he shouted loudly, and waved a thick sword beam, bringing out a billowing wave of air, smashing at the man in black. At this moment, the man in black's true chi skyrocketed, and he also threw out a fist, a blood-colored fist mark, suddenly rushed out, and kept getting bigger, facing Wang Meng's sword chi. Boom! The swords and fists intersected, and the violent burst was full of vitality, and the violent infuriating chi swept the spot like a gust of wind. Click! The huge fist print smashed the sword energy, and it was directly printed on Wang Meng's chest. Suddenly, Wang Meng's chest made a loud crack, and the whole chest was seriously sunken, and he opened his mouth and spurted a large mouth of dirty blood. Immediately, Wang Meng, whose face was full of horror, his pupils continued to expand, and finally, his legs bent, and he fell down like a hill. The body shook twice, but there was no trace of life. What? At the same time, Xuanhuan on the other side was also hit by the man in black who was fighting with him, and fell to the ground, blood flowing. What? Qingyanran only felt darkness in front of her eyes, her petite body softened for a while, and after shaking a few times, she almost fell, and was gently supported by Chu Yan. After Wang Meng and Xuanhuan fell to the ground, the men in black all turned and rushed over. Amber's eyes were about to split, he shouted loudly, took out the sword from his waist, and was about to rush up, but was blocked in front of him by a figure. Wearing a black robe, the wind blew gently, and a voice sounded softly. "Take care of your lady." Amber was stunned, looking at the background in front of him, just about to speak, but only felt a sudden light in front of him, a light like lightning breaking through the sky, shining in all directions. "Call out." The sword light flashed and rushed straight to the black-cloaked crowd. The 5 or 6 people who rushed in front were immediately chopped into 2 sides, and the corpses flew left and right. Chu Yan stood with his sword in hand and walked out slowly. Every time he took a step, the aura on his body became stronger. The sword came out and the head was thrown flying, like chopping down a tree, frantically harvesting the life of the man in black. In the blink of an eye, half of the dozens of men in black were beheaded by Chu Yan. What? Qingyanran, Yi Kuan, and the guards of the Jiuxiao Tower were immediately overjoyed, all of them were shocked, the doubts in their eyes flashed, and suddenly remembered that among the disciples invited this time, there was also a disciple of Ling Tianzong. Seeing that the black-robed youth had just shot, he had killed half of the black-robed men in the blink of an eye. This was much stronger than the dead Wang Meng and Xuanhuan. There is hope. Everyone's eyes lit up, and the eyes that looked at the young man's figure were full of excitement. #C112 Sword Breaking Soul Armor. For a time, the group of men in black was shocked and surrounded Chu Yan, but they did not rush to die. The 2 men in black walked slowly to Chu Yan and looked at Chu Yan up and down. "Leave. Otherwise, die." One of the men in black made a deep voice in the throat, and the sound like metal friction made one's heart chill. "Leave." Chu Yan was stunned, then, with a faint smile, shook his head gently. Joke. With so many materials for burning corpses and refining qi, he actually let himself go. Humph. Then die. When the 2 men in black saw Chu Yan shaking their heads, they shouted loudly, opened their bows from left to right, and punched and slammed towards Chu Yan at the same time. Boom. Chu Yan waved his sword and slashed out, the sword beam first shattered the palm strength, and then slammed on the huge fist mark, and 2 huge explosions rang out. With one sword, the 2 attacked together. Hey! So strong! Just as the 2 men in black were stunned, Chu Yan's figure flashed, turning into an afterimage and rushing towards the two of them. The clear sky sword in his hand shone brightly, and two swords stabbed out. Blast sword style. Two red lines suddenly appeared in the large white sword light, the sword whistling sounded earth-shattering, a sword stabbed out, the spark burst into the air, and a trace of anxiety filled the air. Puff. Puff. The protective chi of the two innate realm powerhouses shattered instantly. They just raised their fists and waved their palms to prepare for a move, but their bodies were shocked, their faces were dull, and they slowly looked down. On the chests of the two men in black, a fist-sized blood hole appeared in each, and the original heart had disappeared. Tom. Tom. The two specific corpses were not far behind Chu Yan, and they slowly fell down, and their life was gone. What? Kill two innate realm powerhouses with one sword. The strength of this black-robed youth is so strong? Wang Mang and Su Chong, who had just been beheaded by the two men in black, were both powerful in the first-level Xiantian realm. In other words, Chu Yan, who can kill these two men in black with one sword, is definitely stronger than the third level of the innate realm. But didn't he say that his strength is only at the 7th level of qi refining? Qing Yanran, Yi Kuan, and Anbo, together with the guards of the Zhaixing Tower, were stunned and dumbfounded, their eyes were dull, and they all forgot to close their mouths. At this moment, the leader of the man in black, who had been holding a cold-eyed view not far away, finally moved. He walked slowly and walked in front of Chu Yan. In his triangular eyes, a bright light flashed, and he said softly, "Boy, you are very good. However, you must die today." As soon as the words fell, the man in black became really angry, and a black light rose behind him, but he directly summoned the spirit. The black shadow slowly appeared, and it was actually a thick armor with a black background and silver edges. Under the silver light, there were 6 white lights shining on the top. Armored martial spirit. After seeing the martial spirit of the man in black, Chu Yan was slightly stunned. Among the water-type martial spirits, the armor-type martial spirits have the strongest defense, and their Jinqi is much thicker than other martial spirits. When they reach the Xiantian realm, the body-protecting Jinqi generated is also thicker, and it is extremely difficult to break through defenses. Fate Soul Skill, Soul Armor Possessed. The head of the man in black shouted loudly, raised his hand and called, and saw the martial spirit behind him, but it was suddenly shocked, and then he fell slowly and merged with the head of the man in black. In the blink of an eye, outside the body of the leader of the man in black, an upper body armor appeared, shining with black light, with extraordinary imposing manner. Born martial spirit. Chu Yan couldn't help being stunned. He didn't expect that the martial spirit of the man in black turned out to be an extremely rare martial spirit. Humph. I'm afraid, but you have no chance, genius disciple of Ling Tianzong, today, you must die. Seeing Chu Yan's face, the leader of the man in black couldn't help but sneer. Hearing this, Chu Yan smiled disdainfully. Jokingly said, "It's just the sole skill of my life, so much nonsense, kill you. One sword is enough." What? The triangular eyes of the leader of the man in black twitched twice, staring at Chu Yan, his face ashen, and said savagely, "I don't know how to live or die, you are courting death." The aura on the leader of the man in black skyrocketed, and the thick and substantial true qi overflowed like a stream of water, surging violently around him. Cross-breaking fist. The leader of the man in black shouted violently, and threw out a fist, bringing out the surging energy. The infuriating qi surged towards Chu Yan like a flood. Sword Intrepid's unparalleled violent swordsmanship. Chu Yan's eyes narrowed slightly, sword qi lingered around his body, and bursts of sword whistling sounded. Rakshasa's real body was instantly attached to the body, blood in his eyes suddenly appeared, 2 cyclones in the body were running at the same time, and the majestic true qi poured into his hands, the Haotian sword. At the same time, behind Chu Yan, a massive white light appeared, and a tiger-shaped martial spirit emitted a roar of beasts and shot a white light shield towards Chu Yan, after which it disappeared instantly, so fast that no one could see clearly. Disappeared in midair. In an instant, the sound of Jianling suddenly lit up in the air. The light of the wooden sword was as bright as a star. Chu Yan stepped forward with his right foot, and the wooden sword stabbed out. With this sword, Chu Yan not only used the sword intent unparalleled realm, but also unfolded the Rakshasa true Qi, and was blessed by the god of war of the white tiger, plus the true Qi suddenly burst out from the two cyclones in his body. Its power can be imagined. This has almost reached 70% of Chu Yan's full strength. Call out. In the silver light in the sky, a thick bloodline bloomed, like a meteor breaking a star, and it was fleeting. The bloodline sword Qi wrapped in the large white light directly shattered the tidal force of the fist, and the blood red penetrated the body of the leader of the man in black and disappeared into the void. Qi. A string of blood mist spewed out from the neck of the black-clothed man's leader, and under the powerful blood pressure, it spewed out more than 2 meters away. Immediately, the head of the man in black stared with round eyes, his eyes were full of horror, his lips trembled twice, and finally he couldn't say anything. Tom. When the corpse fell to the ground and the leader of the man in black fell, his heart was full of remorse. I am a third-level Xiantian realm, and faced with a young man who had been refining Qi in the 7th level for a year, he was actually killed by a single move. Thoughts flashed in his mind, but the leader of the man in black was completely cut off from breath, and he couldn't die any longer. Hiss. There were more than a dozen people in black and Chu Yan who were still alive in the direction of Zhexinglu, and there was a large gasp. Everyone was dumbfounded and shocked, completely unable to believe the scene in front of him. Chu Yan, who was in the 7th heaven of the Qi refining mirror, actually killed the leader of the man in black in the 3rd heaven of the Xiantian realm with one sword. Good, so strong. Amber, who was beside Qing Yanran, swallowed his saliva with a grunt, and his body trembled slightly as his throat rolled. Qing Yanran's jade face was sluggish, her mouth was slightly open, and her bright eyes were full of brilliance. Originally thought that Chu Yan's strength was stronger than Wang Meng, but he did not expect to be so powerful. The alchemist Yi Kuan, at this time, was also very calm, watching Chu Yan's eyes flashing involuntarily. Chu Yan's face was indifferent, and he was not too surprised to kill the leader of the man in black with one sword. Before he had condensed 2 cyclones, he could kill Xia He, the bone-scraping knife of the 2nd layer of the Xiantian realm. Now that he has practiced Tai Yi Ju, his infuriating energy has almost doubled. He killed the leader of the man in black in the 3rd level of the Xiantian realm, and also summoned the real body of the Rakshasa and the divine beast of the white tiger. It was already cautious. #C113 True Martial Realm. Escape. Suddenly, a light shout came from among the dozen or so men in black in front of Chu Yan, and immediately, the dozen or so men in black turned around and fled at a very fast speed. Miss Cheng, you go first, I'll take care of these people and I'll follow. Chu Yan swung out several swords and killed the men in black who were escaping slowly. Yes. Qing Yanran's voice was trembling, she quickly agreed, and hurriedly took the convoy along the road. Chu Yan's thousands of mountains and snow unfolded in an instant, and the figure of Chu Yan suddenly flashed in the dense tree. This is the 2nd realm of the secret skill, Qianshan Treading Snow, the double mountain realm. What? Following Chu Yan's pursuit, the screams of people in black could be heard from time to time in the forest. Chu Yan beheaded one, then put away a corpse, without stopping, unfolded his figure again, and killed the next one. Not long after, the dozen or so men in black who escaped were all beheaded by Chu Yan. In the Rakshasa space, there are more than a dozen corpses of men in black. Of course, Chu Yan will not let go of these corpses whose cultivation base is above the 7th level of Qi refining realm. Putting the sword into the sheath, Chu Yan returned to the place where he started to fight with the leader of the man in black. With a wave of his hand, he put away all the corpses, including those of Xuanhuan, Wang Meng and Su Chang, and put them into the Rakshasa space. With these corpses, Chu Yan believed that it would definitely help him break through the Qi refining realm 7th heaven and reach the Qi refining realm 8th heaven. His eyes swept across the spot, and after his divine sense checked that there were no omissions, Chu Yan flicked his sleeves and strode away. It didn't take long for him to catch up with the convoy of Zhexinglu. Qing Yanran and Zhang Shixinglu guards saw Chu Yan's return, and naturally knew that he had killed all the men in black. Immediately, they all surrounded him, and all kinds of flattery continued like the water of the Yellow River. Young Master Chu, at such an age, he has such strength. In the future, he will definitely be famous for Luoyang King City. No, it should be famous for the Red Leaf Empire. Qing Yanran twisted her waist and smiled at Chu Yanmei. Amber also had a smile on his face, and kept nodding and bowing. If it wasn't for Chu Yan, just now, they might all have to be buried in the woods. Chu Yan turned a deaf ear to the flattery around him, but his eyes turned to Yi Kuan. This pharmacist has actually attracted such a powerful assassin. This person must have a secret. With his identity as a second-rank alchemist, although some forces will be kidnapped by Black Hands, it is a bit exaggerated to dispatch 3 innate powerhouses. With doubts, the convoy quickly entered the main road of Luonan City, and the speed was much faster. After walking for another half-day, the Luonan City gate in the distance finally appeared, which made everyone breathe a long sigh of relief. At the gate of the city, Chu Yan and Qing Yanran said goodbye and were about to leave for Longmen Town directly. Qing Yanran took Amber and the other guards of the Zhaixing building to thank him again and again, and looked at Chu Yan with her eyes full of spring waves, her delicate face flushed. Ling Tianzong Chu Yan, you are very good and qualified to be my dance servant. Yi Kuan walked up to Chu Yan, raised his chin, and said to Chu Yan with a graceful expression. As soon as these words came out, Qing Yanran and everyone in Zhexinglu immediately looked at Chu Yan with excitement, and their eyes were full of envy. You must know that when an alchemist accepts a martial artist as an elixir servant, he is responsible for all the medicinal pills used by the martial artist. This means that an ordinary martial artist has dug up a treasure trove of medicinal pills and has countless medicinal resources for their own cultivation. In this case, a martial artist with ordinary talent is several times faster than other martial artists. Chu Yan heard the words, his face stunned, his eyes swept across, seeing more than a dozen envious eyes staring at him. He couldn't help but smiled bitterly, shook his head helplessly, said, "No need. Master Yi, see you in the future when you have the opportunity." After speaking, he turned around and walked out of the city, heading towards Longmen Town. Behind him, a large group of people were stunned on the spot, unable to react at all. What? Actually rejecting Master Yi Kuan's invitation, does this young man have a problem with his brain? On this continent, there are still warriors who will refuse the invitation of an alchemy master. How is this possible? Yi Kuan stood in the gate of the city, a gust of breeze blew, and a few leaves rose up against the wind, just slapped on his face, blocking his mouth that couldn't close because of shock. Longmen Town, the top 10 towns in Luonan City. In terms of size and population, it is even about the same size as Linzhan City. Legend has it that a long time ago, there was a martial arts expert in the true martial arts realm in this town, so it was famous for a long time. In addition, Longmen Town is an important entrance to the Tianji Mountains. Many warriors who entered the Tianji Mountains and hunted monsters gathered here. After a long time, the town gradually became prosperous. Chu Yan thought that he would see his father and brother soon, and couldn't help feeling excited. He took the little white bear and ran all the way. Originally, when he was with the people in Zexinglu, the little white bear ran into the mountain forest to hunt the demon crystal by himself. Now, only Chu Yan is alone, and the little white bear sticks to Chu Yan like a candy. The speed of one person and one bear unfolded, and in less than 2 hours, they passed over several hills and headed straight towards Longmen town. Just when Chu Yan had already seen the small river outside the town, suddenly, a powerful breath swept across the sky like a stormy wave. Chu Yan's whole body was shocked, and he quickly restrained his breath, hiding himself and the little white bear behind a rock. Looking around, I saw that above the sky, a golden long rainbow pierced through the sky and came galloping. The golden Chonghong is as fast as lightning, sweeping the sky-shattering power, causing the clouds to move like a tidal wave. In an instant, Chonghong hung on top of a mountain more than 10 kilometers away from Chu Yan, and a tall young man appeared. This person is dressed in golden light armor, wears a golden crown with hair on his head, wears a fiery red cloak, wears a crystal belt around his waist, and wears purple gold combat boots. This person, with a face like a crown of jade, a majestic figure, is not angry and majestic, full of arrogance, straight to Yunxiao, extraordinary might. People from Ling Tianzong. Chu Yan fixed his eyes and saw that there were 2 huge gold characters embroidered on the chest of this person, which were the 2 characters Ling Tian. The handwriting of Long Fifengwu was exactly the same as that on Chu Yan's identity jade. At this time, there was a figure waiting on the opposite side of him. Under the strong mountain wind, the commoner robe on his body was hunting. This man is about 60 years old, his hair and beard are gray, his face is ruddy, with a smile on his face, wearing a white robe, revealing the artistic conception of immortal style. On the chest, a golden flame is embroidered, lifelike. Xuanhuan. The mark on his chest, Chu Yan had seen it on Wang Meng and Su Chong before, so he recognized it. The 2 of them were floating on the mountain peaks, dangling in the air, holding each other from a distance, one stared coldly, the other smiling, unspeakably weird. In the Haotian continent, those who can fly in the sky can only achieve the real martial state, breaking through the limit bottleneck of the physical body and infuriating energy, and relying on flying martial arts. Therefore, the strength of these 2 people is absolutely above the real martial realm, which is beyond the existence of the innate realm. #C114 Something happened to the Chu family. With Chu Yan's strength at the 7th level of Qi refining, no matter how defying the sky, there is absolutely no luck in the face of such absolute strength. Ling Tianzong Huang Yutian. Yes, worthy of being the chief of Long Men. The old man smiled lightly, stroked his long gray beard, and smiled at the mighty young man. Chu Yan looked up at Yuan Kong and looked at the mighty golden-armored youth, and couldn't help but be startled. This young man is actually Huang Yutian, the first person in the Dragon Gate of Ling Tian sect, and the controller of the heavenly power of Ling Tian sect. Huang Yutian is indeed amazing. Above the sky, Huang Yutian proudly stepped on his feet, looking at the old man with his eyes like electricity. Elder Ge, since you know him, why can't you give me a thin face? Huang Yutian spoke softly, although his tone was polite, but the aura on his body continued to rise, and the fighting spirit was infinite. No, since my old man came here specially, you can't let my Xuanzong come back empty-handed. Xuanzong Elder Ge sneered, and the momentum on his body rose violently, no less than Huang Yutian. Humph. Elder Ge, I respect you as the elder of Xuanzong, and I will have a few more polite words with you. That being the case, let's see Zhenjiang. When Huang Yutian saw the reaction of Elder Ge of Xuanzong Hua, his face changed greatly, and the golden spear in his hand shook, and he was about to start. Immediately, a huge aura swept across the world like a stormy sea. Chu Yan was more than 10 miles away, but when the breath hit, he only felt his body stiff, as if being suppressed by the mountains. Insanity. Xuanzong's elder Ji's face also sank. As an elder of Huaxuanzong, he actually asked a disciple of Ling Tianzong to scold. Huang Yutian didn't say a word, waving the golden spear in his hand. The golden light bloomed, radiating the sky and the earth. The void was shattered, and the sky was majestic. "Break it for me." Elder Ge showed a cyan dagger in his hand, about 2 feet, and with a sudden swing, a large piece of cyan light rolled out, accompanied by rumbling thunder, attacking the opponent's gun. Boom! Under the ruthless crushing of the violent infuriating energy, a tornado of infuriating energy rose into the sky, and a large piece of energy swept all directions, and the sky and the ground shook. At the feet of the two, several large and small mountain peaks shook violently at the same time, and large pieces of rock rolled down the mountain, splashing countless rubble. Strong, strong. Chu Yan's brows were furrowed, and his heart was shocked. It was the first time that Chu Yan saw a real martial artist fighting, which opened Chu Yan's eyes. The two of them, with every move, were able to drive the momentum of heaven and earth. In the distance, Huang Yutian's figure flashed, and once again turned into a golden rainbow that shot straight into the sky. Behind him, Gu Chongsun turned into an azure light and chased after him. For a time, there were thousands of phantoms on the sky. Golden light and blue light were constantly swaying, and the explosion sounded like thousands of clouds and thunder, and the large sea of clouds above the impacted high sky collapsed and overflowed. At first glance, it was like the sky was broken. When the figures of the two were getting farther and farther away, Chu Yan's consciousness and eyesight were no longer able to see the figures of the two. Vaguely, you can only vaguely see the golden light shining in all directions, such as the true sun and the scorching sun. The blue sword light streaks across the sky like a shooting star. Up, spreading. True martial realm. This is the real martial arts powerhouse. 1 year from now, I will break through the innate realm and reach the true martial realm. Chu Yan raised his eyebrows and looked up. His heart was full of blood. After a long time, he turned around abruptly and swept towards Longmen town, not far away. An hour later, Chu Yan set foot on the familiar streets of Longmen town. Chu Yan, who grew up here, is familiar with almost every street and alley here, and there are childhood memories everywhere. Not long after walking, a 2-story building appeared in Chu Yan's eyes. That is the pharmacy of the Chu family. It is an industry managed by his father, Chu Zhan. Over the years, his father has carefully managed it and is highly respected by the warriors who are entrenched here. It has been doing well for many years. Fubber. Chu Yan stepped into the spacious storefront, and looked at the old man at the counter who was bowing his head to settle accounts, and called out cordially. Little master. The pale face, but the spirited old man, saw Chu Yan. He was stunned at first, and then the wrinkles all over his face bloomed. Little master, why are you back? Didn't you enter Ling Tianzong to practice? Uncle Fu looked up and down at Chu Yan, his eyes full of love. This old man entered the Chu family pharmacy when he was young to help his father Chu Jiang manage the pharmacy business, and he was also a pharmacist with superb medical skills, and he loved Chu Yan very much since he was a child. I took a few sect missions and happened to pass by, so I came back to see my father and big brother. Chu Yan replied with a smile. Zoman mission? Is it dangerous? Xiaoyan, you can be careful and put your safety first. Bo Fu pulled Chu Yan to sit down, poured a cup of tea and served it, while exhorting nervously. Hearing this, Chu Yan couldn't help feeling warm in his heart, nodded with a chuckle, took a sip from the teacup, and looked around. Huh? How's business going recently? Why have I been in for so long and no guests have come? According to Chu Yan's childhood memories, his father's pharmacy business has always been good, and it is rare that there are no customers in the store. Hey! Xiaoyan, this time your father's business may have gone wrong. Fu Bo sighed and said with a low expression. What happened? Chu Yan frowned, his expression tightened, and he asked quickly. He knew that his father was very concerned about this business, and he devoted almost all his efforts to the business. If something went wrong, his father would most likely not be able to bear the heavy blow. It's not that star-picking building. Since the last time the young master competed with them, they have increased the bargaining chip of Luonan City's medicinal materials business and kept suppressing several pharmacies of my Chu family, so. Fubo said, hesitated for a moment, and then said. They actually hired a few alchemists and sold them in large quantities in the Jiuxiao building in Luonan City. The cheap body-quenching pills and medicinal materials have caused many of our old customers to run away. What? Alchemist? How many? Chu Yan stood up abruptly, suddenly thinking of the escort mission he had just done at the star-picking tower. They found 2 alchemists who were originally from the Xingzhai building, so the cost of alchemy is very low. In addition, I heard that they are looking for a second-grade alchemist recently. If it is true, then as a result of. The more Fubo said, the more worried he became, and he sighed faintly. Hearing this, Chu Yan felt remorse in his heart. In this way, Yi Kuan was the one invited by Zixinglu to deal with the Chu family. And most of the time he helped Zixinglu. Helped the opponent who planned to deal with his family. A burst of blood rose from Chu Yan's eyes, and when he turned around, Chu Yan strode out of the pharmacy. When he stepped out of the door, he said to Uncle Fu. Uncle Fu, don't worry, since I'm back, I won't let anything happen to the Chu family. After finishing speaking, Chu Yan quickly walked towards the Chu family. #C115 I am an alchemist. Chu family, in the discussion hall. In this spacious hall, the 3 of them were sitting separately, all of them looked unhappy and their eyebrows turned blue. The person sitting on the main seat, with sword brows and tiger eyes, tall and straight, looked somewhat similar to Chu Yan. This person is the person in charge of the Longmen Town branch of the Chu family, Chu Jiang. Also Chu Yan's father. Chu Jiang's eyes were shining, his brows were furrowed, he looked at a tall young man next to him, and said slowly. Genre, so that good Master Moni doesn't want to help my Chu family? The tall young man heard the words, his expression darkened, and he said. Master Moni is dissatisfied with the 50% income proposed by my Chu family, and said. Chu Zhan looked up at Chu Jiang, cautiously, hesitated for a moment, and then said. He said that Zixingli gives him 70% of his income, so it is very likely that Master Moni will be employed by Zixingli. What? It's Jiuxiao building again. Hearing that, Chu Jiang frowned more and more tightly. After pondering for a while, he turned to look at the other middle-aged man beside him, and said politely. Master Chu, do you know where these second-grade alchemists are still available? This middle-aged man has a square face and broad nose, slender fingers, and a steady demeanor. A black flame is embroidered on his chest. This person is an alchemist invited by the Chu family in Luonan City, Chu Wanshan. Hearing Chu Jiang's question, this Chu Wanshan also frowned slightly. After thinking for a while, he raised his head to meet Chu Jiang's expectant gaze, and shook his head slightly. Oh. It seems that my Chu family is in trouble this time. After Chu Jiang finished speaking, he got up and walked back and forth in the hall. After a while, Chu Jiang stood still, looked at Chu Zhan fiercely, and said heavily. You go again and tell Master Moni. Chu Jiang's eyes flickered a few times, and finally he made up his mind and said, let's just say that my Chu family promised him, and it is also 70% of the income. I hope he can help us deal with the Zixingli. As soon as the words fell, Chu Zhan and Chu Wanshan were shocked at the same time, looking at Chu Jiang in disbelief. Father, 70%. 70%, we will lose money. The cost of those elixir alone has accounted for 40% of our income. Chu Zhan's face was in a hurry, and he hurriedly said. Yes, Elder Chu, this is not even the cost of discarding pills. Even Master Moni, a second-rank alchemist, has at least a 30% rate of discarding pills when refining first-rank pills. In this case, your loss will be huge. Xuanhuan was a first-grade alchemist invited by the Chu family with a lot of money. Because he had a distant relative with the Chu family, he was doing his best for the Chu family. However, after all, he was a first-grade alchemist and had limited use. Master Chu, my Chu family has been deliberately suppressed by Xie in the past few months. If we don't respond, it won't take long. Chu Jiang said, his face became darker, and anxiousness flashed in his eyes. Damn, if my Chu family could hire a second-grade alchemist, with my father's many years of pharmacist connections, how could I lose to that star-picking building? Chu Zhang clenched his fists tightly, his face ashen, and said fiercely. Hey! I just hope that I can hold on for a while longer. After all, what Xie does like this is not good for them. Chu Jiang waved at Chu Zhan. Go ahead, just do as I say. As long as I can persist for one day, I will not let the hard work of these 30 years go to waste. After speaking, Chu Zhang's body softened, and he sat back on his seat with a depressed expression. Just as Chu Zhan gritted his teeth and was about to turn around and leave, a voice suddenly rang in the hall. No need to go, I'm back. As the voice sounded, a young man in a black robe appeared outside the hall and walked in slowly. Xiaoyan. When the figure approached with a smile on his face, Chu Jiang and Chu Zhan stood up in surprise at the same time. After being shocked, they immediately called out with a smile on their faces. See father, see big brother, see Master Chu. Chu Yan also smiled. Facing the three of them, he bowed slightly. Xiaoyan, why are you back? Aren't you cultivating in Lingtianzhou? Could it be? Chu Jiang looked at Chu Yan, and suddenly recalled all kinds of Chu Yan's childhood in his mind. His expression tightened, and he hurriedly asked. Father, I just took the sect mission and went home to have a look. Chu Yan said with a smile, it seems that the term 3 wastes at the limit has not been mentioned for a long time. However, his father has not seen him for a long time, and he doesn't know much about his current self, which is normal. That's good, by the way, then why don't you complete the sect mission? Your cultivation is a big thing, your family, nothing, everything is fine, you live for 2 days, then hurry up and do your business. Hearing Chu Yan's words, Chu Jiang smiled again and kept instructing. Father, my sect mission has been completed, and I can return to the sect to hand over within 3 months. After speaking, Chu Yan looked solemn and said with a serious expression. I have already heard about the matter between Xie and my Chu family. That Master Moni doesn't need to be invited. Chu Jiang and Chu Xuanhuan looked at each other. Chu Zhan said softly. Xiaoyan, you don't know, the current situation is. Before he could finish speaking, Chu Yan shook his head and said, I heard all your conversations just now. From today onwards, I will be responsible for all the medicinal pills that the Chu family needs. What? You are in charge. As soon as Chu Yan finished speaking, the 3 of them were shocked at the same time. Xiaoyan, I know that Ling Tianzong distributes medicinal pills to your disciples, but that's far from enough. Chu Jiang thought for a moment, looked at Chu Yan and said. No, father. What I mean is, all medicinal pills below the 3rd rank will be refined by me. After Chu Yan finished speaking, he raised his palm, and a group of purple flames ignited, and the scorching aura swept across the stunned 3 people. What? You are an alchemist. The corners of Chu Jiang and Chu Zhan's eyes twitched wildly, and they were terrified. Immediately, when the 2 looked at Chu Yan, their faces showed ecstasy. Ha ha ha, that's great, God really helped my Chu family, this time, I will make Xie pay a heavy price. Chu Yan nodded and said. That's right, father, this time I will definitely regret dealing with my Chu family at Xie. Immediately, the four of them took their seats, and after some careful discussion, Chu Jiang and Chu Yan immediately left and began to prepare to counterattack on the Zhexinglu. Chu Yan returned to his room and began to prepare for cultivation. Chu Yan urgently needs a breakthrough now. On the one hand, he has broken through from the Qi refining realm to the Qi refining realm, and more importantly, it is to improve the star rating of the flame martial arts. In this way, his pill fire attribute will also be improved. At that time, with the help of the coffin medicine cauldron, he may be able to refine the 4th grade pill. Of course, not many people in the small Luonan city can afford the 4th grade medicinal herbs, but if Chu Yan's rank reaches the 4th grade, then the number of 1st grade or 2nd grade medicinal herbs that he can refine in each furnace will be equal to that of Chu Yan. Raised dramatically. With a wave of his hand, more than a dozen jade talismans appeared in front of Chu Yan. #C116 Animal Skin Figure. These jade talismans were all owned by the black-clothed men, and of course, Wang Meng and Su Chong were among them. Chu Yan smiled lightly, his eyes were full of anticipation, and his hands were flying, crushing all these jade talismans. A pile of things rolled down from the void and fell in front of Chu Yan. Huh? So few? Chu Yan frowned as he looked at the small number of animals. Many of the men in black who were killed originally did not have jade talismans, so the total number of jade talismans collected by Chu Yan was only a dozen. But now, the items that fell from the jade talisman were not as many as expected, and I couldn't help but be even more disappointed. After counting them one by one, the jade talismans of the men in black are basically spirit stones and gold coins, and there are basically no other items. There are only a few items stored in the jade talismans of the 3 men in black in the Xiantian realm. A few spirit grasses, a few primeval stones, a few Xiantian pills, and an animal skin. Why are you so poor? Chu Yan pouted, picked up the animal skin and checked it. This hide is painted with intricate patterns, and on the back is a pattern of the imprint of a bear's paw. This? I seem to have seen it there. Chu Yan was stunned, and then his consciousness penetrated into the Rakshasa space. Soon, an identical animal skin map was found in the corner of the Rakshasa space. It was Chu Yan who got it in the forest when he just left home. At that time, the little white bear said that he knew this animal skin picture. The front of the mountain is in the shape of a human standing, and the back is painted with the unique 6-fingered bear paw print animal skin picture of Zilua Tianxiong. It and the piece that Chu Yan obtained before are obviously residual pictures. I don't know how many pictures it consists of. After researching for a while, Chu Yan put 2 animal skin pictures into the Rakshasa space. Anyway, they are incomplete and useless for the time being. The jade talismans of Wang Meng and Su Chong did not disappoint Chu Yan, and the wealth of the innate realm powerhouses was indeed a lot. 6 exercises, a dozen primeval stones, 2 spirit treasures, and 5 spirit grasses. These things can be exchanged for a lot of contribution points when they return to the sect. Putting these things into the Rakshasa space, Chu Yan was ready to start burning corpses and refining qi. With a wave of his hand, more than 30 corpses were piled up, and a strong bloody aura filled the air. Chu Yan sat cross-legged, his true qi was running, and the flame martial spirit behind him rose up. Boom! The flames covered the piles of corpses, and the purple flames quickly devoured the blood in the corpses. A large amount of pure true energy poured down from the flame martial soul above Chu Yan's head, pouring down like a waterfall and pouring into Chu Yan's body. The 2 cyclones in Chu Yan's body were spinning rapidly, inhaling a large amount of pure qi that had flowed into his dantian. At the same time, the volume of the cyclone slowly expanded. The majestic true qi rushed out of the cyclone and rushed towards Chu Yan's limbs. All the meridians, viscera, and flesh and blood were tempered and changed. After all the corpses on the ground turned to fly ash, Chu Yan's cultivation finally began to break through. The two cyclones in the Sea of Qi shook violently, and the violent infuriating energy directly broke through the bottleneck of the cultivation base. Qi refining stage 8th stage early stage. Qi refining realm 8th stage middle stage. After breaking through two small realms in a row, the Sea of Qi finally stabilized. After a while, Chu Yan exhaled, slowly opened his eyes, and his eyes were bright. Boom! At this moment, the flame martial spirit behind him skyrocketed again, the rising flame rose more than 3 meters high, and the sixth red star on the top emitted a dazzling red light. Immediately afterwards, the purple flames suddenly retracted and returned to their original size, and the sixth red star finally stabilized. 6-star flame martial spirit. Ha ha ha, great! Chu Yan was instantly ecstatic, watching the color of the flame martial soul change from dark purple again. As soon as he raised his hand, a purple flame appeared in Chu Yan's palm. Compared with the previous Dan Yen. From the original deep purple to a shiny purple, the color is much lighter, but it is brighter. Sure enough, when the flame martial soul ascends to the star, the Dan fire will increase along with it. Chu Yan looked at the pill fire in his palm, emitting a dazzling bright purple flame, beating zeizily, and the scorching aura came towards him. When Chu Yan sacrificed the flame martial arts, he used the worst 3-star demon fire, and it was still incomplete. Otherwise, the current Dan fire star would definitely be higher. Put away the pill fire, it was almost evening. Chu Yan walked out of the room. As soon as he went out, he saw his father approaching, followed by a few people. Xiaoyan, are you finished practicing? Chu Jiang looked at Chu Yan with a smile on his face, and asked the servants behind him to put down the piles of spirit grass and herbal medicine, and then waved them back. Xiaoyan, these are the herbs for refining the body tempering pill and the qi and blood pill prepared according to your request. A total of 100 copies each. When Chu Yan was stunned, his eyes swept over the elixir in those bags, and said in a daze. So fast? Chu Jiang smiled slightly and said, Xiaoyan, I have been in the herbal and spiritual medicine business for so many years. These are not difficult. There are as many as you want, and they are all of good quality. Okay, I'll start refining right away. Chu Yan nodded, and after pondering for a while, he continued. Father, you will prepare the pill recipe for the foundation pill, the corresponding spirit grass, and the spirit herb for the qi refining pill. The pill recipe is not needed. 100 copies each. When Chu Jiang heard the words, he was slightly stunned, and then said nervously. Xiaoyan, the foundation establishment pill is the best among the first-grade pills. Even a second-grade pill alchemist has a success rate of about 30%. This foundation pill, Chu Yan bought one for Yuer at the auction at that time, and it was very valuable. Because the success rate of pills was extremely low, ordinary second-grade alchemists were unwilling to refine them. Chu Yan chuckled and said, Father, don't worry, I know what I know. After Chu Jiang turned around excitedly and strode away, Chu Yan returned to the room, ready to start refining the medicinal pills. Tom. The moment the coffin furnace was released, Chu Yan had an illusion, as if the furnace had grown a little bigger. After turning around the coffin pill furnace for a few times, Chu Yan could not see any obvious changes, so he picked up the pill recipe of the body-quenching pill and studied it carefully. The body-quenching pill is suitable for body-quenching realm warriors. The more swallowed, the higher the probability of awakening the martial spirit. Even if it is swallowed by ordinary people, it can also have a very good effect of strengthening the body. To refine the body-tempering pill, you only need to use ordinary herbs, not even spirit herbs. The formula of the body-tempering pill is extremely simple, and there is no difficulty for Chu Yan to control the temperature and heat. After putting down the pill recipe, Chu Yan directly opened the furnace and began to try to refine it. In the first batch, Chu Yan only put in 3 body-quenching pills. According to the calculation of 3 body-quenching pills for each herb, if the pills are completed, 9 body-quenching pills can be refined, which is better than refining 2 pills. Refining Qi Dan is much faster. Chu Yan circulated the infuriating energy in his body, and after establishing a connection with the elixir flame in the coffin furnace, he used his infuriating energy to rub a lot of herbs into powder and put them into the furnace. Immediately, true qi surged, slowly raising the temperature in the pill furnace. The large amount of medicinal powder in the furnace was slowly fused, and Chu Yan carefully sensed the temperature in the furnace. After the temperature remained constant, Chu Yan flipped his palm and 3 high-grade spirit stones appeared in his hand. There was a flash of light in his eyes, and with a squeeze of his palm, the 3 spirit stones turned into powder and were thrown into the furnace. #C117 Piles of smelting. There was a flash of light in his eyes, and with a squeeze of his palm, the 3 spirit stones turned into powder and were thrown into the furnace. The spirit stone was like a furnace, and immediately released a large amount of heaven and earth aura, mixed with the medicinal powder in the furnace, and was burned and turned by the purple flame. Chu Yan saw the opportunity, and immediately activated the pill fire, raising the temperature in the furnace abruptly. In an instant, the spirit stone powder in the furnace and the medicinal powder collided violently, and quickly turned into black paste. These paste balls, under the burning of the purple flames, began to gradually solidify. Call. He let out a sigh of relief. Now that the young pill has been formed, Chu Yan only needs to carefully control the temperature of the furnace and wait for the pill to form. Although it was only a first-grade medicinal pill, Chu Yan could not help but feel a little nervous after refining it for the first time. After half an hour, the coffin furnace vibrated slightly, which was a sign of dancing. Chu Yan raised his eyes and saw that the 9 black medicinal pills in the furnace were slowly turning, and the fragrance was overflowing. At this moment, the coffin's medicine made a brilliant burst of silver light, and the true energy in Chu Yan's body continued to flow into the furnace, causing the complex silver patterns on the coffin's pill furnace to shine. After these silver lights lit up, they rushed into the furnace in an instant and wrapped the 9 black pills. Boom! The coffin furnace made a loud noise, the lid of the furnace flew up, and the purple flame in the furnace went out instantly. It's done. With a wave of Chu Yan's hand, he held the 9 white body-quenching pills in his hands. Without any accident, the body-quenching pill that was refined for the first time was directly infused from the first-grade pill to the second-grade pill. Although it consumed 1/5 of Chu Yan's infuriating energy, there are currently 2. The Chu Yan of the cyclone is completely acceptable. After receiving the 9 body-quenching pills into the prepared jade bottle, Chu Yan immediately started the second furnace. He took out 10 medicinal herbs and threw them all into the furnace. 10 medicinal materials. If it becomes a pill, it is a full 30 body-quenching pills, which is also the largest amount of pill refining in the pill furnace. Half an hour later, the Dan furnace vibrated, and the silver light flashed. Boom! The furnace lid flipped over, and the 30 white body-quenching pills all shone a touch of white, and the whole body was white and round like jade. When the body-quenching pill of this furnace was upgraded to the second rank, almost all the infuriating energy of the 2 cyclones in Chu Yan's body was absorbed. After swallowing a qi refining pill, Chu Yan sat cross-legged and began to recover his true qi. While Chu Yan was in the room desperately refining the medicinal pills, the competition between Xixinglu and the Chu family in Longmen Town became more and more dignified. On the day that Chu Yan returned to Longmen Town, Xixinglu saw the opportunity and once again lowered the price of all low-grade medicinal pills. Suddenly, some organizations and forces who were still thinking of the old relationship of the Chu family bought the Xixinglu one after another. Low-priced pills. As for Xixinglu, this is almost another measure to intensify the attack on the Chu family. The top executives of the Chu family are desperately furious. It's numb, I can't bear it any longer. In just 5 days, our Chu family has lost tens of thousands of spiritual stones. If this continues, our pharmacy will close down. In the council hall, an elder sent by the Chu family headquarters had a fierce look on his face and said angrily. In the hall, under the Chu River, the deacons and elders of all branches all had sullen faces and anger in their eyes. It really can't be dragged on any longer. Chu Jiang slowly exhaled and said. Although there are still more than 100 bottles of body refining pills and qi and blood pills refined by Master Chu, this amount cannot be compared with the amount of the 3 alchemy masters in Xixinglu. In a short period of time, we still have money. It's a loss, but these 100 bottles are sold out, and we don't even have a chance to lose money. Although we have a certain advantage in medicinal materials, the first-grade pills from the Star Xilo have a large amount of pills and are cheap, which will definitely attract more warriors and forces to buy them, especially their qi and blood pills, although the effect is a little worse, but those organizations that hunt monsters that are often injured. But it suits the appetite. Xuanhuan took out a jade bottle from his arms, stared at it, and said. Moreover, Xixinglu invited Master Moni to take action, and the second-grade qi refining pills also began to be supplied in large quantities, which would be troublesome. Although the second-grade qi refining pills are more expensive, some big families and wealthy families will buy them for their family disciples to practice. Although the amount is not large, the profit is high, and one can top dozens of tempered bodies. Dan's income. If we can also invite a second-grade alchemist. In the council hall, I didn't know what to say, and said something faintly. Hearing this, Chu Jiang and Chu Zhan looked at each other and opened their mouths, but still didn't say anything. When the two of them thought about it, Chu Yan had not yet made a single medicinal pill. If Chu Yan was an alchemist, if Chu Yan could not make it, or the yield was low, everyone would be disappointed. It's not good, it's not good. Outside the council hall, suddenly a figure rushed in, wearing the Chu family uniform and looking flustered. Chu-san, what's the fuss about? Didn't you see that there is something going on here? An elder deacon scolded. Reporting to the elders and the head of the family, I just received the news that the Xixinglu has invited a second-grade alchemist. It seems that the second-grade alchemist named Yi Kuan has arrived in Luonan City. The servant's face was full of tension, and he said pantingly. What? As soon as the voice fell, everyone in the conference hall shouted in unison. There were originally 2 first-grade alchemists in the Xixinglu, plus Master Moni, who was invited not long ago, and this new one, it turned into 4 alchemists at once. This. Immediately, the atmosphere in the council hall instantly became depressed and fell into silence. Go down. Chu Jiang waved his hand and asked the servant who reported the letter to step back, then turned his head to look in one direction, and muttered. Xiaoyan, this time the trouble is big. A first-grade alchemist can refine about 10 finished products a day, and a second-grade pharmacist can refine about 10 second-grade medicinal herbs, but if refining a first-grade medicinal herb, at least 30 can be refined. There are now 2 first-grade alchemists and 2 second-grade alchemists in the star-picking building. In this case, 80 first-grade medicinal pills can be produced in one day. In the vicinity of Luonan City, this amount is just enough to meet the needs of all the nearby sects and noble families. As long as they reduce the price, the Chu family will not have any business. Just when the atmosphere in the hall froze, another family guard ran over. Patriarch, the young master said. When the guard saw the presence of the large group of elders, he couldn't help but get nervous and stopped for a while. Xiaoyan? What's wrong with Xiaoyan? Tell me now. Chu Jiang stared at the guard, stood up abruptly, and shouted in a deep voice. The young master said that the medicinal herbs are finished, so let's send the elixir in the back. What? This time, it was not only Chu Jiang, but a dozen people in the hall stood up with a hula, all of them were shocked. More than a dozen bloodshot eyes stared at the guard, and suddenly, the Chu family guard only felt a large coercion attack, his legs trembled violently, and sweat rolled down his face. These deacons and elders only knew that Chu Yan came home from Ling Tianzong to visit relatives, but they did not expect that he would be able to concoct alchemy. What Chu Jiang was shocked was that what he sent to Chu Yan were 100 copies of the materials of the body-tempering pill and the qi and blood pill. Adding up, it was a full 600 pills. As many as 100. But, it's only one day, 300. Immediately, Chu Jiang strode out and rushed towards Chu Yan's small courtyard. Behind him, a dozen deacons and elders hurriedly followed. For a family, if there is an alchemy master, it is definitely the beginning of prosperity. For more than 500 years, the Chu family has never been out of the Xiantian realm, not to mention the rare alchemy master. At this time, more than a dozen people were stabbed into Chu Yan's small courtyard at once, and it suddenly became crowded. #C118CUA. Chu Yan was recovering his true qi in the room, and when he heard someone coming, he slowly exhaled, restrained his true qi, and got up and opened the door. Outside the door, Chu Yan glanced at him, and a dozen pairs of red eyes stared at him. Suddenly, he was also slightly startled. "Xiaoyan, have you finished refining everything?" Chu Jiang hurried forward 2 steps, looked at Chu Yan and asked. His eyes were burning with fire. With a slight smile, Chu Yan nodded, let Chu Jiang into the room, waved his hand, and a total of 285 jade bottles appeared. "It's all here, half of the body-quenching pill, half of the blood and blood pill." During the refining process of Chu Yan, there was a furnace of qi and blood pill that was not upgraded due to insufficient qi, so there was only one rank. Therefore, Chu Yan did not take it out. "Haha. That's great, God helped my Chu family to have an alchemist." Yes, 300 first-grade medicinal pills were refined in one day, which is more than the 4 alchemists in the Xingxing building. That's right, Master Chu's dual cultivation of alchemy and martial arts can be compared to ordinary alchemists. With these medicinal pills, you can have a blog with Zixinglu. The elders and deacons behind them were talking a lot. The depressing atmosphere in the conference hall just now was swept away, and all of them were blushing. Looking at the nearly 300 jade bottles on the table, they were ecstatic. Because there are not enough jade bottles, there are 2 pills in each bottle here, a total of 570 pills. Seeing the shocking gazes of the deacons and elders, Chu Yan introduced it as if nothing had happened. Hiss. As soon as the voice fell, there was a sound of gasping in the room. Especially the first-grade alchemist Xuanhuan, who was invited by the Chu family, stared wildly, and the corners of his eyes twitched wildly. What did you say? 570? Isn't that the 90% success rate? Xuanhuan raised his voice, almost shouting, then quickly picked up a jade bottle, opened it and dumped it. The 2 round white medicinal pills rolled out, and a scent of medicinal pills permeated instantly. What? White body-quenching pill, this is the second-rank body-quenching pill. Xuanhuan's beard and eyebrows fluttered in an instant, and when he was stunned, he almost bit his tongue when he spoke. Second-rank body-tempering pill. More than a dozen deacons and elders were shocked, and more than a dozen breaths suddenly gushed out. At the same time, they all rushed to the table, each grabbed a jade bottle and opened it to confirm. Immediately, the danxiang in the room became more and more intense, making people feel refreshed. This is really a second-grade body-quenching pill. Oh my God, all of them are second-grade, even qi and blood pills are second-grade. This is 10 times the price of a first-grade medicinal pill. Haha, this is good, this time you can not only fight with Zixinglu, but also fight back against them. The deacons and elders were instantly overjoyed and kept laughing. At the same time, they looked at Chu Yan with awe. Father, I hope these second-grade pills will be sold at the price of first-grade pills. Chu Yan looked at Chu Jiang, and after pondering, he said softly. What? According to the price of one product, this, I understand. Hearing Chu Yan's words, Chu Jiang was stunned at first, then thought about it carefully, and suddenly understood what Chu Yan was thinking. Martial artists, noble families, and sects can't buy medicinal pills based on quality and price, but only because of sufficient quantity. At present, Chu Yan's shot has solved the quality and quantity problems of the Chu family's pills, and there is only one price left. Therefore, as long as these high-level pills are sold at the price of low-level pills, I believe that there will be no one else going. Pick up the Star Building to buy medicine. Father, I'm going out. You prepare the materials for the Foundation Establishment pill and Qi Refining pill, and send them to my room. I will continue refining when I come back. Chu Yan saw Chu Jiang nodded. He lifted his foot out of the room and walked out of the house. He planned to go to Xixinglu. On the one hand, he wanted to see the status of the pills sold by the other party. At the same time, Chu Yan wanted to buy some fourth-grade pills, which were only available in Longmen Town. After going out, Chu Yan thought for a while, bypassed a few streets, and did not go directly to Peking Star Building, but went to Fengshe first. The market in Longmen Town is not big, but after Chu Yan turned around a few times, he still bought what he wanted. A black metal mask, this half-face mask comes from the hand of the refiner. Although it is not a spiritual treasure, it focuses on comfort. In addition, after Chu Yan put on the gray robe he bought and put on the half-faced black and gold mask, he suddenly became another person. After that, Chu Yan went straight to the star-picking building. When they arrived at the Xingxing building, Chu Yan was going to buy the second-grade Soul Awakening pill and the fourth-grade Tianyuan pill. Tianyuan Dan is a special pill used to restore infuriating energy. The effect is much better than the Qi Refining pill that Chu Yan is currently using. Moreover, this kind of pill, swallowed during battle, can quickly restore infuriating energy. It is very powerful. A must for warriors. The Soul Awakening pill was prepared by Chu Yan for his brother Chu Zhan. Originally, he kept one, but now, Chu Yan plans to refine it himself, and then use the coffin furnace to infuse the spirit to improve the quality of the Soul Awakening pill. Come on, it's much better. Xixinglu is worthy of being a large chamber of commerce all over the Luoyang kingdom. There are two kinds of pill recipes, and they were successfully bought by Chu Yan. In addition, Chu Yan found a relatively rare spirit beast pill after looking at the pill recipes in the inventory of Star Jiao. This kind of elixir, which is only suitable for spirit beasts, is of great benefit to improving the cultivation of spirit beasts. Thinking that the little white bear always stayed in the mountains to hunt and kill monsters to obtain monster crystals for cultivation, Chu Yan bought this pill without hesitation. On the way back, Chu Yan went to the Chu family pharmacy on the street, found his father Chu Jiang who was busy in the store, and asked him to help prepare the elixir needed for the Awakening Soul pill, Tianyuan pill and Beast Spirit pill. Returning to the family, Chu Yan was able to perceive the occasional encounter with clansmen, and there was more envy in the eyes of these people when they looked at him. Obviously, today's incident had already spread in the whole family. Turning a blind eye to these gazes, Chu Yan went straight back to his small courtyard. At this time, the moon is in the west, the stars are bright and the clouds are pale. Chu Yan stood alone in the familiar courtyard, the moonlight shone all over his body. I swept across the small courtyard, every grass and tree here is so familiar and kind. Fragments of various memories continue to emerge in my mind, including laughter, sadness, and longing. Slowly reaching into his arms, he took out a black cloth bag and opened it gently. A strand of blue silk slipped down the fingertips, as silky as water, as light as the wind. As if her hand had stroked. Moon. Chu Yan looked at the blue silk in his palm, his eyes trembled slightly, and muttered. "How are you?" The bright waning moon penetrated the clouds in the sky, moved slowly, and sprinkled a large piece of moonlight again. In the small courtyard, Chu Yan quietly looked up at the clear moonlight, his thoughts were flying. #C119 Not give up. The next day, the sun rises in the east, shining brightly. Chu Yan had just walked out of the room, and Chu Jiang had already delivered the elixir and medicinal materials that Chu Yan needed. After instructing Chu Yan a few words, Chu Jiang left in a hurry. After carefully examining the spirit herbs and medicinal materials, Chu Yan closed the door and began to refine the medicinal herbs. Chu Yan was the first to refine the Tianyuan pill. After 10 furnaces were infused with spirits, the 4th grade Tianyuan pill was upgraded to the 5th grade, with a total of 30 pieces. This kind of pill, which is specially used to restore true qi in Tianyuan Dan, can be continuously improved for Chu Yan within 3 hours after rising to the 5th rank, and the medicinal power is extremely amazing. After that, the qi refining pill, because Chu Yan was not refining it for the first time, there were 300 pieces and 100 pieces, and it was only used last morning. Chu Yan was greatly surprised by the refining of the Foundation Establishment pill. This 2nd grade top grade medicinal pill, which requires a large amount of high-grade spirit stones as raw materials, actually failed to be refined in one batch, resulting in a waste pill. This waste product made Chu Yan not dare to underestimate the refining of pills, and he became more and more careful when refining pills later. In the evening, the Foundation Establishment pill was refined, and there was only 270 pieces left after 1 furnace was left. After filling these medicinal pills into the jade bottle, Chu Yan began to refine the soul refreshing pill and spirit beast pill. These 2 kinds of medicinal herbs, one was made for brother Chu Zhan, and the other was made for little white bear, both of whom were close to him, so Chu Yan should be extra careful when making them. 3 hours later, Danqing. After Chu Yan harvested the spirit beast pill, he held the soul awakening pill in his hand, and his eyes swept back and forth between the pill and the coffin pill furnace. The 2 days of alchemy made Chu Yan feel stronger and stronger with the coffin kiln. In a faint, Chu Yan felt that with a large number of refining elixirs, the coffin kiln already had the ability to infuse the 2nd order spirit. In other words, the current coffin furnace can infuse any item twice. After hesitating, Chu Yan decided to try it with the 2nd grade soul awakening pill. However, the 2nd order spirit injection must use primeval stones, and 10 pieces are needed at a time. Take out 10 primeval stones. After Chu Yan raised the purple flame in the furnace, he gritted his teeth and threw it into the pill furnace. The primordial stone was put into the furnace, and the 3 breaths time was transformed into a majestic spiritual power, which shook the entire coffin furnace with a buzzing sound. With a wave of his hand, the 3 just refined 3rd grade soul awakening pills were thrown into the pill furnace, and the furnace lid was quickly closed. Swish! In the blink of an eye, the intricate patterns on the lid of the furnace shone, exactly the same as during normal infusion. But then, the lines on the left outer wall of the coffin furnace began to light up slowly, emitting a dazzling golden light. After the aura of gold and silver lit up, Chu Yan could only feel the 2 qi rotations in his body moving like flying, and the majestic true qi rushed to the coffin furnace like a sea tide. In less than a breath, Chu Yan felt the bottom of his inner qi, and in shock, he quickly swallowed a Tianyuan pill. The medicinal power was dissolved in Chu Yan's body, and it was quickly converted into true qi, supplementing the loss of the cyclone. At this moment, the coffin pill furnace suddenly brightened, and 2 balls of spiritual light, 1 gold and 1 silver, rushed into the furnace and wrapped the 3 soul awakening pills. Boom! The furnace lid flipped instantly, the purple flames in the furnace went out, and 3 round cyan medicinal pills flew out, which were held in Chu Yan's hands. Haha, it's done. 4th grade soul awakening pill. The original 2nd grade soul awakening pill was upgraded to the 2nd rank by Chu Yan, and turned into a 4th grade soul awakening pill. Looking at the 3 4th grade soul awakening pills in his hand, Chu Yan felt that even an ordinary person with no talent should be able to awaken his martial soul. With a chuckle, Chu Yan put away the soul awakening pill, took out 1 Tianyuan pill and swallowed it, and took out 3 more foundation pills, ready to be injected. Sitting cross-legged, Chu Yan combined the medicinal power of Tianyuan Dan to quickly recover his true qi. Time flies, day and night pass quickly. At dawn, when Chu Yan walked out of the room, there were 3 4th grade soul awakening pills, 3 4th grade foundation building pills, and 3 3rd grade body quenching pills in his arms. With these, Chu Yan is 90% sure that his eldest brother Chu Zhan will awaken his martial spirit, and he is a high-star martial spirit. Chu Yan's eyes flashed, and his heart was filled with excitement. Since childhood, the self known as a waste, only the eldest brother has come forward again and again to protect himself behind him. And now, it's time to pay him back. An hour later, when Chu Zhan was dragged out of the pile of medicinal materials by Chu Yan, he was stunned when he heard Yan's thoughts clearly. Awaken the martial spirit. However, he is already 18 years old. According to the rules of the martial arts world, if you are over 16 years old, you have not awakened your martial arts, and the chance of awakening in the future is not even 1 in 1,000. At this time, in Chu Zhan's room, Chu Zhan skillfully sat cross-legged. Although he has not awakened his martial soul, Chu Zhan has been cultivating since he was a child. Even if his cultivation is extremely slow, he still insists on it day after day. As a man, I always aspire to be a powerful warrior, traversing the world. Looking at Chu Zhan's trembling eyes, Chu Yan was even more nervous than him at this time. He took out a body-quenching pill that looked like a whole body of white jade, and handed it to Chu Zhan. Seeing that he opened his mouth to take it without hesitation, Chu Yan's consciousness immediately unfolded and covered Chu Zhan, who had closed his eyes. The 3rd rank body-quenching pill has almost reached the Lingbao level. Including medicinal pills, there are extremely harsh conditions for anything to rise to the rank, and it is as difficult as going to the sky, and rising 2 ranks in a row almost only exists in rumors. Although the body-quenching pill is the lowest level of medicinal pills, it has a very strong effect on tempering the body, and the 3 3rd grade body-quenching pills refined by Chu Yan have at least 100 times the efficacy of ordinary body-quenching pills. In less than 100 breaths, Chu Zhan's body was madly transformed by powerful spiritual power, and the meridians, viscera, limbs, and flesh and blood underwent earth-shaking changes. After a while, a large amount of black substance began to seep from Chu Zhan's skin. The small good fruit that Chu Yan obtained in the past, he deliberately kept one, and added it when refining the body-quenching pill. This kind of heaven and earth treasure has the best effect of improving physique. An hour later, when Chu Zhan opened his eyes were full of shock. He now feels a huge change in his body, and his whole body is filled with a sense of power. He smelled the stench coming from his body, and under the urging of Chu Yan, he hurried to take a bath and change his clothes. A 3rd grade body-quenching pill brought his own changes, and finally made Chu Zhan feel a glimmer of hope. On Chu Zhan's resolute face, the eyes that had been dark for many years gradually became brighter. When he returned to the room again, Chu Yan took out a foundation establishment pill, and the 4th grade body was bright and round. 4 grade medicinal herbs. For ordinary people like Chu Zhan, this kind of thing is as elusive as the moon in the sky. Although the Chu family has its own property, the father is only a branch deacon. He runs the pharmacy for the family, and the profits he earns are basically paid to the family. And the monthly money of dozens of gold coins per month, if you want to use it to buy medicine pills, and save it for a lifetime, it may not be enough for a 2nd grade medicine pill. #C120 Chu Family's Counterattack. With trembling hands, Chu Yan gently took the blue-colored Foundation Establishment pill, took a deep breath, and swallowed it with his mouth open. When the Foundation Establishment pill entered the body, a large amount of spiritual mist began to appear around Chu Yan, wrapping Chu Yan in it. The effect of the fourth-rank Foundation Establishment pill is really terrifying. The concentration of this spiritual power mist is definitely not lower than the spiritual power of heaven and earth inspired by the 9-star martial arts. Chu Yan's cultivation base and infuriating energy in his body are really too weak, and it is extremely slow to absorb and fuse these spiritual powers. Carefully controlling the consciousness and grasping the physical state of Chu Yan waited patiently. After more than half a day, the effects of the Foundation Establishment finally merged. Next is the most critical soul awakening pill. Xiaoyan, can I really awaken my martial spirit? Chu Yan's face flushed and his breathing was short. Looking at Chu Yan, his eyes kept trembling. Brother, if you don't awaken your martial soul for a day, I will keep refining the soul awakening pill for you. Even if you reach the rank 9 golden pill, you won't give up. Chu Yan's eyes flashed, and he said with a firm expression. Hearing this, Chu Yan's whole body trembled. Looking at Chu Yan, his eyes became wet unconsciously. Immediately, he nodded heavily, raised his head, and swallowed the 4th-grade soul awakening pill. The medicinal power of the soul awakening pill was extremely overbearing, and in an instant, the power of the majestic medicinal power transformed by the 4th-rank soul awakening pill rushed towards Chu Yan's sea of consciousness like a galloping beast. Boom! A large group of light and shadow rushed out from behind Chu Yan, and a sudden burst of golden light emitted a dazzling golden light. Clang! The resounding sound of gunshots shook all directions, and at the same time, a huge golden halberd appeared in the air. The whole body of this halberd is like gold, with 4 sharp points and 8 blades shining brightly. It is about 10 feet long. The body of the halberd is as thick as an arm. Swish! 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 The next moment, 7 white stars lit up continuously on the golden halberd, and the brilliance was dazzling. 7-star gold-type golden halberd martial spirit. Chu Yan was startled, looking at the martial spirit behind Chu Yan, his face showed ecstasy. 7-star martial arts, this is also a genius-level talent martial arts. Unexpectedly, not only was the martial spirit awakened successfully in one go, but also the 7-star martial spirit was awakened. Chu Yan was stunned, his eyes staring at the golden halberd battle spirit behind him, completely stunned. Wuhun! I also have a martial soul. The expression of surprise slowly emerged. Chu Yan trembled with excitement, and then turned his head sharply to look at Chu Yan. Xiaoyan, thank you. Hearing this, Chu Yan smiled slightly and nodded lightly. Big brother Chu Yan awakened his martial spirit, and he finally fulfilled a wish. Just when Chu Yan awakened his martial spirit for his eldest brother Chu Yan, Luonan City and Longmen Town were surging. After the Chu family received the support of a large number of medicinal pills from Chu Yan, they strictly blocked the news on the surface, and prepared frantically from the bottom. The identity of Chu Yan's alchemy was also sealed by the family. With the silence of the Chu family, with the full strength of the newly hired alchemists, the pharmacy of the Chu family, not only Longmen Town, but also the shop in Luonan City, all the old customers were robbed by the Star Building. Walk. In this regard, the Chu family remained silent. Today, the weather is excellent, the sun is shining in the sky is like a wash, and there are no clouds in the sky. The elixir shop on the first floor of Jiuxiao Building in Longmen Town was crowded and bustling. Martial artists of various identities formed a long queue here. Today is the last day for the limited-time discount sale of the star-picking tower, so everyone who needs the medicinal pills rushed to buy it. The silence of the Chu family made Xie think that the Chu family had lost their confidence. There was no alchemist, and there was no bonus support, and they were already on the verge of collapse. Therefore, today is their last blow to the Chu family. Of course, after today, the medicine pills in the star-picking building will be restored to their original prices, and they will earn back the profits they have lost in order to attack the Chu family in the near future. At that time, it will no longer be the original price, but double the price. Without the Chu family, in the entire Luonan city area, only one house in Zhexinglu sells medicinal pills, and the price is still set by them. Gongsun Xiong, the young master of Luoyang Wanqing Zhaixing building. At this time, he was standing on the terrace on the second floor of Longmen Town, looking down at the crowd below with a smug smile on his face. This time, Luonan City was the main city, and Longmen Town was the supplement. The two branches of Zhexinglu joined forces to crack down on the Chu family's pharmacy business plan. All of them came out of his arrangement. Needless to say, the purpose was, of course, revenge against Chu Yan. Picking up the tea brought by the maid, Gongsun Xiong had a lewd face and touched the maid's chest with a smile. Under the maid's blushing demeanor, he burst into laughter. After the end of today, you can go back to the Luoyang royal city. I heard that there are a few more chicks in the Chunhonglu, which are very watery, tsk. Thinking of the girl whose flower buds were just blooming, he felt a surge of anger go straight to his forehead in his own Gongsun Xiong. Suddenly, a commotion came from downstairs, making Gongsun Xiong frown, and he looked down following the voice. Damn, it's fighting again. People in this kind of countryside are rude. Gongsun Xiong murmured angrily. The Chu family pharmacy has better and cheaper medicine pills for sale. A rough shout suddenly exploded in the crowd downstairs, like a thunder, shocking everyone on the first floor. This sudden shout made the crowd suddenly commotion, and several warriors who were at the end of the team in the Zhanqing building rushed to the Chu family pharmacy. Damn, it must be a lie. That's right, the Chu family's pharmacy has only a few bottles of medicinal herbs, and they have already been sold out. Yeah, let's talk about it. How much cheaper can it be? I think the second-grade alchemy master's pills from the Star Jiuxiao are of good quality. This, bro, go take a look, I'll take the seat for you, you can't believe me, Wang Daniu, if it's true, come and call me. For a time, various reactions emerged from the crowd. When Gongsun Xiong on the second floor heard this, he couldn't help but sneered and hummed heavily. Humph. How can the Chu family still sell medicinal pills, just a few bottles of medicine from the first-grade alchemist Xuanhuan, and the effect is not as good as the effect of Xinyu Dan, ha ha ha, At this time on the street downstairs, 2 or 3 people rushed over, opened the jade bottle in their hands, poured out 2 gray-white medicinal herbs, and shouted loudly. Second rank qi and blood pills are only half the price. The Chu family has a bloodletting sale. On the second floor, Gongsun Xiong's eyes were fixed on him. The palm of the martial artist who displayed the Chu family's medicinal herbs, the smile had frozen on his face, and the corners of his mouth kept twitching, and the expression was extremely strange. The crowd remained silent for half a breath after the warrior shouted. Suddenly, I don't know who was the first to rush out. Behind him, hundreds of people hurrahed and rushed towards the end of the street like a flood. There, the Chu family pharmacy is located. Almost in the blink of an eye, just now it was overcrowded, and even the ants couldn't get past the gate of the Zhaixing building. At this time, there was no one in the sky. Except for a few broken shoes that were dropped by someone who didn't know who was lying on the street. The exact same scene that just happened in front of this star-picking building happened in Luonan City and more than a dozen towns at the same time. The Chu family started to fight back. #C1 Chapter 121 1-2. For a whole month, the Chu family's pharmacy continued to supply low-cost high-quality medicinal herbs. In Luonan City, some ordinary people even joined the ranks of panic buying. Elixir. This is an elixir. Spend all your savings and buy a second-grade qi and blood pill. Ordinary people can swallow it, which can increase their lifespan by at least a few years. The key is that this second-grade pill is sold at half the price of the first-grade qi and blood pill. Don't buy now? That's the water in the brain. Therefore, the entire Luonan city was shaken, and every sect and all the warriors went crazy, especially those warriors who could not afford pills at ordinary times. When they heard that they could buy high-level pills at such a low price, who would not want to buy one? Keep it at a critical time to save your life. Therefore, for the warriors who eat on the edge of the knife, this is equivalent to a life. Therefore, all the branches of the Chu family have experienced a sales frenzy, and they can sell hundreds of bottles of medicinal herbs every day, which is more than twice as much as when Xixinglu was the most popular. A month later, with the improvement of Chu Yan's proficiency in refining medicine pills, he can now refine thousands of bottles of medicine pills every day. In half a month, the Chu family's inventory for a year was solved. On the contrary, Luonan City's plan to deal with the Chu family at a high cost of fetching stars and building flowers failed completely. But Xixinglu couldn't let it down, and Master Yi Kuan and Master Moni came forward together and proposed an appointment to the Chu family. Alchemy test. Whoever loses will not be allowed to engage in the business of medicinal herbs and medicinal materials in the Luonan City area in the future. This is the last move of the star-picking tower. It cooperates with the Chu family's medicinal pills that they are constantly promoting. It is shoddy news. As long as the Chu family does not dare to fight, it means that there is something wrong with their alchemy masters. Naturally, there are problems. After Chu Jiang asked Chu Yan about this matter, Chu Yan agreed without thinking. The mere 2 second-grade alchemists compete with him, and they are completely dead. Since someone came to the door, Chu Yan just took this opportunity to solve the problem at one time. 3 days later, the central square of Longmen Town. The mayor of Longmen Town stood on the rostrum, his eyes slowly sweeping across the audience. In the audience, tens of thousands of people were crowded, all looking forward to the once-in-a-century alchemy competition in Longmen Town. Everyone, today is an agreed test between Xixinglu and the Chu family. I, Longmen Town, will testify in a fair way. The two sides will have a fair comparison of alchemy techniques. The winner has the right to own the sales rights of medicinal pills and medicinal materials in Luonan City and the towns under its jurisdiction. The loser shall not intervene for life. The mayor's voice resounded through the square, making the originally noisy crowd suddenly quiet a lot. The alchemy masters of Xixinglu are 2 second-rank alchemists, and there is also Master Moni, this Chu family. Haha, you haven't bought the Chu family's medicinal pills, right? Let me tell you, the Chu family's medicinal pills are much better than those from the Xixinglu. So, the alchemist of the Chu family might win? That's not necessarily true. I heard that this time it's a 2-to-1 match with the Chu family. I still don't know who the alchemist of the Chu family is? Yeah, maybe, the Chu family can't move people, hee, that's interesting. The voices of discussion in the crowd gradually subsided, and their eyes swept to the gray-robed figure on the stage from time to time. This person is Chu Yan after disguise, with gray long sleeves and a black gold mask, so that people can't see the deity at all. In this competition, within the specified time, the 3 alchemists, who can refine the highest level and the best medicine pill, will be the winner. After the mayor finished speaking, he waved his hand. Start now. Swish. 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 As the mayor's voice fell, the 3 standing alchemists, in front of them, flashed an alchemy furnace out of thin air. The square that was still whispering, immediately became quiet with the appearance of the 3 pill furnaces, and tens of thousands of pairs of eyes looked at the stage in unison. The profession of alchemist. There are 3 most important things, namely Dan Fire, Dan Furnace and Dan Fong. Needless to say, the pill fire directly determines the level of an alchemist. Even if you have a high level of pill concocting, without a high-level pill fire, you will never be able to refine high-level pills. This is why pharmacists cannot refine pills with ordinary flames. Same as medicine. In terms of pill recipes, there is a saying that 1,000 pills are easy to get, but gold pills are hard to find. A good pill recipe can make better pills, just like Chu Yan adding a small good fruit to the body-quenching pill. In the same way, although it is an inspiration, the effect is very different. Among the three things, if the most important thing is the pill furnace. A good Dan furnace can maintain the uniformity of the temperature in the furnace, and prevent the occurrence of explosions, etc. This is the basic. As soon as Chu Yan's coffin furnace appeared, Yi Kuan and Master Mo Pai immediately looked at him at the same time. This special-shaped alchemy furnace will test the level of an alchemist even more, because it is much more difficult to control the temperature of this special-shaped alchemy furnace. Humph. Grandstanding. Yi Kuan shook his head, rolled his eyes, and hummed softly. As soon as he raised his hand, a dark yellow pill fire appeared in the palm of his hand, waved it casually, and threw it into the pill stove. Master Moni, stroking his beard, also shook his hand, and a bright red fire appeared. Pill fire is divided into 3 levels and 9 stars. The easiest way to distinguish it is to judge by color. The darker the color, the higher the quality. Therefore, Master Mo Pai's Judan fire is obviously 1 point stronger than Yi Kuan's. Seeing the triumphant expressions on Yi Kuan and Moni's faces, Chu Yan was unmoved, chuckled, flipped his palms, and a purple flame suddenly burst into flames. In an instant, the scorching temperature, for when they spread out, the people who were close to the audience suddenly felt a heat wave and exclaimed repeatedly. At this moment, the yellow fire in Yi Kundan's furnace and the red fire in Moni's palm suddenly darkened and shrank a lot in an instant. No one else noticed, but Yi Kuan and Moni were shocked at the same time, and a cold feeling suddenly appeared in their hearts. Purple flames. This is a pill fire of more than 7 stars. Immediately, a bad premonition flashed in their hearts at the same time, and their faces became solemn. Immediately, the two gathered their minds and began to focus on alchemy. Spirit grasses and high-grade spirit stones were thrown into the furnace, the fire swayed, and their expressions were tense. This time, the 2 people from Zhaixinglu participated in the competition, and arranged for Master Moni to refine the top-grade second-grade medicinal pill, the Earth Dragon pill. This kind of medicine pill is a detoxification medicine pill, which has a very good effect of eliminating all poisons, and is hard to find. Yi Kuan, on the other hand, refined the most common third-grade medicinal pill, the Xiantian pill. One is safe and the other is aggressive, taking the risk of refining the third-grade medicinal pill as Yi Kuan's second-grade alchemist. If it succeeds, it will naturally increase the odds of winning. If it fails, there will be Master Moni's second-grade medicinal pill. This is also the weakness of the Chu family's alchemy master, who saw the weakness of the Chu family's alchemist, and deliberately did it. Whether it is strategies, pills, elixir, and other preparations, the star Xiaolo has made perfect preparations this time. Gong Sun Xiong hid in a small building not far from the square, watching the competition in the square from a distance, with a proud smile on his face. According to his judgment, Yi Kuan and Moni are both second-rank masters who have been famous for many years. How could a small family like the Chu family hire a better alchemist? He wouldn't believe this kind of talk in the sky and night. At this time, seeing that the 2 masters had already started alchemy skillfully in the square, and the grey-robed figure was still standing there, he couldn't help but smile even more happily. Humph. The Chu family must have beaten a random guy to pretend to be. That Danhua is probably the sole skill of the flame martial arts. How could there be a Danhua master with more than 7 stars to help his small Chu family? When Gongsun Xiong thought of this, he felt that the victory ticket was already in his hands. When he thought that Chu Yan's family was suppressed to the point of disappearing, the evil spirit in his heart finally came out. #C122 Who is Dan? On the square, Chu Yan didn't move. What he was going to refine today was the 4th grade Tianyuan Dan, just to add some for spare. At this time, he was observing Yi Kuan and Moni's alchemy methods. Chu Yan had always taught himself to refine. Today, he finally had the opportunity to see the refining process of other alchemists, so he naturally wanted to study it. However, Chu Yan was greatly disappointed when the 100 interest time was less than that. The alchemy process of these two people surprised him greatly. First, the spirit grass one by one was put into the furnace and refined into powder, which took a long time. Moreover, in the process of refining the powder, the heating process in the pill furnace is extremely long, and at the same time, it is necessary to continuously take the return gas liquid to replenish the infuriating energy. Although the gas-returning liquid is not a medicinal liquid, it is just an ordinary medicinal liquid, but they are poured like boiled water. In an instant, Chu Yan understood that ordinary alchemists have low cultivation base and lack of true qi in their bodies. Therefore, in Chu Yan's eyes, the details of rubbing powder and warming up are extremely simple, but they have become ordinary alchemists with insufficient qi. Weakness. After watching for a while, Chu Yan shook his head, retracted his eyes, and prepared to start alchemy. However, Chu Yan deliberately made it according to Yi Kuan and Moni's method, and wanted to feel what was special about different alchemy methods, which was also a good research opportunity. Time passed quickly, and most of the day passed. In the pill furnace in front of Master Moni, the prototype of the pill has gradually solidified, and after half a sound, a strong medicinal fragrance emanates from the pill furnace. This is the 2nd grade Earth Dragon pill. On the rostrum, several pharmacists exclaimed. When Moni heard the words, a look of pride appeared on his face. He has an elixir passed down by his master, which can improve the success rate of dragon elixir in this place. It is common to compete with other alchemists. This alchemy recipe has helped him win many times. The exclamations from the crowd didn't take long, and a more intense and alluring Dan incense came from Yi Kuan's Dan furnace next to him. 2 strands of danxiang quickly spread in the square, and everyone smelled it and couldn't help but feel relaxed and happy. 3 grade medicinal pills. Several pharmacists stood up in shock, their eyes straightened and surprised. You must know that the 3rd grade medicinal herbs in Luonan City, even the ordinary elders of the sects may not be able to ration it, but today, it is surprising to see an alchemist refining it with his own eyes. Half an hour later, in the 2 elixir furnaces, one gray and the other white, 2 round drops of elixir are rapidly forming elixir. Master Moni's face was sinking like water, his expression was tense, his hands were dancing continuously, and he kept pouring infuriating energy into the furnace to ensure that the temperature of the furnace was stable at the end. Not far away, Yi Kuan was already sweating all over his head at this time, staring at the pill furnace in front of his eyes, and he could feel that this 3rd grade pill was about to be completed. Boom! Boom! Under the 2 explosions, 2 blasts of furnace gas, one gray and one white, rushed up, and the furnace cover was flipped. It was Yi Kuan and Master Moni who became down at the same time. The 2 moved in unison, extinguished the pill fire, and with a happy face, they summoned the pills from the furnace and put them in the jade bottle. Ha ha ha, the 3rd grade medicine pill, I won. Yi Kuan looked at the white medicine pill the size of a longan in the bottle, and laughed out loud under the gaze of 10,000 pairs of amazed eyes. At this moment, on the side of the stand, more than a dozen deacons and elders of the Chu family, their faces sank at the same time, their hearts were cold, and most of their bodies were cold. In their opinion, although Chu Yan can also refine the 2nd grade medicinal pills, how does the body-quenching pill and the qi and blood pills compare with the dragon pills and third-grade medicinal pills here? In this way, the Chu family's business. Haha, as expected, the alchemist of the Starjiling building is still very powerful. That's right, don't you look at how many years Master Moni and Master Yi Kuan have cultivated alchemy. In this way, the Chu family is about to lose its family foundation. Oh, it's a pity, I thought it was a surprise. The discussion in the crowd became louder and louder, and they kept praising the alchemists on the side of Zhexinglu, especially Yi Kuan, who had refined the third-grade medicinal herbs. At this moment, a dull roar suddenly sounded in the square. Everyone was stunned at the same time, and they followed the source of the sound, but they found that the alchemy furnace in front of the grey-robed alchemist of the Chu family vibrated violently. When the pill furnace vibrated, a group of silver light that originally rose was fleeting, making people think that they were dazzled. The next moment, the coffin-shaped pill furnace suddenly glowed with purple light, sending bursts of purple smoke. Boom! The purple light exploded, the furnace cover flew over, and a whole body of sapphire-like medicinal pill rushed out, flashing blue rays of light, dazzling. Yes, this method is slow, but the medicine is really good. Chu Yan smiled lightly, stretched out his hand, and put the cyan medicine in his hand. How many medicinal pills are these? The brows of several pharmacists were deeply wrinkled and puzzled, but they had never seen a fourth-grade medicinal herb, so they did not recognize it at all. Chu Yan turned around suddenly, his eyes swept to Moni and Yi Kuan, who were dumbfounded not far away, and raised the blue medicine pill in his hand to declare. His eyes were bright, and he shouted in a deep voice. Fourth grade. Tianyuan pill. The clear shout, like thunderclouds rolling, resounded in the sky above the square. In the crowd, cheers erupted like a tsunami, everyone was excited, and the excited shouts sounded like a wave. Fourth grade Tianyuan pill. A thunderous voice rang in Yi Kuan's ears, and his proud face instantly turned pale as paper. He stared at the cyan medicine in Chu Yan's hand, his legs softened, and his buttocks suddenly froze. Sat on the ground. Fourth-grade medicinal herbs, there is no need to compare them, it completely beats the third-grade medicinal herbs that he refined through shit luck. How is this possible? How could a fourth-grade alchemist help the Chu family? In the huge square, not far from the cheers, Gongsun Xiangdi's face froze completely above the small building. The next moment, his face turned hideous, and he violently threw the teacup in his hand to the ground, shattering into countless pieces, and the angry roar shook the small building uncontrollably. Trash. It's all trash. Chu Yan. I won't let you go. On the square, the mayor of Longmen Town nodded and bowed to Chu Yan excitedly. A fourth-grade alchemist, this is definitely the first time in the history of Longmen Town. I announce that Chu Jiaoxing, from now on, the Zhexinglu is not allowed to engage in the business of medicinal herbs and medicinal materials within Luonan City. The cheers shook all directions again, resounding like a tide. Yi Kuan's face was ashen, struggling to walk in front of Chu Yan. A pair of bloodshot eyes stared at the black and gold mask on Chu Yan's face, and a low roar came from his throat. You, who are you? Following his question, the stage and the square suddenly became quiet, and everyone stared intently at the figure in the grey robe and the black and gold mask. Want to know? Be my dance servant, and I'll tell you. Ha ha ha. After Chu Yan laughed, he threw his robe, turned around, and walked away, walking towards the outside of the square. Puff. Yi Kuan only felt a pain in his chest, his breath surged up, he opened his mouth and spewed out a large mouthful of blood mist, and fell straight back. Unable to bear Chu Yan's words, he vomited blood and fainted on the spot. #C123 Zoman urgent call. That night, in Chu Yan's room, 3 people sat together. What? Go to Luoyang Wanqing to open a medicine store. Chu Jiang looked at Chu Yan with a look of shock on his face. He didn't expect that after Chu Yan came back, he would find him in Chuzhan as soon as possible, since it was to talk about this matter. Yes, how the Chu family treated our father and son for 3 years before, presumably, you and I both know. Chu Yan's eyes swept across Chu Jiang and Chu Zhan, and the two of them were swept away by his eyes, and their expressions suddenly flashed. How? What else could it be, if it wasn't for Chu Yan's sudden awakening of his martial soul and his strength increasing greatly last time? Maybe the three of them, father and son, would have been kicked out of the Chu family and excommunicated from the genealogy. So, I don't worry about my father and eldest brother. I want you to go to Luoyang Wanqing with me, just to take care of each other. In addition, I think, to develop the forces that belong to the three of us. Xiaoyan, have you figured it out? Chu Jiang thought for a moment, but suddenly raised his head and asked, a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. Yes, father, brother. I believe you understand me. Chu Yan's words shocked Chu Jiang and Chu Zhan at the same time. Immediately, smiles appeared on the faces of the three of them. Okay. This time, the three of us, father and son, will join forces to break out into our own world. Well, not bad. Definitely. Ha ha ha. All night, Chu Yan's room was on fire all night, like a lonely lamp in the dark night, weak but strong, emitting eternal light. For Chu Yan, in the past month or so, thousands of bottles of medicinal pills have been refined for the Chu family. Even if there is kindness and affection, it is enough to taste it. With this batch of medicinal pills as the bottom line, as long as the Chu family knows how to build a business, basically, hiring an alchemist to build a foundation for the future is as easy as flipping the palm of your hand. But what Chu Yan wants is freedom. The next day, Chu Jiang began to prepare for the trip to Luoyang Wanqing. Chu Yan woke up from training early in the morning, and just walked into the courtyard, when suddenly, there was a buzzing sound in the Rakshasa space. Slightly startled, Chu Yan waved his hand, and a jade talisman appeared in his palm, which was Chu Yan's identity jade talisman of Ling Tianzong. The sect is sending a letter. Lightly frowned, Chu Yan's true energy surged, and his divine sense penetrated into the jade talisman. Chu Yan, a disciple of Ling Tian's sect, rushed to Baiming Mountain immediately. Those who do not arrive within 5 days will be dealt with by the sect. A deep voice resounded in Chu Yan's sea of consciousness, and the tone was extremely severe, making Chu Yan slightly moved. What's the matter? So serious? Shaking his head, Chu Yan's face became solemn. From Longmen Town, where Chu Yan is now, he rushed back to Baiming Mountain, which is located in the southeast of Luoyang King City. At full speed, it was exactly 5 days. Therefore, the sect should know the location of Chu Yan through the identity jade talisman, and calculate the fastest arrival time before giving the time limit. However, it is precisely because of this that the disciples are desperately rushing to Baiming Mountain. This time must be no small matter. Baiming Mountain? Chu Yan said to himself with some doubts. Immediately, after pondering for a while, Chu Yan immediately found his father, Chu Jiang, and handed over all the top-grade spirit stones and hundreds of yuan stones he had kept to his father, Chu Jiang. After explaining the reason, father and eldest brother could only go to Luoyang Wanqing alone, set off first, and rushed to Baiming Mountain. After arranging everything, Chu Yan set off immediately. After leaving Longmen Town, he invited the little white bear and hurried all the way towards Baiming Mountain. 3 days later, Desert Wind City. As the afternoon approaching, outside the north gate of Mafeng City, one person and one bear wandered in the dust. Desert Wind City. It's here. In front of the city gate, Chu Yan raised his eyes to look at the tall and majestic city gate tower, and heaved a sigh of relief. Along the way, Chu Yan concentrated on his journey. Even the little white bear was stopped by Chu Yan from hunting the demon crystal. The little guy had a great opinion on this. All the way, screaming and protesting. In the end, Chu Yan took out the spirit beast pill, which immediately made the little guy's two bear eyes glow with dazzling purple light. With the bear's mouth wide open, he swallowed 10 spirit beast pills in one go, and finally became honest. Chu Yan and Xiao Baixiong did not stop all the way, they hurried on their way with all their might, and in 3 days they arrived at Mafeng City, where Baiming Mountain is located. As the first city on the southeastern border of Luoyang Kingdom, Mafeng City is one of the 10 major military cities with thousands of troops stationed there. Chu Yan's eyes swept across the city walls of Mafeng City. These city walls, which are more than 10 meters high, are entirely made of blue steel. Some of the masonry surfaces are engraved with complex runes, which should be some defensive formations. On the city wall, there are traces of slight damage and dry stains everywhere, which should be the traces left by the border wars over the years, which is touching. Compared with the location of Luoyang King City and Luonan City, this Mafeng City, as a border military city, must have experienced many battles. After showing the identity jade talisman to the defending warriors, when those sturdy and strong warriors saw Chu Yan's Ling Tianzong jade talisman, their vigilant expressions immediately changed to respectful, and they let Chu Yan enter the city politely. It seems that Ling Tianzong is also very prestigious in the army. Chu Yan entered the city gate and looked up. In this big city, it was not much different from ordinary cities. The only difference was that on the wide streets, at this time, there were many soldiers rushing in groups. However, in contrast, ordinary people are much rarer. Seeing this, the doubt in Chu Yan's eyes became heavier. With the little white bear, Chu Yan went straight to the largest restaurant in the city, called the Triumph Tower. This Triumph Tower is 3 stories high, located in the middle of Mafeng City, with a luxurious style. Stepping out of the restaurant, Chu Yan frowned slightly as he looked at the noisy first-floor environment. Chu Yan. Just as Chu Yan was looking for a location, a voice suddenly sounded. Looking at the voice, on the stairs leading to the 2nd floor, a figure was waving at Chu Yan. This person is Sun Jia. One of the 4 heroes of Ling Tian sect, he is one of Chu Yan's few acquaintances in Ling Tian sect. Sun Jia. Chu Yan was startled, then smiled slightly, watching Sun Jia walking towards him. Chu Yan, what a coincidence. Come, follow me to the 2nd floor, I have reserved a seat. Sun Jia was very happy to see Chu Yan, and dragged Chu Yan to the 2nd floor. In the private room on the 2nd floor, the 3 of them sat around, with the little white bear squatting aside, nibbling on a roasted beast bigger than him with all his strength. In the private room, in addition to Sun Jia, there was also a fellow of Chu Yan, who was very luxurious in the golden silk robe of Huang Ming. This person is the 9th Prince Su Xing, who was very indifferent when Chu Yan was admitted to the sect. Chu Yan, do you know why the disciples of the sect went to Baiming Mountain this time? Su Xing laughed. Chu Yan glanced at Sun Jia, saw his dignified expression, and couldn't help but feel nervous, looked at Su Xing, and shook his head gently. Zongmen battle. Su Xing glanced at Chu Yan, who was still puzzled, smiled lightly, and continued. 10 days ago, the 3 major sects of the Yundan Kingdom issued a letter of war to the 3 major sects in our country, and launched a sect war between the 2 countries. When Chu Yan heard the words, he couldn't help but stunned, and said lightly. Zongmen battle? #C124 Zongmen battle. Zongmen battle? Su Xing nodded and continued. Not bad. This is a provocative act by the Kingdom of Yundan against our country. They want to take this opportunity to suppress the morale of our army and build momentum for the army behind it. It turned out to be a national war, no wonder it was so urgent. Hearing this, Chu Yan nodded. Senior brother Chu, the rewards for this sect battle mission are very generous. Listen to me. Sun Jia nodded and began to introduce. The sect is located 30 miles away from the residents of Baiming Mountain. The blue-clothed sect of Yundan Kingdom has set up a great formation of sects to challenge all sects of my Luoyang Kingdom. So, half of the three major sects of Luoyang Kingdom will come to fight, and all the disciples can participate. And this kind of sect battle quest, the reward is extremely rich. As long as you kill a body-tempering realm disciple, you can get 50 contribution points, and temporarily smash the reward of 100 contribution points in the third level of Qi tempering realm, 200 contribution points under the sixth level of Qi refining realm, and so on. Regarding this sect battle, Sun Jie did not seem to have participated in this battle for the first time. He explained all the details he knew to Chu Yan. Not only that, in order to win this national war, the sect has also prepared some special rewards and put them into Ling Xiuchang's exchange items. I heard that these special items even include Earth-level exercises and martial arts. What? Earth-level? Chu Yan's eyes lit up, and with his current strength, killing a Qi refining martial artist was as easy as chopping melons and vegetables. Moreover, if you can kill the innate realm powerhouse, the reward of contribution points exceeds 500 points, and if you kill 100, it is not 50,000 points. A kingdom's strong sects can range from tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands of disciples. If this is to kill thousands of people, this. Thinking of this, Chu Yan's heart was full of blood. Okay, such a good opportunity, I, Chu Yan, will not miss it. Are the two of you here too? Su Xing and Sun Jiao looked at each other, smiled at the same time, and nodded to Chu Yan. Of course, if you practice hard and make a name for yourself today, of course you want to go. Chu Yan smiled slightly and nodded. Well, the three of us happen to be together. Sun Jia and the ninth prince were overjoyed when they heard the words. Of course they knew Chu Yan's strength, and it would definitely be of great benefit to join forces with him to participate in such a dangerous mission. The three chatted while eating, and Sun Jia and Su Xing introduced to Chu Yan the situation related to this sect battle from time to time. The Hongya Empire was founded on the basis of sects, so the hundreds of kingdoms under its jurisdiction are all dominated by sections. Like the Luoyang Kingdom, it is headed by Lingtian sect, followed by Xuanhuan sect and Xueyue Pavilion. These three major sects can almost influence the kingdom. Government. As for Yundan Kingdom, the kingship and the sect are directly combined into one. The suzerain of their blue-clothed sect is the king of the Yundan Kingdom. Therefore, in their country, the blue-clothed sect is the dominant family with enormous power. Doors are weak. This time, outside Baiming Mountain, it was the blue-clothed sect that set up the sect formation to challenge the three major sects of Luoyang Kingdom. Therefore, the sect battle this time is actually the beginning of the war between the two countries. Of course, the Luoyang Kingdom attaches great importance to it. Therefore, all the genius disciples of the three sects rushed to Baiming Mountain in a short period of time. And the three major sects, in order to win, will naturally come up with generous rewards to stimulate the disciples of the three major sects. After eating, the three of them went directly to Baiming Mountain outside Mafeng City and headed towards the mountain gate. This Baiming Mountain is located in the mountains outside Mafeng City. It is a main peak several thousand feet high. Not only Lingtian sect has a mountain gate here, but Xuanhuan sect and Xueyue Pavilion have mountain gates. Therefore, this 3-in-1 mountain gate is entirely for military purposes, forming a horn with Mafeng City to guard the borderland. Going up the mountain road, halfway up the mountain, there are two huge building complexes, namely Xueyue Pavilion and Huashuanzong's mountain gate. Ling Tianzong is slightly better because of its strength. The gate is located on the top of the mountain. Halfway up the mountain, after passing through a large martial arts field, on both sides of the road, there are all kinds of small courtyards for the sect disciples to live in. The three of Chu Yan arrived at the mountain gate. After registering, the three chose a large and small courtyard to live together. It is just close to the martial arts field, and it is also convenient to go up and down the mountain. There are 4 rooms in this small courtyard. After the 3 of them packed one room, they stayed temporarily. Chu Yan, let's go out for a walk, are you together? Sun Jia and the 9th prince went to Chu Yan's room and asked. I'm not going, you go. Chu Yan sighed slightly, then shook his head. Chu Yan, the sect has set up a deacon hall here, and you can use the contribution points to exchange some necessities. In addition, the forces such as the Zexinglu have also opened a medicine store here, as well as a weapon store, and there are some spiritual treasures and so on. For sale, the battle is imminent, so let's take a look. The 9th prince Su Xing explained with a light smile. No, I basically have all these things, I'll still practice for a while. Chu Yan replied politely. At this time, Chu Yan's Rakshasa Wuji Ju 3rd floor has reached its peak, and it will be a few days after breaking through to the 4th floor. If it reaches the 4th percentile, breaking through the Rakshasa real body and reaching the Rakshasa body, in the face of the war, there is more background. Okay, you practice, let's go buy some. After Sun Jia and Su Xing left, Chu Yan closed the door, sat cross-legged on the bed, the gray air flowed out, and began to practice Rakshasa Wuji. A faint gray zhenqi lingered around Chu Yan, and at the same time a faint gray streamer appeared on the surface of his skin. Time passed slowly. On the mahogany bed, as the gray infuriating energy became more and more intense, the expression on Chu Yan's face became more and more painful. Chi. 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 After holding on for half an hour, bloodlines suddenly shot out from Chu Yan's skin, flowing freely from head to toe, and in an instant, he was dyed into a bloody man. Chu Yan's whole body trembled, his face was hideous, and his blue veins burst out. The 2 cyclones in the body were spinning like flying, constantly spitting out the grey Rakshasa, true Chi. With Chu Yan's consciousness, he could clearly see that every strand of Rakshasa true Chi poured into the cyclone, and when it came out, the color became darker. After a minute, it got darker and darker. These dark-colored true Chi were extremely violent, pouring into Chu Yan's body, with a strong sense of sharpness, exerting a strong pressure on Chu Yan's body. It was under this kind of sharp and powerful pressure that the skin of Chu Yan's body continued to seep blood. The flame martial spirit behind him burned violently, emitting bursts of red brilliance, submerging into Chu Yan's body, suppressing these violent Rakshasas' true Chi. Chu Yan's consciousness closely guarded, fully controlling the operation of Rakshasas' true Chi, waiting for the cyclone to change the Rakshasas' true Chi. Roar! The white light suddenly appeared, behind Chu Yan, a group of white light rose up, the white tiger martial spirit appeared, 10 dazzling white stars shone, and the tiger roared. As soon as the white tiger martial spirit appeared, it stared at Chu Yan, and 2 golden beams of light shot out from the tiger's eyes, completely covering Chu Yan's body. At first glance, Chu Yan was bathed in golden light all over his body, as brilliant as a golden fairy body. #C125 Rakshasa body. The appearance of the white tiger martial spirit shocked Chu Yan's body. Then, his tightly closed brows twitched, and a violent aura rushed out, surging through the room. This violent breath, with endless terrifying thoughts, Chu Yan only felt a buzzing sound in the sea of consciousness. Immediately, the sight darkened, and the consciousness flew by, as if passing through infinite time and space. When the consciousness slowly stopped, the endless mountain of bones and corpses reappeared in front of him. At first glance, the bottom of his eyes were full of white bones, and the snow-white eyes could not see the end. Chu Yan was shocked. Isn't this scene the same time and place where Rakshasa Infinite Decision was discovered in the cliff cave? Roar! The thick white bones under his feet began to tremble violently. On top of a bone mountain not far away, a huge figure stood up, the one who stabbed Chu Yan with 3 golden forks last time. In the lingering gray fog, the figure's eyes were like a blood-colored setting sun, and two thick red beams of light shot out, slowly sweeping towards Chu Yan. Where the blood-red eyes passed, the gray air flow gradually dispersed. Chu Yan fixed his eyes on it, and the blurred figure finally became clear. This figure is extremely strong, but upon closer inspection, it has 4 arms, holding a hook, a ghost-headed knife, a long sword and a long dagger. The body is surrounded by a thin black airflow, which makes Chu Yan unable to see him at all. Face. Except for the bloody shining eyes and the golden Rakshasa mark on the brow. Just when Chu Yan wanted to get close to the huge figure, the whole scene shook suddenly, and his consciousness fell into darkness again. In the blink of an eye, Chu Yan's consciousness returned to his own sea of consciousness. Boom! The next moment, in the sea of Qi, violent gray air currents gathered crazily together, and when they closed and rose, they exploded directly in Chu Yan's sea of Qi. The sea of Qi was fragile. Under the explosion, he was immediately injured. Chu Yan opened his mouth and spit out a black mouth. What's even more weird is that after the explosion, the original gray infuriating Qi disappeared without a trace. Chu Yan's consciousness quickly probed into the cyclone, only to find that the cyclone, which was suddenly stopped by the explosion, had begun to start slowly, and the more turn faster. The cyclone that was turning again turned black, towards the infuriating energy. As soon as these black infuriating Qi appeared, although there were not many, they immediately rushed to the 4 walls of the sea of Qi and Chu Yan's body, and quickly merged into the limbs and the internal organs. At this time, as the cyclone continued to generate black infuriating energy into the body, Chu Yan's pain all disappeared, and what followed was an incomparably refreshing feeling like bathing in a hot spring, and at the same time, the physical wounds quickly healed themselves. Half an hour later, in the airflow, all the true Qi recovered. Chu Yan slowly opened his eyes, and a flash of blood flashed in his eyes. Haha, it's finally done. The 4th floor of Rakshasa Promise. Chu Yan got up, infuriated, cleaned up the blood idiots on his body, and laughed ecstatically. After bathing and changing clothes, Chu Yan stood in the small courtyard with a look of hope on his face. Okay, try the effect of Rakshasa body. Suddenly, the surging Rakshasa true Qi gushed out, a faint black mist wrapped around Chu Yan's body, and bloodshots appeared in Chu Yan's eyes. Drink. The Rakshasa true Qi circulated in the body for a week. Chu Yan suddenly snorted softly, and in an instant, the docile true Qi around him immediately became violent, the flesh of the whole body swelled rapidly, and the eyes were red and bloody. At the same time, the black light swam faintly on Chu Yan's skin, and the complexion turned black. The blood-red eyes suddenly condensed, and Chu Yan suddenly flashed out, bringing out bursts of black currents, and slapped a palm on a sturdy tree in the courtyard. Boom! Under the surging black infuriating energy, a thunderous explosion sounded, all of which were printed into the tree body. Immediately afterwards, the palm print on the trunk quickly turned black, and quickly spread toward the tree body. In the blink of an eye, the entire tree was as black as charcoal. It shattered suddenly, and under the gust of infuriating wind, black ash flew into the sky. On the ground, only a thick tree pit was left. The entire tree, under the palm of Chu Yan's palm, went from tangible to intangible in just an instant. Chu Yan was slightly startled, and nodded with a light smile. Slowly exhale and take in your breath, restrain your infuriating energy, and restore your body. The cultivation of Qi refining realm 8th layer, coupled with the Rakshasa body that broke through to the 4th floor, under this palm, although only 30% of the strength was used, the effect was extremely satisfactory to Chu Yan. With such power, anyone below the 8th level of the innate realm can definitely be killed in one move. Moreover, the real terrifying aspect of the Rakshasa body is its abnormal defense ability. Compared with ordinary warriors of the same rank, Chu Yan's current body is definitely more than 5 times that of him. Chu Yan let out a long sigh, and was about to turn around and enter the room when he saw Sun Jia and Su Xing walking in from outside the courtyard. Seeing their faces ashen, their faces full of excitement, Chu Yan couldn't help being stunned when he saw it. "What happened to you guys?" Chu Yan hurried forward and asked. "Seeing your brother Chu, that was Xuanzong, ah." As soon as Sun Jia opened his mouth, his lips trembled with anger, and he let out a long sigh. "Ninth Prince, what's the matter? What happened to Xuanzong?" Chu Yan frowned, looked at Su Xing, and asked anxiously. Sun Jia bought a short sword with innate spiritual determination. Who knew that as soon as he left the store, it was taken by the disciples of Xuanzong? Su Xing said with an angry face, gritted his teeth. "What? Then why don't you grab it back?" Chu Yan wrinkled and asked in a deep voice. "The Xuanzong disciple is an inner disciple. Sun Jia and I are not his opponents. And—" Su Xing hesitated, looking at Chu Yan, and hesitated. A trace of anger flashed in Chu Yan's eyes, and he stared at Su Xing coldly. "Moreover, they said that, except for Huang Yutian, the disciples of Ling Tianzong are all trash, garbage, all straw bags." Su Xing said, his face flushed, and there was a clear look of suffocation in his eyes. "How many of them? What cultivation base?" The corners of Chu Yan's mouth rose, and his voice was cold without a trace of warmth. "A dozen of their inner sect disciples are all above the 8th level of qi refining, and there are also those in the 1st level of innate realm." Sun Jia replied. "Go. Find them." After Chu Yan finished speaking, he walked out of the courtyard. "Seeing your brother Chu, don't be impulsive, or wait for another day. My sect's inner sect disciples will arrive, and then go to them to settle accounts." Su Xing rushed to Chu Yan's side and persuaded. "The inner disciples of Ling Tian sect seldom go out to do tasks, so the distance from Luoyang Wanqing to Mafeng City is the farthest among the 3 major sects in Luoyang. Su Xing, you and Sun Jia are my Chu Yan's friends. Today, if the 2 of you are bullied, I will just sit back and ignore it. From now on, how can I stand on this vast continent? What can I talk about? Practice martial arts." Sun Jia and Su Xing were shocked when they heard the words, and looked at Chu Yan in shock. Those who practice martial arts are those who are arrogant, who are so prudent in words and deeds, timid and fearful, which will definitely affect the state of mind of martial arts. "Okay, seeing your brother Chu's talent is extraordinary, he is really extraordinary, I will accompany you." Su Xing looked at Chu Yan, his eyes flashed with splendor, his mind was shocked, and he shouted. "I'll go as well." Being touched by Chu Yan's state of mind, Sun Jia's expression also changed, and he immediately commented. "Let's go." Chu Yan waved his hand and led the 2 of them out of the courtyard. Immediately, the 3 of them hurried all the way towards the Huaxuanzong mountain gate halfway up the mountain. #C126 Warfire Mystery. At this time, halfway up the mountain, in front of the Zhaixing building outside the Huaxuanzong mountain gate, a young man in a white robe was staring angrily at another young man in red leather armor. The young man in white robes had 2 large golden characters embroidered on his chest, which were exactly the characters Ling Tian, and the one in the red leather armor was the disciple of Xuanzong. "Humph! You dare to stare at me, courting death." Huxian Zongzi, who was wearing a red leather armor, suddenly flashed out and shot with both palms. Ba! 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 The palm of the hand was like the wind, and under the flying, it continuously slapped the sluggish Ling Tianzong disciple on the chest. Puff! He opened his mouth and spewed out a large mouthful of blood mist, and the disciple of Ling Tianzong was shot and flew out, fell to the ground, and vomited blood again and again. "Haha, I just said, Ling Tianzong is all trash, I can't even take a single move." The young man in red armor, seeing this, couldn't help laughing, his face was full of sadistic laughter. This Song Kuan is really crazy, but his strength is very strong. Haha, the disciples of Ling Tianzong are really weak, senior brother Song is mighty. Humph. To insult my Ling Tianzong. Alas, it's a pity that my inner disciple of Ling Tian sect didn't arrive, I'm not his opponent. Among the onlookers, there were disciples of Ling Tianzong, disciples of Xuanhuan, and some street vendors, all of them talking and pointing. In particular, the dozen or so disciples of Ling Tianzong were all blushing. Ling Tianzong, whoever does not agree to stand up, I, Song Kuan, take over all of them, how about it, the rats, do you disagree? Ha ha ha. Hearing the discussions around him, Song Kuan became even more arrogant. He glanced at the disciples of Ling Tianzong, and when he saw all of them shrinking their heads, they laughed proudly. Humph. I'm not convinced. At this moment, a cold snort sounded, making Song Kuan's face stiff. Everyone was stunned, and at the same time turned their heads to look at the place where the voice came from, and saw 3 figures stepping on the mountain road. There is a person in the middle, all in black robes, wearing a long sword eyebrows, and tiger eyes, and his face is full of coldness, which makes people feel chills. The black-robed boy glared at Song Kuan and walked slowly towards Song Kuan along the passageway that the crowd gave way. Who is this person? Ling Tianzong? Isn't Ling Tianzong a white robe? Why is he a black robe? You don't understand this. Ling Tianzong does not stipulate that you must wear a robe. This person does not want to take advantage of the power of the sect, so he pretends to be. However, the inner disciple of Ling Tian sect is not here, isn't an outer disciple sent to death? Seeing the cold-faced Chu Yan, everyone commented with a puzzled look. Several disciples of Xuanhuan looked at Chu Yan, but they laughed again and again, with expressions on their faces watching the show. This is senior brother Chu Yan. Several disciples of Ling Tianzong recognized Chu Yan, and they immediately had a happy face and shouted excitedly. Although there were not many people participating in Ling Tianzong's outer sect trial, tens of thousands of outer sect disciples were there on the day the results were announced. Therefore, Chu Yan, who won the first outer sect trial, naturally knew a lot of people. At this time, seeing Chu Yan appear, all Ling Tianzong disciples became excited. Seeing the reactions of the disciples of Ling Tianzong, Song Kuan frowned, staring at the black-robed boy in front of him, looking up and down. Are you from Ling Tianzong? What cultivation base? Chu Yan smiled lightly and said softly. 8th heaven of refining Qi realm. As soon as the words fell, a burst of laughter sounded, especially Song Kuan, who almost fell to the ground laughing while holding his stomach. A waste of the 8th level Qi refining realm, I thought it was your Longmen disciple of Ling Tianzong, haha, tell you, I am the 1st level innate realm, I don't want to die. I immediately knelt down and kowtowed 200 times, I think about it. Let go of you. Song Kuan looked at Chu Yan with a mocking expression. His body suddenly released the imposing aura of the innate realm, and rolled towards Chu Yan. Kowtow. Chu Yan's eyes flashed with murderous intent, he stood tall, and despite Song Kuan's momentum, he was completely unmoved. Su Xing, can this place kill people? Turning his head to look at the 9th prince, beside him, Chu Yan's words were astonishing. Everyone was stunned for a moment, and then they looked at Chu Yan with surprise, and their eyes were full of disbelief. The 9th prince Su Xing was stunned, then, a smile appeared on his face, and said lightly. Yes, this is a 3 no-go zone, and it is not within any sect regulations. You wanna die? Song Kuan suddenly reacted, looking at Chu Yan, his face immediately turned hideous, and murderous aura emerged all over his body. Okay, since that's the case, let's do it. Chu Yan stretched out his hand and pointed to Song Kuan, and with that expression, he pointed to a roadside wild dog. Boy, you are crazy. Song Kuan looked at Chu Yan, and there was a flash of shrewdness in his eyes. To be able to infiltrate the inner disciple in the Huishuan zone, not only the strength should be strong, but the brain should not be too bad. At this time, seeing Chu Yan's strong attitude as always, he couldn't help but feel a little alert, squinted his eyes and swept towards Chu Yan, and said aloud. What? Are you afraid? If you are afraid, you kneel down and kowtow 400 times. I can let you go too, little master. Chu Yan sneered, that would not understand Song Kuan's mind, and said directly. Hearing Chu Yan's words, Song Kuan couldn't help but twitch the corners of his eyes, and said viciously. Boy, since you are courting death, I will fulfill you, but... Before Song Kuan could finish his words, he suddenly shot, his true energy poured into his right palm, and attacked Chu Yan with a thunderous roar. This move was unexpected, and everyone was startled at the same time, and their faces were shocked. The next moment, a huge boxing shadow flashed through the air and violently greeted him. Boom! Immediately afterwards, Song Kuan's body was hit by the shadow of the fist, and flew out like a rag, slammed into the wall of a shop, and fell to the ground. Puff! After landing, Song Kuan spat out a mouthful of dirty blood, twitched twice, and passed out. What? Hundreds of people present felt a buzzing sound in their minds, and they were immediately blinded. One punch. Down with the innate realm powerhouse. Refining Chi realm 8th layer, one punch defeats the innate realm 1st layer powerhouse. What kind of power is this? Wasn't he the 8th layer of Chi refining realm who deliberately falsely reported? You, false report? Be bold. A Huishuanzong disciple jumped out violently, jumped in front of Chu Yan, glared at Chu Yan, and shouted. Fake report? Is this necessary? Chu Yan shrugged his shoulders, and the breath emerged from his body, which was the breath of the 8th heaven of Qi refining realm. The disciple of Huishuanzong felt the breath of Chu Yan's cultivation, and was stunned, then turned to look at Song Kuan, who was being lifted up, and said with a heavy snort. Humph. Waste. Throw my Huishuanzong's face. Immediately, he turned his head to look at Chu Yan, and said. Boy, your strength is good, I will meet you. My name is Zhao Yang, and I am at the peak of Xiantian realm 1st layer. After speaking, he slowly pulled out a meteor hammer from behind and waved it twice, looking at Chu Yan. After a long time, seeing that Chu Yan still had an indifferent expression, without any intention of drawing a sword, he couldn't help frowning. Boy, don't you draw your sword? Chu Yan raised his brows and said casually, is this necessary? Okay, boy, you are crazy enough, today, let you die in my hands. Take the trick. Hashtag C127 assemble and depart. Lianshan hammer. The next moment, the meteor hammer in Zhao Yang's hand shined brightly, and then he jumped up and slammed down with a hammer. The hammer force brought out bursts of breaking sounds, and smashed towards Chu Yan with amazing momentum. Give me death. Zhao Yang's true chi and momentum rose to the top at the same time, hoping that with the full strength of the outbreak, he could defeat Chu Yan with one blow and regain his face for Huishuanzong. Bafang is broken. The indifferent voice sounded, and then, a fist that was even more violent than before slammed out. This punch, shattering the void, was like a stormy sea, like 1,000 beasts galloping, wrapped in the sound of thunder, and slammed into the hammer's shadow. Bang! With an astonishing punch, under this punch, there was no sense of rivalry at all, it shattered like a bubble, and then, the punch was like a wild lion, with an undiminished power, and slammed on Zhao Yang. Boom! Fly upside down, hit the wall, fall to the ground, vomit blood. It was almost exactly the same as the previous Song Kuan, and even the wall that was hit was in the same place, fell to the ground spraying blood, and instantly fainted. Hiss! There was a sound of gasping in the crowd, and everyone's faces were sluggish, as stiff as petrified. Defeating Song Kuan with one punch can also be said that Song Kuan underestimated the enemy, but next, he defeated Zhao Yang, who was at the peak of the first layer of the Xiantian realm, with another punch, which was entirely based on strength. That is to say, this black-robed youth has at least the strength of the second-level Xiantian realm or above, otherwise, it is absolutely impossible to lose two people in a row with just one move. People from Huashuanzong, listen, now, the fact is right in front of you, all of your Huashuanzong are waste, garbage. Chu Yan's eyes swept to the crowd, his eyes glowed like electricity, and his voice was thunderous. As soon as the words fell, more than a dozen disciples of Huashuanzong suddenly turned red, their eyes spewed fire, looking at Chu Yan, all of them gritted their teeth, and their faces were full of anger. Bold! Dare to insult my Huashuanzong! Humph! Arrogant, an outer disciple of Ling Tianzong has turned the sky upside down. Come on, let's go together, beat him. Come on. I don't know who took the lead, and suddenly shouted, a dozen disciples of Huashuanzong jumped out, all wearing red leather armor, all of them were inner disciples of Huashuanzong, screaming and rushing towards Chu Yan. Humph! Live and die for no reason. Chu Yan snorted heavily, his whole body's infuriating qi suddenly surged, his body flashed, and an afterimage appeared, and both palms in his hands shot up the palms in the sky. Tai Yuan Qi Palm. Call. 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 In an instant, Chu Yan unfolded his body and fought with more than a dozen disciples of the Fire Profound sect. Within a few breaths, a figure was shot by Chu Yan's palm and flew out of the battle group. Come on, Huashuanzong is shameless, the same sect of Ling Tianzong, let's go together. In the crowd, Sun Jia and Su Xing looked at each other and shouted at the same time, urging their true qi to jump into the battle group and fight against Chu Yan. Seeing this, the other Ling Tian sect disciples were all excited, rushed up with a hula, and rushed towards the Huashuanzong disciples. For a time, in front of the Huaxuanzong mountain gate, swords, lights, swords, fists, palm prints, flying all over the sky. This battle lasted for half an hour, until the elders of the two sects came and drank everyone back. Chu Yan, Sun Jia, and Su Xing were forced to retreat by the elders of Ling Tianzong. Although, in the chaos, everyone was accidentally hurt by the energy of the sky, but this feeling of excitement made the three of them laugh out loud, and they were hooked. Happy. If it wasn't for the elders of the sect to stop me, I would definitely kill another one. Sun Jia laughed with a pair of panda eyes. Come on, if Chu Yan hadn't slapped the person who attacked you just now, you'd all lie down now, HS. Su Xing rubbed a green pimple on his forehead and gasped in pain. Go back to heal, I have a good qi and blood pill there. Chu Yan said to Sun Jia and Su Xing with a light smile, so the three returned to the small courtyard to heal their injuries. Back in the room, Chu Yan sat cross-legged, running the Rakshasa true qi, and began to practice the Rakshasa Wu Ji Ju. After a while, the rich spiritual energy of heaven and earth gathered in his room, and the flame martial spirit appeared in the midair behind him, spreading the aura of heaven and earth. It swallowed into 10,000 red starlights, falling on Chu Yan's body. The Rakshasa promise has just broken through, and now is the time to consolidate and stabilize. Moreover, cultivation must be persistent and always put first, otherwise, there is no strong strength. 3 years later, how can I find Yuer and defeat Yifeng during the trip to Central Continent? Yifeng's cultivation is the third level of Heaven Transformation Realm. With his talent for dual cultivation of Dan and Wu, after 3 years, he does not know what realm he will reach. At this time, Chu Yan had just reached the 8th level of Qi refining, and after that, there were Xiantian and true martial realms before arriving at the Heaven Transformation Realm. There are 3 realms of heaven and earth. Effort. His talent is good, and his cultivation is improving quickly, so I have to work harder and improve faster than him. While thinking about it, Chu Yan's mind slowly calmed down, his divine sense penetrated his whole body, and he slowly entered a state of cultivation. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. It was just dawn, the morning sun was weak, the morning dew was clear, and the morning air had a thick earthy smell, which made people feel relaxed and happy. Chu Yan lay cross-legged on the bed, slowly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, and slowly opened his eyes after exhaling. He jumped up, stretched his lower waist, and the whole body made a crackling sound, which made Chu Yan's spirits up. Hum. 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 The jade talisman in his arms vibrated violently. Chu Yan was slightly startled, and quickly stretched out his hand to find it, and the true energy poured into the jade talisman. Disciples of Lingtian sect, Xuanhuan Square, all assembled. The deep voice exploded in Chu Yan's sea of consciousness, with a supremely majestic tone. Are you going to start? Chu Yan's brows wrinkled slightly, his eyes flashed brightly, he let out a long breath, and then strode towards the door. When Chu Yan, Sun Jia, and Su Xing arrived at Xuanhuan Square, thousands of sect disciples had gathered. Among them, there are not a few figures in robes with a white background and a gold edge. There are about 100 figures, and they are the inner disciples of Lingtian sect. The three of Chu Yan joined the crowd, swept over the figures of the elders on the stage not far away, and looked around. Then, from all directions of the Mountain Gate Square, sect disciples rushed to join the crowd. In just half an hour, the number of disciples on the square has approached 3,000. Okay, all sect disciples, follow me. A deacon elder got up and flew down the mountain. Immediately, thousands of people spread out their bodies at the same time, chasing behind the elder, and heading down the mountain. Not long after, thousands of Lingtian sect disciples arrived 30 miles north of Mafeng City, and stopped in front of a hill. This hill is only 100 feet high. There is a meadow in front of the hill. There is a small lake on the side of the hill. The scenery is very good. However, behind the grass, there is a forest. At this time, it is surrounded by colorful mist, and the entire forest is shrouded in colorful, gorgeous, and extremely beautiful. 3 figures, wearing dark blue robes, stood with their hands behind their backs, standing in front of the foggy forest, looking at the Ling Tianzong crowd from a distance. #C128 Zome in great array. Chu Yan looked to the left and right, and found that there were large crowds on both sides of Ling Tianzong. It was the Red Huashuanzong and the Shuiyue Pavilion with various gorgeous dresses. The number of people was more than 3,000, each guarding one side. For a time, the 3 cases added up, and there were tens of thousands of people, all of whom looked solemnly at the 3 blue figures in front of the colorful fog on the opposite side. Hum. Hum. When Chu Yan was in doubt, suddenly, the identity jade symbol in his arms shook. Listen to all Lingtian sect disciples, the opposite is the sect formation set up by the blue-clothed sect of the Yundan kingdom. Today is the time when the 2 sects are fighting. According to the previous practice, the first is the challenge in the arena, and the last is the melee. Be careful, on the basis of preserving your life, try to kill the disciples of the enemy sect and bring glory to the sect. The elder's detailed explanation came from the sea of knowledge, with a gentle tone, but with an obvious solemn tone. After a while, the challenge will begin after the troops of the 2 countries arrive. Now, let's prepare. Remember, killing is the only way to become a martial artist. Remember. Remember. Hum. After speaking, the jade talisman trembled slightly, and the consciousness was withdrawn. Chu Yan frowned slightly, put away the jade talisman, and looked at the 3 men in blue, who were thousands of steps away. The light flashed in his eyes, and his divine sense came out instantly, rushing towards the 3 people. Chu Yan's divine sense is extremely powerful, and within the innate realm, there is absolutely no rival, but when his divine sense rolled towards the 3 blue-clothed men, it was like hitting a stone, with no result at all. Hey! It's really strong. Chu Yan withdrew his divine sense, with a look of surprise on his face. Unexpectedly, the three blue-clothed people had pure infuriating body protection, and their cultivation was so good that their own divine sense could not be detected at all. Chu Yan, it will take 2 hours for the army to arrive. A big battle is probably inevitable. Su Xing brought Sun Jia around to Chu Yan's side, looked at the colorful forest in the distance, and said quietly, "Have you participated in this kind of sect battle before?" Chu Yan asked. "I participated. There was one 3 years ago, but the plan was not so big." Sun Jia's face was solemn, and there was a look of memory in his eyes, and he said softly, "That time only 1,000 people participated in the battle, and the blue-cloth sect did not set up such a sect formation." Chu Yan heard the words and asked, "Then what is the situation of the challenge and melee that the elder just said?" Sun Jia thought for a while, looked at Chu Yan, and said, "The challenge in the arena is based on the level of the disciples' cultivation level, and the challenge is level by level. Each level of cultivation level is until no one is challenged. The melee is completely like a battlefield, and the army will join, so there are no rules." After Sun Jia finished speaking, Chu Yan's eyes suddenly flashed, and the excitement was hard to hide. Su Xing and Sun Jia were startled when they saw the excited look on Chu Yan's face. They didn't expect Chu Yan to face the battle of life and death without fear, but instead looked excited with anticipation. In fact, Chu Yan's excitement was not because of the battle of life and death that was about to begin, but because once the battle began, countless corpses would fall. In this way, if you run the burning qi and refine the qi by yourself, to what extent will your cultivation be improved? Moreover, after the sect war, the next war between the two countries, it is even more corpses. The result of a river of blood. The soldiers of the army are at least warriors above the 5th level of the body tempering realm, and above 10 commanders, and they have reached the qi refining realm. In this way, if they can burn all their corpses to refine their qi, then... While thinking about it, Chu Yan's eyes were as bright as stars, and 2 scorching flames rose up. At this time it is the time when we are waiting for the youth to kill the enemy and repay the country. I, Chu Yan, will definitely take action with all my strength. I will not kill all the invading enemies, and I will never return it." After speaking, Chu Yan's aura suddenly soared, and a surging murderous aura entangled his body. When Sun Jia and Su Xing heard the words, their eyes lit up. Looking at Chu Yan, they were also excited and nodded fiercely. "Okay, I will fight side by side with you." Just when the three were excited, a large black shadow suddenly appeared in the distance, behind the mountain range, rushing towards this side. These people rode high-headed horses, and were extremely fast. They rushed to the back of the 3 sect teams within 100 breaths, and firmly held their ground. It was the frontier troops from Mafeng city of Luoyang Kingdom who arrived, and at a glance, there must be thousands of soldiers. Several of them, all in black armor, rode on bull-shaped monsters, majestic and mighty, and ran straight towards Ling Tianzong. These black-armored generals' profound-rank monsters, iron-armored bull beasts, are nearly 2 meters tall, with 4 hooves and feet the size of bulls, galloping, and the ground trembles slightly. When these people approached Ling Tianzong, the cavalry was divided into 3, 2 of them each headed towards Xuanhuan and Shuiyue Pavilion, and the other 3 had already arrived in front of Ling Tianzong elders. Elder Wu, in the Lower Luoyang Kingdom, the chief general of the 3rd Battalion of the Mad Bull Legion, Zhongde, has seen Elder Wu. The man in black full-body heavy armor, turned over and got off the cow, raised his hand, and saluted the elder of Ling Tianzong. General Zhong is polite. Under Wu Daozi, there is General Lao, to stand up for our sect. Elder Wu glanced at Zhongde, only to see this man, 8 feet tall, with a tiger-backed waist, a square face, broad nose, thick eyebrows and big eyes, and a murderous aura, not anger and self-control. Seeing such a mighty and extraordinary general, Elder Wu couldn't help but nodded secretly. At the same time, I glanced at the thousands of soldiers not far away, all of them full of energy and eyes like torches. Obviously all of them are elite soldiers in 100 battles. What a mad bull army! It is indeed the ace army of my Luoyang kingdom, it really is extraordinary. Elder Wu then praised. Thank you Elder Wu for your praise. However, it is reported that the Yundan kingdom dispatched this time is also an elite division, the Tiger Roaring Army. Zhong De flicked his red cloak, frowned slightly, and looked at the woods in the distance. He could vaguely see both sides of the woods, and a large number of silhouettes flashed. All of them were warriors in yellow armor, and his face became a little dignified. Maybe, as long as our sect fights against the Blue Cloth sect, the morale of the Tiger Roar Legion in the Yundan kingdom will definitely drop, and the general will lead the army to attack it again, and it will definitely win a big victory. When General Zhong De heard the words, he nodded heavily, with a look of anticipation on his face. In cold weapon warfare, the morale of the army is particularly important. Therefore, before the two armies fought, the generals of the two sides fought one-on-one. This move is to win the whole army with a single victory, so as to boost the morale of the whole army, so that the soldiers of the whole army can rush to kill with blood and fearlessness. Tom. 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 Suddenly, 3 magnificent drum sounds came from the direction of the Blue Cloth sect, which suddenly echoed in the air, instantly attracting everyone's attention. Chu Yan stared in his eyes and looked in the direction of the woods, only to see the dark yellow army on both sides of the woods, and he couldn't see the edge at all. This army, with a number of more than 50,000, advanced and retreated in an orderly manner between actions, and was murderous. Obviously, it was not an underdog. The murderous aura of tens of thousands of people gathered together and swept the entire sky, making the situation change. This is the Tiger Roaring Legion of the Yundan Kingdom. On Ling Tianzong's side, Chu Yan frowned slightly. In such a large-scale battle, the strength of an individual is extremely powerful, and in the face of a siege of 100, 1,000, or even 10,000 people, he cannot escape the result of being bombed and killed. Whether it is the disciples of Ling Tianzong, or the disciples of Huaxuanzong and Shuiyue Pavilion, everyone's faces turned pale when they looked at the murderous 100 Battles Legion. Many of these disciples, like Chu Yan, participated in this kind of sect battle for the first time. This scene made them tremble. General Zhong De, who was side by side with the elders of Ling Tianzong, glanced at the faces of the 3 disciples, and couldn't help frowning, with a complicated look in his eyes, and then he raised his hand and waved it down. Woo! 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 The loud horn suddenly sounded, and the sound of piercing the golden travertine went straight to Yuanxiao. #C129, the strength of the blue clothes. Woo! 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 The loud horn suddenly sounded, and the sound of piercing the golden travertine went straight to Yuanxiao. Boom! Under the feet, the earth gradually shook, and the sound of thunder and wind came, gradually getting louder and louder. For a moment, behind Sanzong, a black tide emerged. At the end of the line of sight, countless black shadows appeared like a black torrent. Under the reflection of the sun, in the black wave, the cold light of black metal shone, dazzling. Cavalry. Heavy cavalry in full armor. Black horses, warriors in black armor. This black torrent, with dazzling rays of light, rushed in, from a dozen miles away, roaring like myriad beasts, galloping like clouds, black like awns, roaring and rushing all the way. Boom! The earth shook violently, and thousands of horses ran wild. A black stream, the cavalry with murderous aura, boundless, sharp and fierce momentum, is the cavalry team of the Crazy Bull Legion of Luoyang Kingdom. These cavalrymen, from people to horses, were all wrapped in thick armor, and even the warriors wore beast iron masks on their faces, revealing only 2 eyes that shone with cold light, which was daunting. The battle flag was fluttering, and there was a sound of hunting in the wind. Above the battle flag, there was a blood-eyed black bull, with double horns, reaching the sky, extremely ferocious. This is the real Mad Cow army. General Zhong De, who originally only brought 1,000 guards, saw the three disciples' expressions of fear, and immediately summoned a cavalry brigade 10 miles away. My Crazy Bull Legion is famous for its iron cavalry. How can I lose to his Yundan Empire in terms of momentum, Elder Wu? Rest assured, after the sect war is over and my 3 genius disciples have won a big victory, I will lead the entire army to defeat Yundan's kitten. The legion has turned into powder. Zhong De's true qi surged in his body, and he shouted loudly, and the sound exploded like thunder, and the sound traveled 10 miles. When the 3 disciples and Elder Wu heard this, they were all excited and cheered. The violent fighting intent and the sharp murderous aura collided in the sky between the 2 armies. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew up, and the world changed. Ha ha ha. At this moment, a figure came out of the Yundan army opposite. This person, with golden armor all over, holding a long-handled golden sword, stepped out. Hida, we meet again. In this confrontation, my Tiger Roar Legion has all the best and vowed to break through Desert Wind City. The golden-armored general waved the golden sword in his hand, and a golden sword light rose into the sky, rose into the air, and suddenly exploded, and countless golden brilliance danced in the sky, extremely splendid. Hearing this, Hida said in a cold voice, Qin Jiang, the 3 major sects of Luoyang Kingdom are gathered together. Today, whether it is a sect battle or a battle between 2 armies, how can you fight against Luoyang Kingdom in your small country of Yundan? Okay, that's the case, I'll speak in front of my strength. After speaking, the 2 returned to their respective formations, waiting for the sect battle to begin. Not long after, a blue-clothed boy walked out of Yundan's army, but he was only 15 or 16 years old, but he was tall and straight, with extraordinary aura. I saw him walking to the front of the 3 dark blue figures in the woods, and after lightly arching, he swept toward the middle of the 2 armies, standing with his head held high. This man, wearing a light-colored sky-blue gown, carried a large knife on his back. He strode forward, his face full of arrogance, and he looked at all the 3 major sects of Luoyang Kingdom with contempt. I, the disciple of the blue-clothed sect of the Yundan Kingdom, Wang Ba, with the cultivation of the tempering body realm Zhuzangshan, who would dare to fight? Chu Yan was slightly stunned when he heard the words, his brows were slightly wrinkled, and his face showed doubts. Senior brother Chu, this is the beginning of the personal challenge of the sect battle. Both sides will send disciples of the same cultivation level to compete with each other. If one loses, the others can continue to challenge until one side has no one to fight. Isn't that a real battle? Both sides are disciples of tens of thousands of sections. How long will this challenge be? Chu Yan couldn't help but startled, his eyes full of doubts. Senior brother Chu, those who dare to come out are all talented geniuses. After a few battles, there will be results. Just as the 2 were discussing in a low voice, they saw a white figure swept out of the Ling Tian sect crowd, and with a dodging, they arrived in front of the blue-clothed sect king, imposing like a rainbow. In the lower Ling Tian sect, Luo Fan, the 8th level cultivation of the tempering body realm, learns great tricks. When the blue-clothed sect king heard this, a disdainful smile appeared on his face, and his expression was full of contempt. A person of the 8th level of tempering realm is really courting death. Your Luoyang Kingdom sect is really trash, and it is also called the 3 major sects, but such a person dares to come out. It's really a waste kingdom, a waste sect. Wang Ba's words immediately aroused the angry eyes of everyone on the Luoyang Kingdom side. In particular, the disciples of the 3 major sects were all blushing and fire in their eyes. In Luoyang Kingdom, there are more than hundreds of sects, but they are all respected by the 3 major sects, and the 3 major sect disciples, who are not the dragon and the phoenix among the people, the sweet child of the sky, the high-ranking person, go there to be superior to others. And now, there are people who dare to insult them as rubbish and trash. How could it be possible to forgive? Luo Fan's face was ashen, looking at the blue-clothed tyrant, his whole body's true chi suddenly poured out under his rage. Let's go. I want to see if you have the ability to say such a thing. Ling Tianzong Luo Fan reflexively pulled out his hands behind him and held them in his hands, his eyes were full of killing intent. Hearing this, the blue-clothed sect Wangba squinted at Ling Tian sect Luo Fan, hummed softly, and said, "Since you are courting death, let's start with you. Take it." After Wangba finished speaking, his eyes flashed, and he suddenly raised his hand and reached for the big sword behind him. Swish! The next moment, the big sword behind him was unsheathed instantly, and a dazzling sword light shot out to a height of nearly 2 meters, turned into a fiery red sword energy, and rushed towards Luo Fan. This knife, fast, strong. Seeing the fiery red infuriating sword light coming towards him, Luo Fan couldn't help, but his expression tightened, and he swung his swords forward and slashed out suddenly. Drink! Under the violent drink, the two knives brought out 2 groups of knives and slammed into the light blue knife light. Clang! Clang! Laugh! The sword light flashed, first smashing Luo Fan's 2 sword strengths, and then slashing heavily on Luo Fan's body. Immediately, blood splattered, and his body fell. Luo Fan is dead. It's really trash. Wangba stood up in disdain, without even looking at the corpse on the ground, he shouted heavily, echoing in everyone's ears. What? On the Luoyang kingdom side, everyone was stunned, looking at the corpse on the ground with disbelief, and the pale blue figure with contempt. The disciples of Ling Tianzong couldn't even stop this blue clothes sect disciple's knife. How could this be possible? All the disciples of the 3 major sects know that in the Luoyang kingdom, the Ling Tian sect has the strictest conditions for recruiting disciples, and they will not accept any disciples who are not 7-star martial arts. In other words, the disciples who can enter the Ling Tian sect, regardless of their cultivation, are all extremely talented people with 7-star martial arts. But even so, in front of the blue cloth sect, he couldn't stop a single move. Although the 2 people's cultivation bases differ by a realm, they are not so unbearable. In this way, the cultivation and strength of this blue cloth sect disciple is actually so strong. #C130 The First Battle. When Elder Wu of Ling Tianzong saw this scene, he frowned and his face darkened. Chu Yan was also stunned, looking at the blue-clothed sect king with a thoughtful look in his eyes. This sect battle does not seem to be as simple as imagined. In addition, there are not a few geniuses who are astonishing and stunning in the world. Just when Chu Yan was deep in thought, Elder Wu of Ling Tianzong turned around and shouted. That body-quenching disciple, willing to kill this person? The thousands of disciples of Ling Tianzong were startled at the same time. Among these people, the disciples in the body-tempering realm and chi-refining realm are the most, accounting for almost 90% of the total number. After a moment of silence, one person walked out of the crowd and bowed to Elder Wu. Elder Wu, the disciple makes a strong wish to go. Very good. Elder Wu's eyes flashed, swept over the white-robed boy, and said softly. This person is extremely powerful. He may have reached the peak of the 9 heavens of the tempering realm, and he is only 1 step away from the chi-refining realm. Are you sure? Su Chang looked at the blue-clothed sect king not far away, and nodded slowly. Report to the elder, the disciple is confident. Su Chang's cultivation is also at the peak of the 9th level of chi-refining realm. In his opinion, in the first battle, it was because Luo Fan's strength differed from his level that he was won by Wang Ba in 1 move. With his cultivation at the top of the body-tempering realm, even among the Ling Tian sect's body-tempering realm disciples, there are few rivals. After he finished speaking, with Elder Wu's approving gaze, Su Chang stepped towards the middle. For a moment, Wang Ba of the Blue Clothes sect and Su Chong of the Ling Tian sect looked at each other, stalemate 100 paces away. Humph. Another one sent to death is actually from Ling Tianzong, a waste sect. Wang Ba obviously dismissed Su Chong. However, to be so arrogant to defeat a low-level disciple is really arrogant. After Ling Tianzong Su Chong finished speaking, he flipped his hands and 2 huge black axes appeared, which he held in his hands. At the same time, the Blue Clothes sect and everyone in the 3 major sects watched the 2 of them nervously, and for a while, the atmosphere suddenly became tense. Holding the knife in his hand, Wang Ba glanced at the 2 black axes in Su Chong's hand, frowned slightly, and shouted. "If you can pick me up, you have to make a move, and then talk." With a flick of the sword in his hand, the infuriating energy in his body immediately soared a bit, which was obviously a bit stronger than when he just fought against Luo Fan. A swordsman is a strong and powerful soldier, but if compared with an axe, his strength is naturally a bit weaker. Therefore, the double axe in Su Chong's hand made Wang Ba a little serious. Looking at Su Chong, his fighting spirit surged. Swish! Swinging a single sword in his hand, he turned around, and with the help of the force, the big sword slashed out, and the whistling sword light suddenly rushed out, breaking the magic axe. In the face of Wang Ba's astonishing knife, Su Chong did not hesitate. His whole body was surging like a frenzy, the 2 axes in his left and right hands, black energy lingered, and he was violently slashed out. This axe, the momentum is not weaker than Wang Ba's knife, it should be Su Chong with all his strength. Boom! A knife and 2 axes, collided together, exploded a large group of energy, and scattered. Suddenly, right at this moment, the Blue-Cloaked Sect King, the light flashed in his eyes, his body flickered, and he shot out. What? Between the lightning and flint, Su Chong couldn't react at all, and was instantly invaded by Wang Ba's second knife. Laugh. The sword light flashed, and Su Chong's body was actually split in 2, which was directly split by the sharp sword energy, and he died on the spot. What? On the side of the 3 major sects, everyone is stupid at this moment. This is too fast. From Wang Ba's first swing to Su Chong's death, it took almost 2 or 3 breaths, and the speed was almost in the blink of an eye. Powerful. Very strong. Elder Wu and General Zhongda, who were standing at the front of Ling Tianzong, both turned black at the same time. In a short period of time, 2 disciples had been beheaded by the Blue Clothes sect, and the defeat was so unbearable that it gave the impression that they had little power to fight back. This makes the faces of the 2 of them hang. How can this make Luoyang Kingdom's face hang? Ha ha ha. I'll say it again, I'm not talking about Ling Tianzong, I'm talking about the 3 sects of your Luoyang Kingdom, you are all garbage and trash. Ha ha ha. Wang Ba's wild laughter made everyone in the Luoyang Kingdom silent, and even tens of thousands of iron cavalry warriors had dark expressions on their faces. Elder Wu frowned deeply, looked at Wang Ba, and thought to himself. This person must be a special genius specially cultivated by the Blue Cloth sect of the Yundan Kingdom for this sect war. The cultivation techniques and martial skills that he cultivated may be of the highest rank among his peers, so he can so easily crush martial artists of the same rank. No one thought of this strategy, so Elder Wu hesitated for a while. Humph. Boy, you are too arrogant, Ling Tianzong is trash, how can you humiliate my Huishuanzong? At this moment, a loud shout came from the Huishuanzong crowd on the left side of Ling Tianzong, and at the same time, a fiery red figure rushed out. In the blink of an eye, the fiery red figure appeared in front of Wang Ba, raised the iron rod in his hand high, and slammed into Wang Ba. My Huishuanzong, Yi Xiong, will meet you and eat me. Following Yi Xiong's loud shout, he took advantage of the rushing momentum just now, jumped up suddenly, and smashed Wang Ba with the iron stick in his hand. He was in mid-air, but behind him was a red light and shadow, which turned out to be directly summoning the martial arts, and with the help of the power of the martial arts, he shot with all his strength and showed no mercy. Wang Ba's face was stunned, but he was not slow in his hands. With a big sword, he blocked Jiuxiao's thugs coming from the sky. Clang! The swords and sticks intersected, and the two of them shook their bodies at the same time. Under the huge vibration, they took 3 steps back at the same time. There is still some strength. Wang Ba stood firm, raised his brows, and looked at the fiery red figure on the opposite side, his eyes flickering. After Jiuxiao landed, his face sank. Looking at Wang Ba, he just snorted heavily and did not answer, but there was a little weight in his heart. He knew in his heart that with the blow just now, he had already unleashed his martial soul, and all the true chi of the 9 heavens in the body-tempering realm were all added to that stick. Moreover, when he suddenly made a move, that Wang Ba was completely rushing to fight, and he didn't even summon his martial spirit. Under such circumstances, it was only a draw. In this way, who is weaker and who is stronger, the two of them naturally know in their hearts. Humph! Come again! Jiuxiao let out a loud shout, and the infuriating energy in his body rose a little bit. He placed them on the spot one by one, the iron rods in his hands spun like the wind, and the whole person adjusted and rotated like a top. Battle of Kyushu with sticks. The next moment, Jiuxiao, who was flying, rushed towards Wang Ba like a tornado with his stick, and the wind and sand he brought up covered the sky and the sun. It's good. Eat my knife. Wang Ba's eyes were scorching hot, his fighting intent was soaring to the sky, his sword was dancing, and his aura soared at the same time. Seeing Jiuxiao's rotating figure, he suddenly slashed at his lower plate. Boom! The stick shadow and the knife mane collided fiercely and exploded suddenly. Jiuxiao only felt a huge force attacking, not only breaking his own stick move, but also hitting him at the same time. He couldn't resist it at all. With a muffled groan, he retreated a dozen steps away, and then barely stood firm. However, the hands holding the iron rod trembled uncontrollably. Escape! Jiuxiao's face was horrified, a thought flashed, and he turned around and rushed towards the Xuanhuan crowd. Humph! I want to escape. Wang Ba saw that his eyes were slightly narrowed, his true chi moved, and a large blood-colored sword appeared behind him, actually summoning his martial spirit for the first time. I saw that after the Wuhun appeared, Wang Ba stretched out his hand and grabbed the blood-colored sword in his hand, his eyes full of killing intent. What? Born martial spirit. On the Luoyang kingdom side, all the 3 major sects were shocked at the same time, stunned. #C131 The Way of Body Refinement. What? Born martial spirit. On the Luoyang kingdom side, all the 3 major sects were shocked at the same time, stunned. The strength of this king tyrant is already so powerful, and now, he has his own life martial arts. If he uses his life soul skills, who else can fight against him? Jiuxiao, who was escaping, suddenly saw the shocked expressions of the 3 disciples in the distance, and couldn't help but stunned. At the same time, the martial arts sword in Wang Ba's hand behind him has been thrown out, turning into a red lightning, and shooting straight at Jiuxiao, who is facing away from him. Puff! The blood shone into the sky, and the heads were thrown flying. Jiuxiao's headless body fell to the ground, instantly staining the grass in front of him red. Fire profound sect Jiuxiao died. Ha ha ha. I can't beat it and want to escape, not only the waste, but also the cowardly rat, the 3 big sects. Humph. The 3 big wastes, the 3 big wastes. Wang Ba's wild laughter exploded into the air, and under the impetus of infuriating chi, he kept circling above the heads of the 3 major sects. Quiet. Silence. A deadly silence enveloped the audience. The 3 major sects of the Luoyang kingdom, including tens of thousands of fighters from the Mad Bull Legion, were all silent and their faces were pale. The shock and feeling of suffocation made everyone tremble and feel angry. After a while, Xuanhuan Pavilion rushed out of a young girl and fought Wang Ba a few times, but was also defeated and beheaded. Next, 3 more people came on the field to fight Wang Ba. Except for the last person who fought Wang Ba with more than a dozen moves, the rest were defeated within 5 moves. Long live Yundan! Invincible in blue. Drink, drink, drink. Tens of thousands of soldiers of the Tiger-Roaring Legion from the Yundan Kingdom shouted in unison, their voices resonating with Yunxiao. For a time, the morale of Yundanhua was boosted, and the fighting spirit was soaring. On the Luoyang Kingdom side, all of them were blushing and their faces were ashen. Standing in the crowd, Chu Yan also shook his head with a wry smile. If it weren't for the restriction of his cultivation, he would have taken action long ago. Soon, the cheers on the side of Yundan Kingdom gradually subsided. 3 secs. Humph. That's all. Ha ha ha. Wang Ba let go and laughed wildly, strode out, turned around and returned to the formation. When Wang Ba returned to the front of the formation, there was another burst of cheers, and Wang Ba disappeared into the crowd like a triumphant hero. After that, another figure walked out of the colorful forest and walked slowly towards the middle of the 2 armies. This man, wearing a blue half-body armor, with a light smile on his face, walked slowly. Under the blue-clothed sect Wang Xing, the Cheerifining Realm 5th level cultivation base, accept the challenge of people of the same level. After speaking, facing the 3 tens of thousands of people, he smiled lightly, raised his hand slightly arched, and seemed extremely polite. But then, he took out a bronze mirror and looked at Jiuxiao's face from side to side, with a self-indulgent expression. Under this expression, he was in awe of the 3 sects and tens of thousands of people not far away. People see nothing. Under such a move, the 3 major sects suddenly exploded, cursing and angry. Sure enough, after a while, a disciple of Xuanzong flew out and rushed in front of Wang Yang. Xuanzong, Li Yun, Cheerifining Mirror 5th Heaven, let's do it. Li Yun held a long sword, the tip of the sword pointed directly at Wang Yang of the blue-clothed sect. His whole body was full of fighting spirit, and his momentum had reached its peak. Humph. It's rude to shout and kill when you come up. As soon as Li Yun finished speaking, Wang Xing slowly took the bronze mirror into his arms and looked at Li Yun with a smile on his face. If you have any last words, please tell me quickly, or you will have no chance when I make a move. What? Hearing this, Li Yun's face sank, his eyes were full of anger, the long sword in his hand trembled slightly, and he shouted. Another arrogant, this time it's you who died. After saying that, with a wave of the long sword in his hand, he jumped up. The long sword was like a rainbow, and his true energy was entangled. He stabbed Wang Xing straight, and at the same time, his left hand stood upright into a palm, and suddenly shot out. Suddenly, a sword energy, plus a palm print, attacked at the same time. Hey! Double-click technique. Not bad, not bad. It's a pity that the strength is a little short. It should be better after another 3 years. Seeing the sword chi and the palm print attacking at the same time, Wang Xing raised his brows, and the smile on his face became wider. But he didn't realize it. Li Yun was in midair, seeing Wang Xing completely motionless, his face suddenly brightened, and he became more and more energized, making the offensive go up 1 more point. Clang! Tom. When the sword chi and the palm print touched Wang Xing's body 1 foot in front of him, a cloud of white infuriating chi suddenly poured out from Wang Xing's body, covering Wang Xing in it. The sword chi and the palm print slammed on the white chi around Wang Xing, as if banging on golden iron, with 2 clanging sounds and a bang. Then, Wang Xing remained motionless, letting the explosion around him soar into the sky, but he was alone in the center of the explosion, with a smile on his face and a calm attitude. What? This, what kind of practice? When Li Yun landed, he was stunned, his face full of astonishment, as if he had seen a ghost. Although the Qi refining realm has a certain amount of true Qi that can protect the body, it is only hidden from the skin. Unlike the innate realm martial artist, you can use the true Qi to condense a body-protecting true Qi within 3 meters of the body to defend against attacks. However, this Wang Xing in front of him, even if it is the body-protecting infuriating Qi of a Xiantian realm powerhouse, it is impossible to face the sword and palm that he has attacked with all his strength. What the hell? Savage clash. Just when everyone was sluggish, the smile on Wang Xing's face suddenly disappeared. Then, he leaned forward, pressed his left shoulder down, and stepped out with his legs. To Li Yun, whose footing was unsteady and his face was sluggish. Bump. Wang Xing's left shoulder slammed heavily, and his true Qi suddenly rushed out violently. The huge impact caused Wang Xing's speed to be extremely fast, and slammed into Li Yun's chest, making a muffled sound. Puff. Like a broken sack, Li Yun was knocked upside down and flew out immediately. When he fell to the ground, Li Yun flicked his body, his eyes widened, his trembling fingers pointed at Wang Xing, and finally, he spit out several large mouthfuls, spit out a few pieces of internal organs, stretched his legs, fell head-on, glared at the sky, and his life was cut off. Li Yun, die. After hitting Li Yun, Wang Xing rushed out a dozen steps without losing his momentum before stopping. Standing tall, Wang Xing, his eyes like electricity, swept over everyone in the 3 major sects, raised his hand gently, patted the dust on his shoulders that did not exist at all, and raised the corner of his eyes. Contempt. Qiguig was contempt. Among the Ling Tianzong crowd, Chu Yan sighed faintly and shook his head gently. When Wang Xing and Li Yun were fighting, when Li Yun's double-click technique was blocked by Wang Xing's body, Chu Yan said the old way, Li Yun must be defeated. This Wang Xing must have practiced a body-refining technique similar to Chu Yan's Rakshasa body. His physical body is extremely powerful and can be broken by non-ordinary attacks. The way of body refinement. Everyone in the 3 major sects fell into a sluggishness, unable to believe the scene in front of them. #C1322 Strong Collision. Just after the competition under the Qi refining realm, the Blue Clothes sect showed an extremely strong state. But now that it was the battle under the 5th level of Qi refining realm, this scene appeared again, making all the 3 major sects stupid. How to fight. With the same level of cultivation, he couldn't even take a single move. Just as everyone was silent, they did not expect that a woman would walk out of the Xuanhuan pavilion. This woman, with a slender figure, a blue silk shawl, moves gently between lotus steps, like a willow in the wind, soft and boneless, with a pair of beautiful brows on her face, lightly wrinkled, star-like eyes, bringing out all kinds of amorous feelings, a frown between a smile, let people love. Disciple of Xuanhuan Pavilion, Lu Sarong. Qi refining realm's 5th level peak, please enlighten me. Under the gentle voice, Lu Sarong bowed lightly, then raised his eyes to look at Wang Xing, with a burst of smile, as beautiful as a flower. Well, it's not bad, much better than the rude guy just now. Wang Xing looked at Lu Sarong in Xuanhuan Pavilion, and immediately put on a handsome pose, standing with his hands behind his back, his eyes shining. Miss Lu, it's so beautiful that I can't bear it. Well, since that's the case, I'll let you do 3 tricks. After speaking, he raised his hand to signal. Wang Xing immediately poured out white infuriating energy, attached to the outside of his body, like an invisible armor, with a faint blue light flashing. Guide Jiangshan. I saw that Lu Sarong's body was full of infuriating energy, her jade brows were lightly wrinkled, she raised her hand and stretched out her slender fingers, pointing at Wang Xing. A white beam of light shot directly at Wang Xing like a ray of light. Puff. A finger hit, Wang Xing's body shook violently, the smile on his face disappeared immediately, his eyes were round, and he slowly looked down. I saw in the chest, the white-possessed infuriating qi was actually shot through a hole. Although the qi hole was quickly filled under the flow of the infuriating energy, Lu Xirong's finger was really broken just now. His possession is genuine. Hey! You actually broke my infuriating spirit, you are very good. After Wang Xing was startled, his face gradually returned to normal, looking at Lu Xirong opposite, and chuckled lightly. There are 2 more tricks, come on. Chu Yan stood in the distance and had a panoramic view of the scene just now. His eyes were full of brilliance. Unexpectedly, Lu Xirong's martial arts skills were actually designed to restrain the body-refining martial arts skills. With the martial skill of breaking the face, only the first move broke the opponent's possessed infuriating energy. At this time, Lu Xirong, who was opposite Wang Xing, had a serious expression on his face. His fingering skills had a strong restraint advantage over defense-type martial arts, or body-refining martial artists. However, just one move, using all 5 successful strengths, actually only broke the possessed infuriating energy of this blue-clothed sect Wang Xing, and did not hurt his body, which made her heart feel a little cold, slightly uneasy intuition. A pair of bright eyes flashed again, and finally, when he gritted his silver teeth, he seemed to have made up his mind. When he looked up at Wang Xing, there was a little more smile on his charming face. In this world of martial arts, when the strength reaches a certain level, who does not have some trump cards and tricks? When it comes to life and death, these trump cards can often play a role in turning the tide, directly changing life and death. Now, a woman's natural intuition tells herself that this opponent is very strong, and if she doesn't make a unique move, she will be in danger of her own life. The eyes glittered, Lu Xian smiled, and the breath began to slowly increase outside the slender body. A cyclone began to swirl around her body, spinning around his body, and there was a faint flash of cold light in the air volume. Sword intent. Chu Yan's eyes lit up, and he was immediately shocked. What he didn't expect was that this Lu Xirong actually mastered the realm of sword intent. Xiaocheng, this woman is definitely a swordsman genius. The next moment, behind Lu Xirong, a dexterous sword rose up, but she had already summoned her own martial spirit. Sword martial soul. Wang Xing's face was startled. Looking at the martial spirit behind Lu Xirong, he was slightly surprised. But what happened next made his complexion change greatly, and his expression became solemn. At this time, the sword spirit behind Lu Xirong, driven by her infuriating energy, emitted a dazzling white light, and then it split into 5, turning into 5 smaller daggers. Swish! 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 5 small daggers swooped down into the sky, rushing straight towards Lu Xirong's flat outstretched jade palm, and quickly hidden into his 5 slender fingers. Lu Xirong's 5 jade-like fingers instantly brightened, revealing the slightest sword energy, like 5 swords. At this moment, Lu Xirong's red lips were lightly raised, his palms were stretched out, his 5 fingers pointed at a point, and he shouted tenderly. 6-fingered sword fight. 5 sword beams shot out from her jade fingers, like 5 sharp swords breaking through the air. The sword slammed loudly, and stabbed the opposite Wang Xing. Drink. Immortal. Wang Xing saw the 5 swords coming, his face was dignified, he shouted, and the infuriating energy on his body suddenly skyrocketed. Puff. 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 5 muffled sounds shook, and the 5 swords shot on Wang Xing, without any burst of energy, and there was no earth-shattering feeling, just like a sharp sword entering the water, only 5 soft sounds, then disappeared in Wang Xing in the true qi of the star's possession. What? Lu Xirong couldn't help changing her charming face, her shocked red lips trembled slightly, and her bright eyes were full of disbelief. Ha ha ha, if you want to break my body protection technique, you're still a little short. Wang Xing laughed, looking at Lu Xirong's shocked expression, a hint of pride appeared on his face. Come on, there is one more move, and then, explain the last words. As soon as Wang Xing said this, everyone's faces sank, and they looked at Lu Surong, as if they had guessed the result of the battle between the two. Could it be that Lu Surong really lost like that? At this time, Lu Surong had recovered from the shock. His chest that could be called a murder weapon heaved violently, and then he took a deep breath, and the violent infuriating qi around him gradually calmed down. Last resort. The opponent didn't even release the martial spirit, so he forced himself to use the last move. Lu Surong's constantly flashing bright eyes became brighter and brighter, and a sword qi shot up from her body, like a sword born, and the sharpness caused the air in the air to tremble slightly. Behind her, 5 small daggers spun frantically, and then, the 5 swords began to be connected end to end, shining brightly, and in an instant, these 5 daggers were connected into a brand new sword. The body of the sword was tilted, the tip of the sword pointed directly at Wang Xing on the ground, and the overflowing sword energy scattered in all directions, piercing the void, making a hissing burst of air, and the gust of wind caused by the sword energy suddenly swept away. 6-fingered swordsmanship shatters the sky. Behind Lu Surong, the combined treasure sword seemed to be throwing a huge force, and when she raised her hand a little, it began to advance towards Wang Xing with a bang. However, the speed of its advance is still slow, giving people a sense of moving mountains. Every inch it advances, it emits a huge rumbling sound. Before the tip of the sword, the air is broken, and it quickly flows to the back of the sword, above the ground. A huge gap appears. The air is shaking, the ground is shaking. Everyone's eyes are shaking. #C133 Imperial Celestial Clock. The power of this sword is terrifying. It seems that under this sword, even the world will be broken. Chu Yan's eyes were attentive, watching this scene closely. Chu Yan's sword took the road of speed, while this Lu Surong's sword took the heavy road, which was the exact opposite of Chu Yan. However, Lu Surong's sword has indeed reached the realm of small success of a heavy sword, and its power is amazing. At this time, seeing the appearance of Lu Surong's sword, Wang Xing's face finally showed a look of shock. Suddenly, his eyes flickered, and his eyes stared at the slow sword. Although the big sword was still a dozen paces away from him, and the speed was extremely slow, at this time Wang Xing had already felt a huge pressure, which made his body stiff, and it was difficult for him to move. A feeling of the Emperor's celestial clock. Now. Wang Xing's eyes were round, his face was full of blue veins, and the infuriating qi on his body had been violent to the extreme. Then, behind him, a group of black light emerged, and a group of phantoms slowly appeared. It was actually a huge golden bell. Tom. 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 As soon as Wang Xing's golden bell martial spirit appeared, it rang out a magnificent bell that rang through the heavens and the earth. Every time the bell rang, the advancing great sword not far away would tremble slightly, but it was still moving forward, stabbing Wang Xing as always. The next moment, Wang Xing stretched out his hand, and the golden bell martial spirit behind him suddenly fell from the sky, covering Wang Xing's body straight. At this time, Lu Surong's great sword had already been crushed. Boom! Tom! The huge sword slammed into the golden bell outside Wang Xing's body. Suddenly, a huge explosion sounded, and the violent energy swept in all directions, bringing bursts of flying sand and stones. Submerged. Ah? I can't see it. Who won? Seeing your sister Lu's sword is so powerful, that Wang Xing is dead. No. I think Wang Xing's body protection Jin Zhong seems to be very powerful, maybe it's a tie. Yes, Sister Lu's martial skills and spirit are restraining that Wang Xing, it is impossible to lose. Look, look, the dust and mist disperse. Among the 3 large groups of people, various discussions and speculations arose, and it suddenly became noisy. At this moment, in the middle area, the dust mist that enveloped the 2 of them gradually dissipated. The 2 figures slowly emerged from the dust and fog. At this moment, Wang Xing smiled and waved his hand gently. Suddenly, the golden bell covering his body slowly rose and returned to the air. On the other hand, Lu Surong, who was opposite him, was stunned, his eyes were slack, and he was stunned. Yes, under the collision of one sword and one bell, in the end, her sword did not break through Wang Xing's golden bell, and it shattered with a bang. Her last move was also taken over by Wang Xing. So far, 3 moves have passed. Clang! 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 Just when everyone in the 3 major sects was disappointed, Wang Xing had already taken action. I saw, raising his hand and pointing, the golden bell martial soul behind him made a huge bell tolling, and circles of white light sound waves visible to the naked eye condensed into substance, and suddenly circled towards the sluggish Lu Surong. You have been defeated, so, do. Wang Xing's eyes were shining like stars. When he opened his mouth, he spit out every word, followed by the roar of the golden bell behind him. Every word sounded, but a bell rang. And Lu Surong opposite him, when Wang Xing drank every word, his body would suddenly tremble. Since, all. As Wang Xing finished speaking, Lu Surong's originally bright eyes gradually dimmed, and his pupils spread out, as if he was under a special kind of control. One stroke. Puff. The blood flies cheap, the head rolls off. Lu Surong committed suicide. What? How could senior sister Lu commit suicide? What kind of exercise is this? It can actually control people's minds? Terrible. This Wang Xing is not only a strong body refiner, but also has a soul-like musical instrument martial soul, which is, too strong. After Lu Surong fell to the ground, there were bursts of exclamations from the Xuanhuan Pavilion crowd, and the old face of the leader of Xuanhuan Pavilion suddenly turned ashen, and after a few loud shouts, another female disciple walked out of the crowd. Obviously, this Xuanhuan Pavilion disciple was named by the elders of the sect, and his strength is definitely not weak. What surprised Chu Yan was that Lu Xuerong, who had just died in battle, was already extremely powerful. Could it be that Xuanhuan Pavilion is stronger than her among the disciples of Qi Refining Realm 5th layer? If we fight like this, my 3 major sects will be defeated. The 9th prince, Su Xing, looked at the female disciple of Xuanhuan Pavilion rushing towards Wang Xing, and said faintly. Unfortunately, if there is no rank restriction, if senior brother Chu comes on the stage, he will definitely be able to kill this blue-clothed sect's Wang Xing. Sun Jia blushed and said angrily. Chu Yan gave a wry smile, nodded to the 2 of them, and said, yes, I have absolute certainty to kill this Wang Xing, but unfortunately my cultivation base. In fact, Chu Yan couldn't help it for a long time. When the first disciple of the Blue Clothes sect killed 3 people in a row, Chu Yan wanted to play. However, this kind of sect challenge stipulated the limit of cultivation. With the cultivation of Chu Yan's Qi Refining Realm 8th layer, it is definitely not allowed to kill disciples with low cultivation. In addition, including the disciples of Ling Tian sect, the other 3 major sects have internal disciples present, and with their cultivation base, it is not difficult to kill several disciples of the Blue Clothes sect who just appeared. However, including Chu Yan, these disciples with high cultivation are all limited by this regulation and can only be anxious. While thinking about it, the female disciple who was named by the elders to play later in Xuanhuan Pavilion was indeed not weak, and she fought Wang Xing for 100 moves, but there was still no winner. But after 100 battles, the battle between the 2 finally changed. Although the female disciples of Xuanhuan Pavilion are not weak in practice and martial arts, their consumption of infuriating energy is obviously too great. On the other hand, Wang Xing of the Blue Clothes sect, Lin Zhan and the 3 of them are still full of true energy, and the more they fight, the more brave they are. After another 10 moves, Wang Xing saw an opportunity, a collision, knocked the female disciple of Xuanhuan Pavilion to the ground, spurting blood. However, this time, Wang Xing finally did not kill, watching the female disciple struggling to get up from the ground and return to the formation. Who else? Wang Xing took out an elixir from his arms and threw it into his mouth. His eyes swept across the three major sects, and he shouted in a deep voice. This time, none of the three major sects came out. After the two battles just now, everyone saw it in their eyes, and after secretly comparing, they all shrank their necks. Immediately, the direction of the three major sects fell into a dead silence again. Mad Bull Army General Zhongda's face was as black as the bottom of a pot, his brows were tightly wrinkled, and the flames in his eyes were burning. Since the sect battle, more than a dozen games have been played. Humph. It really is a trash kingdom, it's all trash. Seeing that no one was fighting, Wang Xing shouted loudly, and in the eyes of the three major sects and the Mad Cow Army, he turned around and returned to the main formation of the Blue Cloth sect. Shame. Absolute shame. The dignified Wuhun kingdom's tens of thousands of troops, plus the tens of thousands of disciples from the three major sects, had been defeated by the Blue Cloth sect for more than a dozen games in a row, and no one dares to fight. Today's battle, if it spreads in the Hongye Empire afterwards, it is estimated that hundreds of kingdoms will despise the Luoyang kingdom. At this time, Wang Xing had already walked back to the formation, and then bursts of cheers came out. Under the cheers, everyone in the Luoyang kingdom lowered their heads involuntarily, feeling extremely aggrieved in their hearts. Boom! Suddenly, everyone felt that the ground under their feet trembled slightly, and in shock, they all looked up. #C134 Rush to Death. Boom! Suddenly, everyone felt that the ground under their feet trembled slightly, and in shock, they all looked up. I saw a figure rushing out of the blue-clothed sect's main formation, striding forward. Every step of the way would cause the ground to tremble, and the momentum was astonishing. This man, 8 feet tall, is as strong as a monster. His arms are as thick as ordinary people's thighs. He is tall and big, and with infuriating energy pouring into his body, he ran wildly all the way, causing the ground to shake and the mountains to shake. The strength of man. After the man reached the middle of the two armies, he raised his head and swept towards the three major sects. His eyes were full of bloodthirsty colors, and he roared suddenly. Ha ha ha! It's finally my Lei Zhan. Listen, the three major rubbish gates, those with cultivation below the Xiantian realm, come here to die. A word roared out, like a blast of thunder resounding in the air, causing a buzzing sound in everyone's ears. A simple sentence, showing his strong infuriating cultivation base, suddenly made some of the three major disciples who were eager to try, hesitant in their hearts. In the crowd, Chu Yan stared at this Lei Zhan, the light in his eyes flashed, and the fighting spirit of his whole body rose up. This man is absolutely powerful. From his strong figure and strong infuriating energy, it can be seen that this person is definitely a powerful warrior. Moreover, Chu Yan found that although this person speaks and behaves rudely, there is a hint of shrewdness in his eyes, and occasionally flashes. Pass. Therefore, this person is by no means as reckless as he looks on the surface. On the contrary, he is definitely a shrewd person. Just as Lei Zhan glanced arrogantly at everyone in the three major sects, Chu Yan had already stepped out of the crowd. After waiting for so long, it was finally his turn to play. Chu Yan strode with a faint smile on his face. However, just as Chu Yan walked out of the crowd, a roar suddenly sounded from the direction of Huashuanzong, and a figure rushed out from the large red area, towards Lei Zhan in the middle area, at an astonishingly fast speed. Chu Yan was stunned for a while, and looked up, only to see the disciple of Huashuanzong, who was already standing in front of Lei Zhan. This disciple of the Fire Profound sect is very similar to Lei Zhan of the Blue Cloth sect. He has the same big shoulders and thick waist, and his whole body is sturdy. From a distance, the middle area looks like two giants standing there. Huashuanzong Yan Song, Qi Refining Realm, Jiuxiao, let's do it. After he finished speaking, the fiery red infuriating energy in his body surged wildly, setting off a surfing wave. Huishuanzong Yansong was very confident in this battle. In terms of power, he was one of the best among the hundreds of thousands of disciples below the Huishuanzong Xiantian realm. Therefore, seeing the power display of the blue clothes sect Lei Zhan, he immediately thought that it was time for him to take action. "You are very good. It seems that your strength is a bit stronger than me." Lei Zhan looked at Yan Song, the light flashed in his eyes, and praised him aloud. Hearing this, Yan Song's face suddenly showed a hint of smugness, and he chuckled softly. "Humph. It's good to know you can choose to surrender, and I can spare your life." When Lei Zhan heard this, he smiled lightly and shook his head. "Since you're here, of course you have the last battle, otherwise how to go back? Please show mercy to this brother." After speaking, seeing the arrogance on Yan Song's face, his chin was lifted, and Lei Zhan continued. "Then I'll do it. Please give me more." Gently bowing his hands, Lei Zhan's infuriating energy quickly rose up, and the momentum was overwhelming. 3 hits. At the same time as he shouted loudly, Lei Zhan threw his fist out, and with his punch, the aura on his body suddenly soared again. A huge fist print suddenly appeared, magnifying countless fist prints, and with the sound of thunder and movement, it attacked Yan Song wildly. "Drink." Yan Song saw the fist marks coming, his face was startled, and suddenly he became a little dignified, and then he shouted and waved his fists to greet him. "Tianqing breaks the world." With Yan Song's shout, a violent fist burst out of the body, roaring like a fierce beast, facing Lei Po's fist. Boom! 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 The two fists suddenly collided with each other, making a loud noise, and it exploded, splashing out countless qi and rushing in all directions. However, the next scene made everyone shocked and stunned. I saw that Lei Zhan's fist print suddenly rushed again after hitting Yan Song's fist strength, not only smashing Yan Song's fist strength, but also rushing forward to Yan Song's chest, making a second loud noise. A punch hit the chest, Yan Song was immediately thrown into the air, and when he turned back and forth, countless blood flowers were sprayed out. But, it's not over. The fist mark issued by Lei Zhan, after smashing Yan Song, only paused for a while, but immediately soared, and rushed to Yan Song, who fell from the air again. This blow brought out a rumbling sound, which was obviously much stronger than the previous two. Bump! Yan Song's whole body was in mid-air, bursting like a watermelon, and countless pieces of meat and blood splattered in the sky. What? One punch! At this time, the 3 major sects were suddenly shrouded in a dark cloud. Everyone has an ominous premonition. It seems that the challenge of this cultivation level will repeat the same mistakes and appear one-sided. After Lei Zhan killed Yan Song, he stood up on the spot, with a proud look on his face, and swept towards the 3 major sects with contempt, his eyes like thunder. A domineering arrogance rose from him. Luoyang Kingdom, General Zhongde of the Mad Bull Legion, at this moment, the corners of his eyes kept twitching. In the 3rd round, is it just like this has been lost? In the Luoyang Kingdom, there is no one who can surpass the disciples of the Blue Cloth sect. However, when his eyes swept to Lei Zhan in the middle, there was a hint of decline in his eyes. He, who has experienced hundreds of battles, can't see that in this battle just now, this Lei Zhan deliberately showed weakness. In fact, this punch may not even be half of his strength. In this way, among the 3 major sects, who can beat him? While thinking about it, Zhongde turned his gaze to Elder Wu beside him, with a hint of hope in his eyes. Not only General Zhongde, but everyone from the 3 major sects turned their attention to Ling Tianzong at this time. At this time, if Ling Tianzong, known as the first sect of the Luoyang Kingdom, cannot revive the reputation of the Luoyang Kingdom, how will it gain a foothold in the Luoyang Kingdom in the future? How to face other sects and the royal family with face? At this time, Elder Wu's brows were wrinkled. he was naturally aware of the current situation. After a little sigh, he slowly turned around, facing all the disciples of Ling Tianzong, and shouted in a deep voice. Anyone with a cultivation level below the congenital realm of Ling Tian sect who can kill this person, in addition to the sect reward, I will reward you with another 500 contribution points. Hiss. As soon as Elder Wu finished speaking, there was a sudden gasp among the thousands of Ling Tian sect disciples. 500 contribution points. This is a fortune. Everyone was stunned at the same time. I didn't expect Elder Wu to come up with such a heavy reward. It seems that the desire to win has reached the extreme. Who dares to fight? Seeing the dull expressions on everyone's faces, Elder Wu suddenly shouted out, waking everyone up. Chu Yan's eyes flickered, and he was also taken aback by Elder Wu's reward just now. However, in the battle just now, he also discovered the shrewdness and hidden strength of the thunder. Therefore, if you don't make a move, I believe that this round will be the end of being swept again. Thinking of this, Chu Yan was about to walk out, but was taken one step ahead. This person, dressed in a white robe with a golden edge, was like electricity, and rushed in front of Lei Zhan in the blink of an eye. Ling Tianzong, inner disciple, Pan Long, the ninth peak of Qi refining realm, die. After Pan Long finished speaking, he didn't wait for Lei Zhan to answer at all, his anger surged, and he suddenly shot. #C135 Draw a sword? You don't deserve it. Ling Tianzong, inner disciple, Pan Long, the ninth peak of Qi refining realm, die. After Pan Long finished speaking, he didn't wait for Lei Zhan to answer at all, his anger surged, and he suddenly shot. When Lei Zhan heard Pan Long reporting the identity of Ling Tianzong's inner disciple, he was startled for a moment, and then the corners of his mouth were lightly raised, his whole body was full of fighting spirit, and he shot with a bang. This Pan Long used a soft sword. Between stabs and stabs, the blade swayed and the angle was tricky. In addition, he was equipped with a good martial arts, which made Lei Zhan a little bit in a hurry. For a time, the two-person battle was indistinguishable, with fist marks and sword energy flying all over the sky. After fighting for more than 20 moves, Lei Zhan found that Pan Long's strength was indeed not weak. After turning his eyes around a few times, he suddenly punched the ground. This punch full of infuriating qi smashed the ground into a deep pit, and at the same time, the nearby ground suddenly shook. Suddenly, Pan Long was in a hurry and jumped, trying to jump out of the sunken ground area, but his reaction was exactly what Lei Zhan wanted. Boom! A punch that had been prepared for a long time slammed on Pan Long in midair, and the huge force directly knocked him upside down 100 paces. Tom! Pan Long fell to the ground, his stiff body bounced a few times, and then there was no movement at all, but his life was cut off, and the dead couldn't die any longer. In the blink of an eye, Pan Long, an inner disciple of Ling Tian sect, died in battle. At this time Elder Wu's face was gloomy, and water was dripping. In this battle, the death of the inner disciple of Ling Tian sect meant a completely different meaning. Each sect can have countless outer sect disciples, but the number of inner sect disciples and core disciples is extremely rare. Therefore, every death of an inner disciple or core disciple is a huge loss for the sect. And General Zhong De next to Elder Wu, when he saw Pan Long fall to the ground, a coldness flashed in his heart, and a voice sounded in his sea of consciousness. Can't compare. This kind of sect battle not only makes people's hearts bleed, but also feels that the sea of qi will explode directly in the next moment. In addition, the soldiers of the Berserk Legion behind them were constantly witnessing the fiasco. How could they have the morale to wield their weapons on the battlefield? So, a slow thought appeared in General Zhong De's sea of consciousness, and with the appearance of this thought, he slowly raised his hand. Sound the horn and directly order the whole army to attack. Just when General Zhong De raised his hand to the top and was about to wave it down, a figure appeared in the Ling Tian sect. dressed in a black robe, with a solitary sword. Walk on foot. Chu Yan walked very slowly, which was different from all the disciples who had played before. This resulted in hundreds of thousands of pairs of eyes watching neatly in the audience. Their eyes trembled with every step they took. Gradually, General Zhongda's hand was gently put down. For some reason, looking at the black-robed boy, a glimmer of hope ignited in his heart again, and a glimmer of light suddenly appeared in his originally dull eyes. Everyone's eyes moved slowly with Chu Yan's figure. In the area of more than 100,000 people. At this point, the silence was terrifying. Finally, when Chu Yan stopped in front of Lei Zhan, everyone suddenly woke up from a strange sluggishness. Just now, more than 100,000 people fell into a state of absent-mindedness at the same time, as if they were in a dream. In the Ling Tianzong crowd, Su Xing and Sun Jia watched Chu Yan come on stage and couldn't help but get excited. They knew a little about Chu Yan's strength, especially Sun Jia, who participated in the Golden Horn competition together with Chu Yan, and once saw Chu Yan kill the 4 heroes of Ling Tian's sect with one move. Sun Xuanjia believes that no matter how strong this Lei Zhan is, he will end up with Long Outyan when he encounters Chu Yan. Not only Sun Jia, but in Ling Tianzong, many people knew Chu Yan, and they were slightly stunned. The first person in the outer sect of Ling Tian sect, Chu Yan. At this time, most of the disciples in the Blue Clothes sect camp of the Yundan Kingdom had come out of the colorful forest and were watching the battlefield. Hey! Why didn't this one to die wearing the Ling Tianzong robe? Is he a handyman? It's possible that no one in their Luoyang kingdom dared to go there, so they pushed out the handyman and sent them to death. It's really inhuman. That's right, you don't see any real chi fluctuations in him, maybe he didn't even learn the exercises. Haha, after seeing your brother Lei killed him with one move, this round is definitely over, and everyone in the Luoyang kingdom is terrified. That's right, senior brother Lei is the strongest in the outer sect of my Blue Clothes sect, and they are too strong. The Blue Clothes sect disciples chatted casually, looking at the two on the field. The atmosphere was relaxed. In the middle of the grass, Chu Yan was 100 paces away from Lei Zhan, and his eyes were staring at each other. Chu Yan of Ling Tian sect, the 8th heaven of refining Qi mirror. As soon as Chu Yan's voice fell, the two camps exploded at the same time, and all kinds of voices were noisy. On the Blue Clothes sect side, there is more laughter, ridicule. A person from the 8th level of Qi refining realm actually dared to come out and challenge him. It must be known that Lei Zhan is also the pinnacle of Qi refining realm 9th layer, the pinnacle of cultivation under the Xiantian realm. The battle is a full realm away, the challenge here, and there is completely suicide and death. On the contrary, on the side of Ling Tianzong, including Elder Wu, most of the disciples of Ling Tianzong were all stunned and shocked. Especially the few people who had been in contact with Chu Yan, Ho Yingfeng, Meng Hao, etc., they all clearly remembered that when Chu Yan participated in the test of the outer sect, he only cultivated the 5th level Qi realm. It has only been less than 3 months, and Chu Yan's cultivation has actually reached the 8th level of Qi refining. This is completely monster-like cultivation speed. Elder Wu suddenly woke up from the shock, and he quickly remembered the name Chu Yan in the Sea of Knowledge. Qi refining realm 8 delights. 3 months. Extraordinary. Extraordinary talent. Not long ago, when Zhong Yanyi was discussing matters, all kinds of information about this Chu Yan quickly emerged in his mind, and then Elder Wu's face immediately turned green. What a joke, lead the team to the sect battle. If this extraordinary talent Chu Yan dies in the battle, then go back to the sect. Thinking of this, Elder Wu's body trembled violently, his face was as pale as paper, and his intestines would be blue with regret. After a series of defeats, for a while, he made him forget Chu Yan, the disciple that the sect ordered to focus on. Now, this Chu Yan, with the cultivation base of Qi refining realm 8th layer, actually stood in front of a peak opponent of Qi Refining Realm 9th layer, and challenged his life and death. Moreover, the disciple of the enemy sect just killed 2 opponents who were also at the peak of Qi Refining Realm 9 heavens, and one of them was an inner disciple. Elder Wu opened his mouth and stared at Chu Yan in a stunned manner. In his sea of knowledge, Chu Yan died in battle and returned to the sect, and the pictures of being punished by the elders kept flashing. General Zhongde, who was beside him, noticed the abnormality of Elder Wu at this time, and couldn't help but ask lightly. Elder Wu took a few deep breaths and stammered to explain the reason to Zhongde. Then, Zhongde raised his eyes again to look at Chu Yan's eyes, shaking wildly. At this time, Lei Zhan, who was opposite Chu Yan, looked at Chu Yan up and down, and the ridicule in his eyes had overflowed. The 8th heaven of Qi Refining Realm. What are you kidding? Could it be the cannon fodder sent by Ling Tian's sect to consume his true energy? However, the cultivation base is a whole realm away. Can this black-robed youth catch a small punch from himself? Hee, interesting, very interesting. Lei Zhan said something softly, and then, his eyes swept to the long sword on Chu Yan's back, and he said, "Draw your sword, use your strongest move, and it's also your last move in this world." He was not even interested in talking to Chu Yan, and Lei Zhan was going to do it directly. After all, even if he killed this low-level opponent with one move, it would not cause much shocking effect. Draw your sword. You are not worthy. Chu Yan shook his head, his face was calm, and he said, #C136 fist to fist, power to power. Draw your sword. You are not worthy. Chu Yan shook his head, his face was calm, and he said, "Ha ha ha." A large burst of wild laughter came from the direction of the Blue Clothes sect of the Yundan Kingdom, and many blue figures had fallen to the ground holding their stomachs with laughter. In their opinion, this Ling Tianzong disciple who played this time was definitely joking. Immediately, all the Blue Clothes sect disciples looked at Chu Yan as if they were idiots. At this time, Lei Zhan's eyes turned like flying, looking at Chu Yan, his brows were slightly wrinkled, and then he quickly stretched out. All kinds of thoughts flashed through his sea of consciousness, and when he finally thought of the answer, this cannon fodder was here to provoke himself, just to pave the way for the next opponent to appear. In other words, the person in front of him is a dead man, and the person who appears behind him may be a very powerful disciple of Ling Tianzong. However, does this tactic work for you? Lei Zhan couldn't help but chuckle. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, his disdainful eyes swept to Chu Yan again, and he said, "Very good, it's worth it to be arrogant once before you die. But, now, you, go to die." The murderous intent in Lei Zhan's eyes exploded, and then his iron fist was raised, the white infuriating qi entangled, and he punched out. This punch was full of infuriating energy, with astonishing momentum, and bombarded towards Chu Yan. Too weak. Chu Yan's face was calm and his tone was arrogant. Before, several disciples of the Blue Clothes sect appeared, all of them were extremely arrogant and suppressed the Luoyang kingdom. Now Chu Yan wants to return them all. And, it's 10 times, 100 times, 1,000 times back. Because, I have this strength. Seeing the opponent's punch, Chu Yan showed disdain, slowly raised his palm, and greeted him. Lei Zhan's punch has at least 70% to 80% strength. It is amazingly powerful, full of true energy, and its strength is definitely not small. Bump. However, the next moment, fists and palms intersected, and there was a muffled sound. The movements of the two were completely stagnant, and everyone was stunned. At this time, Lei Zhan's fist was held in Chu Yan's palm, unable to move forward any further, and was firmly held in Chu Yan's hand. Including Lei Zhan, everyone was dumbfounded, their eyes widened, and they couldn't believe it. How can that be? He didn't even release his infuriating energy, and with just his physical strength, he blocked such an astonishing punch from Lei Zhan. Moreover, the black-robed boy didn't even tremble from the beginning to the end, just like a strong adult who easily took the fist of a small doll. Easy. So easy. Okay, senior brother Chu is doing well. In the crowd, Su Xing and Sun Jie shouted excitedly. All the disciples of the three major sects were all happy when they saw this scene. Finally, a peerless genius finally appeared in the Luoyang kingdom, a disciple of the Blue Clothes sect who was obviously stronger than the opponent. How is this possible? Senior brother Lei's fist was blocked by that handyman. Impossible, absolutely impossible. It must be that senior brother Lei only used 20% of his strength. No, 10%, only 10% of his strength. Is senior brother Lei fighting for 3 games in a row? His true energy is not enough? Humph. Next move, that handyman is dead. In Yindun Kingdom, thousands of disciples were shocked when they saw that Lei Zhan's punch was blocked by Chu Yan. Lei Zhan, the first among the following disciples of the Blue Clothes sect Xiantian realm of Yindun Kingdom. The Blue Clothes sect's designated core disciple has a special physique, natural divine power, and dual cultivation of body and soul. It can be said that they are definitely geniuses among geniuses. Since childhood, they have been shrouded in my halo. But now, his punch was actually blocked by a boy from Ling Tianzong who looked like a handyman. How can such a strange thing not surprise them? At this time, Lei Zhan also looked up at Chu Yan with a shocked expression, his eyes blazing with sharpness like a knife. Your name is Chu Yan? You are very good and qualified to fight me. The original disdain and contempt in Lei Zhan's eyes disappeared, replaced by a dignified look. The punch just now, only he knows, the force used is definitely not less than 70%. Immediately, Lei Zhan flipped his palm, and a pair of heavy pure iron gloves appeared, which he slowly put on his hands. The pair of full iron, spiked metal gloves looked like part of some heavy armor. After wearing it on Lei Zhan's hands, his 2 fists looked like 2 hammers with spikes. Xiantian Lingbao. Chu Yan was slightly startled, not because of the fist-shaped spiritual treasure, but because of the appearance of the pair of iron fists, which represented the hidden strength of Lei Zhan, which definitely seemed to be much deeper on the surface. Looking up at Lei Zhan, Chu Yan said indifferently, "Qualification. Unfortunately, I don't think you are qualified to let me do my best." Hearing this, anger rose in Lei Zhan's eyes, and the infuriating energy in his whole body surged wildly. Ah! Lei Zhan roared in the sky, and in an instant, the infuriating energy in his body reached its peak. His right hand clenched a fist, and a large cloud of white light suddenly appeared, which continued to condense and condense in front of his fist, and it grew bigger and bigger. At the same time, behind him, a one-eyed giant slowly emerged, which was Lei Zhan's 7-star martial spirit. Cloud Knight Giant. The king of power in Haotian continent. A martial artist possessing such a martial spirit is a powerhouse that can move mountains and seas, 3 to 5 times stronger than a powerhouse of the same rank. At this moment, Lei Zhan was bathed in the light of the white martial soul, the muscles and infuriating energy of his whole body soared again, and his eyes brightened with white light. 3 hits. After a loud shout, Lei Zhan's whole body Zhenqi quickly rushed into the light group in front of his right fist, and then suddenly swung it out. With this punch, Lei Zhan didn't hold back at all, and directly threw his strongest punch. This punch even the first-level powerhouse of the innate realm dare not take it hard. At the same time, Chu Yan, who was standing tall, flashed a gleam of light in his eyes, and the killing intent was immediately apparent. Infuriated, Chu Yan suddenly stepped out with his right foot and raised his fist. It seemed like a random punch, but after the punch force appeared, a deafening, rolling thunder sounded. Bafang is broken. Fist to fist, strength to strength, without a trace of skill, the two are a complete balance of strength. Boom. 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 The fists intersected, and the thunderous sound was like thunder. When the first sound was heard, the wind suddenly exploded, flying sand and rocks, and the dust and mist brought by the strong wind swept all directions. Then, the second sound, the third sound, the eighth sound. Like 8 thunders echoing in the whole sky, everyone was stunned, staring at the middle area that was completely shrouded in dust and fog. Hundreds of thousands of people are all waiting, and there is not a single sound, except for the whine of the wind blowing away the dust and mist. Gradually, the dust and mist dissipated, and a figure slowly appeared. Elder Wu, Zhongde, Su Xing, Sun Jia, disciples of Ling Tian sect, disciples of the 3 major sects, tens of thousands of warriors of the Mad Bull Legion. Everyone's hearts mentioned Noi's eyes, and their eyes were round and wide. As the figure became clearer, the eyes became bigger and bigger. #C137, come on together. In the dust mist, a black robe slowly appeared, and the strong wind howled, making the young man's robe screeching. This person is Chu Yan. And in front of him, a mass of pulpy flesh and blood has completely lost its shape. Blue Clothes Sect Lei Zhan, dead. 8 directions are broken, the realm of Deshang, 1 punch, burst out 8 chi energy, 1 beats 1, and when the 8th, can break the mountain and break the sky. Lei Zhan's 3-stage strikes only erupted 3 times, blocking the first 3 punches of Chu Yan's Bafang Pa. When he reached the 4th, he was directly hit, and he was injured and spurted blood. When he reached the most violent 8th, it was directly smashed into a pile of rotten meat. When the figure of the black-robed boy appeared, the scene was silent. Only the sound of the wind and the sound of the black robe hunting, reverberating. Oh! Ling Tian is invincible, Luoyang is invincible. Oh! Ling Tian is number 1, long live Luoyang. After the death-like silence, there was a sound like a tsunami of mountains and tsunamis, and the soldiers of the tens of thousands of mad bulls turned their grievances into roars. Coupled with the cheers of tens of thousands of disciples from the 3 major sects, they mixed together, and the sound went straight to Jiuxiao, shaking the heavens and the earth. Ha ha ha! Zhongde laughed wildly, swept away the gloomy color, and his face was full of excitement. Looking at Chu Yan not far away, Zhongde couldn't help nodding his head and chuckling. Genius. Absolutely a rare genius. Zhongde had already seen Lei Zhan's strength just now. He originally thought that this round of challenges would be another losing streak, but he didn't expect that the appearance of Chu Yan completely reversed the situation. Moreover, being so powerful, with just one move, he superordered and killed the blue-clothed sect Lei Zhan, who had lost 2 people in a row. How can this not make Zhongde ecstatic? Elder Wu, who was beside Zhongde, had not recovered from the shock at this time. In the Sea of Knowledge, there are all the figures of the black-robed youth, and the Sea of Knowledge trembles slightly, making his consciousness a little confused. How can that be? Go beyond a realm, but also punch. Sure enough, extraordinary talent is the strongest, not only invincible at the same level, but even invincible beyond the level. Compared with the cheers from Ling Tianzong, the blue-clothes sect camp was completely sluggish at this time. Lei Zhan is dead. He was punched and killed by that miscellaneous mischief. How could this be? Shouldn't it be senior brother Lei Zhan who killed this handyman? All the elders and disciples of the blue-clothes sect were all gloomy, and their expressions were extremely ugly. This time in the sect battle, the blue-clothes sect, after careful preparation, brought all the talented disciples who had been hidden for many years. I just want to use these talented disciples to sweep the 3 major sects of Luoyang Kingdom, take advantage of Luoyang Kingdom's drop in morale, and then use the elite Tiger Roar Legion to strangle the Luoyang Kingdom's army, break down Desert Wind City, and unplug this Luoyang Kingdom. An important border military city, laying the most important step for the future invasion of Luoyang Kingdom. But now what? The originally good situation, with a continuous winning streak, completely changed after the black-robed youth came on stage. Who else dares to fight? Chu Yan's shout brought out a wave of air that rushed towards the Blue Clothes sect, awakening everyone in the sluggishness. Under the shock, the three Blue Clothes sect elders blushed and looked at Chu Yan, the killing intent in their eyes condensed into reality. For a long time, no one answered, and all the Blue Clothes sect disciples chose to remain silent. Lei Zhan is the first person under the innate realm of the Blue Clothes sect, and the strongest person of the same rank. Even he was punched and killed, who else dared to play? Trash. Trash country, trash sect. Isn't it very arrogant just now? Why have you all become a turtle king now? Chu Yan's face was full of disdain, and his tone was extremely arrogant. This move was not only to regain the face he just lost. At the same time, he also appeared to stimulate the people of the Blue Clothes sect. Now that Chu Yan is on the court, the people who don't kill the Blue Clothes sect are disheartened, and he will not go down easily. Humph. Boy, you are too arrogant. We've only won one round, and there are 2 more rounds to come. My Blue Clothes sect will still win streak. Boy in black, you're just taking advantage of senior brother Lei's lack of indignation. What are you proud of? Many Blue Clothes sect disciples, with angry expressions, pointed at Chu Yan in the middle and cursed. They had been winning streak all the time, and they were sitting high in the clouds. At this time, they suddenly fell to the ground. The gap between them made it difficult for them to accept, and they suddenly became angry and anxious. However, these people are hiding in the crowd and moving their mouths, so they are naturally clear about Chu Yan's strength. So, still no one played. What? No one dares? Chu Yan sneered, his eyes swept across everyone in the Blue Clothes sect like electricity, his eyes narrowed slightly, and then he said softly. Then what if you let all the disciples of the 9th level of Qi refining realm from the Blue Clothes sect join together? The indifferent voice resounded throughout the audience, and everyone froze at the same time, extremely surprised. What? All those in the 9th level of Qi refining realm in the Blue Clothes sect, come together. Hiss. The sound of suddenly pumping cold air rang out. Even General Zhongde frowned, and the corners of his eyes twitched wildly. This is crazy. It's okay to challenge the challenge just now, but now, there are actually a group of challenges. The Blue Clothes sect camp, after a brief silence, burst into anger. Damn, it's too arrogant. Audacious, this kid is so crazy. Challenging all the disciples of the 9 heavens of Qi refining realm in the Blue Clothes sect alone is completely courting death. He doesn't care about my Blue Clothes sect at all, he should be damned. I can't bear it, I absolutely can't let him go. Dozens of murderous gazes, condensed into substance, shot at Chu Yan at the same time, wishing to scatter him into pieces on the spot. Are you still afraid to go? Are you even worse than garbage? Chu Yan turned a blind eye to those murderous eyes, smiled contemptuously, and said. The Blue Clothes sect, the first sect of the Yundan kingdom, you deserve it too. Chu Yan's expression was abusive, and his words carried a strong meaning of humiliation. If you don't motivate them to play, kill whoever you want. Originally, when Chu Yan was at the 5th level of Qi refining realm, he could easily kill warriors in the 8th level of Qi refining realm. Now, the cultivation base has advanced greatly, and he has learned secret skills, condensing 2 cyclones, plus Tai Yuanqi Palm, not to mention Qi refining realm. Even if it is below the 5th level of the innate realm, it can be easily killed if it comes up to 7 or 8. Moreover, how many core genius disciples of a sect like Lei Zhan are there? Even Lei Zhan could kill 3 people in a row, not to mention Chu Yan, who killed Lei Zhan with 1 punch. In Chu Yan's eyes, ordinary Qi refining 9th level heavenly warriors are really worthless. Among the Blue Clothes sect disciples, dozens of figures walked out slowly, all staring at Chu Yan like hungry wolves. These dozens of people are really powerful and murderous, and everyone's eyes are full of bloodshots. As they walked towards Chu Yan, they flipped their hands and copied all kinds of weapons in their hands. True chi of various colors surged like a storm. Kill him. Come together, let him be smashed to pieces. Dare to humiliate my blue clothes sect and make him regret it in the next life. Kill. Dozens of people, holding up their weapons, roaring in rage, holding up their weapons, slaughtered towards Chu Yan. Swish. 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 When they were a few dozen steps away from Chu Yan, more than 30 martial spirits rose into the air, and various beast spirits, weapon spirits, and natural spirits roared in the sky. For a time, dozens of people joined together in a mighty roaring sky, rushing towards Chu Yan like 10,000 beasts galloping. Danger! In the direction of Ling Tianzong, General Zhong De frowned, and a hint of coldness flashed in his heart. One person against dozens of people, this is really too much, it's impossible. However, the Luoyang kingdom could not interfere with the conditions that the black-robed youth personally promised, and there was no way to go to rescue. Immediately, under the shock of more than 100,000 people in the Luoyang kingdom, they all looked anxiously at the black-robed youth not far away. Sun Jia in the crowd was completely stunned. The scene in front of him was so familiar. Seems like you've seen it there? The Golden Horn competition. Sun Jia, who had woken up from his thoughts, was about to exclaim when he suddenly raised his head to look at Chu Yan, but saw a flash of light. A light that illuminates the world, like a world-shattering lightning, stuns the audience with a swish. #C1388 Sight alone. A light that illuminates the world, like a world-shattering lightning, stuns the audience with a swish. Sword light. Brilliant sword light. Call out. The breath of Chu Yan's body suddenly surged wildly, the sword energy lingered, and the momentum went straight to Yuanxiao. Holding the clear sky sword, Chu Yan faced the 30 or so people who were rushing towards him. His face was cold, his eyes were cold, and killing intent spurted out. Draw sword. Jianling whistled softly, and under the movement of his mind, the speed of the sword reached the extreme, and it was drawn forward, as if the waning moon was breaking through the sky. Where Jianmong pointed, more than 30 disciples of the Blue Clothes sect were also bursting with true chi to the extreme. Under this kind of momentum, all the Blue Clothes sect disciples shot at the same time. In an instant, countless rays of light flashed, forming an attacking storm, covering Chu Yan. The fierce and sharp sword chi, the fierce and strong blade light, the whistling and thunderous palm strength, the domineering and powerful fist marks are flying all over the sky. Every blue-clothed sect disciple delivered his strongest blow, and in an instant, the attack group like a galaxy of stars and a torrent storm rushed towards Chu Yan. Call out. Draw sword. Call out. Draw sword. In an instant, Chu Yan swung a dozen sword beams in a row. These dozen or so sword beams, like thunder and lightning, met the torrent of more than 30 attacks that were crushing. Boom! 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 The earth-shaking infuriating explosion exploded in an instant, shaking like a mountain crumbling, causing everyone to feel their feet shaking violently. The collapsing energy swept up a howling wind, which immediately swept in all directions. Chu Yan's eyes narrowed slightly, watching the remaining true chi storm swept towards him, immediately running the true chi, and his figure flashed violently. Thousands of mountains treading snow, Xuanhuan residual snow. Swish. In the next breath, Chu Yan's body shook, divided into two, one stayed in place, and once again waved 3 sword chi, slashing towards the residual infuriating storm that swept over. And another figure has flashed to the side of more than 30 disciples of the Blue Clothes sect. Bright sword. Stepping out with the right foot, a sword rushes like a rapid current, like a river like the sea, the sword light is dazzling, and the sword whistle pierces the ear. Ah, this side, he's over there. No, the one in front is. No, that's the body technique, everyone be careful. Hide away. The disciples of the Blue Clothes sect found that Chu Yan's figure was divided into two, and they panicked and drank again and again. At the same time, dozens of Blue Clothes sect disciples froze, and followed the shouts of others, and glanced around. Just this moment of hesitation determines the life and death of several people. The next moment, a straight line of light lit up in the crowd, accompanied by the sound of sword whistling that pierced the sea of consciousness. That sword light flashed away. Puff. 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 Ah. The 6 blue-clothed sect disciples were pierced by the bright thread, blood spurted out, and the corpses fell down. 6 people, a total of 12 corpses landed, and blood, organs, and liver and intestines flowed everywhere. What? The remaining 20 or so disciples of the Blue Clothes sect were all shocked and pale. It was only one move, and it was just the beginning. More than 30 people surrounded and killed Chu Yan, and they fought the first move. The black-robed boy actually killed 6 disciples of Qi refining realm Jiuxiao with one sword. In front of him is the afterimage of his movement. Everyone be careful of his movement. A blue-clothed sect disciple recovered from the shock as quickly as possible and shouted loudly. Following his shouts, the other blue-clothed sect disciples woke up one after another, holding weapons and looking at Chu Yan on the right, the anger in their eyes, like a sea of flames blazing a prairie. Be careful? Then next, you really have to be careful. Chu Yan's voice was icy cold without a trace of temperature. The words out of the mouth made more than 20 disciples of the Blue Clothes sect agitated at the same time. Their eyes suddenly widened, and they were all on guard. Swish! The next moment, Chu Yan trembled and disappeared again on the spot. Thousands of mountains and snow. Once you step on a mountain, and then step on 2 mountains, you will turn into snow, and you will be able to climb thousands of mountains. At this time, Chu Yan has brought the double mountain realm of Qianshan and snow to the extreme. What? What kind of body technique is this? Fast, too fast. What about others? People. More than 20 disciples of the Blue Clothes sect, who were still staring at the alert just now, the next breath, the black figure disappeared on the spot, completely out of their sight. Secret law. How is it that ordinary martial arts and martial arts are comparable? In addition, Chu Yan has understood the realm of Xiaocheng, and the realm of 2 mountains is fully developed. Not to mention the disciples of Qi refining, even the eyes and consciousness of the disciples of the innate realm may not be able to follow. On his figure. Swish. 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 Chu Yan's figure turned into a ghost. The black figure was 1 part 2, 2 part 4. Whenever the first 2 figures disappeared, 2 new black figures would appear. The afterimages of more than 20 Blue Clothes sect disciples revolved like wheels. Everyone attacked separately and killed him. The Blue Clothes sect disciples roared and attacked the flashing figure of Chu Yan frantically. The light of the sword, the strength of the fist, and the print of the palm suddenly appeared and blasted towards the black afterimages that were near and illusory. However, these shattered afterimages are not Chu Yan's body at all. More than 20 blue-clothed disciples, in panic, desperately stimulated their true qi and launched a series of fierce attacks, but they were all blasted into the air, not even a single strand of Chu Yan's hair touched. Bright sword style. Just as these blue-clothed sect disciples were desperately attacking those afterimages, a voice suddenly sounded. Immediately afterwards, the brilliant sword light flashed again, and the sword roared in the air. As soon as the sword came out, a bright light flashed horizontally, as if cutting through the void and cutting into the crowd. Boom! 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 The 20 or so disciples of the Blue Clothes sect, seeing the appearance of Jianmong, immediately shouted angrily, and took action to resist. In an instant, more than 20 attacks slammed on the sword beam swung by Chu Yan, and there were several bursts in a row, and all kinds of scattered energy rushed out. Although Chu Yan's sword glow was extremely sharp, it also shattered and disappeared under a large number of attacks. The sword glow was broken. Chu Yan did not stop for a moment. Qianshan stepping on the snow movement technique unfolded, and flashed out again. Die. Sword raising. When Chu Yan turned around, the blue clothes sect disciples again, an indifferent voice sounded in the ears of the blue clothes sect disciples. Swish. The black figure flashed and suddenly appeared among more than 20 disciples of the blue clothes sect. This death-defying act made all the blue clothes sect disciples startled for a moment, and then, more than 20 Jiuxiao surged wildly, ready to shoot Chu Yan, who was in front of him. Right at this moment, Chu Yan, who was standing among the 20 or so disciples of the blue clothes sect, had eyes as cold as ice, and the clear sky sword in his hand glowed brilliantly. Chu Yan, who stood proudly with the sword, jumped and rose into the air, and the clear sky sword, which shone like a star, suddenly swung out. Immediately, the dazzling sword energy shot out in all directions, the wind was blowing, and the sword energy was soaring into the sky, taking all the wind and clouds. The bright sword energy in the sky, like a meteor shower, covered the disciples of the blue clothes sect below. The sword-raising style of Thunder 13 Swords is exactly the only group attacking swordsmanship among the sword moves mastered by Chu Yan. Although the power of this large-scale sword attack is not as strong as that of a single sword attack, it has a wide range and is difficult to resist. Besides, the power of the sword-raising style is enough to deal with the warriors in the chi-refining realm. A sword was swung out, and the sword intent was like a tide, surging in all directions. The sword air and star rain poured down, Chu Yan's figure fell, the clear sky sword in his hand flashed out again, and another sword light appeared. #C139 Jinwu kills. A sword was swung out, and the sword intent was like a tide, surging in all directions. The sword air and star rain poured down, Chu Yan's figure fell, the clear sky sword in his hand flashed out again, and another sword light appeared. Chopping sword. With the power of slashing down with a single sword, there was no obstruction in the slightest, and the figure was shuttled. The wooden sword was like a dragon and the clouds, the sword energy was chaotic, the blood energy was poured down like the water of the 9 heavens, and the incomparable power was like a huge wave. The thought flashed, and when Chu Yan landed, another sword stabbed out. A random sword, but with all his strength. The wooden sword Haoyan burst out with an incomparably astonishing bright light, like a scorching sun tearing through the clouds. It was so dazzling that it was impossible to look directly at it. Immediately, in the entire space, the sword beams made a masterpiece, and the sword energy was like a dragon. Most of the blue clothes sect disciples could still resist the first move, the sword-raising stance. However, the few swords that were swung afterward were all strong and forceful, and the momentum was like a broken bamboo. The road of blood, the road of flesh and blood. Extending along the ground traces cut by the sword chi, more than a dozen corpses fell down, blood flowing into rivers. Among the more than 20 disciples of the blue clothes sect, more than a dozen died under the swords of Chu Yan. The rest of the people were dumbfounded. Horrible. Terrible. When the sword chi storm just came, these blue clothes sect disciples only felt that the sky was torn apart, their eyes were full of light, and the coldness in their bones made them seem powerless to dodge. The whole body trembled, staring straight at those sword lights rolling over, and it was too late to resist. Whether it is Chu Yan's sword or that ghostly movement technique, they are simply not something they can match. Moreover, in the blink of an eye, more than 30 disciples of the blue clothes sect were beheaded. This is a fart. Escape. In an instant, the whole body trembled, and the pale-faced blue-clothed sect disciples all turned around subconsciously and ran away. As if, behind them, there is a devil, waving a blood blade, reaping life at will. Escape. Seeing several blue-clothed sect disciples turn around, Chu Yan's eyes lit up, a ray of coldness flashed, and immediately, his figure burst out. Swish. 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 Swinging swords, splashing blood, and throwing heads. Several blue-clothed sect disciples who had just unfolded their movements, facing the direction of the blue-clothed sect camp, fell on their backs and died. After beheading these few escaped blue-clothed sect disciples, Chu Yan quickly passed by them, stretched out his hand and waved, and put away the corpses one by one. More than 30 corpses disappeared on the spot, even including the corpses who died in the previous battle. Chu Yan did not let go, and all of them were taken away from the Rakshasa space. The cultivation base of these corpses is not low. The most important thing is that they are numerous, and there are some geniuses with extremely strong talents. After the war is over, burning these corpses and refining them into infuriating energy will definitely help you improve your cultivation level again. Afterwards, Chu Yan added to the middle area, flicked his robes, and when he stood up proudly, he raised his eyes and glanced in all directions. All he could see were the dull faces. Whether it was the blue-cloth sect or the three major sects, everyone was absent-minded. Suddenly, the scene of hundreds of thousands of people on both sides fell into a dead silence again. More than 30 blue-clothed sect disciples in the Qi refining realm 9 heavens were beheaded by Chu Yan in less than 100 breaths. None survive. Everyone is stupid. No one believed what they saw in front of them. Those are more than 30 warriors of Qi refining realm 9 heavens, almost representing the disciples of one level of blue-cloth sect. As a result, from today onwards, among the tens of thousands of disciples of the blue-cloth sect, there will be a blank fault. Except for the disciples of the 8th level of Qi refining, there will be only the disciples of the 1st level of the Xiantian realm. All the disciples at the level of Qi refining realm, Jiuxiao, died at the hands of this black-robed youth. What does this mean? This is equivalent to destroying part of the foundation of a sect. Not far away, the three figures in front of the blue-cloth sect's camp trembled slightly, and the violent killing intent rose into the sky. Niezha! Die for me! A loud shout, like a thunderous explosion, shocked everyone. Among the three blue-clothed elders, the one in the middle had a gloomy face, blue veins all over his face, and the corners of his eyes twitched. The murderous black cloud above his head suddenly solidified and turned into a huge palm, which was photographed towards Chu Yan Lingkong. This palm print is mixed with deep infuriating energy. Under the urging, the wind blows violently, the color of the world changes, like the sky is collapsing. With the sound of continuous thunder, the power is loud. Seeing that the black palm print was crushed by the head, covering the range of nearly 1,000 paces around him, giving people a feeling of boundlessness. In an instant, Chu Yan only felt that the sky was pressing down, his whole body was stiff, and the hair all over his body suddenly rose. Danger! Die! A coldness rose from the bottom of my heart, penetrated straight to the bone marrow, and a deep breath of irresistibility and death enveloped Chu Yan's whole body. Iron Song. The elder of the inner sect of the blue-cloth sect has reached the 2nd level of the true martial realm, surpassing Chu Yan by 2 full realms. Between the sudden shots, Chu Yan didn't have the strength to fight back at all. Facing the fatal blow, Chu Yan's eyes were red, the 2 cyclones in his body were spinning rapidly, and the black true qi surged out. Wait to die. No, never. Chu Yan's violent infuriating qi kept pouring out, and in an instant, he felt that his stiff body suddenly loosened, and then, just as he was about to use his Rakshasa body, a vision suddenly appeared. In the distance, a palm that was several dozen meters long came from the direction of Ling Tianzong. The mighty energy brought a gust of wind, and under the incomparable power, it was like a wild beast rushing towards it and slammed into it fiercely. On the black palm print in the air. Boom! 2 palm prints, one black and one white, collided abruptly, and exploded immediately. The violent outflow of energy directly sent Chu Yanjin flying backwards, flying 1,000 paces, before falling in front of the Ling Tianzong camp. Song Tai. You are courting death. Ling Tianzong Elder Wu's shout, like rolling thunder, condensed like energy, swept away towards the Blue Clothes sect. Just as Chu Yan was about to die, Wu Fa, the inner elder before the Ling Tianzong camp, took action in time and blocked the palm of the Blue Clothes sect elder Tsang Tai. Puff. After landing, Chu Yan was bleeding from the corner of his mouth, but he was already injured. Zhongde, the general of the Mad Bull Legion, with round eyes, suddenly rushed out and snatched back Chu Yan, who was 1,000 steps away. At this time, Chu Yan, with a pale face and blood on the corner of his mouth, stood beside Elder Wu, glaring at Tsang Tai, the elder of the Blue Clothes sect in the distance. Although he was injured by the remaining strength of the two true martial arts powerhouses, fortunately, when the elder Wu Fa of Ling Tianzong shot, it was originally to protect Chu Yan, so the palm shot was from bottom to top, holding the black palm print in the air. Because of this, Chu Yan was only slightly injured.